In the midst of a primeval jungle, a long strip of asphalt stretched off into the distance. Inchun opened his eyes in a daze as a battered minivan slowly rumbled to life. Highway Journey. A game. Inchun stretched out both hands and pinched himself hard. That really hurt. I've transmigrated. Or is it mass transmigration for everyone? A mix of excitement and helplessness flickered across Inchun's face as he sat in the vehicle, craning his neck to look around, marveling at the outside world. Through the window, he saw a verdant primeval forest outside, countless towering thick trees rising skyward. The fathomless jungle exuded an aura of the unknown steeped in mystery and fear. The minivan finally picked up speed, and before long a fork in the road appeared ahead of Inchun. A crisp chime rang out, accompanied by a prompt declaring that player 99999 of District 13 had received a novice chest and asking whether to open it. Staring blankly at the prompt before him, Inchun then broke into delighted nods. Yes. Another chime followed announcing that player 99999 of District 13 had obtained a God-tier prompt ability, Guidance of the Goddess of Fate. What exactly is this prompt? The reply stated only that it was a God-tier talent he would have to explore on his own. Inchun complained helplessly to himself. Weren't questions supposed to be answered at will? What a fraud. The fork in the road loomed closer. If he failed to choose, the vehicle would automatically take the middle path. A chime urged him to turn toward the left fork, which led to a ruined metropolis rich in steel that could be used to upgrade his battered minivan. Startled, Inchun saw the minivan already beginning to merge into the middle fork, so he hastily grabbed the wheel and wrenched it around. Phew, I almost went the wrong way. That message just now must have been the prompt. Excitement shone in Inchun's eyes. Doesn't this mean I can quickly amass a huge stock of resources and pull far ahead? Truly worthy of being a God-tier prompt. It's practically prophetic. Let's go. The battered minivan creaked and groaned as it rattled along, swaying so badly that Inchun had the constant feeling it might fall apart into a heap of scrap metal at any moment. I have to upgrade this thing. Surviving in this wreck. I'm basically volunteering as a self-service sandwich snack. After about an hour of driving, the jungle around him gradually thinned, and a stretch of wasteland that looked like the aftermath of war emerged eerily into view. The highway extended into an abandoned city. Even from the shattered high-rises, one could still see that this had once been a dazzlingly prosperous metropolis. Stop. The moment the battered minivan crossed into the urban wasteland, Inchun brought it to a halt. Without further hesitation, he chose to get out. The ruins were littered with metal everywhere, but the main source was the countless wrecked cars. It was tiring work, yet Inchun discovered that as long as he could shift an object, even slightly, he could store it into an inventory slot. Only after 3 full hours did Inchun finally fill a single slot. He also figured out how the inventory worked. He was not sure about other materials, but steel was measured in units. One inventory slot could hold as many as 500 units of steel. That should be enough for the first upgrade. Maybe I can even sell some and trade for food and water. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Inchun continued combing through the ruins, hoping to find other valuable items. What unique resources might a ruined metropolis hold, and in large quantities at that? Ideally something ubiquitous that I can pick up in passing. It might prove useful. Who knows when I'll next find another city like this? Gazing at the massive broken city, Inchun fell into thought. The 3-day protection period could not be wasted. Underfoot, piles of fragments ground together with creaks and crunches reflecting the scant rays of light that filtered through. Glass. Inchun lowered his head, eyes lighting up as he saw the ground strewn with shattered glass. He immediately bent down to gather it. He did not know whether it would be useful, but collecting glass was far quicker than steel. In just an hour, he packed a whole slot full, 500 units again. After that, he stopped collecting glass, mainly fearing that if it turned out useless, he would have squandered his precious novice protection time. He spent another 4 hours gathering steel before finally filling another inventory slot. Collapsing onto the ground, Inchun panted heavily. I'm done. Exhausted and starving. Time to see if there's a supermarket nearby with something to eat. Yet his hopes were quickly dashed. The supermarket was utterly empty. Aside from shelves, not a single scrap of food remained. This won't do. I'll head back and try trading steel for food first. On the way back, he casually picked up another 10 units of steel. Slightly obsessive about neatness, Inchun refused to touch the already full inventory slots. Returning to the battered minivan, the first thing Inchun did was check how much steel was required for an upgrade. System, show me the upgrade conditions for the minivan. The reply informed him that his current vehicle was a level 1 battered minivan, and that upgrading it would require 50 units of steel. He already met the conditions. The system asked whether he wished to upgrade it to a worn minivan. Only that much. Inchun had expected the first upgrade to be cheap, but not this cheap. System upgrade. The system congratulated him on upgrading his vehicle to level 2, a worn minivan, and stated that level 3 would cost 100 units of steel. It asked whether he wished to upgrade it to a like-new second-hand minivan. It can still be upgraded, and for so little. Keep going. And Shun could not help but sigh in admiration. This god-tier prompt really was extraordinary. At this rate, he should be able to climb 2 more levels. The system informed him that his vehicle had reached level 3, now a like-new second-hand minivan, and that reaching level 4 would require 200 units of steel and would upgrade it into a brand-new minivan. Upgrade. Soon after, the system congratulated him again. His vehicle had reached level 5, now an armed minivan. However, his remaining materials were insufficient to reach level 6, an armed RV. To do so, he would have to gather 800 units of steel, 50 units of glass, 50 units of cloth or fabric, and 50 units of wood. The system then announced that by upgrading his vehicle to level 2, he had completed a novice quest and received a level 1 basic supply crate, and that by advancing it to level 5, he had completed a survival quest and received a level 5 basic supply crate. An RV glass and supply crates. And Shin's eyes lit up at once. System, open the crates. The system responded that the level 1 crate had yielded 1 piece of bread and a bottle of water, which had been stored automatically in the vehicle's inventory. The level 5 basic supply crate granted him 5 pieces of bread, 5 bottles of water, an iron pickaxe, an iron axe, an iron sword, a piece of leather armor, and a bottle of healing potion, all of which were likewise stored in the vehicle's inventory. Food and water, just as I thought. Looks like there's no need to trade after all. A level 5 supply crate really does come loaded with treasures. He first took out a bottle of water and a piece of bread and began wolfing them down. After nearly an entire day of exhausting work, he was so hungry his vision had started to blur. At the same time he mulled over the level 6 upgrade requirements, it seemed that every material on the list was within his reach. Checking the system time, he saw that there were 4 hours left until the ominous black marker at 8 o'clock that loomed on the interface. With time pressing, and Shun immediately got out of the vehicle to gather more materials. He had 260 units of steel remaining. Now that he was fed and hydrated, he was confident that if he pushed himself, he could gather the remaining 540 units within 3 hours. As for cloth, the plan was to hit clothing stores while wood could be stripped from restaurant tables and chairs. There were plenty lining the streets. He believed he could easily collect 50 units of each in short order. From start to finish, and Shun did not spare a single glance at the region chat, which was exploding with messages. He simply rushed out to gather resources as fast as he could. With half an hour remaining before 8, and Shun finally finished collecting all the materials. He had even gathered as much as 500 units of cloth, enough to fill an entire inventory slot. He had deliberately left cloth for last, while time was still relatively abundant since the clothing stores offered armfuls of it, and collecting it was far less tiring than anything else. If not for the lack of time, and Shun would gladly have stripped an entire clothing shop bare. Back at the armed minivan, and Shun immediately chose to upgrade. System, upgrade the vehicle. The system congratulated him on reaching level 6. His vehicle was now an armed RV. His remaining materials, however, were insufficient to reach level 7, a transcendent vehicle. For that, he would need 1 unit of common-grade transcendent alloy, 10 units of common-grade transcendent wood, and 1 common-grade fire tribute crystal core. Hearing this, and Shun was dumbfounded. What were these things supposed to be? Had he upgraded too quickly and already brushed up against the transcendent tier? A flicker of excitement rose in him, but the thought of how difficult these materials would be to obtain doused it like a bucket of cold water. For the moment, they seemed far out of reach. So be it. He would take things step by step. He was fairly certain he had already left most people far behind. System, start the vehicle. A chime sounded as the system replied that the vehicle had been started. A fully armed RV sped along the highway like a ferocious beast, soon leaving the ruined metropolis behind and plunging once more into a stretch of primeval forest. After scrolling through District 13's chat for a while, and Shun discovered that quite a few people had already upgraded their vehicles by 2 or even 3 levels. It seemed many had been fortunate enough to enter the urban ruins and pick up large quantities of steel. He continued scrolling, hoping to find some truly useful information. I envy those who made it into the urban ruins. I'm ridiculously unlucky driving through this primeval forest the whole time. No forks in the road, no special areas at all. Wood is too hard to chop, so I just picked mushrooms the entire day. Selling a huge batch of mushrooms in the trading area. Entering other areas isn't necessarily a blessing. Take me for example. I drove into a dark forest. Scarlet eyes glare at me from everywhere. I didn't even dare get out of the car, and I still haven't driven out of that dark forest. Same here, same here. Heaven help us, the dark forest is terrifying. A ramhead monster has been chasing my car nonstop. Someone replied, "You're on your own up there, good luck." Messages like these flooded the screen, simple replies, brief exclamations. Frowning, and Shun realized there were actually many different regions people had passed through, no fewer than 10 from what he had noticed alone. From their descriptions, the Dark Forest and the Misty Mountain Range seemed to be the 2 most terrifying places of all. Even with the novice protection period in effect, many people still did not dare to leave their vehicles. The various horrifying creatures they encountered did not attack, but they would stalk along behind, which was more terrifying than outright killing. He would inevitably pass through such places in the future. All this information was extremely valuable to him. Silently committing these details to memory, and Chun prepared to deal with other matters. It was still early. He used to go to sleep after midnight, and now it was only 8 o'clock. Let's check the trading area. The moment he opened it, and Chun was startled. The prices for steel were so sky-high that he couldn't help clicking his tongue in disbelief. 1 unit of steel in exchange for 20 liters of fresh water. 1 unit of steel in exchange for 10 jin of edible food. 1 unit of steel in exchange for 10 units of wood. One exorbitant offer after another left and Chin's jaw hanging. Steel was outrageously expensive. For a moment he regretted not keeping a portion for himself, but felt as if he had just missed out on a fortune. But when he glanced around at the comfortable RV complete with bed, table, cabinets, and a 3B4-meter living space, not even counting the cab, a wave of contentment washed over him. Let's see what glass and cloth are going for. One look, and he blurted out in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, making sure he hadn't misread. 1 unit of glass cost 10 units of steel. 1 unit of cloth cost 20 units of steel. And that was the cheapest on offer. So, I have to sell. But what should I trade them for? And Chin fell into thought. Judging from the requirements to upgrade to a levels even transcendent vehicle, he no longer needed steel or glass. In that case, I should try exchanging them for ordinary grade transcendent alloy, ordinary grade transcendent wood, and crystal cores. Crystal cores will definitely become crucial later on. I should stockpile as many as I can. I need to leverage my resource advantage and my inside knowledge of levels even vehicle materials to quickly rake in a fortune in District 13. With that thought, Chin immediately put his glass and cloth up for trade. He still had a total of 450 units of them. 10 units of glass for 1 unit of ordinary grade transcendent alloy. 200 units of glass altogether. 1 unit of glass for 1 unit of ordinary grade transcendent wood. Another 200 units of glass. 10 units of cloth for 1 crystal core. Paid with 400 units of cloth. With such generous terms, he was certain people would not be able to resist trading. After all, a single unit of glass was worth 10 units of steel. Only 50 units of steel were needed to upgrade a vehicle from level 1 to level 2. That was no small sum. Previously, RVs only required steel to upgrade, so their prices would definitely remain high for a while. Judging from current prices, some people had entered the urban ruins, but their numbers were certainly limited. Moreover, Chun felt that among so many people there had to be those who had obtained treasure chests. If they happened to open these very materials, all the better. He wanted to gather them as quickly as possible. A powerful vehicle meant greater safety, and transcendent vehicles were anything but simple. From level 7 onward, the vehicles would likely all be of the transcendent class. After posting all the trades, Chun checked his remaining supplies. They weren't abundant, but they were sufficient. 5 bottles of mineral water and 5 large loaves of bread, enough for 5 days. He also had an iron axe, an iron pickaxe, an iron sword, a piece of leather armor, a vial of healing medicine, 50 units of glass, and 50 units of cloth. Planning to go out scavenging for supplies the next day, Chun decided he would bring the iron sword, leather armor, and healing medicine. As for chopping trees or mining, he did not even consider it. The 3-day protection period guaranteed that players would not be harmed. Since he had already upgraded his vehicle to level 6, there was no need to waste time on such labor. Having made his plans and feeling bored, Chun passed the time by watching the chat. Look outside. What is that? A vehicle still in the urban wasteland suddenly posted a photo. The image made his hair stand on end. In the photo, countless zombie-like creatures were clawing their way out of the ground, crawling up onto the wasteland and wandering in all directions. Among them, one zombie towered as high as a 3-story building. Even shrouded in the night, its oppressive presence seeped out of the picture and spread through the chat. The chat fell into a brief, deathly silence. What is that? Heavens, so this is what these places truly look like. In 3 days, can we really still be alive? Damn it, I'm done. Brothers, I'll go on ahead. Someone tried to stop him. Man. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Not long afterward, that man's avatar dimmed. Before he died, he sent one final photo. In the eerie forest shown in the picture, a car stood parked on the highway while a gigantic skeletal hand burst from the earth larger than the car itself. The skeletal hand occupied over half the frame. The chat went utterly silent. 100,000 people huddled inside their vehicles, trembling. And Chin's legs shook. So this was the reason one must never stop driving at night. Perhaps that was only part of the truth. Perhaps it was simply too exhausting today, as Chun unknowingly fell asleep. The vehicle drove itself, speeding along the highway. Gradually, the primitive forest began to disappear, first passing through a grassy plain and finally arriving at a strange dark forest. A system notification awakened Chun, indicating it was 6 in the morning, with the night just receding and the sun beginning to appear in the sky. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he took a sip of water to refresh himself and ate a small piece of bread, feeling stuffed. Let's check the trading situation. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have traded for 20 units of Ordinary Extraordinary Alloy, 200 units of Ordinary Extraordinary with 6 Ordinary Fire Attribute Crystals, 3 Ordinary Earth Attribute Crystals, 5 Ordinary Metal Attribute Crystals, 2 Ordinary Water Attribute Crystals, and 4 Ordinary Wood Attribute Crystals. So much. And Shun exclaimed, looking at the items in surprise. While he had anticipated that there would be many traders, he didn't expect that the glass had already sold out. Even the fabric had sold half, and now there were only 200 units of fabric left in the trading area, which would likely sell out today as well. It seems there are quite a few people upgrading their vehicles to level 6 who of course they might just be trying to make a profit. And Shin shrugged. All of this had nothing to do with him. System, upgrade the vehicle. Dear player, congratulations. Your vehicle has been upgraded to level 7 Extraordinary Vehicle. The vehicle can automatically adjust its temperature unaffected by ordinary level disaster, cold waves, and high temperatures, and can ignore attacks from creatures of level 1 or below. Current materials are sufficient. Would you like to upgrade to an 8-level Extraordinary Vehicle? Consuming 10 units of Ordinary Extraordinary Alloy, 50 units of Ordinary Extraordinary Wood, 1 Ordinary Fire Attribute Crystal, 1 Ordinary Metal Attribute Crystal, and 1 Ordinary Earth Attribute Crystal. Hey, it seems like it's enough. System, upgrade the vehicle. Dear player, congratulations. Your vehicle has been upgraded to level 8 Extraordinary Vehicle. The vehicle can automatically adjust its temperature unaffected by ordinary level disaster, cold waves, and high temperatures, and can ignore attacks from creatures of level 2 or below. Current materials are insufficient to upgrade to a 9-level Extraordinary Vehicle. Please collect 50 units of Ordinary Extraordinary Alloy, 10 units of Ordinary Extraordinary Wood, 3 Ordinary Fire Attribute Crystals, 5 Ordinary Metal Attribute Crystals, 3 Ordinary Earth Attribute Crystals, 1 Ordinary Water Attribute Crystal, and 1 Ordinary Wood Attribute Crystal. Looking at the vehicle that had become sturdier, Chun nodded in satisfaction. He discovered that there were quite a few private messages in the system backend and curiously opened them. Big brother, can I exchange some glass for other materials? I have a lot of lubricant. Would 1 box trade for 1 unit of glass? Shameless merchant. Bah. As fellow compatriots not helping each other, but selling at such high prices, I've never seen someone so shameless. Brother, can you make it cheaper? I only have a little leaf. Please give me some fabric. I'm really scared. Whoa. And Shun completely ignored these messages, too lazy to respond. Oh. A private message suddenly caught Chen's attention. 1 Ordinary Level Extraordinary Bow and Arrow Blueprint for 50 units of glass and 50 units of fabric. Extraordinary Bow and Arrow Blueprint. After thinking for a moment, Chun chose to reply, I only have 20 units of glass left. After a while, the other party replied okay. Then a trade request popped up. Looking at the blueprint, Chun didn't hesitate and clicked agree directly. In the vehicle's storage space, 20 units of glass disappeared and an Ordinary Level Extraordinary Bow and Arrow Blueprint appeared. Chun took out the blueprint. Detected 1 Ordinary Level Extraordinary Bow and Arrow Blueprint requires 2 units of Extraordinary Alloy, 1 Ordinary Metal Attribute Crystal, and 1 Ordinary Fire Attribute Crystal. Can manufacture 1 Ordinary Level Extraordinary Longbow and 100 Ordinary Level Extraordinary Arrows. Current materials are sufficient. Would you like to choose to manufacture? Yes. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations, player. You have obtained an Ordinary Level Extraordinary Bow and Arrow. It has been stored in the vehicle space. Shun immediately took out the longbow and stored the arrows in his personal space. What a cool bow. The bow is 1.2 meters long, shining silver all over, covered in exquisite scale patterns, and the bowstring is made of a highly flexible special metal. Shun tried to pull it, and surprisingly could only pull it to half-moon shape. Let's see how it performs. He took out a bright red arrow, opened the car window, and with a gentle twang from the bowstring. Whoosh. Boom. A tree by the roadside exploded instantly and was quickly engulfed by flames. Gulp. Shun stared wide-eyed, incredulously watching the power caused by the bow and arrow. Is this the Extraordinary Bow and Arrow? Taikula, dressed in leather armor and equipped with the bow arrow's iron sword and healing potion, Shun excitedly headed outside. An eerie and strange forest appeared on either side of the highway with bizarre howls, screams, and cries echoing, sending shivers down one's spine just from the sounds. Shun swallowed hard and steeled himself to enter. Once inside the forest, he looked at the twisted plants and found himself at a loss for what to do. Chop wood. No hunt. Shun smiled at the terrifying creatures surrounding him in the forest. Indeed, during the novice protection period, these monsters could not harm them, but little did these monsters know that despite still being in the protection period, Shun already possessed the means to hunt them. Soon they would pay a painful price for their actions. Shun raised his arm and didn't even need to aim, they were too close. Drawing the bow and shooting the arrow in one smooth motion. Boom. A loud explosion erupted, and flames immediately engulfed the area ahead. A werewolf let out a chilling howl, half of its body blown away. Congratulations. You have killed one level 3 werewolf, earning 3 experience points, dropping 1 werewolf essence, and 1 werewolf fawn. Would you like to pick them up? Congratulations. You have killed 3 level 1 earthworms, earning 3 experience points, dropping 1 earthworm essence, and 3 bottles of earthworm blood. Would you like to pick them up? Congratulations. You have killed 2 level 1 devil crows, earning 2 experience points, dropping 1 devil crow essence, and 2 devil crow feathers. Would you like to pick them up? Pick them all up. Ding. They have been automatically collected into personal space. Current player level is level 0. Experience points needed for leveling up is 2 points. And Chun excitedly felt the changes in his body. As the experience points reached their threshold, he felt a warm current flowing through him, filling him with explosive power. System check. Personal panel. Player 13, District 99999, level 0, 810, physique, 78, spirit, 12, sequence, non-sequence. Extraordinary abilities perhaps. And Chun licked his lips. The mysterious merchant should have these things. Ooh, I wonder when I will encounter them and what I need to trade. Drink. A red arrow shadow flashed by, and a group of earthworms instantly exploded into dust. Congratulations to the player for killing 2 level 1 earthworms and 1 level 3 earthworm, gaining 5 experience points, and looting 2 earthworm essence and 5 bottles of earthworm blood. Would you like to pick them up? Pick up. Ding. Automatically stored in personal space. Current player level is level 5. Experience points required to level up 19. And Chun wiped his sweat. After grinding for most of the day, he finally leveled up to level 5. It was mainly because drawing this bow was particularly exhausting. After pulling it 2 or 3 times, he needed to stop and rest for a while. Of course, it might also be because his level was too low. After spending most of the day hunting monsters, and Chun found that there was no experience doubling for killing monsters of higher levels. Killing a level 1 monster gives you 1 experience point, while killing a level 2 monster gives you 2 experience points. Fortunately, it seems there are no low-level monsters that don't provide experience points, at least it appears that way for now. Moreover, it takes 10 experience points to level up to level 1, 20 experience points to level up to level 2, and so on. Now, and Chun needs 60 experience points to level up to level 6. If he keeps grinding level 1 monsters, he would need to defeat 60 of them. Now, just seeing earthworms makes Chun feel nauseous, not to mention they are already quite disgusting. However, the devil birds can fly, and werewolves are relatively rare, so earthworms are the best to grind. As long as he finds a place with plenty of holes, he can just shoot, ensuring every shot hits the mark, and with a bit of luck, he might even take out a nest. System check. Personal panel. Player 13th District 99999, level 5, 4160, Constitution, 7191, Spirit, 12, Sequence, none. Looking at the panel, and Chun frowned slightly. The Constitution bonus was clearly visible as it represented the total experience he had gained. However, despite leveling up to level 5, his spirit had not improved at all. This puzzled him. Could it be that leveling up does not enhance spirit? Or is it just that he is too weak now and only later upgrades might enhance spirit? Fortunately, it seemed that spirit did not show any apparent use for now, so Chun was not anxious. However, he speculated it might be related to the so-called sequence. After a long day, Chun leaned against a tree root to rest. After all, during the beginner protection period, he did not have to worry about wild monsters. As long as he did not act recklessly and took a stroll at night, he could even venture into a werewolf's mouth, and they would not attack him. Taking advantage of the rest, Chun checked today's harvest. System open. Personal space. Personal space 910, werewolf essence 5, werewolf fangs 10, earthworm essence 11, earthworm blood 32, devil bird essence 10, a devil bird feathers 25, healing potion 1, iron sword 1, arrows 73. This is the yield from Chun's half day of work, all stored in personal space, while the rest he carried with him. Looking at the 1 remaining space slot in Chun's side, these space slots can hold items, but each slot can only contain 1 type of resource, so the variety is too limited. Now just the items he carried occupied half the space slots. If he were to gather wood or mine, it would be fine, but as for hunting monsters, it would not be enough. And this is without any equipment, or later on with more gear, he would be lugging around a bunch of items while hunting monsters. Ding. In response to the player's inquiries, the system provided an answer. Players can collect space fragments to use for personal space or vehicle space, increasing space slots. Space fragments can be obtained through treasure chests, purchases from mysterious merchants, drops from rare wild monsters, and other means. Chun suddenly realized and nodded. So space fragments are needed for upgrades. However, just hearing the methods of obtaining them doesn't seem easy. So let's take it step by step and focus on leveling up first. Come. Chun suddenly widened his eyes, staring into the distance at a sneaky small werewolf that appeared and lurked in the jungle. He saw a striking prompt floating above the werewolf's head. Congratulations to the player for being the first to complete the 13th District Werewolf 10-kill achievement. The system randomly refreshes a rare wild monster. Rare wild monster treasure werewolf. Level 10 rare wild monster. And Shun licked his lips without wasting any words, swiftly nocked an arrow and shot, seizing the opportunity before the treasure werewolf noticed him. Whoosh. The treasure werewolf suddenly went berserk, brandishing its wolf fawn club and striking at the arrow. Little did the treasure werewolf expect that this arrow was explosive. Boom. The massive fireball instantly engulfed the treasure werewolf. And Shun squinted, seeing that the treasure werewolf still had some strength left and was about to escape. He quickly nocked another arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. To prevent any surprises, he fired 3 arrows in quick succession, 3 red arrow shadows like chains of death enlarging in the terrified pupils of the treasure werewolf. Boom. Already battered by the first arrow, the treasure werewolf finally lay down unwillingly. Congratulations on killing 1 treasure werewolf, gaining 10 experience points and looting a peculiar treasure chest. Would you like to pick it up? Pick up. Ding. Automatically stored in personal space. Current space slots are full. To prevent the player from being unable to pick up new resources, it is recommended that the player return to the vehicle to clear personal space. Full, huh? And Shin's eyes sparkled as he looked at the treasure chest embedded with various jewels in his personal space slots. I hope it contains space fragments. Oh, otherwise constantly going back and forth would waste a lot of time. Let's return first. After going back, I'll open the treasure chest. It should contain more than 1 item. I don't want to end up with no place to store the items when I open it. After deciding, Shun immediately turned back. Fearing getting lost, he did not stray far from the road, only about 100 meters away, and quickly returned to the vehicle. System, open the peculiar treasure chest. Congratulations to the player for opening the peculiar treasure chest. You have obtained a blueprint for a fruit orchard, a pair of good-grade wind speed boots, and a piece of space fragment. There really are space fragments. It seems that if it isn't due to his luck, then it could be that the drop rate for space fragments is quite high in the early stages. I remember that they were being sold in the trading area, but the prices are outrageous. The cheapest piece of space fragment costs an unbelievable 1,000 units of steel. That's truly outrageous. And Shin shook his head, not wanting to think much of it. At least he had some now, but he didn't plan to sell them. System, used the space fragment to upgrade personal space. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully upgrading personal space slots. The current personal space slots are now 20 slots. And Shin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he suddenly gained a full 10 additional space slots, far exceeding his expectations. It seems there is some truth to why space fragments are so costly. Next, Shun turned his attention to the other 2 items, the fruit orchard blueprint and the good-grade wind speed boots. The good-grade wind speed boots were easy to understand. They were a pair of exceptional boots, obviously designed for speed. However, the fruit orchard blueprint puzzled Shun. What use could it possibly have? Can he build an orchard in the vehicle? A bonsai orchard? Don't be ridiculous. System, check the information on the fruit orchard blueprint. Orchard construction blueprint 1.0 enables the creation of a dimensional space within the vehicle, exclusively for cultivating or storing fruits. Orchard equipment, a diligent scarecrow operates for 1 month upon insertion of a standard tier wood attribute crystal core, a fruit storage vault featuring 30 spatial slots reserved solely for fruit seeds, saplings, and fruit-derived byproducts. Note, items placed into these slots are automatically harvested and sown by the scarecrow. This is absolutely incredible. And Shun rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the blueprint's description. Ding. Orchard construction blueprint detected. Confirm usage. Yes. System, constructed immediately. Orchard construction blueprint in use. Orchard construction complete. Congratulations, player. You have successfully built an orchard. And Shin's heart raced, not only with excitement, but with mounting curiosity. Behind him, on the rear wall of the vehicle, a wooden door materialized without warning. What lies inside? A dimensional space. Just hearing the term evokes awe. No wonder it emerged from a rare treasure chest. Its contents truly defy expectation. He pushed the door open and froze. Before him stretched not a fragrant earthy orchard, but an extra compartment resembling the motorhome's main cabin in size, completely empty. Yet viewed from outside, the vehicle appeared unchanged. And Shun quickly noticed the orchard entrance, a wooden door mounted on the left side cabin wall bearing a small sign inscribed with the word orchard. Without hesitation, he stepped through. Light flooded his vision, so intense he instinctively narrowed his eyes. So this is the orchard. Once his eyes adjusted, he gazed around in quiet wonder. At the orchard's periphery, aside from the wooden door behind him, thick white mist coiled endlessly. He reached out only to find the mist ethereal, yet impenetrable, yielding not an inch to his touch. But Enchun dismissed further exploration of such trivial boundaries, turning his attention fully to the orchard itself. At its center stood a two-story wooden cottage measuring 6 by 8 units. Before its entrance, a scarecrow stood planted in the ground, dressed in faded blue-gray cloth and crowned with a straw hat indistinguishable from ordinary scarecrows. Beside it rested a large wooden chest containing 20 spatial compartments, 10 designated for fruits, 10 for seeds and saplings. Thus, the orchard could currently support no more than 10 fruit varieties, a modest yet satisfying capacity, especially given that Enchun possessed not a single sapling. That cottage must be the storage vault. Let's take a look inside. As he approached, he circled the scarecrow curiously, even poking and prodding it, only to confirm it was indeed woven entirely from straw. He had no idea how the scarecrow functioned, yet it remained utterly unresponsive, likely because no fruit trees yet graced the orchard. Inside the cottage simplicity reigned. A wooden staircase nestled in one corner, a cabinet resembling a bookshelf, within which resided the remaining 10 spatial slots reserved exclusively for fruit-derived byproducts. Yet crafting such items required specialized tools, none of which Enchun yet owned. At the room's center stood only a wooden table flanked by 2 chairs. Nothing else occupied the space. He ascended to the second floor and found it utterly bare. Still, Enchun felt deeply content. In time, he could install a bed here. Once the orchard flourished with fruit-laden trees, he could retreat to sip tea and savor fresh harvests, a life of serene elegance. The thought of fruit reminded him perhaps the trade zone offered saplings or seeds. He opened it at once. "It's actually here," Enchun exclaimed, delighted, until his gaze fell upon the price and his brow furrowed. "Far too expensive, 500 units of steel. Let's negotiate a discount. District 13 ID 99999, 50 steel units for the sapling. I'll take it." A reply arrived almost instantly. District 13 ID 12345, not acceptable, far too low. I'll offer a slight concession if you're serious. District 13 ID 99999, 50 steel, or walk away. You know well how scarce buyers are right now. His counterpart replied swiftly, clearly growing impatient. District 13 ID 12345, too low. This is a fine-grade sapling. Do you understand what that means? It was the sole item I obtained from a bronze treasure chest. 500 steel is already a bargain. District 13 ID 99999. Then just say yes or no. I'm leaving if you hesitate. Inside a battered minibus, a pale, bespectacled university student glared at the chat interface, gritting his teeth before typing his reply. District 13 ID 12345, 400 steel, and I'll reveal a guaranteed method to obtain a bronze treasure chest. Enchun's eyes gleamed with surprise. He typed back instantly. District 13 ID 99999, 10 units of fabric. You know its market value. It easily trades for 200 steel. Moreover, mine are finished garments. With minimal effort, you'd fetch far more. Deal or no deal? I'm stepping away. The frail student's eyes lit up at the mention of fabric. After brief reflection, he conceded though only 10 units finished clothing would indeed command a premium, well beyond 200 steel. District 13 ID 12345 deal. Here's the achievement. Venture exactly 1 kilometer from the highway. You'll receive it instantly, but only during the 3-day newcomer protection period. Don't inherit my misfortune. May your rare treasure chest yield something better than a sapling. Enchun's gaze sharpened as he murmured softly, 1 kilometer from the highway. So there is an achievement tied to that distance. Similar to 10 Wolfman kills, yet the resulting chest is evidently inferior to a rare treasure chest. Still, that wolf-slaying feat likely also appears only during the protection period. I never asked the system for clarification. Ding. District 13 player 12345 has sent a trade request, fine-grade sunlight yellow peach sapling in exchange for 10 units of fabric. Confirmed. Enchun declared immediately. Ding. Trade successful. 10 units of fabric deducted. Sapling deposited into personal vehicle storage. Ding. District 13 player 12345 has sent a friend request. Accept. Enchun studied the private chat interface, thoughtful. That someone dared stray 1 kilometer from the highway so early must possess uncommon courage and might yet uncover rare treasures. Adding them posed no harm. A single slot among 10 was negligible. Confirmed. Ding. District 13 player 12345 added as friend. Current friend count 110. District 13 player 12345. Hello, Senior Master. Greetings. Enchun, greetings. District 13 player 12345. Are you purchasing the sapling to cultivate it? Enchun, yes. District 13 player 12345. Whoa. Such mastery. Did you acquire some extraordinary equipment enabling cultivation? Enchun. District 13 player 12345. My apologies, Senior Master. Please guide this junior when you have time. And Shun, understood. I'll attend to other matters now. District 13 Player 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Farewell, Senior Master. Closing the chat, and Shun retrieved the fine-grade Sunlight Yellow Peach sapling from personal storage and returned to the orchard. I wonder how the Scarecrow cultivates once the sapling is stored. He placed the sapling into the large wooden chest and inserted a standard-tier wood attribute crystal core into the Scarecrow. Just as he placed the fruit sapling into the large wooden chest by the cottage door, the Scarecrow stirred, its limbs twisting unnaturally before it pulled itself entirely free from the upright pole. It then stepped into the chest, rummaged inside for a moment, and withdrew a one-emetertal fruit sapling, the very Sunlight Yellow Peach tree and Shun had just deposited. Yet the moment the sapling left the Scarecrow's grasp, it shrank instantly to the length of a finger and vanished into its pocket. And Shun circled the figure, marveling aloud. It moved, truly moved. It actually came alive. Its movements were stiff, puppet-like, yet far more fluid than any marionette. How such a being could stir at all remained a wondrous enigma. The Scarecrow reached into its pocket once more and produced astonishingly a spade, and then a water bucket. It strode to the small pond in the orchard, filled the bucket, and dug a neat pit beside the pond with swift practice strokes. It planted the sapling, watered it thoroughly, and covered the roots with soil, no different from any ordinary tree planting. Yet to Enshin's eyes, a translucent line of player system text shimmered into view above the Sunlight Yellow Peach tree. Fine-grade Sunlight Yellow Peach tree, sapling grows to maturity in 1 day and bears its first harvest, thereafter yields 10 Sunlight Yellow Peaches every 3 days. The message faded shortly, but could be summoned again at any time via system inquiry. Enshin gazed upon the sapling, elated. It matures tomorrow and blossoms fruits even then. What extraordinary properties might these peaches hold? Already ranked fine-grade, surpassing even my bow and arrows by 1 tier. They must possess truly unforeseen powers. At the thought of harvesting his first batch of fine-grade Sunlight Yellow Peaches by dawn, anticipation swelled within him. Once the planting was complete, the Scarecrow returned to the cottage's front and, with a single decisive motion, sat squarely onto the tall wooden pole, reinserting itself headfirst. Enshin's lips twitched at the sight, a maneuver that looked agonizingly painful, impaling itself from crown to base. All right, the 200 units of cloth left over from yesterday, surely they've sold out by now. He opened the trade interface. A chime sounded. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired 5 common-grade fire attribute crystals, 4 common-grade metal attribute crystals, 2 common-grade wood attribute crystals, 3 common-grade earth attribute crystals, 2 common-grade water attribute crystals, and 2 common-grade spatial attribute crystals. Huh, spatial attribute. Enshin studied the newly appeared crystal with sudden curiosity. This felt unlike anything ordinary. System, what is a spatial attribute crystal used for? Dear players, spatial attribute crystals may expand building interiors in large vehicle cargo compartments without altering external dimensions and serve in crafting spatial equipment, among other applications. Enshin's eyes lit up. He eagerly retrieved both common-grade spatial crystals and commanded system. Use spatial crystals to expand the main carriage's interior area. Congratulations, player. Common-grade spatial crystals successfully applied. Main carriage area increased by 20 square meters. Current dimensions, 8 meters. Instantly, the floor beneath Enshin's feet extended outward, expanding in the blink of an eye. Surveying the elongated corridor-like carriage, he asked system, can half of this space be partitioned into a bedroom? Dear player, yes. Partitioning requires no materials. Confirm conversion of half the main carriage into a bedroom. Confirm. A shimmer passed before his eyes, and a solid wooden wall materialized, cleanly dividing the space. The bed vanished, presumably now housed within the new bedroom. Beneath Enshin's feet, what he provisionally called the living area, stood 3 wooden doors. One led to the secondary carriage housing the orchard, positioned opposite the vehicle's front. A second door connected the living area to the bedroom located on the left side of the front compartment. The third linked the front compartment directly to the living area. The entire carriage interior featured a warm wooden aesthetic. Floors and doors retained their natural timber hue. All walls and ceilings, however, were painted pristine white. Though minimalist by default, the design harmonized perfectly with Enshin's taste, so he chose not to alter it further. Having finalized these arrangements, he checked the time. Only 2 o'clock. 6 full hours remained until 8 p.m. Wasting none of them was unthinkable. He disembarked, preparing to venture 1 kilometer beyond the highway to claim a bronze treasure chest. Before stepping down, he reorganized his personal inventory, stowing in used items into the vehicle's storage. This time, however, he equipped himself with an iron pickaxe and an iron axe. Personal inventory: iron pickaxe 1, oi iron axe 1, iron sword 1, healing potion 1, common grade arrows 69. Additionally, he wore leather armor and the newly acquired fine-grade windstep boots. An exceptional asset at this stage, unmatched speed in travel, rapid map clearing, and perhaps the key to stumbling upon rare treasures. Overnight fortune even. He fervently hoped for just such a stroke of luck. Even a humble sack of potatoes would suffice. At this juncture, potatoes were invaluable. 1 unit of steel traded for merely 1 gene of tubers. Indeed, others had already built fortunes trading them. One player, having stumbled upon a single potato patch, now piloted a level 6 vehicle, only 2 tiers above in Chen's own. Another, yesterday's mushroom forager, had already advanced to level 4. Stepping back into the dark forest, and Chen noticed something striking. Wild creatures fled at his mere approach. Earthworms, moments earlier foraging on the surface, slithered underground in panic, then meticulously sealed their burrows behind them. As for the demon crows, those most insufferable informants. Caw caw caw. Fellow kin, the demon returns. Flee. Chirp chirp chirp. What? He's back. I dig deeper. Were-rats had vanished entirely from this stretch of forest, likely scattered across hundreds of meters, fleeing walk nowhere. The lingering aura of the treasure were-rat's death still hung thick here, enough to deter were-rats for days, perhaps weeks. After all, most adult were-rats ranked only levels 35, whereas that treasure were-rat, still uninitiated, had already reached level 10. If even he perished, none dared remain. Entire were-rat families, elders, younglings, mates, had evacuated long before Chun returned to his vehicle. Thus he walked hundreds of meters without encountering a single were-rat. Only abandoned hollow trees, their scattered fur unmistakably marking them as former dens. And Chun even inspected one. Its diameter exceeded 5 meters, yet it had been stripped cleaner than any raid he'd ever conducted. Only tufts of fur remained. Along the rest of his path he spotted numerous new wild creatures, but refrained from hunting, pressing forward swiftly until he crossed the 1-kilometer threshold beyond the highway. There a system chime resonated. Congratulations, player. Achievement: Newcomer Protection completed, unlocked. Exploration distance exceeds 1 kilometer from the highway. Awarded 1 bronze treasure chest. The bronze treasure chest. And Chen's eyes gradually lit up with excitement. The bronze treasure chest was no ordinary chest. As long as luck wasn't too bad, it would at least yield a decent item. Even if luck was poor and only yielded a few ordinary items, it would still be immensely helpful for players at this stage. Of course, excluding that peculiar case where someone opened a fruit tree seedling, and Chun could already imagine the distorted expression on that person's face upon seeing the seedling. After all, there were only a few who could conceive that vehicles could evolve into growing fruit trees during the 3-day novice protection period. And Chun even felt that among the tens of thousands in District 13, he was the only one with an orchard. That person had already hung the fruit trees for some time. If others had orchards, they would surely have gone to collect the spoils. After all, a few hundred units of iron could be exchanged for a decent item, which was simply unimaginable. System opened the bronze treasure chest. With ample personal space, and Chun chose to open it right there. Congratulations, player. You have opened the bronze treasure chest and received 1 decent level spiritual spring eye and a pack of ordinary level crystal nuclei. Spiritual spring eye, crystal nuclei pack. And Chun felt that his luck was truly off the charts. The glowing line of text beneath the spiritual spring eye nearly blinded and Chen's titanium alloy eyes. Decent level spiritual spring eye generates 500 milliliters of decent level spiritual spring daily. Each milliliter of spiritual spring can increase 1 experience point, with a daily consumption limit of 100 milliliters for players and no restrictions for pets. An experience increasing spiritual spring eye. Hiss. And Chun repeatedly stared at the text several times, unable to suppress a gasp. Although he could only consume 100 milliliters daily, that was still 100 experience points. How many level 1 earthworms and devil crows would he need to hunt to earn that? Moreover, focusing on the last sentence, which stated that pets had no restrictions on consumption, meant that the remaining 400 milliliters of spiritual spring could be entirely consumed by his pet. In the chat area, many were showing off their pets. And Chun had noticed that some had obtained pet eggs from treasure chests, while others had rescued young ones in the wild. Even more impressive, someone had directly obtained a contract scroll and contracted a level 10 giant snake. From their conversations, and Chun learned some basic information about pets. They leveled up in exactly the same way as players, and when pets hunted wild monsters, players could also gain experience point for point. However, pets hunting wild monsters would not drop items, but if one added the experience gained by pets and players together, it effectively doubled the experience. This meant that if a pet killed a level 1 earthworm, the pet would gain 1 experience point, and the player would also gain 1 experience point, but no items would drop. However, in terms of shared experience, this was hardly significant. And now he had obtained a spiritual spring eye. Aside from himself consuming 100 milliliters daily, the remaining 400 milliliters could all be given to his pet. This meant that his pet could reach level 10 in just 2 days. With such luck, it was nothing short of a miracle. And Chun suppressed his excitement, and began to contemplate the source of his pet. If the novice period ended and he hadn't found a pet yet, he would simply purchase one in the trading area. Although it had only been a little over a day, many adventurers among the 100,000 dared to take risks and obtain various opportunities, making the trading area very rich in items. Previously, he had taken a cursory glance and noticed there were snake eggs and wolf cubs available for taming as pets, and they were either not yet hatched or still blind, making it easy to increase taming values. Of course, it was best to obtain a pet himself, as the pets in the trading area not only had low-level caps, but also came at exorbitant prices, which even Inchun hesitated to pay. After closing the introduction panel for the spiritual spring, Inchun opened the Crystal Nuclei pack. This Crystal Nuclei pack would not be considered bad, even if it occupied a bronze treasure chest by itself. Congratulations, player. You have opened the Crystal Nuclei pack and received one each of Water, Wood, and Earth ordinary level Crystal Nuclei, and one ordinary level Dream Crystal Nucleus. Not bad, but I wonder what items or equipment can be made from the Dream Crystal Nucleus. I can check in the trading area later to see if there are any items that require Dream Crystal Nuclei. If the price is right, I'll buy it. After organizing these items, Inchun continued his hunting. To be honest, pulling that bow was no ordinary string. Inchun couldn't help but complain. The more he pulled the bowstring, the more exhausting it became. Previously, he had pulled it to a half-moon shape, resting every 2 or 3 times. Now he was pulling it to a full moon, needing 3 or 4 rests, but the power of a full moon bowstring was significantly greater. After hunting until 7 o'clock, Inchun began to return along the same path. When he finally reached his vehicle, the experience points gained in this short afternoon were even greater than those of the morning. If the nearby wild monsters hadn't been mostly wiped out, making them harder to find, Inchun would have likely gained even more experience points. Back at his vehicle, Inchun checked his personal space and personal status. Personal space: 2 werewolf essence, 10 earthworm essences, 7 devil crow essences, 11 ghost rabbit essences, 5 bloodhorn deer essences, 5 werewolf fangs, 26 earthworm blood, 21 devil crow feathers, 32 ghost rabbit for 7 blood horn deer antlers, 1 blood horn deer velvet, 1 iron axe, 1 iron pickaxe, 1 iron sword, 1 healing potion, 21 arrows. Personal status: player in District 13, level 8, 4690 Constitution, 7406, Spirit 12, Sequence none. Inchun felt very satisfied with today's harvest, having already leveled up to level 8 on the second day. Among the 100,000 people in District 13, even if he wasn't the best, he was certainly among the top echelon. Back inside the vehicle, although there were still over 20 minutes left, Inchun chose to set off. With a thunderous roar, the imposing black vehicle gleaming with metallic luster swiftly departed the scene. Entering the passenger cabin from the front of the vehicle, Inchun directly laid down on the sofa. Although today didn't seem as tiring as yesterday, he had shot around 70 or 80 arrows. But only after experiencing it could one truly know that the ordinary level extraordinary bow and arrow were no easy feat to draw. He hadn't felt much before, but now that he lay down, Inchun felt every muscle in his body was incredibly sore. I wonder if the spiritual spring I will be effective. Just right, I haven't consumed today's 100 milliliters yet. I might as well take it now. Inchun looked around the living room, feeling there wasn't a good place, so he directly placed the spiritual spring eye under the right side of the window in the cabin. The spring eye resembled a flower-shaped stone platform, like a small fountain. However, the spring water produced was quite slow and did not spray up, only flowing gently in a steady stream. The spring eye also thoughtfully came with a set of crystal cups and spoons lined up in a row beneath the flower-shaped stone platform. With various size cups marked with measurement scales, it was easy to accurately dispense however many milliliters one wanted. Inchun took out the largest cup and dispensed 100 milliliters of spring water to consume. A warm current instantly flowed throughout his body, and Inchun shivered with comfort. Beautiful. Yes. Immediately, Inchun's aura surged, breaking through to level 9. Level 9, 56100. How has everyone fared today? Surely no one has yet to disembark. If you don't get off now, you'll truly starve. Today, I found a special treasure chest, the forest chest. Inchun glanced at the chat area and became curious when he saw someone mention the forest chest. Before long, this person posted again. Sucking in the good fortune of my fellow players, wish me luck in opening a golden legend. The chat area was filled with curiosity, with comments asking what exactly this forest chest was. Inchun clicked on this person's post, waiting for more updates. Woohoo family. We're taking off. Soon after, a screenshot was shared. Good quality small forest bonsai, a 30-centimeter diameter bonsai that contains 10 acres of small forest, which can automatically produce the following resources daily. 1,000 units of unranked wood, 100 units of ordinary level extraordinary wood, 10 units of good quality extraordinary wood, 10 pounds of unranked native chicken meat, 1 pound of ordinary native chicken meat, and 1 tail of good quality native chicken meat. And Inchun's eyes widened. How lucky. He quickly liked the post, replied, and followed this person. No way bro, this is the potential of a great emperor. And Shun immediately received replies and follows. Whoa, family. A level 9 big shot is following me. A level 9 big shot. Hello big shot. What a level 9. It's only the second day and someone is already level 9. Oh my god, I barely leveled up to level 2 after killing 30 zombies. The one boasting above the assessment is complete. Level 0 players are trembling. I'm still working hard every day chopping trees to exchange for potatoes to eat sob. At least you have potatoes to eat, that's already pretty good. Many who entered the dark forest are too afraid to disembark and they're still starving. If I hadn't gotten lucky with a basic level spring from a newbie chest, I'd probably be worse off than you. Another level 3 lucky god has emerged. The little newbie is crying online. Crying one. And Shun earnestly read this person's post, and they were indeed right. Quite a few lucky gods had emerged. Several even obtained good items from newbie chests, and their personal levels aren't low either. Besides the one who got the ordinary level spring, there were 2 who obtained resource gift packs and an ordinary level invisibility cloak commenting in this player's post. However, most were explorers who obtained chests or resources, becoming wealthy in a day. It seems there are indeed quite a few lucky ones. The one with the invisibility cloak is the highest level, actually level 5. Seeing player after player receiving various opportunities, and Chin's horizons broadened, and he couldn't help but marvel. Of course, there were still plenty of whiners occupying the moral high ground to criticize others. They didn't dare to disembark, yet hoped to reap benefits without cost. And Chin scoffed and thought, once the protection period ends, let's see how arrogant they can still be. Ding. Player 1314 from District 13 has sent a friend request. Do you accept? Accept. And Chin looked at this player. It was indeed the one who obtained the forest bonsai. Ding. Successfully added. Player 1314 from District 13 as a friend. Current friend count 210. Player 1314. Big shot. You actually reached level 9. That's incredible. I still haven't even reached level 1. These wild monsters are just too hard to kill and the experience points are pitifully low. And Shun, I'm just lucky. Today sell your supplies and upgrade your vehicle first. It doesn't need to be high. Level 3 or 4 is fine. Use the rest to buy a weapon and quickly level up. Once the newbie protection period ends, it will definitely be harder to level up. There might even be mass casualties considering the wild monsters don't fight back right now. Player 1314. Thanks for the advice, big shot. I was just thinking of upgrading my vehicle to steel. I've got everything. I'll quickly take some down from the shelves. And Shun, okay. This player 1314's post remained hot, and Inshun continued browsing for a while, finding that no remarkable figures had surfaced. However, this was normal. Even if most people obtained some resources, they might still trade them for steel to upgrade their vehicles or hoard food and water, as they currently had no spare money. As for hunting wild monsters without good equipment, even a normal person would find it tough to kill low-level wild monsters like level 1 earthworms. A battle of wits and courage might not guarantee success, and one careless move could result in failure. Collecting resources is far more practical. Most are thinking of hoarding some supplies to buy equipment before going hunting, even though they know that after the newbie protection period ends, wild monsters will retaliate, and there's nothing they can do about it. After browsing for a while, Chun exited player 1314's post. Just as he left, player 1314 sent a trade message. Ding. Player 1314 from District 13 has sent a trade request, half a pound of ordinary level native chicken, meat cooked, no exchange items. Do you accept? Chicken. And it's free. Should I? Honestly, Chun was very tempted. After 2 days of eating bread soaked in water, his stomach had no grease at all. If he hadn't seen meat, it would have been fine, but now that he had, and it was free, Chun was instantly craving it. However, he didn't want to take it for free. After all, it said that one should be generous and not take advantage of others. So he sent over 1 unit of ordinary level extraordinary alloy. Even though meat was expensive, now trading it for half a pound of ordinary level native chicken meat was more than enough. Ding. Trade successful. Congratulations, player, you have received half a pound of ordinary level native chicken meat and 2 pounds of unranked native chicken meat. Looking at the extra 2 pounds of chicken, and Chun sighed. Alright, since it was given, I'll eat it. After all, it was voluntary on their part. And Chun shrugged and took out the chicken to enjoy. Player 1314. Thanks for your guidance, big shot. If you want to eat meat in the future, just come find me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. And Chun, with just this piece of meat, if you need any help, just say it. And Chun had a good impression of player 1314. Of course, he would generally solve simple problems, but if it was truly tricky, he wouldn't expend energy to deal with it. After all, he only said to say it, but didn't promise to do everything. Player 1314. Thank you, Big Shot 3. I'm going to gather steel now, though I'll consult you again when I have time. And Chun, alright. After watching the chat area for a while, and seeing nothing new, Chun opened the trading area again, entered pad, and clicked. Instantly 5 types of pets still for sale appeared, but only the ghost wolf cub was somewhat eye-catching. The others were simply outrageous, starting at level 0, and the lowest price was 500 units of steel with a maximum level limit of only 10. Inshin scoffed and stopped paying attention, continuing to type dreamy. Something caught his eye. 4 types of items, props, or equipment related to dreams appeared. Dream mushroom unranked can induce illusions, 1 unit of wood per mushroom. Dream flower unranked, a flower that grows in the misty mountains, very beautiful, 1 unit of wood per flower. Nightmare gas ordinary level, a rare material, 200 units of steel. Dizziness arrow blueprint ordinary level, an arrow with a stunning function, requires dream crystal core to craft 500 units of steel. Inshin looked at the blueprint for the chaotic arrow, his heart racing, and quickly sent a private message to the other party. He estimated that the other person had been staying in their vehicle all night, quickly responding. Ignoring the response, Inshin sent over the introduction of the spiritual spring water, not believing the other party could resist such temptation. The player from District 13, look at this, 10 milliliters in exchange for your blueprint. A level 3 van drove along a fog-laden road. The fog on the road was still relatively thin, but the fog outside was incredibly thick, making it hard to see anything beyond 3 meters. Inside the vehicle, a woman with her hair tied up wore neat clothes, her brows and eyes exuding a hint of heroism. She was currently astonished, staring at a photo of high-quality spiritual spring water. 1 milliliter grants a bit of experience. The woman was familiar with experience points, as this was the hottest topic in the chat area, with many threads posted by various players. Moreover, she herself had gained 5 experience points for hunting 5 mysterious scented pigs, which had taken her half a day. Had it not been for the significant amount of pork they dropped, she wouldn't have struggled so much, leaping to hug the pig and chipping away at its health with an iron axe. Looking at the spiritual spring water, the woman swallowed but did not immediately recover. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced at the other party's level and carefully typed a message. The player from District 13, I can, but I need 30 milliliters. If you don't have that, I'll continue to trade for steel. Inshin was a bit surprised by the other party's response, not because it was too much, but because it was too little. Initially, he thought the other party would ask for a high price upon seeing his level or plead, but he didn't expect it to be so direct and minimal. 30 milliliters of spiritual spring water for an ordinary grade arrow blueprint was quite a deal for Inshin. This blueprint could produce 100 ordinary grade chaotic arrows. While they couldn't directly kill monsters, they could effectively prevent them from escaping, allowing him to finish them off later with his iron sword. Plus, his explosive arrows were running low, making it urgent to replenish new arrows, and the chaotic arrow was a great choice. According to its description, while the damage was low, as long as the target was hit, creatures of level 5 and below would at least be stunned for an hour. After that, their level would increase by 1, reducing the stun time by 10 minutes. This meant that even level 10 monsters would be stunned for 10 minutes. Inshin, who had already reached level 9, had killed them several times. Level 10 monsters were not low-leveled, and during the daytime, if he only explored near the road, level 10 monsters were the highest grade. Moreover, the chaotic arrow surprisingly had a very slight effect on monsters above level 10. This was extremely rare. Inshin restrained his excitement, able to wait longer than the other party, quietly munching on roasted chicken. However, while Inshin could wait, the other party couldn't afford to, as they were barely surviving, lacking Inshin's confidence. Even if Inshin didn't succeed in the trade, he would still be among the top players in District 13. The woman with her hair tied up looked anxious. The spiritual spring water was too important for her still, at level 0. Even 5 milliliters. Getting herself to the next level would double her efficiency in hunting mysterious scented pigs. She understood the principle of being quick to act, especially since tomorrow was the last day of the novice protection period. Without 2 levels, she wouldn't dare confront the mysterious scented pigs. Not to mention the dizzying scent they emitted, their plump bodies and sharp tusks were terrifying, and she certainly couldn't afford to creep up and chip away at their health anymore. The woman gritted her teeth. 10 milliliters it is. However, just as she was about to type, Inshin finished his roasted chicken and coincidentally sent a trade request. The woman instantly became excited. Ding. Player from District 13, 99999, has sent a trade request for 30 milliliters of high-quality spiritual spring water in exchange for an ordinary grade chaotic arrow blueprint. Do you agree? Yes. Yes, I agree. Fearing Inshin might change his mind, she hurriedly accepted. Ding. Congratulations to the player for a successful trade. The spiritual spring water has automatically been deposited into the vehicle's space. The woman excitedly took out the spiritual spring water and drank it all in one go. This 30 milliliters of water had completely distanced her from most players. On the other side, Inshin looked at the blueprint in the vehicle's space, nodding in satisfaction. System used the chaotic arrow manufacturing blueprint. Congratulations to the player for using the ordinary grade chaotic arrow manufacturing blueprint. consuming 1 unit of ordinary grade extraordinary alloy and 1 ordinary grade dream crystal, successfully obtaining 100 chaotic arrows. Looking at the 100 new arrows in the vehicle's space, Enshin smiled. I won't have to worry about running out of arrows tomorrow. I hope to encounter more level 10 monsters during this novice period. Who knows, I might drop some good items. However, level 10 monsters are hard to come by, and Enshin didn't dare to venture too deep into the dark forest. If he got lost, it would be a dire situation, as the system wasn't omnipotent and didn't have a navigation function. Many odd players had already gotten lost in various places because they couldn't find the road. Looking at the remaining 370 milliliters of spiritual spring water, Enshin didn't plan to keep it, but intended to trade for a batch of supplies to upgrade his vehicle. Enshin brought up the vehicle's upgrade requirements. Just 44 units of ordinary grade extraordinary alloy are needed to upgrade the vehicle. Ding! Congratulations to the player for trading and obtaining 44 units of ordinary grade extraordinary alloy. What? Wang Defa? Enshin stared blankly at the spiritual spring water that was instantly gone. He initially thought the price was high, but he realized he underestimated the people in District 13. This must have been snatched up by a hidden big shot. 44 units of ordinary grade extraordinary alloy. Not easy to obtain. Enshin speculated that this person might have gotten a large amount of it somewhere in urban ruins. Looking at the anonymous big shot who traded with him, Enshin frowned as the other party sent a playful emoji looking at him like he was a clown. Enshin felt a weight in his heart, his mind suddenly clear as he looked seriously at the trade information. This must be the real big shot developing behind the scenes, silently watching everything. Unlike me, my character is still far inferior to theirs, and I've been a bit arrogant and complacent. This is not a good sign. Enshin muttered to himself, lost in thought. But suddenly Enshin smiled lightly. So what if it's behind the scenes? So what if it's in front? No matter who you are, I will still walk at the forefront and will always stand at the top of the pyramid. Just trash, why care about it? System. Upgrade the vehicle. Dear player, congratulations. Your vehicle has been upgraded to a level 9 extraordinary vehicle. This vehicle ignores attacks from creatures of level 3 and below and is unaffected by ordinary grade natural disasters. Current materials are insufficient to upgrade to a level 10 extraordinary vehicle. Please collect 500 units of ordinary grade extraordinary alloy and 100 units of ordinary grade extraordinary wood, and possess any good grade or above item. Enshin pondered over the prompt. No need for crystals anymore. Perhaps after level 10, I might need higher grade crystals. At that moment, the vehicle transformed again, and in the blink of an eye, the vehicle's information panel appeared before Enshin. A planting room. No wonder it requires 3 types of crystals: water, soil, and wood. It turns out that's the reason. Although it can only plant ordinary grade crops, it can definitely allow players to be self-sufficient, which is a great item. Glancing at the living room and bedroom, there weren't many changes. The living room still had a sofa and a low wooden table along with the spiritual spring outlet by the window, and the bedroom still had just a single bed. Entering the auxiliary compartment, he indeed found a wooden door inside, with a small sign hanging on it: planting room. With this, he estimated that he wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. Enshin gazed at the planting room and sighed, pushing the door open only to have an information panel about the planting room pop up before him. Planting room 55, a total of 25 planting units. Each unit is 1 square meter, capable of planting 1 type of crop, limited to non-grade crops. Once the crops mature, they will automatically be collected into the vehicle space. Every month, 1 ordinary level water attribute crystal core and 1 ordinary level wood attribute crystal core are required. Looking at the introduction before him, Enshin's eyes sparkled. Good stuff. He'll buy some seeds later, and in just a few days I can harvest a batch of food. It seems that the higher the vehicle's level, the more comprehensive the player's development in various aspects will be. Although it's not like a fruit orchard, self-sufficiency is indeed effortless. It appears that not stockpiling food and water in advance was the right choice. With his own spiritual spring water, it's best not to rush to sell it. When he needs something, he can trade it again. This spiritual spring water is definitely worth more than steel or wood. After pondering for a moment, Enshin looked at the planting room and opened the trading area on the spot. Let's see if there are suitable seeds in the trading area. I can't leave this land idle, since investing 2 crystal cores every month won't decrease just because the land is idle. After browsing for a while, Enshin chose 3 types of crops that he was satisfied with. Potato seeds mature in 1 day. 1 unit of planting area can yield 10 pounds of potatoes with a small chance of harvesting seeds. Corn seeds mature in 2 days. 1 unit of planting area can yield 10 ears of corn with a small chance of harvesting seeds. On the first day, it is suitable to harvest tender corn, which will not drop seeds. Sweet potato seeds mature in 2 days. 1 unit of planting area can yield 10 pounds of sweet potatoes and 10 pounds of sweet potato vines with a small chance of harvesting seeds. In fact, there are quite a few wheat and rice seeds available, but Inshun did not choose them as these two crops cannot be used directly after harvest and require tools for processing such as grinding and threshing before they can become edible food. In contrast, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn can all be eaten directly. Choosing to gather tender corn will suffice, even though it won't drop seeds. It's not a big problem. Moreover, it seems that most players currently lack the conditions to plant crops, so these seeds are surprisingly cheap. Buying more is definitely the way to go, especially the potato seeds, which are ridiculously low-priced, with 1 unit of steel being able to exchange for 1 seed. It's worth noting that 1 seed corresponds to 1 unit of planting area. Inshun speculated that this was certainly due to a player who discovered a large area of potatoes on the first day. Inshun immediately sold 6 milliliters of spiritual spring water, rounded off the fraction, and through a series of transactions successfully obtained 200 potato seeds, 100 sweet potato seeds, and 200 corn seeds, enough for him to eat for a long time. 10 units of planting area for potatoes, 10 units for corn, and the remaining 5 units for sweet potatoes. After planting in the 25-unit planting area, Inshun noticed that in addition to the 3 new types of crops, there was also an automatic collection feature. Inshun couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a must-have system for lazy people." After setting the planting room to automatic collection, he closed the door and left. Just as he sat down in the living room, a golden prompt suddenly appeared before Inshun. It was completely different from the system's white prompts, unmistakably his own divine-level prompt reappearing. Ding! 10 kilometers ahead on the road, a prophetic treasure chest has appeared at the edge of the road. Obtaining it will significantly change your fate. Inshun's spirit shook. A prophetic treasure chest. Just hearing the name indicates it's an extraordinary treasure chest. He hurried to the front of the vehicle, but upon seeing the pitch-black world outside, Inshun furrowed his brows. It's already past 8. The system has emphasized that one must not leave the vehicle at night, yet my divine-level prompt clearly seems more accurate than the system's judgment. How could I make such a low-level mistake? Suddenly, Inshun's eyes brightened. Unless the divine-level prompt, through its judgment, believes I can safely return to the vehicle. Lowering his head in thought for a moment and watching the distance to the prompt continually shorten, Inshun immediately began organizing the items he possessed. Put on the wind speed boots, equip the bow and arrow, especially the confounding arrow. Everything else seems to be useless, just some non-grade items that certainly aren't within the prompt's consideration. Watching the distance grow closer, Inshun took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the distance indicated by the prompt. It's here. Inshun immediately stopped the vehicle. To the left. Looking at the arrow of the prompt, Inshun decisively opened the left door of the vehicle. He had just gotten out of the car. From hundreds of meters away in the forest, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted. A massive pressure rapidly approached Inshun. Upon seeing the blood-red level indicator, Inshun's scalp tingled. The crimson level indicator showed that the opponent was extremely dangerous. Level 20. Indeed, the monsters at night and those during the day are completely 2 worlds. Holding his breath, Inshun faced the pressure, fully activating his wind speed boots, quickly reaching the roadside indicated by the prompt, where a gray treasure chest lay quietly on the ground. Ding! Detected a special treasure chest, prophetic treasure chest. Would you like to pick it up? Yes. Roar. A massive roar erupted, seemingly carrying the force of a tidal wave, causing bushes on both sides to collapse. A gigantic skeletal mammoth let out a skyward wail. Inshun retreated while pushing off the ground, drawing his bow. Confounding arrow. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out like lightning. The enormous skeletal mammoth didn't even need Inshun to aim. It could shoot accurately with just a casual knock. As the 3 arrows flew 3 meters apart, when the first arrow struck the skeletal mammoth, Inshun clearly felt the oppressive force that had been pressing on him suddenly wane. Inshun suddenly felt his body relax like a breeze, retreating back to the vehicle. The 3 arrows struck in succession, enough to buy him time to return. In just a second, the skeletal mammoth regained its senses, roaring in fury. But Inshun had already started the vehicle, activating the vehicle's absolute defense, cutting off all danger. However, the skeletal mammoth was unwilling to give up, fiercely following behind Inshun for quite a while. Although it was ineffective, it still looked quite intimidating. However, Inshun's vehicle was already at level 9, and he soon shook off the skeletal mammoth with only the faint echoes of its roars still audible. Inshun sat in the driver's seat, breathing heavily. The massive pressure still left him feeling rattled, but thankfully the treasure chest was in hand. Inshun eagerly looked at the treasure chest. System opened the prophetic treasure chest. Congratulations, player, for opening the prophetic treasure chest and receiving a prophetic scroll. Ding! Detected prophetic scroll. Would you like to use it? Yes. The prophetic scroll was used successfully. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a private prophecy. Sharing the prophecy will incur unknown penalties. Prophecy: after the novice protection period ends, all players will be affected by a cold wave with disaster levels ranging from ordinary to rare. Higher level disasters will intermittently arrive randomly encountered by all players, and the higher the level of the disaster, the greater the potential opportunity. Disaster duration 7 days. Disaster. Cold wave. Stock up. And Shen's eyes sparkled with the gleam of gold coins. Ding. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first person in District 13 to park during the night and successfully survive. You have achieved the night achievement and earned the Dark Knight treasure chest. Do you wish to claim it? Before Inchun could ponder how to stockpile resources, a sudden system notification rang out. Hiss. The first one again. Night achievement. Dark Knight treasure chest. Inchun inhaled sharply, not due to the night achievement or the special treasure chest, but because he seemed to sense something extraordinary. If the last time he was the first to achieve the werewolf 10 kills was merely coincidental, then being the first to survive the night confirmed one thing for Inchun. It seemed that some special phenomena were all hiding a first achievement during the novice protection period. Moreover, they all appeared to be special treasure chests. Inchun's gaze flickered. When he thought of this, he did not rush to figure out how to complete a hidden achievement, but instead considered just how many people were among the 100,000. He had obtained the first achievement during the protection period. Although not many, there definitely were some. Inchun sighed. Each one of them was quite the crafty one, just surviving. This made Inchun very curious, and it also sparked a competitive spirit within him. The first achievement of the novice protection period, I wonder how many people have discovered it, but unsurprisingly completing it is quite difficult for everyone. Only a very small number of people might be able to complete it, but unsurprisingly, once a special treasure chest is obtained, it will certainly widen the gap significantly between most players. Like the orchard of his peculiar treasure chest, and that forest bonsai obtained from the forest treasure chest, they were both considered novice divine items. What could his Dark Knight treasure chest yield? Inchun's lips curled upwards as a mini treasure chest floated in his hand, resembling the night itself, embedded with gemstones like stars. System opened the Dark Knight treasure chest. The treasure chest in his hand erupted with dazzling starlight. Congratulations to the player for opening the Dark Knight treasure chest and obtaining the Night Eagle pet egg. The hatching conditions are automatically met. Do you wish to hatch it? Yes. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a Night Eagle pet. Current taming value 90, level 0, potential unknown. A night eagle roughly the size of a large cat suddenly appeared in front of Inchun, standing on the vehicle's control panel, curiously observing Inchun. Inchun spread his palm and smiled. Hello, little one. Chirp. A crisp and bright sound rang out. Chirp, chirp, you can't drink anymore, or you'll ruin your teeth. Save some for your future wife. The night eagle sat on the low table looking up at Inchun with teary eyes. Inchun's heart trembled. He was utterly charmed. However, this time, Inchun decisively put away the last 100 milliliters of spiritual water, refusing to be deceived by the night eagle's appearance. He needed to save some for the trading area. The night eagle, whom Inchun had just named Chirp, drew inspiration from Inchun's Pikachu, as Pikachu makes the sound Pika Pika. Thus, he named the night eagle Chirp. Even though the night eagle protested, it was to no avail. Inchun initially planned to feed Chirp 30 milliliters of spiritual water to level it up to level 2, but after Chirp's adorable antics, he had only 100 milliliters left from the original 320 milliliters. However, Chirp's level had increased significantly and was now at level 6. Its size remained unchanged, but its power had undergone a tremendous transformation. Its sharp talons could easily tear through steel. It must be said that under the same level, these wild beasts' sharp claws held a significant advantage. After soothing Chirp for a while, Inchun began to open the trading area to see if there were any items suitable for keeping warm and suitable for stockpiling. Upon entering keeping warm, a plethora of resources appeared below. So many. It seems the system is not preventing people from surviving. Before the natural disaster, a large number of resources related to resisting it had already appeared. No wonder the fire attribute crystal core he obtained was far more than others. Inchun scrolled through the list. Among these resources there were clothes, quilts, stoves, charcoal, and even potions for treating typhoid. Inchun's eyes grew increasingly excited. After eliminating some resources unsuitable for stockpiling, he prioritized, choosing 2 items. Small stove manufacturing blueprint. No grade consumes 1,000 units of steel, can produce 10,000 small stoves one-time blueprint. Ordinary level charcoal stove blueprint. Besides providing a large amount of heat, it can also produce charcoal, consuming 100 units of wood per hour, capable of producing 10,000 pieces of charcoal, with each piece burning for 1 hour. 2 hours consume 100 units of ordinary level wood, producing 1,000 pieces of ordinary level charcoal. These 2 items are Inchun's favorites. Not only are they affordable, but their utility is beyond words. They are simply perfect. After negotiating with 2 players and some haggling, he finally obtained the small stove manufacturing blueprint for 5 milliliters of spiritual water and the ordinary level charcoal stove for 15 milliliters of spiritual water. Using 30 milliliters of spiritual water, Inshin also stockpiled a large amount of wood. According to the lowest price conversion of 1 milliliter of spiritual water for 1 unit of ordinary level extraordinary alloy. 1 unit of ordinary level extraordinary alloy can be exchanged for 100 units of steel at the lowest price. 1 unit of steel can be exchanged for 10 units of wood at the lowest price. Thus, Inshin consumed a total of 10 milliliters of spiritual water to exchange for 10,000 units of wood, then consumed 20 milliliters of spiritual water to exchange for 200 units of ordinary level extraordinary wood. Inshin has always been honest and sincere. Look, a few milliliters of water exchanged for thousands of units of wood, all calculated at the lowest price. In addition, he spent 10 milliliters of spiritual water to purchase 1,000 units of steel and 40 milliliters of spiritual water to purchase 40 units of ordinary level extraordinary alloy. Thus, today's spiritual water was completely consumed. System used the small stove manufacturing blueprint and the charcoal stove blueprint. Ding. Detected small stove manufacturing blueprint requires 1,000 units of steel and 1 fire attribute crystal core. Do you wish to use the small stove blueprint? Ding. Detected ordinary level charcoal stove blueprint requires 10 units of ordinary level extraordinary alloy and 1 fire attribute crystal core. Do you wish to use the ordinary level charcoal stove blueprint? Use all. Ding. Detected insufficient vehicle space. Small stoves are suggested to be stacked in the auxiliary compartment space. Do you agree? Agree. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully crafting 10,000 small stoves. They have been stacked in the auxiliary compartment. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully crafting an ordinary level charcoal stove. It has been added to the vehicle space. Inshin rubbed his hands, excitedly took out the charcoal stove, and thought for a moment before placing it directly in the corner of the living room. Then he set the wood to be automatically used and the charcoal to be automatically collected. This is incredibly convenient. Pushing open the wooden door of the auxiliary compartment, a pile of small stoves was neatly arranged in the corner. These small stoves are not large, about the size of a sphere with a 10 centimeter diameter, except that the bottom seems to have been partially sliced off. 10,000 small stoves occupy a full 10 cubic meters of space, tightly pressed against the wall opposite the planting room and orchard. They look just like hand warmers. Inshin casually picked one up. As soon as he touched a small stove, a small panel popped up. Small stove minimum. Fill 1 piece of charcoal, burns for 1 hour. Maximum can fill 10 pieces of charcoal at once, but will also burn for 1 hour, producing higher heat. Not bad, not bad. Once the cold wave arrives with this batch of small stoves, I will definitely be able to gather a large amount of resources. Not to mention the charcoal, which is a continuous consumable. Inshin looked at the compact small stove in his hand and suddenly had an idea. Designed so compactly, it must be to make it convenient for players to carry right. Playing with the small stove in his hand, Inshin increasingly felt it definitely looked like it. He then revealed a maternal smile. That's great. I was worried the charcoal wouldn't sell later. Tomorrow is the last day of the novice protection period. Inshin stretched and returned to his bedroom. Have we not yet left the dark forest? Inshin murmured to himself as he got out of bed, gazing out at the forest. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun had just risen, completely dispelling the terrifying darkness of the night. Walking in front of the spring, Inshin collected today's spring water, looking at the 500 milliliters with eager anticipation. Today, I can reach level 10. After gulping down 100 milliliters of spring water, Inshin felt his aura surge as he effortlessly broke through to level 10. System check. My personal panel. Player of District 13-9-9-999, level 10, 5610 physique, 7606 spirit, 12 sequence, none. Ding. The first 10 players in each region to break through to level 10 will receive a special treasure chest. Congratulations to the player for becoming the 5th in District 13 to reach level 10. Reward special treasure chest, Pioneer chest. No players ranked after the top 10 can still receive a bronze chest. Inshin, who had been a bit dazed, instantly became alert. Another special treasure chest. Pioneer chest. Looking at the cloud-patterned treasure chest in his personal space, Inshin's eyes sparkled as he pondered, the 5th player to reach level 10 in District 13. That's quite impressive. I wonder what kind of background the previous 4 have. Besides this Pioneer chest, they must have at least one other special treasure chest. I wonder how powerful they are now and what level the highest among them has reached. Inshin looked at his personal panel and was surprised to find that reaching level 11 still required 100 experience points. At this rate, level 12 should require 200 experience points and level 13 300. Since I haven't passed the newbie protection period yet, without something like the spring it would be very difficult to level up quickly. I estimate that the previous 4 players' levels shouldn't be too high. Looking at the remaining 400 milliliters of spring water, Inshin suddenly had a guess. I wonder if my pet reaching level 10 would unlock an achievement. As this thought arose, Inshin couldn't help but feel restless. Although he knew that someone in District 13 already had a level 10 pet, what if this achievement was like the one for leaving the highway where there were no slots available? Even if the first to have a level 10 pet could obtain a special treasure chest, such a challenging achievement should at least yield a bronze chest. Just like how players who broke through to level 10 and ranked after the 10th received a bronze chest. With this in mind, Enshun immediately gave the remaining 400 milliliters of spring water to Jujui. Jujui, here all this spring water is for you today. Jujui. Jujui tilted its head in doubt. It's all for you. Really? Enshun smiled, handing the cup filled with spring water to Jujui. Jujui. Jujui excitedly rushed over and drank it all in one go. Then Jujui anxiously bumped against the car door. Seeing this, Enshun hurriedly parked and opened the door. This time, Jujui's breakthrough was evidently different from before, enveloped in a cloud that resembled ink accompanied by a resounding cry. The cloud burst open. Jujui's body quickly grew larger. Originally only 30 centimeters long, it rapidly stretched to 1 meter. Jujui gently flapped its wings, its wingspan nearly reaching 3 meters. Jujui. Enshun stared in shock at Jujui soaring into the sky. System check. Jujui's panel. Nighthawk. Jujui taming value 95, level 10, 700. Attribute Night, potential excellent. Enshun looked at Jujui's panel with delight. In addition to the potential column showing excellent, an additional attribute column appeared. Although Enshun wasn't sure how far this excellent potential could go, it would definitely follow him for a long time. According to the information on items or equipment, excellent is the level after good, and after excellent comes rare. However, Enshun didn't understand these details very well because his pet didn't display a level cap, and the level cap seemed to be different from potential. Enshun didn't know the exact reason, but it didn't matter. Excellent potential was definitely not low. Following that was the treasure chest prompt Enshun had been looking forward to. It appeared indeed. Ding. The first 3 players in each region to have pets that break through to level 10 will each receive a special treasure chest. Congratulations to the player for becoming the second player in District 13 to have a level 10 pet. Reward special treasure chest pet chest. No players ranked after the top 3 can also receive a bronze chest. Enshun's pupils constricted and he cheered with joy. It's actually a special treasure chest too. This was quite unexpected for Enshun. He didn't think that being second would still yield a special treasure chest. It seems to be the same principle as reaching level 10, only the first 3 pets can obtain a special treasure chest. Enshun recalled the Nighthawk into the pet space, which was automatically matched by the system after obtaining a pet. Originally, Jujui was just a small presence that was not needed, but now it had to be used. Looking at the 2 treasure chests, Enshun excitedly rubbed his hands together. System opened the Pioneer chest and the pet chest. Ding. Detected Pioneer chest and pet chest. Do you wish to open them? Yes. Congratulations to the player for opening the Pioneer chest and obtaining the Monster Encyclopedia. Congratulations to the player for opening the pet chest and obtaining the blueprint for the fairy garden. Enshun's eyes were ablaze. EU items without level displays are either ungraded or not subject to grade restrictions. Clearly, these 2 items belong to the latter. Just like his orchard, any grade of fruit tree can be planted. It mainly depends on whether you have it not restricted by the orchard's capacity. Check the information on the Monster Encyclopedia and the blueprint for the fairy garden. Monster Encyclopedia absorbed the essence of wild monsters to summon the wild monsters in their prime state, lasting for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the essence disappears. Blueprint for Fairy Garden, a place for pets to live, which can slowly enhance their potential and has a very small chance of breaking the level cap of pets with a level limit. Moreover, it can hatch pets, and during the hatching process, there is a very small chance of occurring a beneficial mutation. After hatching, the pet's taming value automatically exceeds 70 and can be sold. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Enshun inhaled sharply internally, exclaiming, wow. Incredible. As expected of a product from a special treasure chest. This is simply a divine artifact. Although the Monster Encyclopedia lacks essence, and the Fairy Garden lacks pets, it still can't diminish the brilliance of both. Not to mention that just with any one of these items, any player could develop rapidly. In the future, if they don't make foolish mistakes, they would at least be a high-level player. Enshun was extremely excited. Putting aside the Fairy Garden, just the Monster Encyclopedia was simply outrageous. For his endeavors today, whether it's hunting monsters or tracking down strong wild beasts, it was practically a divine artifact. However, before leaving, he should first construct the Fairy Garden. System used the blueprint for the Fairy Garden. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the blueprint for the Fairy Garden, obtaining 1 Fairy Garden building. The space of the auxiliary compartment has expanded, now measuring 4103. Please proceed to the auxiliary compartment to check. The Spirit Garden was vast. It was breathtakingly beautiful. It was awe-inspiringly magnificent. These were Enshun's most immediate impressions upon arriving there. A towering mountain over 900 meters high pierced the heavens. At its very summit, a colossal tree brushed against the dome of the Spirit Garden itself. From peak to base, the mountain unfolded like the four seasons, distinct, vivid, and teeming with countless microenvironments. Lush lawns, dense woodlands, babbling brooks, tranquil ponds, icy springs, snow-covered fields, shadowed caves, and subterranean burrows. No wonder it's called the Spirit Garden. Even I, never mind my pets, would gladly be kept here as a cherished resident. And Shun gazed around in wonder, drinking in every detail, until after a long while he reluctantly stilled his steps. I'll come back tonight to explore more. For now it's time to hunt in the wild. Before departing, he kept glancing back again and again, until at last he slowly closed the wooden gate of the Spirit Garden and returned to the secondary carriage. There he donned his gear, retrieved his bow and arrows, and gathered several spirit essences before proceeding to the vehicle's front and stepping down. No sooner had Enshin stepped outside than a sudden bone-deep chill seized him. A frigid gust swept across his face, as if heralding an approaching cold front. It's far colder than this morning. So the cold front isn't striking without warning. It's already building. By today, some observant players will likely begin stockpiling supplies. He tilted his head upwards, studying the sky. Today's expanse was unusually crisp and austere. Yet few could possibly foresee that tomorrow's calamity will be a tier-appropriate disaster. Just how terrifying might a commoner cold front truly be? Enough speculation. Let me decide what to do today. Should I keep grinding levels relentlessly, or seek hidden achievements to claim special treasure chests, or scour the land for rare resources? After only brief consideration, Enshin chose to pursue hidden achievements, his path to acquiring special treasure chests. Clearly that would benefit him most. Besides, he had already reached level 10. Leveling up wasn't urgent. Moreover, during the newbie protection period, wild beasts were uniformly weak. Experience gains were simply inefficient. As for resource gathering, unranked items held no appeal, commoner goods were barely tolerable, and fine-tier finds depended entirely on luck. Though Enshin considered himself fortunate, he refused to squander this precious finite protection period on such intangible odds. Still, should he secure a special treasure chest by midday, he wouldn't mind spending half the day on it. Then in the afternoon, he could leisurely explore the map and casually gather materials. Whether he stumbled upon anything extraordinary would matter little. After all, he already possessed 5 special treasure chests, each a veritable golden finger, and who knew? Map exploration itself might yet trigger another hidden achievement. Enshin paused, then posed a question to the system for greater clarity. System, are there any restrictions on obtaining special treasure chests? Dear player, special treasure chests are available exclusively during the newbie period and specific designated intervals. Acquisition methods must be discovered through your own exploration. Enshin lowered his gaze in quiet contemplation. So after the newbie period ends, acquiring such chests will require waiting for those rare preordained windows, and once the protection lifts, their rarity will escalate exponentially. Of course, even within the newbie period, how many players could match Enshin's feat of claiming multiple special treasure chests? Merely obtaining one would already be an extraordinary accomplishment. Indeed, by the time the newbie period concluded, countless players might still not have broken past level 1. Most would prioritize upgrading their fragile-looking bread van first, while simultaneously hoarding vast quantities of food and water. Many, in fact, would spend 3 full days just completing those 3 tasks. In this regard, Enshin had already surged far ahead of his peers. His lead was not merely substantial, but truly commanding. Granted, he knew nothing of players in other regions, but within Sector 13 alone, he ranked 5th in personal level and 2nd in pet level, both having surpassed level 10. That alone affirmed his exceptional strength and survival prowess, placing him firmly among the elite. Enshin felt deeply satisfied, though satisfaction did not equate to complacency. After all, he was only level 10, who knew how many tiers lay beyond. Still relaxing his mind and exploring the world. This he welcomed wholeheartedly, provided of course that he secured a special treasure chest before noon. Gazing into the dim ancient forest before him, Enshin narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Other methods remain unknown, for now, but hunting level 10 monsters may yield one. This is arguably the most promising path. If one fails, then 3, or 10, will suffice. Such a feat might daunt others, but Enshin commanded a level 10 Night Hawk, and an eagle's vision was legendary for good reason. Resolve gleamed in Enshin's eyes. With a swift gesture, the air before him shimmered and warped. Then a massive shadowy hawk emerged from the rift. Jiu, seek out level 10 beasts. Jiu. A black streak tore across the sky, vanishing swiftly into the dark woods. During the newbie protection period, a level 10 Night Hawk reigned supreme in the skies, uncontested, unchallenged. Soon Jiu transmitted a signal, and Enshin activated his windspeed boots, racing toward the coordinates. By then, Jiu had already engaged a colossal serpent in fierce combat. Had Inchun been present, he would have stared in astonishment. At equal levels, the Night Hawk toyed with the serpent like a cat with a mouse. Had it not been awaiting its master, the beast would already be dead. When Inchun arrived, the serpent lay near death. Shadow Serpent level 10, attribute Shadow Max level 10. Seeing the dying creature, Inchun rushed forward to deliver the final blow. This was no ordinary kill. Its spirit essence was exceptionally valuable. But Inchun would never recklessly charge in with an iron sword. A skilled player always secured kills from range. Whip. A crimson arrow sliced through the undergrowth, its trajectory flawless. The serpent's exhausted eyes were pierced instantly. A flash of fire, a thunderous explosion, and the Shadow Serpent fell defeated. Congratulations. You have slain one level 10 Shadow Serpent. Gained 10 experience points. Dropped 1 Shadow Serpent Spirit Essence, 2 Shadow Serpent Fangs, 1 Commoner Shadow Attribute Crystal Core. Collect. Collect. No treasure chest. Surveying his inventory, Inchun felt genuine disappointment. As a newbie period boss, shouldn't it at least drop a bronze chest? Alas, reality defied his hopes. Perhaps others had already slain their 3rd or even 10th level 10 monster, diminishing the drop chance for subsequent kills. Still, the Crystal Core and Spirit Essence were solid rewards. As Inchun's legs churned like pistons, noon arrived swiftly. With Jiu's aerial support, Inchun ranged across nearly 10 kilometers surrounding his vehicle and successfully eliminated 8 level 10 beasts. 3 were level 10 Shadow Serpents. 5 were level 10 Wraith Maidens. Now before him stood the final level 10 target he intended to hunt today. And the one he anticipated most, the 10th level 10 beast he would slay. Another Wraith Maiden. But this one was exceptional. Hence he'd saved her for last, first clearing the other 8 to elevate his level to 11. Now Jiu circled high above, razor-sharp eyes locked onto the Wraith Maiden, ready to strike with lethal talons at any moment. Meanwhile, Inchun concealed himself deep within a thicket, longbow drawn, his confusing arrows shifting subtly, poised to unleash a fatal shot the instant she moved. His gaze sharpened as he studied her stat panel. Wraith Maiden level 10, attribute Wraith, potential outstanding note, carries partial royal bloodline of the Wraith Maiden sovereign, possesses extraordinary latent power. Seeing the Wraith Maiden hold her ground against Jiu, nearly evenly matched, Inchun felt surprised. Of the previous 8 level 10 beasts, none had lasted 10 exchanges against Jiu. Yet this one fought on par. Even though Jiu, having claimed 9 level 10 kills, had ascended to level 11. Royal bloodline. What rare treasures might she yield? If slaying 10 level 10 beasts triggers a special chest, then combining that with this unique Wraith Maiden, what extraordinary prize might emerge? Inchun tightened his grip, his anticipation palpable. Shriek. Jiu plunged downward in a sudden, devastating dive. The Wraith Maiden unleashed a piercing shriek, a tangible wave of sound hurtling straight toward the hawk. Jiu's talons blazed with night-black radiance, tearing violently through the sonic assault. Ryup. The invisible wave shrieked like fabric torn asunder, and 3 obsidian talon shapes, undimmed by impact, descended upon the Wraith Maiden. The Wraith Maiden recoiled in panic, hastily folding her wings around herself for defense. Now, Inchun loosed his arrow. Whip. The confusing arrow vanished like mist, striking true in the blink of an eye. Jiu now. A piercing cry rent the air. Then the great Night Hawk plummeted, claws first. The Wraith Maiden's wings shredded instantly. Agony flared, but fueled by her potent royal bloodline, the Wraith Maiden wrenched herself free from unconsciousness. Before she could scream in anguish or roar in fury at her mangled wings, 3 crimson arrows detonated across her form. Congratulations. You have slain 1 Wraith Maiden. Gained 10 experience points. Dropped 1 Wraith Maiden Spirit Essence, 1 vial of Wraith Sovereign Blood. Collect. Yes. Congratulations. You are the first independent player in Sector 13 to slay 10 level 10 beasts. Awarded Princess Chest. A Princess Chest. Inchun stared at the crystal treasure chest in his personal space, puzzled. Its name sounded oddly off. He hoped it wouldn't yield something utterly bizarre. Muttering a quiet prayer, Inchun shifted his gaze back to the Princess Chest and commanded system, open the Princess Chest. Ding. Special chest detected. Princess Chest. Confirm opening. Yes. Congratulations. Player has opened the Princess Chest and obtained a crystal coffin. Inchun's lips twitched. A crystal coffin. What on earth was this for? Surely this defied all reason. A treasure chest yielding a coffin. Is the coffin meant to open me next? I'll find out what use it serves. Surely it isn't preemptively prepared for my burial, so I won't be left unceremoniously exposed in the wild. Or perhaps centuries later my destined soulmate, no destined soulmate of the opposite gender, will awaken me with a single kiss. Why do I suddenly feel myself growing strangely eager? Enough. Let's simply examine the coffin's details. System display information on the crystal coffin. Crystal coffin, if entered before complete death, it restores all injuries and negative status effects. Awakening time depends on severity of wounds. While inside, the user is immobile, yet shielded by absolute defense and imperceptible concealment. And Chen's eyes bulged. This is unbelievable. It wasn't merely extraordinary. It was the ultimate lifeline for any player. Gazing at the crystal coffin now resting in his personal space, and Chen's heart surged with elation. Even beyond the novice phase, his survival would remain profoundly assured. This coffin must accompany him at all times. After all, if he left it in his vehicle and couldn't reach it in time, disaster would strike. Once inside, absolute defense guaranteed his safety. No risk of desecration, no fear of discovery. The more Chen contemplated it, the more viable and thrilling it seemed. Closing his personal interface, he withdrew his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Next, explore the dark forest. Perhaps uncover something valuable. Countless players have risen from obscurity through exploration alone. Surely, I won't return empty-handed. Shrugging lightly, Chen darted through the dim, tangled undergrowth. Shadow Tree, unranked. Discard. Weeping Bloom, unranked. Skip. Cloud Shroud Grass, unranked. Abandon. Spirit Demon Vine, common tier. Collect. Vital Bloodberry, common tier. Uproot entirely. After half a day's trek through the dark forest, it was already 5 o'clock, and Chen gazed disappointedly into his personal space. Though he gathered several commoner items, their quantity was negligible, worth scarcely any steel or timber. Finding a quiet spot, he examined each acquisition closely. Spirit Demon Vine, common tier. Grows rapidly, rich in nutrition, and emits gentle energy. Unsuitable for human consumption, but ideal as livestock feed. Once the spirit garden houses herbivorous creatures, cultivating this will hold tangible value. Vital Bloodberry, common tier. Far more promising. Cultivable in orchards. When the frost surge arrives, many will succumb to frailty and cold. This berry will command high demand. Alas, only one specimen remains. A growth will be painfully slow. Bitter Smile Flower, common tier. Utterly useless, emits a gas that induces laughter by day and sorrow by night. No discernible application, yet still ranked common. Store for now. Stink Bloom, common tier. Worse still, emits an odor so foul it could fell an ox, while secreting viscous mustard yellow slime that intensifies the stench exponentially. Its practical utility remains unknown, set aside for now. Lastly, this is a lamp. Lantern Grass, common tier. Emits soft yellow light. How can this qualify as ranked? Incomprehensible. And Chen slumped limply against a gnarled tree root. Has my luck run dry? Was it all spent on acquiring those 5 special chests? An entire afternoon's labor yielded only 5 commoner plants, and among them only the Vital Bloodberry shows immediate promise. The Spirit Demon Vine's utility remains distant. As for the rest, I simply cannot fathom how they merit even common rank. Shaking his head, and Chen dismissed further rumination, finished his bread, and resumed searching. Nightfall at 8 o'clock still loomed far off, the final hours of novice protection. Perhaps he'd discover something meaningful today, how otherwise such freedom would vanish for a long, uncertain stretch. Perhaps I should venture farther. Jiao will guide me, and I needn't fear losing my way. Glancing at the time, he realized another half hour had passed. Within a 10-kilometer radius of his vehicle, every inch had been combed. Yields were now improbable. Suddenly, Jiao swooped down, circling and Chen frantically. What? A red towering tree. Jiao. What? Warm to the touch. What? Red and delicious. What are you saying? And Chen scratched his head in frustration. Simple exchanges he grasped, but complex meaning remained lost, like a mute gesturing blindly before the blind. Jiao, growing impatient, seized and Chen bodily in its talons. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. I have legs. Yet Jiao showed no intention of releasing him. Straining mightily, it carried him faster than his own 2 legs ever could. Nearly half an hour later, having traversed over 20 kilometers, Jiao finally set Chen down beside a formation resembling a dormant volcano. But Chen barely registered the landing. He stood frozen, stunned by a blazing crimson mulberry tree atop the volcanic caldera. Flame Spirit Mulberry Tree, excellent tier. Bears Flame Spirit mulberries. Consumption grants immunity to extreme cold and greatly enhances fire affinity pets. Players possessing fire sequence abilities may also ingest the fruit to advance their cultivation. Excellent tier. Regardless of all else, those 2 words alone justified risking half his life to claim it. Though perhaps not quite half. Crucially, it was a fruit-bearing tree, a fire elemental cultivable species, and he owned an orchard perfectly suited for planting it. True, he currently possessed neither fire affinity pets nor fire sequence abilities, but that did not preclude acquiring them in the future. Even if he never did among 10,000 players, countless others certainly would. Trading these fruits, even once, would yield immense returns. And the yield would be sustained. Its value dwarfed the vital blood berry beyond measure. And Shun swallowed hard, eyes blazing. Gio. Dig it up now. Gio. Together man and eagle labored feverishly, until after a full hour the flame spirit mulberry tree crashed to the ground. System collected. Congratulations. Player has acquired 1 flame spirit mulberry tree excellent tier, 24 flame spirit mulberries excellent tier, and 35 flame spirit silkworms excellent tier. Silkworms. And Shun blinked, startled, staring into his personal space. Once Chun discovered Gio's newfound utility, the situation spiraled beyond control. Over 20 kilometers from the highway, Chun voluntarily suspended himself from Gio, swaying lazily like a cured sausage while Gio, exhausted to the point of rolling its eyes, nonetheless delivered remarkable results. They returned to the vehicle in just over half an hour. Chun had initially considered riding Gio, but given its current size, only 1 meter long, he judged it safer and more practical to hang rather than mount. Back inside the vehicle, Chun thoroughly examined his newly acquired items. The fire spirit mulberry fruit was self-evident, but the true prize was the exceptional tier fire spirit silkworm. Feeding exclusively on the leaves of the fire spirit mulberry tree, these silkworms produce fire spirit silk, a premium raw material for apparel. Yet cultivating them demands specialized equipment. Silkworm racks looms for weaving and finally garment blueprints. Crafting finished garments would prove arduous, so Chun set no immediate expectations. However, harvesting the silk did not hinder the silkworm's metamorphosis into moths. And the fire spirit moth, naturally an exceptional tier companion, plural in fact a whole swarm. Though individually far weaker than Nighthawk, their combat prowess at equivalent tiers vastly surpassed most commandeer wild creatures. Moreover, with his spirit garden at hand, Chun could effortlessly tame the entire swarm, and simultaneously harvest fire spirit silk as a valuable byproduct. A perfect dual benefit. Soon he envisioned planting the fire spirit mulberry trees in his orchard, harvesting their leaves within the spirit garden to rear silkworms, an ideal self-sustaining cycle. The image of himself astride Nighthawk, trailed by a radiant cloud of fire spirit moths, filled Chun with exhilarating resolve, so much so that he nearly yearned to sweep across the dark forest then and there. Yet daydreams were best tempered. First, the trees must be planted. After transplanting both the fire spirit mulberry and the vital bloodberry into the orchard, Chun tested whether other flora, such as the weeplaff flower, could take root. Unsurprisingly, they could not. Though cultivation was possible within the greenhouse, it consumed vast quantities of crystal core energy. At present, the greenhouse lacked sufficient power even for commandeer crops, so he simply stored those specimens within the vehicle's spatial compartment. Upon completing the planting, Chun reviewed the maturation data for both trees. Exceptional tier fire spirit mulberry yields 1 batch daily, 3 fruits per batch. Commandeer vital bloodberry yields 1 batch daily, 20 berries per batch. The yield appeared promising. He then opened the trading hub and filtered available blueprints, seeking suitable designs. To his delight, several blueprints caught his eye, most notably multiple copies of the silkworm rack blueprint, precisely what he needed most. He narrowed down the tradable blueprints. Silkworm rack blueprint exchange for 100 units of steel. Canned food processor blueprint requires negotiation. Must provide a heat source. Warehouse structure blueprint provides a 101,010 cubic meter storage space, but no inventory slots. Acquisition requires trading a fire affinity rare treasure of at least commandeer quality. Workshop structure blueprint offers a 10,104 cubic meter interior space, fully customizable for tool placement. Requires either a companion of at least commandeer potential or one whose level cap exceeds 30. Loom blueprint deemed functionally obsolete, offered for sale at 100 units of steel. Chun decided to initiate trade for the warehouse blueprint using 1 fire spirit mulberry, but naturally he would not accept the blueprint alone. After all, his fruit ranked an entire tier above commandeer rarity. Items enabling rapid power escalation remained perpetually the most precious commodities. Player 99999 Sector 13, how does this fare? The reply came instantly. Player 1913, Sector 13 acceptable. Player 99999 Sector 13, I cannot exchange solely for your warehouse blueprint. I offer an exceptional tier fruit. Inside a delicately adorned motorhome, a girl with fiery crimson hair paused thoughtfully before replying. Player 1913 Sector 13, what else do you require? After brief reflection, Chun sent his counteroffer. Player 99999 Sector 13, in addition to 1,000 units of steel, I demand something that satisfies me. The crimson-haired girl fell silent for a long moment, stroking a large ginger cat nestled in her lap, then transmitted a screenshot. Player 1913 Sector 13, how about this? Chun stared stunned. The image depicted an accessory resembling a headband, its rank astonishingly marked as commandeer. Was this player truly so easily misled? Its effect granted 2 points of mental restoration per hour plus inherent psychic protection, and Shun immediately resolved to acquire it. Though seemingly trivial, now having grasped fragments of the sequence system, he knew this artifact would prove invaluable in time. Player 99999 Sector 13 agreed. With minimal further exchange, and eager to procure additional items, and Shun concluded the deal without protracted negotiation, well aware he held overwhelming advantage. Yet from the crimson-haired girl's perspective, she held the decisive edge. She sought fire affinity rare treasures precisely because she possessed a sequence elixir formula, one requiring full material assembly to unlock its transformative power. Originally a common ear specimen would have sufficed, now she'd secured an exceptional tier specimen instead. Was this not an extraordinary windfall? Thus both parties departed deeply satisfied, deal sealed in mutual triumph. Upon successful transaction, Enchun deployed the warehouse structure blueprint. A new door materialized within the secondary carriage bearing a modest warehouse sign. He promptly relocated all his miniature furnaces inside along with newly produced coal and the abundant timber stored in the vehicle's spatial compartment. Each timber unit measured merely 10 centimeters per side. Coal units were even smaller, irregular spheres 3 centimeters in diameter. Yet their sheer volume rendered inventory slots impractical, hence the warehouse purchase. Next, he traded 200 units of steel for both the silkworm rack and loom blueprints, then expended 20 units each of timber and steel to fabricate them. For the canned food processor blueprint, he exchanged a miniature furnace, easily spared, and spent 30 units of steel to complete fabrication, storing the unit within his personal inventory. Only the workshop blueprint remains. Acquiring it will grant dedicated housing for all these tools. Yet Enchun hesitated. Was sacrificing a silkworm truly worthwhile? No matter. I'll ask if a single fire spirit mulberry suffices. If refused, I'll abandon the notion. He transmitted a screenshot of the mulberry and issued a formal trade request. Acceptance would finalize the exchange, or rejection would return the fruit automatically to his vehicle's spatial compartment. Leaving the transaction behind, Enchun hurried to the spirit garden to properly settle the fire spirit silkworms. Within the spirit garden, he indeed located a mulberry grove. Though lowlier, its environment dynamically adapted to perfectly suit fire spirit silkworm cultivation, another marvel of the spirit garden's innate intelligence. He placed the silkworm rack beneath a tree, designed specifically to autonomously collect silk shed during the moth's molting process. 35 silkworms were carefully introduced, followed by a generous portion of pre-prepared fire spirit mulberry leaves. Now only patience was required. Soon he would harvest a cohort of elite companions. All fire affinity, their offensive capacity would assuredly be formidable. Even deployed solely for perimeter surveillance upon disembarking, they'd prove invaluable, not to mention their latent potential as a cohesive cadre of arcane spellcasters. Gazing upon the silkworms nestled within the rack, Enchun nodded in quiet satisfaction. Having completed these tasks, he inspected the greenhouse. Potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes had each yielded a first harvest. Tomorrow he need no longer subsist on bread and water rations. To prepare proper meals, he'd even purchased a full kitchen set at 50 units of steel and powered it with fire affinity crystal cores, a luxury few could afford. In the living area, he checked the commoner charcoal brazier, which had operated continuously since last night at 9 o'clock, now at 8 p.m. It had run for 23 hours, consuming 2,300 units of timber to produce 230,000 coal units. Fortunately, coal occupied negligible volume. Even 230,000 units occupied barely 6 cubic meters of warehouse space. Precisely why Enchun prioritized warehouse acquisition over inefficient inventory slot usage. 003M0 03M0 03M 230006 21M superscript 3. Beneath the living area's window, the spirit spring's aperture would generate fresh spirit water precisely at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Finally, he entered the orchard and found a batch of sunlight yellow peaches already gathered, displayed neatly on a bookshelf-style cabinet within the orchard's wooden cottage. Their golden, perfectly rounded forms gleamed invitingly, accompanied by a small brass plaque inscribed with the numeral 10. Meanwhile, the sunlight yellow peach tree itself, having grown over 3 meters tall overnight, stood lush and dense, heavy with fruit. Upon careful count, Enchun confirmed 10 peaches had already begun blushing yellow, signaling another imminent harvest by 8 p.m. tomorrow. The fire spirit mulberry tree had firmly taken root, its towering 30-meter height casting shade over nearly 1 mu of land. Countless tender mulberries clustered thickly upon its boughs, filling Enchun with uncontainable delight. Among them, 3 fruits glowed with incandescent crimson light, blazing like miniature flames. Beneath the mulberry's canopy grew a compact shrub, the vital bloodberry, stocky and potent. 20 thumb-sized berries had ripened to vivid red, while clusters of milky white unripe berries still clung to its branches. These resources constituted the bulk of Enchin's wealth, entirely sustainable, foundational to his survival and advancement, and destined to anchor his status among the apex players for an extended era. So cold. Why is it so cold tonight? How am I supposed to go out tomorrow to gather supplies? Damn, I thought it was only cold here, turns out it's cold everywhere. My hands are frozen stiff and my level 1 vehicle is leaking air. Can someone help me? What's going on? The weather was strange this morning, so I couldn't sell the wood I chopped today and ended up buying an iron basin. Now I'm warming myself in the car. Hey upstairs brother, judging by your avatar, you must be a farmer too, huh? So how did we end up in this hellish place? Brother, join our group. I'll add you, it's filled with veteran farmers, we can huddle together for warmth. What the heck, old man, how did you create a group? I don't have that feature. Old man, can you see if I can join too? I want to get in. Sai, I wish I could invite you all in, but unfortunately I got a farmer's compassion treasure chest and opened a scroll for an old farmer group chat. Without at least 20 years of farming experience, I can't send out invites, so you won't be able to join. However, if I have any tips, I'll share them in my posts. This morning I reminded everyone to prepare warm items in my post. Okay. Thank you, old man. You've got a lot of experience. I feel it will be very helpful for survival. I've followed you. Farmer's compassion treasure chest. The old man actually got a special treasure chest. I'm envious. Truly, there are all kinds of bizarre treasure chests. Oh, I got a dung treasure chest and opened a septic tank. I suggest you upstairs buy some dung and see what use it has. And Chun lay in bed bored, scrolling through the regional chat. As night fell, the regional chat became particularly lively. Unfortunately, one person could only send 10 messages a day. When he saw someone mention the cold, he paused, realizing it was probably because his vehicle level was too high, so he didn't feel it. He walked to the window and opened it. A wave of icy wind made him shudder. It's so cold. It's almost below zero. I really don't know what it will feel like when the cold wave hits tomorrow. He quickly closed the window, and after a while the room began to warm up again. And Shin sat on the bed looking at the virtual screen in front of him, starting to ponder about the small stove and charcoal. It can be done now, but what price should I set, or what materials should I exchange for? And Shun pondered, let's forget about wood. Players are chopping wood so efficiently now that it's becoming less valuable, and it's dropping in price quickly. I don't need steel right now either. Food and water are abundant, and miscellaneous items are hard to price. So what is there that has appreciation potential and can be obtained in large quantities? Crystal cores. And Shin's eyes lit up. As essential for vehicle upgrades, there must be plenty of people who have them. Although a small stove and coal are worth far less than a crystal core, with the cold wave approaching, the small stove won't be hard to sell. I'm sure many players will buy it. The more Shin thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He believed that among 100,000 people there would definitely be many who had crystal cores. He just needed to list the items, and selling them would be no problem. He had just seen that there were indeed many warming items inside, but they were either too expensive or not as cost-effective as his small stove. As long as he set a reasonable price for the small stove, it would definitely sell. And once 10,000 people owned small stoves, he could continuously sell coal. So what would be an appropriate price? After all, crystal cores are relatively precious. They are essential for crafting extraordinary items, serving as energy sources, and upgrading vehicles. But my small stove is definitely a cold-resistant artifact in this cold wave. Not only can I hold it for warmth while sleeping, but more importantly, it's portable. During the day, I can still go out to gather supplies, so the price naturally can't be too low. But if it's too high, players will definitely buy higher grade items. After all, his small stove is not of high grade. If he sold it too expensively, players wouldn't be fools. After all, it only took 1 crystal core and 100 units of steel to make 10,000 stoves. After thinking about it, Shun ultimately decided to sell the stoves at the price of 1 crystal core for 20 small stoves. That's a suitable price. Because in the trading area there are players selling hand warmers, one for 500 units of wood, and an ordinary crystal core is about 10,000 units of wood. Calculating it, 1 crystal core is equivalent to 20 hand warmers, but his small stove is significantly better. As for coal, Shun didn't set a ridiculous price. He decided to sell it at 1,000 units per crystal core, which is equivalent to 10 units of coal, for 1 price. That should be a very reasonable price, even though 1 unit of wood can make 10 units of coal. However, to prevent any attribute crystal cores from being too abundant, Shun made the small stoves for all attributes the same. For the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attribute crystal cores, he prepared 1,500 small stoves for each. The remaining 2,500 were all accessible for any attribute crystal core. Finally, for coal, he already had 230,000 units of coal, all set aside for crystal cores. After sorting this out, Shun continued to scroll through the chat area. A system announcement suddenly popped up at 10 o'clock. Dear players, a cold wave is approaching tomorrow with a maximum temperature of -10 degrees. Please pay attention to keeping warm. The chat area exploded in an instant with all kinds of people showing off their complaints. Hiss, it's so cold. I regret not continuing to upgrade my vehicle. Woe is me, I'm about to freeze to death. A picture was posted below showing a dim, dilapidated van with a small fire pit quietly burning inside. Next to it squatted a woman bundled up in a large cotton blanket with potatoes roasting in the fire pit. Come on, big sister, are you doing this on purpose? Be careful, I might just reach through the internet and snatch your blanket. I'm so envious of that big blanket. I can't imagine how warm it must be. I can only lie on a single bed. Another photo appeared showing a spirited young man in a van-like room hugging a small stove while eating watermelon. What the heck, dude? Where did you get that red, warm-looking thing? I bought it in the trading area, a small stove, a cold-resistant artifact. 1 crystal core can buy 20 of them. Plus coal, 1 crystal core can buy 1,000. Whoever that benefactor is, I really need to build him a shrine. How much? Tell me how much. Sharp explosive sound. First come first served. Many people have already started buying secretly. I plan to buy again later. It might be a bit expensive, but I only have 3 crystal cores. Saying that, another image was posted showing a storage grid with 14 small stoves in one grid, and the other 2 grids filled with coal. 1 storage grid for 500 units. Quick. I just happened to get a black iron chest and obtained a crystal core. Selling it will surely net me a lot. Hey, you're still chatting here. I've already bought everything and returned. Sorry to remind you carefully, but the small stoves are gone. There are still plenty of coal available. 1 unit of coal can burn for an hour. It's a consumable, so stocking up a bit should also earn some profit. Even without a small stove, using an iron basin to burn coal is also warmer. I've tested it, and it works. What? They're gone. Dan Shun was stunned when he saw this. What the heck, sold out? Although he thought selling wouldn't be an issue, that was too fast. And Shun, finding the trading area notification sounds too disruptive for his rest, had turned off the notification sounds for small stove and coal transactions. Upon reopening it, oh no. Just a few seconds late, and the coal was gone too. A message popped up in the trading area. Congratulations, player. You have traded to obtain an ordinary crystal core, metal 107, wood 123, water 118, fire 153, earth 120, wind 13, thunder 21, light 16, dark 10, illusion 31, life 3, spirit 6, space 9. And Shun, having packed his supplies, and Shun drifted into a deep slumber. Perhaps the chill in the air had hastened his fatigue. And Shun pressed his face against the window and gazed outside. It seems we've left the dark forest behind. But where are we now? This place resembles a ruined wasteland, familiar yet unsettlingly different from the first ruin I encountered. Beyond the road stretched an endless plain, barren, desolate, dotted only with gnarled, twisted old trees and scattered fragments of collapsed walls. Let's press forward, see if we can find a city. There's no sign of usable supplies here. And Shun did not rush to disembark. Instead, he drove onward. While the charcoal he'd just produced cooled, he discovered, astonishingly, a new blueprint appearing in his inventory. Workshop construction blueprint. Clearly the other party had accepted the trade. He examined the blueprint without surprise, then opened his private chat interface, only to find the other party had sent him numerous messages before finalizing the transaction. It wasn't until well past midnight that the other party finally confirmed the exchange. Glancing briefly at the messages, and Shun dismissed them entirely. The sender struck him as unhinged. Why so much drama over a simple trade? Accept or decline. That was all there was to it. Threats. Preposterous. And recruitment offers. This prestigious title, that sweeping authority. Empty posturing. Pure exploitation cloaked in flattery. A fool playing at Karatanstic. He spat in contempt. For someone so deranged, and Shin's response was swift and decisive. A one-click blacklist. No indulgence, no tolerance. Once blacklisted, the man could neither purchase and Shin's items directly nor acquire them indirectly through third parties. And Shin stared at the system's blacklist confirmation and gave it a resounding virtual thumbs up. Beneath a blood-red moon, an 8th-tier vehicle came to a slow, deliberate halt. Inside the carriage, a secondary compartment mirrored and Shin's own, yet on one of its doors gleamed the insignia of the Dragon Sovereign Guild. Within that door lay a vast space, nearly 1 square kilometer, dominated by a grand hall. At its center sat a crooked-mouthed man, his expression dark and brooding as he stared at the blacklist notification. Lord Guildmaster, all personnel have assembled, murmured a middle-aged man, voice hushed with deference. The crooked-mouthed man snorted coldly, dismissed the holographic screen, and began tapping his armrest with closed eyes. A wizened elder in ancient robes standing nearby caught the cue. Instantly prepare for action. In 1 more hour we'll reach a small town. Take everything portable. Destroy what cannot be carried. Enslave every living person. Brand them with slave marks, and confine them all. Before him stood 50 to 60 individuals, of whom 50 wore jet black armor, unmistakably non-player warriors. Before those soldiers stood several player leaders exchanging uneasy glances. Reluctantly, they nodded assent, trapped by their own greed when they joined the Dragon Sovereign Guild. Their lives were now bound by tyrannical clauses, each one a shackle tightening around their fate. Guildmaster, the charcoal we attempted to purchase is now inaccessible. The crooked-mouthed man froze, then shot upright from his dragon throne, slamming a fist down in furious hollow laughter. Ah, so this insolent wretch dares defy us. Excellent. Don't let me catch you. And Shun watched the derelict metropolis draw near, and brought his vehicle to a careful stop. In the pot steamed fresh corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. He packed several for the road, then stepped out toward the ruins. The site held countless abandoned vehicles, plenty of scrap steel certainly, but Enchun had no intention of wasting precious time harvesting it. Stepping out of the vehicle, Enchun scanned the surroundings warily. He remembered clearly today marked the end of the beginner's grace period. Every creature here was now hostile. Perhaps fortune favored him. The vehicle was parked discreetly between two skyscrapers, each reduced to half its height, and for now no creature had detected him. Treading cautiously off the road, Enchin's pupils suddenly constricted. His path behind him had vanished. His heart lurched violently. Seeing the vehicle still motionless where he'd left it, he exhaled softly in relief and hurried back. As he took one step backward, the road reappeared. Instantly he understood and departed with newfound confidence. His gaze shifted, surveying the environment anew. He looked up. The twin towers beside him were shattered beyond recognition, one torn cleanly and half the other snapped mid-reese. Gigantic claw marks gouged across their surfaces, chilling him to the bone. This ruined metropolis harbored something terrifyingly lethal. He lowered his eyes. Ahead sprawled a wide boulevard, clogged with overturned vehicles, many rent apart by unseen force. Pools of dried, multicolored fluids stained the asphalt, most crimson, unmistakably blood. After 2 steps his boots stuck, something viscous clung to them. He glanced down. A glistening trail of thick, slimy fluid stretched from his feet straight into the doorway of one of the shattered towers. He trusted nothing. His bow rose instantly, arrow nocked and drawn. Should anything suspicious emerge, his confusion arrow would fly without hesitation. Pressing close to the tower's crumbling outer wall, he crept silently toward the entrance. From within the doorway came a faint skittering rustle, as though something stirred in the dark. His breath grew heavy, not from fear alone but from the sheer staggering violence implied by those colossal claw marks. What monstrous entity could rend skyscrapers like parchment? Holding his breath, Enchun peered into the gloom. Whip! A black shape erupted from the doorway. Without pause, Enchun loosed his arrow, its flight ethereal, vanishing into the figure's body like mist. Thud! A body crumpled. A human. Stunned, Enchun stared at the fallen form. There she lay, a girl in tattered, disheveled clothes, clutching something halfway between bread and brick. Struck by the confusion arrow, she lay unconscious. Not a player. One glance told Enchun all he needed to know. Then realization dawned. A survivor, native to this ruined city. He hadn't expected anyone to endure here, yet upon reflection it made grim sense. Hesitating only a moment, he lifted the girl and prepared to carry her to shelter. Hungry, eat, eat. A grating metallic rasp echoed from inside the tower, like iron shovels scraping concrete, sending chills down his spine. Enchun jerked his head upward. Something grotesque writhed across the ground. The iron-eating worm level 5 enjoys devouring scrap metal, dissolving it, and secreting it through its pores to form irregular iron lumps on its surface. It also likes to eat humans, and will embed their bones into its body for collection. Enchun looked at this disgusting creature, feeling a churn in his stomach, almost ready to vomit the steamed sweet potato he had just eaten in the morning. The iron-eating worm moved extremely slowly, much like a snail, its massive iron lumps on its back resembling a snail's shell, providing terrifying defense while severely hindering its movement. However, no matter how good the defense, it was just a target. The confusion arrow in hand was released, and the iron-eating worm's 2 protruding eyes swayed before going limp. Enchun took out his iron sword, stepped forward, and with a swift motion smashed a gooey head onto the ground with a loud thud resembling a dough mixed with too much water. Congratulations on killing a level 5 iron-eating worm, gaining 5 experience points, and obtaining an iron-eating worm's essence and 5 units of ordinary grade extraordinary alloy. Do you wish to collect it? Extraordinary alloy. Enchun looked at the iron-eating worm with delight. Collect. Taking out a piece of metal from his space, it shimmered with a silvery luster emanating a faint extraordinary aura. It truly was extraordinary alloy. This iron-eating worm can actually drop extraordinary alloy. Enchun's eyes lit up. Extraordinary alloy was a precious resource. In the future, when he crafted arrows, he would need to consume a lot of alloy. He had never even heard of good-grade extraordinary alloy before making this ordinary-grade extraordinary alloy one of the most valuable resources currently available. A level 5 iron-eating worm dropped 5 units of ordinary-grade extraordinary alloy, which could be exchanged for at least 500 units of steel. And Shun was deeply tempted. But where could he find more? He had no idea where such creatures existed. Looking around the building, it seemed nothing else was present. Just because he didn't know didn't mean the locals didn't. Even if he couldn't find iron-eating worms, there must be other monsters around. And Shun quickly helped the girl by the door up, leading her inside the building to a secluded corner where he settled her. Looking at the girl sleeping soundly, and Shun pried open her eyes. "You're really out cold." At this moment, he felt conflicted about whether to forcefully awaken her. If he didn't wake her with her frail body, she could remain unconscious for a whole day. Gritting his teeth, and Shun slapped her hard. Smack. Didn't wake up. Smack. Still not awake. Smack. Oh no, I'm so hungry. She's awake. And Shun looked at the girl with joy, and while she was still not fully awake, he directly stuffed a blood-activating berry into her mouth. An ordinary-grade blood-activating berry easily reduced swelling and bruising. Soon her swollen cheeks not only reduced, but also became much rosy, as it was a precious item, a treasure from heaven and earth, providing significant nourishment for an ordinary person. The girl slowly opened her eyes. In her dream, it felt like someone was sprinkling chili powder on her face, which woke her up abruptly. Suddenly, a gentle warmth flowed into her mouth, removing the spiciness from her face. What was once a gnawing hunger now filled her with vitality. Her vision gradually cleared, and a figure with a mischievous smile was looking at her. The girl jolted awake and slapped out instinctively. Smack. The sound was crisp and melodious. And Shun was stunned at the moment. "I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean to. I thought you were going to." The girl awkwardly and shyly followed, and Shun fidgeting. The girl was named Jean Na, 15 years old, living in a nearby settlement, orphaned with a younger brother. She had come out to search for food that could still be eaten from before the great disaster 3 years ago. And Shun rubbed his face and asked, "Do you know where to find those snail-like monsters?" Jean Na paused with the sweet potatoes in her hands, her eyes suddenly filled with fear. "Those things are very dangerous, brethren. You should stay curious. Many people in our settlement have already died at the hands of those creatures. Don't worry, that snail is as easy for me as killing a chicken. Just point me in the right direction, and I'll give you 3 sweet potatoes plus some mysterious benefits." Jean Na looked skeptical, but 3 sweet potatoes were clearly a huge temptation for her. "All right, let's just take a look. This thing is very slow as long as we don't get too close and get caught in its slime." As for Inchin's claim that it was as easy as killing a chicken, Jean Na chose to ignore it. Their settlement's leader, Brother Fong, couldn't even break that iron snail's shell, so she didn't believe a stranger could be stronger than her leader. As for the so-called mysterious benefits, in Jean Na's eyes, it was worth less than sweet potato skins. Wrapping up the remaining sweet potato, Jean Na steadied her trembling legs, motivating herself for the sweet potatoes. She would go all out. "Brother, and follow me." "Okay." Jean Na cautiously led the way while quietly explaining, "Brother, and this iron snail loves to collect human bones and has a taste for human blood. Not far ahead is a nest where they reside, filled with things splattered with fresh blood and heaps of bones. It was their breeding ground, home to many iron snails, and there was even a giant snail as big as a car adorned with skulls. It was the overlord of this area, having wiped out several settlements before." Jean Na trembled as she spoke of the giant snail, and Shun patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm quite formidable." Jean Na didn't believe him. If it weren't for the irresistible aroma of the 3 sweet potatoes, she wouldn't go even if you killed her. Although those iron snails moved slowly, they were still incredibly dangerous. Once trapped in their slime, survival was impossible. That bumpy shell could crush you into meat paste. "We've arrived." Jean Na pointed at a gymnasium ahead, her lips trembling. And Chin's gaze sharpened as a huge level indicator floated above the gymnasium. Iron-eating worm king, level 13, ordinary potential, with a massive steel body capable of crushing any obstruction within a kilometer. When enraged, it can eject the iron lumps on its body like meteors, enough to penetrate stone and gold. Looking at the description of the iron-eating worm covered in iron lumps, and Chun felt not fear, but joy. With a thought, a giant eagle suddenly appeared above the skyscraper, charging towards the gymnasium. Having drunk 400 milliliters of spiritual spring water that morning, the night eagle was now at level 12. Caw! A resonant eagle cry echoed through the sky. The entire interior of the gymnasium resembled a bird's nest, with towering spectator stands filled with bones, the foul-smelling viscous liquid binding the skeletal remains together. At the bottom of the gymnasium, a pool filled with blood and flesh resembled lava, as the rising heat caused countless iron-eating worms to shed their shells, leisurely swimming inside, occasionally playfully striking the skulls with their heads and tails. At the highest point of the spectator stands a king's throne made of white bones bound together by viscous liquid, lay quietly occupied by a massive iron-eating worm, the king of the iron-eating worms. Suddenly the body of the iron-eating worm king trembled, and its crimson bones rolled down. Two enormous eyeballs suddenly popped out of its soft body and gazed upwards at the gymnasium. Ku! With this cry, the ice crystals above the gymnasium shattered. Even the domed ceiling coated layer upon layer with viscous liquid and steel spread with fine cracks. The eyes of the iron-eating worm king suddenly stood erect, the loose iron lumps on its back rapidly assembling like armor. Roar! From its soft mouthpart, circles of fangs opened outward, emitting a warning sound. Meanwhile, the iron-eating worms in the blood pool sank rapidly, only to resurface in the blink of an eye, each one resembling heavily armored soldiers vigilantly watching the dome of the gymnasium. The night hawk let out a mocking cry, then flapped its wings. Darkness like ink flooded the gymnasium below, eroding it in the blink of an eye, rapidly decaying. The iron-eating worm king roared, its voice like a tangible sound wave piercing through the viscous barrier, causing the inky darkness to swiftly dissipate. Unfortunately, it was too late. The massive dome had already torn open a large hole, and a gigantic eagle stood at the opening. Beside it stood a man holding a bow, none other than Inchun. The iron-eating worm king, enraged by the invader, had its mouth contract like a chrysanthemum about to spew forth a foul viscous liquid. Inchun, quick of hand, an eye shot the bewildering arrow instantly. The iron-eating worm king's eyes instantly became disoriented. Double images danced before it, and its head felt heavy, abruptly halting the viscous liquid that was about to be spewed. At that moment, the night hawk spread its wings and fiercely shook them, darting forward, then quickly folding its wings, charging towards the iron-eating worm king like a sharp arrow. Slash! The soft body of the iron-eating worm king was instantly sliced in two. There was no hunting prompt. And Chen's heart sank. Clearly the opponent had not been defeated. Indeed, on the white bone throne, the iron-eating worm king, now a pile of goo, slowly began to squirm, its bisected body gradually fusing back together. In a moment, it was restored to its original state, without any damage. Roar! The iron-eating worm king roared, its body turned red like lava, its eyes glowing like burning coals, and liquid like lava surged from the iron shell on its back, the rising heat warping the air. The iron lumps on its back trembled violently, about to be ejected, and Chen squinted, shooting the bewildering arrow once more. As a cloud-like arrow struck, the iron-eating worm king's attack abruptly ceased. Ku, bring its head here. Ku! Two cold beams of light flashed. The body of the iron-eating worm king split once more. This time the night hawk chose to take the gelatinous head directly instead of splitting it in two. As soon as the head was tossed beside Inchun, a fiery red arrow shot out. Boom! A powerful explosion and flames instantly enveloped the iron-eating worm king's head, and with a piercing shriek, the head dissolved into a puddle. Congratulations to the player for killing a level 13 iron-eating worm king, gaining 30 experience points, and obtaining an iron-eating worm king essence, 13 units of good grade extraordinary alloy, and 250 units of ordinary extraordinary alloy. Do you wish to pick it up? So much. And Shun was somewhat surprised. Pick it all up. Ding. Automatically stored in personal space. Having hunted the strongest, the rest would be much simpler. However, Inchun did not take action himself, but instead took the opportunity to use the monster compendium. A mysterious black book appeared in his hand with strange lines of gold and silver weaving together, seemingly transforming continuously into various grotesque monsters. All the essences Inchun had hunted were stored inside, and as the book automatically flipped through the pages, they were evenly divided in half, and suddenly a giant python, resembling a shadow, emerged on the blank page, a level 10 shadow python. 10 minutes to deal with the hundreds of iron-eating worms below is more than enough. With a roar emanating from the monster compendium, a ball of white light flew out, crashing into the blood pool with a bang. The 10-meter-long giant python rolled over, and a bunch of iron-eating worms tasted the feeling of being crushed to death. Congratulations to the player for killing a level 6 iron-eating worm. Congratulations to the player for killing a level 3 iron-eating worm. Congratulations to the player for killing a level 4 iron-eating worm. It seems that the monster compendium also drops items upon kills, which is actually better than pets. And Shun listened to the melodious prompts, nodding in satisfaction. Before 10 minutes had passed, all the iron-eating worms hiding inside their iron shells were thoroughly slain. Jean Na, who had been hiding on the rooftop of a building, stared wide-eyed, like a copper bell, fearfully watching the gymnasium, where the giant snake had suddenly appeared and then vanished, then looked up at the figure on top of the gymnasium with awe and curiosity. 13 units of good-grade extraordinary alloy, 14 units of ordinary extraordinary alloy. So much. Looking at the items in his personal space, and Chun couldn't help but smile. Oh, after just over 2 hours today, he had already gathered so much, clearly very satisfied. Thus he planned to follow Jean Na to the so-called gathering place, as Chun was very curious about the local human forces. She mentioned wondering what this world, which appeared so similar to the Blue Star civilization before the Great Catastrophe, was like. Here are your sweet potatoes. 3 sweet potatoes suddenly appeared in Chen's hand. Jin Na was already used to this. Her brother had revealed too many incredible abilities. Excitedly, Jin Na took the 3 steamed sweet potatoes, her gaze eager. She sniffed them carefully, but ultimately couldn't bear to eat them. Instead, she took out a metal box from her tattered backpack, carefully placed the sweet potatoes inside, and wrapped them with a piece of cloth. Thank you, brethren. Jin Na jumped with joy. You're welcome. This is your reward. By the way, there's one more thing for you. Suddenly, a blood-replenishing berry appeared in his hand, but Inchin suddenly remembered something and took it back just as it appeared, replacing it with a fire spirit mulberry. The reason for the switch to the fire spirit mulberry was his sudden idea. He wanted to see if this excellent grade treasure could awaken some special abilities in an ordinary person. What is this? So beautiful. Jin Na craned her neck, looking excitedly at the item in Inchin's hand. A small fruit, give it a try. Inchin smiled. Jin Na looked at the fruit. Since it wasn't something to fill her stomach, she didn't save any for her brother, pinched it, glanced at it, and swallowed it whole. How does it taste? Inchin observed Jin Na's changes closely. It's sour and sweet. Ew, I've never eaten anything so delicious. Jin Na said, reminiscing with her eyes squinted. Is there anything else? Inchin looked up and down at Jin Na, gradually feeling a bit disappointed. It's a bit hot to eat. Across the thick, unbroken snow, 2 figures sprinted swiftly along a chaotic trail of footprints. Don't worry, Jin Na. We'll find them soon. Your brother is surely with them. And Shun reassured the person behind him. Though he withheld his deeper apprehension, he had sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Accompanying that aura came another prompt from the goddess of fate, her guidance resurfacing with unmistakable urgency. Should he slay that monstrous entity, his current thread of destiny would undergo a profound, irreversible transformation. Though formidable, the aura remained within the bounds of his endurance. Within his bestiary, he commanded hundreds of spirit essences, and among them the ghost siren, a tier 10 monstrosity. With his confusion arrow disrupting the foe's senses, and Night Eagle Jujio delivering devastating strikes, his odds of victory were exceptionally high. Moreover, having slain hundreds of iron-devouring worms, and Chun had already ascended to level 15. His arrows now pierced with staggering force, and their precision had soared. As for Night Eagle Jujio, and Chun had long since dispatched him on independent hunts. Even now, experience points flowed steadily into his own reserves. Having eradicated several nests, Jujio had surged ahead by 1 level, reaching level 16. What ultimately sealed in Chen's resolve was a voice, ethereal, wordless, yet absolute, that whispered an immutable truth. The fate prompt never revealed impossible tasks. Every single time it appeared, success was all but guaranteed, over 90% certainty. Moreover, the fate prompt never referenced rewards already fated to appear along one's original path. This marked its 3rd appearance, each time heralding a pivotal turning point. The first granted vast quantities of steel, enough to upgrade his vehicle to level 6. The second was even more astonishing. A prophecy chest foretold the coming frost cataclysm, enabling him to stockpile supplies, now boasting hundreds of crystalline cores alone. For this 3rd omen, and Shun awaited with quiet, burning anticipation. Meanwhile, he guided Jin Na ever closer toward the fleeing survivors' encampment. Elsewhere, the entire encampment stood paralyzed at the edge of a wide, roaring river. Dozens of meters across its surface bore only a fragile, newly formed layer of ice, far too thin to bear human weight. Even if it could, few would dare step upon it. Not when the river's depths harbored creatures whose individual might paled beside the winged demons, yet whose terror eclipsed it utterly in the eyes of ordinary people. Feng Fan stared silently at the churning water, brow deeply furrowed. Though a peerless martial physician, even he found himself powerless before this dire predicament. He could flee alone, easily. Yet he could not abandon the stronghold he had forged through 3 grueling years. Emerging from seclusion just as the world collapsed, he had risen with the tides of calamity, step by step building Jiangnan City's foremost bastion. How could he simply cast it aside? Yet the winged demon loomed behind them, a creature among the most fearsome aberrations born of the great cataclysm. Against it he was utterly defenseless, certainly not yet. Gazing at the river, Feng Fan wrestled inwardly, surrender or stand fast. But before he could decide, a terrifying silhouette descended from the sky. What manner of being was this? 12 snow-white wings, uneven in size, layered downward like descending tears. More horrifying still, each wing bristled with countless, unblinking eyes. And at its center, swelling from the torso, pulsed a colossal crimson eyeball. A wave of utter despair washed over the 1,000 souls gathered there. Before them stood an unstoppable horror, the very embodiment of the cataclysm's dread. Yeah, nah. A grotesque, piercing shriek tore through the heavens. Thousands instantly bled from nose, ears, mouth, and eyes. The weakest collapsed unconscious where they stood. With a sweep of its wings, the winged demon hurled dozens aloft with invisible force. its massive ocular pupil dilated, revealing not an iris but a gaping maw that devoured them whole. Feng Fan's heart lurched. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Run, everyone run." Even as the words left his lips, he somersaulted headlong into the icy river. His thunderous cry jolted the crowd awake. Seeing their leader plunge into the torrent, their last anchor shattered, and panic erupted. Leaping into the river meant near certain death. Only a handful of the strongest followed Feng Fan into the freezing current. The rest scattered wildly along both banks. A 10-year-old boy swaddled in thick cotton clutched his blood-soaked calf and stared helplessly at the sky, then bolted toward a sparsely populated stretch dove behind a boulder and buried his head deep into a snowdrift. A colossal eagle, wingspan nearly 10 meters, soared across the void from the far bank. Night Eagle Jiujiu, summoned by Enshun mid-hunt and hastening to his master's call. Now level 16, Jiujiu's wingspan stretched nearly 10 meters, his presence awe-inspiring, rivaling the winged demon's own might. The demon's chewing eye froze mid-motion and issued a guttural warning. "Yana, G." An invisible clash of wills detonated overhead. Snow vanished from the ground in an instant and hundreds still within range collapsed unconscious. Submerged beneath the river's black waters, Feng Fan gazed upward in stunned disbelief at the eagle's titanic form, then felt a surge of fierce, ruthless exhilaration. Fight to exhaustion. Let both of you fall. Then I shall rise from your corpses, feast upon your essence, shatter my limits, and ascend. But even as his pulse quickened, Feng Fan's pupils contracted violently. Behind the winged demon, a 10-meter serpent glided silently across the snow. The serpent reared its massive head, and atop it stood Enshun, bow raised high. Behind Enshun loomed other horrors, spectral wolves the size of tigers, eerie ghost sirens, and over a dozen devil crows. To confront this winged demon, Enshun had staked everything, summoning every essence at his command except the royal blood ghost siren and the newly harvested iron-devouring worm clan essences. 2 Tier 10 shadow serpents, 5 Tier 10 ghost sirens, 1 level 15 archer, 1 level 16 night eagle. They encircled the winged demon, this fearsome apex predator. Enshun's fingers tightened on the bowstring as he fixed his gaze upon the monster's crimson orb, nearly 10 meters in diameter. Winged demon level 18. An evolving aberration of exceptional potential, currently peaking at the apex of the outstanding tier. Innately wields overwhelming psychic power, excels at mental subjugation and soul manipulation, akin to a deranged predator reveling in the torment of its prey. Level 18. Enshun gasped under his breath. Its strength surpassed all expectation, its abilities unervingly insidious, its latent potential rivaled even Night Eagle Jiujiu's. How could he possibly slay it? If it chose to flee, he could not stop it. Had the fate prompt aired, "Yeah, nah." A roar of fury ripped from the winged demon, its psychic wave erupting outward. Instantly the headband across Enshun's forehead flared with ethereal light. An invisible ripple shimmered. Then the winged demon shrieked in agony, its feathers shedding in torrents as if struck by some unseen cataclysm. Enshun's eyes lit up. He touched his forehead in wonder, a fine-tier artifact. Astonishing. Yet 7 of the 9 translucent diamonds embedded in the spirit headband had fractured beyond repair. "My minions, attack." At Enshun's command, all monsters surged forward in unison. Leading the charge was the Night Hawk Jiujiu, its nightfall corruption instantly blinding the winged demon. Strike while the enemy is weakened. With both mind and sight crippled, Enshun loosed arrow after arrow without pause, denying the winged demon even a moment to regain composure. Based on his precise calculations over several shots, Enshun knew the confusion arrow induced exactly 1/3 of a second of mental disarray in the winged demon, making that fleeting interval the perfect opening for the monster's coordinated assault. Jiujiu's wings sliced through the air like razor-edged scythes, circling ceaselessly as though wielded by an invisible titan, each pass carving grotesque gashes across the winged demon's colossal eyeball. The devil crows lunged onto the winged demon's wings, pecking out eye after eye. Meanwhile, the earthworms bored relentlessly into its flesh, corroding its body with acidic fervor. Ghost wolves were hurled aloft by the devil crows and flung directly onto the winged demon's eyeball, fawn-like claws tearing savagely at the last remaining feathers. 5 level 10 phantom witches moved like peerless assassins. Each strike detonated a string of tiny eyes along the winged demon's wings, as if skewering candied hawthorns on a stick. 2 level 10 shadow serpents coiled into action, one guarding Enshun, the other burrowing deep into the winged demon's body alongside the earthworms, writhing with relentless maggot-like devotion. Arrow after arrow flew from Enshun's bow. Just as the winged demon began to stir from its daze, another arrow struck. Within 10 seconds, its wings could no longer bear its weight, and it plummeted from the sky. Survivors who had not yet fled froze mid-step, gazing upon Enshun. not as a god, but as something greater. To them, the winged demon had been divine incarnate, yet Inchun was the one who slew gods. A profound, eerie silence fell over the battlefield, broken only by the ghost wolves' guttural howls and the earthworms' shrill shrieks. Even the river beasts of the great river trembled deep within their watery lairs. The winged demon, the most terrifying of Jiangnan province's 3 divine beings, was about to be slaughtered. All watched in awe the figure standing atop the colossal serpent, able to summon hordes of monsters at will, including a divine eagle rivaling heaven itself and serpents and witches whose auras alone sent shivers down spines. Such beings had never existed in their world, nor had they ever imagined mortal hands could slay apocalyptic deities. Beneath the river foam, Fan's heart thundered, his eyes burned with incandescent fire. He had glimpsed the path ahead. A path attainable by mortal flesh, more stirring than any hope ever conceived. With a final ragged cry, the winged demon unleashed its last scream. Its massive form collapsed to the earth, sending snowflakes swirling into the air. Today in this world, or perhaps some alien dimension, fell the first apocalyptic deity. And here this place would become the winged demon's final resting ground. And Shen's gaze gleamed with fierce brilliance as he heard the system's crisp melodic prompt. Congratulations. Player has slain 1 level 18 winged demon. Awarded 80 experience points, a 1 winged demon spirit core, 9 growth type psychic crystals, 18 drops of psychic essence, 1 exotic deity crystal from an apocalyptic realm. Would you like to collect? Collect all. As Inchun reviewed his spoils, his heart swelled with exhilaration. Growth type psychic crystal unranked. Can be refined into a psychic weapon, evolving in tandem with the soul. Psychic essence, a supreme treasure that fortifies the soul. Each drop also grants 10 points of innate spiritual power upon soul enhancement. Exotic deity crystal, a crystallized essence harvested from an apocalyptic world deity variant, capable of evolving any substance. Players are advised not to consume it directly, best reserved for companions. Ding. Congratulations. Player has slain an apocalyptic exotic deity. Unlocked the Psychic Sorcerer Sequence formula. The Psychic Essence and Psychic Crystal combination constitutes one of the system's most potent sequence elixir formulas. Now unlocked, consuming 1 Psychic Crystal and 2 drops of Psychic Essence grants mastery over Psychic Force, initiating the Psychic Sorcerer Sequence. Alternatively, using 9 full sets consecutively forges a far stronger foundation. Psychic Crystal, Psychic Essence, Exotic Deity Crystal, Psychic Sorcerer Sequence. And Shen's chest rose and fell rapidly. Astonishment surged within him. Truly, this was guidance capable of reversing fate. This fortune was nothing short of terrifying. While his summoned creatures still held form, Inchun swiftly gathered them around himself and withdrew the psychic essence. All 18 drops, none spared, were immediately absorbed to amplify his own power. A strange energy bloomed within his soul like fireworks, ushering an unprecedented lightness as though breaking free from the very chains of heaven and earth, flooding every fiber of his being. It was the pure radiant joy of a soul ascending. 9 psychic crystals fused irrevocably with Inchun's soul, darting like silver fish through the vast expanse of his spiritual sea. Sequence elixirs represent the system's optimal path toward transcendence, not only among the highest echelons of evolution, but also the swiftest route to acquiring formidable power. Most crucially, the sequence pathway operates directly upon the soul. Transcendent power flows from soul strength, granting exceptional compatibility, allowing integration with other cultivation systems. Naturally, during the early stages of survival, while vehicles still traversed roads, most players gravitated toward locally acquired power systems, many of which lacked such compatibility. Yet that did not preclude later acquisition of sequence elixirs to awaken their own sequence. This precisely is why the system designates sequences as the premier path to transcendence. As Inchun underwent awakening, vast troves of knowledge streamed into his consciousness, imparted directly by the system. As golden radiance gradually receded from his body and the 18 drops of psychic essence were fully assimilated, Inchun not only awakened his sequence, but ascended instantly to level 20. He eagerly opened his personal interface. District 13 player 99999, level 20, physique 76050, spirit 192, sequence psychic sorcerer. System, hide the level indicator on my name display. Ding, hidden successfully. Level 20. Staring at the prompt, he could scarcely believe the magnitude of this transformation. The sequence awakening had elevated his strength beyond all expectation. A full 4 levels at once. Without hesitation, Inchun retrieved the exotic deity crystal. The moment it appeared, Nighthawk Jujo erupted into frenzied agitation, rushing forward and projecting desperate yearning thoughts toward Inchun. Relax, I made it for you. Push yourself. Don't fail the evolution. and Shun gently stroked Jojo's head before placing the exotic deity crystal into its beak. Kian. Instantly upon ingestion, Jojo's body swelled dramatically. Its formerly pitch-black plumage now shimmered with brilliant white edging each feather. Something stirred beneath its brow. A grotesque blood-red eye suddenly pierced forth. Then 2 rows of snowy white membranous wings unfurled from its crown veiled by fine silken down. The surrounding space darkened violently, then receded just as swiftly. When the shadows lifted, a colossal eagle, wingspan 30 meters, raised its head and let loose a thunderous world-shaking cry. Night Sovereign Eagle Jojo Loyalty 100 level 20 attributes Night Spirit potential rare growth type. Jinna goodbye. A sharp eagle cry echoed as the person who had suddenly appeared abruptly left. It was now 7 in the evening, and Jinna stood dazed in place. Everyone has gone far away, let's head back. It's too cold outside. Feng Fan patted Jinna on the shoulder. Someone nearby consoled, wake up child. People like that are not something we can covet. Yes, people of such stature are like a dragon's tail rarely seen. We ordinary folks should not think too much about it. Alas, if only I could say a word to such a prominent figure, it would be worth living for, but I dare not think too much. The comforting words were in fact envy spoken from the side. However, Leader Feng stood nearby, making it difficult to speak directly. They were jealous of Jinna's good fortune in associating with someone like Inchun. Before leaving, Inchun had given Jinna's brother a blood-boosting berry. Although it had no significant effect, it would help strengthen his body and easily resist minor ailments in the future. For them, this was a precious item in the apocalypse. Countless people had carelessly perished from a mere fever or cold. However, no one dared to set their sights on the 2 sisters, as Inchun had specifically hunted several powerful mutated beasts, creating monster cards from their essence and gifting them to Jinna. These monster cards were a new function discovered after Inchun advanced to level 20. Creating these cards required consuming alloy's essence, all materials dropped by the monsters, and a crystal core to continuously replenish energy. However, the cards given to Jinna could only be used by her, and as long as she did not exhaust the essence energy, they could automatically absorb energy back through the crystal core. The downside was that their power was only half of that of the mutated beasts themselves, but that was sufficient. Inchun hunted countless monsters daily, and could freely use the monster encyclopedia, hence, he looked down upon these low-tier monster cards that could only exhibit half their power. However, whether given as gifts or sold, they were still quite valuable. Therefore, Inchun was in a very good mood today, and had dedicated the entire afternoon to hunting various mutated beasts and other wild monsters. He kept half for himself and converted the rest into monster cards. Currently, Inchun had 78 mutant cat cards, 37 mutant dog cards, and 170 mutant fish cards with card levels ranging from 1 to 9. In addition, he had 3 mutant lion cards, 1 mutant elephant card, 1 mutant crocodile card, and 2 mutant hippopotamus cards, all of which were level 10 to 15, the kind referred to as the overlords of the apocalypse. As for the aberrant species, their terrifying appearance made Inchun feel they wouldn't sell well, so he didn't specifically hunt them. The few he managed to slay were made into monster cards for practicing courage. Returning between the 2 skyscrapers, Inchun jumped off from the night god eagle, satisfying his craving for flight. Storing the night eagle, Inchun entered the vehicle, and the highway reappeared before him. As the vehicle started, the colorful, extraordinary RV vanished from sight in an instant, speeding along the road visible from the inside, but not from the outside. Inchun speculated that this change occurred only after the novice period ended. Of course, if something could see inside from outside, it would be terrifying. He felt that if he parked at night, he would probably be watched by some frightening entity. Back in the living room, Inchun organized the assorted materials he had hunted. He purchased a bunch of wooden boxes and stored all the low-tier materials and some temporarily useless materials he had just obtained in the warehouse. The virtual inventory of the warehouse quickly became abundant, almost overflowing. The vehicle space looked much more comfortable immediately. Now, regarding the supplies still left in the vehicle space, Inchun sorted through them and found these items. Ordinary level extraordinary wood 330, ordinary level extraordinary alloy 1340, good level extraordinary alloy 12, excellent level fire spirit mulberry fruit 22, good level sunshine yellow peach 10, ordinary level blood boosting berry 18, ordinary level lantern grass 1, ordinary level stinky flower 1, ordinary level bitter smile flower 1, ordinary level demon spirit vine 1. It looked much more pleasing at a glance. In fact, there were some more valuable items that Inchun had also placed in the warehouse, some of which he temporarily didn't know the use for, such as the blood of the royal blood phantom female demon and various drops from monsters above level 10. Some were simply too chaotic. For instance, the crystal cores were directly stored in a wooden box and piled into the warehouse. After all, retrieving them only required clicking on the virtual list. Ordinary level crystal cores gold 112, wood 124, water 122, fire 156, earth 123, Wind 13, Thunder 21, Light 16, Dark 10, Illusion 31, Life 3, Spirit 6, Space 9, Dark 3, Phantom 6. As for his personal space, with 20 space slots it was enough for his use. Besides the monster cards, only a few items remained in his personal space, some of which were equipment he had removed. Personal space: Broken Iron Sword 1, Healing Medicine 1, Broken Leather Armor 1, Damaged Ordinary Bow 1, Broken Good Level Spirit Headband 1, Good Level Wind Speed Boots 1. Looking at the shabby items in his personal space, En-Shin fell into contemplation, thinking it might be time to change equipment, perhaps trading them for monster cards. He also needed to restock arrows, preferably with high-level arrowheads. Holding a large handful of monster cards, En-Shin felt it was a minor issue. He had all the monster cards below level 5, but knowing that rarity equates to value, En-Shin had a clear understanding of his monster cards and would not undervalue them. Even for a level 1 mutant beast, he noted they could be exchanged for ordinary level equipment or above, as well as blueprints for arrowheads. After that, En-Shin prepared to make dinner. Looking at the steamed corn, steamed potatoes, and steamed sweet potatoes in the pot, he fell into deep thought, wondering if he should get something better to eat. Forget it, survival is not easy, he must save up some resources. What if one day he couldn't go out? He wouldn't starve, but he really wanted to eat meat. From the spirit garden, could I raise chickens? En-Shin's mind opened up with a new idea, and the more he thought about it, the more viable it seemed. Finally, he made the decision to raise them. So En-Shin checked the available poultry offspring to see if there were any suitable for raising for meat. There were so many fewer supplies in the trading area today. After browsing around, he found that the supplies for sale in the trading area had decreased by more than half. It was likely that it was too cold today, and most people were huddled inside their vehicles and did not venture out. After all, not everyone was like En-Shin, who had already surpassed level 10 before heading out, not caring at all about the minor temperature of -10 degrees. Soon En-Shin discovered something that greatly satisfied him. Misty Piglet, a very delicious wild boar originating from the Misty Mountain CF056. Fire Chick, a creature from the rich Persimmon Volcano Forest SB250, with delicious meat. If you pinch off the fire sack on its chest, it will be roasted into original flavor chicken by the chaotic ignition power. King Carp, a creature from the Cherry Blossom Lake Island SB222, with delicious meat, an excellent ingredient for clear broth or braised dishes. Ding! Your friend from District 13, Player 1314, has gifted you a set meal: 1 quality fried chicken family bucket, 1 ordinary roasted lamb leg, and 3 bottles of ordinary chilled beer. Do you accept? En-Shin, who was selecting piglets, froze at the sound. A family bucket. Roasted lamb. Who sent it? Player 1314. Oh my. Right. The one who obtained the Shulin Penjing. He had once sent a roast chicken before. Now he sent quality food. Oh, perhaps he wants something in return. En-Shin rubbed his chin, but accepting the family bucket and roasted leg was something he would not hesitate over. He checked the Cinder's level and instructed the system, pick an 8th level mutated dog monster card and send it to him. Ding! An 8th level era card has been delivered. For En-Shin, an 8th level mutated beast card was trivial. A fair return for the quality fried chicken bucket and roasted lamb. He stared at the food on the table, mouth watering. The color, the aroma, simply exquisite. It even came with beer. With such thoughtfulness, En-Shin felt a few small favors would not be unreasonable. And if anything proved troublesome, the 8th level era card he returned would more than offset the debt. Sipping the cold beer, he opened his private chat and found a message from Player 1314 waiting. District 13, Player 1314. Hello, Big Boss, good evening. My Shulin Penjing just upgraded, it now yields 1 quality hen a day. How I'm sending you some to taste. District 13, Player 99999. Haha, thank you. I've never tasted anything this good. By the way, your newbie protection has ended. How are you feeling today? 3 minutes earlier, a level 6 RV hurtled through the forest. Inside, a young man in overalls waited anxiously, heart pounding for a reply from the mysterious benefactor. He was the one who had acquired the Shulin Penjing. His real name was Ji Taimei, a name that had embarrassed him from birth through university, often twisted into teasing puns. Despite the awkward name, his survival skills were impressive. His Shulin Penjing had grown from quality to excellent. He had domesticated many animals and by virtue of superior cooking risen to prominence in District 13 selling delicacies. He had reached level 7 and could brave cold front expeditions. Every excursion was aimed at gathering rare ingredients. Ding! Your great benefactor has sent you an 8th level monster card. Ji Taimei stared in disbelief and hurriedly retrieved the card. System view card information. Monster card description. Summons an 8th level gold attribute mutated era possessing half of its former power. It can persist so long as the ordinary grade crystalline core retains energy, exhibiting a degree of intelligence. The core regenerates energy automatically and may be rapidly recharged via conduction from a gold attribute crystalline core. Note, even at half power it will trounce you like a novice. You are incredibly fortunate to have this great benefactor. Ji-Taimei gaped at the card in stunned disbelief. Is this the power of the big boss? To casually give away something so terrifying, I must cling to his coattails. His resolve hardened. From now on, my 3 meals a day must be arranged properly. He ogled the monster card with a lascivious curiosity, as if admiring a bow-tie dress. Come forth, Era, Ji-Taimei shouted, holding the card high. Woof! A cross-eyed black-and-white Era appeared regarding Ji-Taimei with a clever calculating gaze. Ji-Taimei tossed a unit of ordinary grade extraordinary alloy. Brother Ha, I'm counting on you. The Era sneered, then lightly dragged its left forepaw across the metal. Crack! The ordinary grade alloy shattered into fragments. Ji-Taimei sucked in a cold breath. The creature was terrifying, far more powerful than he had imagined. Brother Ha, from now on I'll be yours. Ji-Taimei fawned. The Era lifted its head, as if to say, I'll watch over you. Ding. And Shun, who had been specially marked by Ji-Taimei, was detected the moment a message was sent. Ji-Taimei, excited at Shen's reply, hastened to send further messages. District 13 player 99999, haha, thank you. I've never had such delicious food. How are you feeling today? District 13 player 1314, hey big boss, good evening. My harvest was good today. Best of all the 1,000 portions of refined food I prepared yesterday, all sold out. And Shen Chuing fell silent for a moment. Each had their own way of surviving. So this fellow was a chef relying on selling meals, not a simple feat. Judging by his level, he was already a top-tier player in District 13. Could he ask this person to deliver meals regularly? And Shun mused, chewing on the lamb leg. He had some money now, paying for better food was not excessive. He could raise chickens and ducks himself, but sending live ingredients and hiring someone to cook would save time and effort. He glanced at the roasted leg in his hand, and by the look of the craftsmanship, the cook's skill far surpassed his own. As he considered this, the other party unexpectedly sent a message that delighted in Shun. District 13 player 1314, big boss, how is my cooking? If it's acceptable, I'll take care of your 3 meals a day from now on. Delivered punctually at 6 a.m., 12 noon, and 7 p.m. And Shen smiled with satisfaction and replied, thanks. Use ordinary grade ingredients. That will do. I'll give you 1 8th level monster card each month as payment. Without waiting for a response, Shen immediately sent an 8th level Ha Jimmy monster card. He did not wish to become indebted. Of favors were the hardest things to repay. On the other end, Ji-Taimei, who had been about to decline, was thrilled to receive the great benefactor's monster card. He quickly accepted it and sent a voice message, big brother, leave your meals to me from now on. Ingredients will never be below ordinary grade, and I won't repeat dishes within a month. Having finished a bottle of cold beer, Shen exhaled in contentment. All right, thank you. I plan to raise some high-quality ingredients and will send them to you from time to time. Just cook them as you see fit. Ji-Taimei, no problem. I may have no other skills, but I can cook. I'll make your ingredients into top-notch dishes. I'll go to the trading area to buy some things now. All right, big brother, you go ahead. Stuffed and refreshed, Shun began purchasing Mixiang piglets. He set about acquiring those fragrant piglets that would in time become excellent ingredients for the meals Ji-Taimei promised to prepare. The mysterious fragrant piglets total 7 with a maximum level cap of only 10. However, even sliced and served with sauce, their meat is extraordinarily delicious, inherently carrying a unique fragrance that is particularly addictive. Each piglet requires 3 units of ordinary level extraordinary alloy. And Shun, playing the fool, bought them all without even bargaining. 23 fire chick piglets and 12 king carp, all with the same maximum level of 10. Nonetheless, these details are unimportant. What matters is that they are tasty. For Shun, these things were not expensive at all and were easily acquired. After purchasing them, he casually tossed them into the spirit garden, prioritizing freedom and democracy. In a small grove, he found a tree hole and placed all 7 piglets inside. He also fed them today's harvest of potatoes and sweet potatoes from the planting room. The 7 piglets immediately stopped squealing, busy fighting over the food. For the 23 fire chick piglets, Shun made a special effort to find a suitable place. Behind the mountain, halfway up the slope, there was a hot spring with humid and warm air, maintaining a temperature above 30 degrees, perfect for the fire chicks to thrive. To this end, Shun built a 2-story chicken coop where the chicks could easily hop to the 2nd floor. This small wooden house was spacious enough for the group of fire chicks to use until adulthood, at which point they would be ready for the ready to be released. For the 12 king carps, the spirit garden is filled with various ponds. This highly adaptable species can survive in any pond or stream. To prevent them from becoming invasive, Shun found a secluded pond and tossed them in. Looking at the spirit garden, which was beginning to show signs of upgrading, Shun nodded in satisfaction and then walked to the maple forest where the fire silkworms were located. The maple trees here, which were lush and green yesterday, were already a fiery red today. One couldn't help but admire the power of the spirit garden for adjusting the environment so quickly. Inshun glanced at the fire silkworms in the silkworm frame, and to his surprise, they had already spun cocoons, making him look forward to what was to come. He was currently stockpiling fire silkworm mulberries, just waiting for the silkworms to emerge from their cocoons so he could feed them and help them skip the larval stage. After taking care of these, he grabbed a basket of mulberries to eat and then headed to the orchard. Upon arriving, he picked the ripe fire silkworm mulberries from today, now totaling 25. 20 ripe blood vitality berries were ready, and a batch of sun peaches had also ripened. Inshun planned to combine this batch with the blood vitality berries to make canned goods. He had prepared a canning machine beforehand, which was already placed in the workshop. Carrying 10 sun peaches and 20 blood vitality berries, he headed to the workshop intending to produce 10 cans. Entering the auxiliary compartment, the workshop door was directly across. Inside the workshop there were 2 machines, each occupying 1 square meter, one canning machine, standing 1.5 meters tall. Inshun placed the materials inside, added water, and set it up. He would be able to enjoy the first can of Survival World food by morning. The other machine was a loom 2 meters tall. Besides weaving cloth, it could also accept clothing blueprints to make garments. However, Inshun currently had neither silkworm silk nor fabric blueprints, so he could only leave it for now. He had bought it yesterday simply because it was cheap. After inspecting the items, Inshun happily returned to the living room, selecting mulberries, while opening the trade section. Indeed, many people wanted to trade monster cards with him. As Inshun looked at the items offered by others, he began to compare them carefully, directly excluding anything useless. For example, ordinary level phoenix hairpins, phoenix crowns, and some ridiculous ordinary level fishnet stockings. Inshun dismissed them without even reading the details. Of course, there were also quite a few decent items, and Inshun agreed to trade for those. For instance, ordinary level blood-locking red underwear, ordinary level bulletproof vests, ordinary level exorcism red socks, ordinary level warm black trousers, ordinary level holy light shirts, ordinary level anti-illusion caps, and even a good quality wizard's robe. Adding his good quality wind speed boots, it was truly an upgrade from a shotgun to a cannon. Although the combination was a bit odd, functionality was the most important aspect, everything else was trivial. After selecting the most suitable items, Inshun continued to look at those wanting to exchange equipment for his monster cards, carefully picking a few more. A ring that could automatically activate a protective shield, an ordinary level item. A ring that could unleash explosive fireballs, also ordinary level. A spatial ring that could store 10 cubic meters of items, ordinary level. A ring that could conceal the wearer, ordinary level. A ring that could release pure water, ordinary level. A ring that could summon earthen walls, ordinary level. A ring that could grow vines, ordinary level. A ring that could accelerate, ordinary level. A ring that could repel water, ordinary level. A ring that could repel fire, ordinary level. Looking at his fingers, which were as full as a nouveau riche, Inshun finally restrained his impulse. If he bought more, he would have to consider his toes. These pieces of equipment should suffice for now, and he didn't plan to trade for more equipment in the near future. Of course, the main reason was that these players really kept their good equipment to themselves. A single piece of good quality gear is enough to support a high-level player. The good quality wizard's robe he exchanged for required 20 level 5 cards. The other party would not agree to less. After buying a large mirror, Inshun stood in front of it, admiring himself in all his gear. The most eye-catching were undoubtedly the 10 rings, sparkling brilliantly and dazzling anyone who looked. With money comes the need to enjoy life. Inshun lay on the newly bought large sofa, comfortably rolling around. In the bedroom and living room, he specially sought out a furniture seller to create a complete set of furniture made entirely from ordinary grade calming platinum wood. The previously empty compartment was suddenly filled, and the white furniture with golden patterns made the room look quite luxurious, much to Inshun's satisfaction. The warehouse was designed into 3 layers resembling a large library. Those shelf-like structures were specially crafted storage racks. The first layer stored items with no grade, such as wood, glass, cloth, potatoes, corn, and so on. The second layer contained ordinary level items and relics dropped by level 10 monsters. The third layer consisted of items above ordinary level. Currently, there were only a few, most of which were in the vehicle's storage slots or personal space slots. It was likely that there wouldn't be many things in the third layer for a long time. After tidying up, it was getting late, so Inshun went to bed. After a long day, the bedroom soon echoed with his snoring. Before sleeping, Inshun remembered to purchase bows and arrows. He used a level 10 lion card to buy a good quality bow and a blueprint for arrows. However, in the chat section, the emergence of monster cards stirred up a tremendous wave. Fortunately, Inshun had become savvy. All transactions were anonymous. Now most people were discussing monster cards. To put it bluntly, the appearance of monster cards had completely disrupted the survival methods of players in District 13. Unfortunately, monster cards were still relatively scarce, but that did not diminish players' desires for them. Compared to raising pets, monster cards could directly give one a capable ally. Plus, there was no need to worry about taming value. The more critical point was that the cost of a level 5 card was far lower than raising a level 5 pet, or even a level 4 or level 3 pet. Dragon King Guild. Damn, we can't purchase monster cards. The man's face twisted, glaring at the trading area. No matter what, he could not get his hands on the monster cards. These items held immense strategic significance. His 50 Black Dragon guards were only at level 1, and he had already spent a considerable amount of resources to train them. However, monster cards were indeed worth far less than the resources spent on that batch. At this stage, they were definitely a divine weapon for players to grow rapidly. With his strength, he could easily trade one piece of good quality equipment for at least 50 level 3 monster cards, instantly boosting his power. Resource collection efficiency significantly increased, yet he was unable to purchase anything. The man slammed his fist on the dragon chair. Compassionate Farmer Society. An old man with a face full of wrinkles hunched over sat in a thatched hut, smoking a pipe, quietly gazing at a tattered table in the center on which lay a set of level 5 cards. Around the table, there were several figures, a group of elderly men and women, 7 in total. If Inshun were here, he would be shocked to discover that these elderly individuals were all at least level 7. Each person takes 2 cards, and the rest will be kept by me for supporting others at any time. The old man, smoking the pipe, made the final decision. Boss, the meal is ready and has been sent over. Don't forget to eat. I wasn't sure what flavor the boss preferred, so I made a variety considering that the boss might not return for lunch. I prepared lunch as well. Wishing the boss a pleasant meal. At 6 o'clock, the alarm from the system and the delivery bell from G-Time A rang simultaneously. Rubbing his eyes, Inshun pulled over a small table and started having breakfast in bed. The fresh milk from ordinary moo cows with little sugar and added walnut and peanut juice was incredibly rich. The ordinary 8 treasure porridge was not only delicious, but also nourishing, helping to regulate energy and blood flow. 3 fried eggs made from ordinary grass-scented chicken eggs were rich in nutrition and energy, seemingly enhanced with some spices, each tasting distinctly delicious. 6 ordinary buns were prepared, 3 with meat-filling lamb chicken beef, and 3 with vegetable-filling tofu pickled cabbage chives. This was the breakfast delivered by G-Time A, and Inshun felt that this level 8 monster card was truly worth it. Waking up to find food right beside him felt fantastic. If only someone could help him get dressed. That was wishful thinking. Inshun stood in front of the full-length mirror, putting on the gear he purchased yesterday piece by piece. As he slid the last ring onto his finger, he twirled twice in front of the mirror, not knowing if it was due to the upgrade, but he felt increasingly handsome. His previously slightly imperfect face had become smooth and radiant. His smooth face boasted eyes that sparkled like stars. With over 500 degrees of myopia, he had no idea when it had vanished. His sword-like brows and starry eyes radiated grace, concealing a compelling aura and nobility. Inshun adjusted his collar and opened the trading area to check on the status of the message he posted yesterday about acquiring bows and arrows. As expected, the level 10 monster card was incredibly tempting. The number of comments on the item was overwhelming, but when he checked the trading requests section, only a handful of individuals qualified to send trade requests. He swiftly blocked several players who were speaking with ill intent, and Inshun felt wonderfully pleased. For individuals with good grade crossbows sent him trade requests. By simply clicking agree, he could easily acquire 1 level 10 monster card. Storm crossbow good grade can autonomously condense storm arrows comparable to ordinary arrows. It can also choose to add arrows shooting them with storm energy, resulting in extreme speed. Upon impact, the added storm energy will explode, tearing the target apart. Thunder bow good grade can autonomously condense thunder arrows comparable to ordinary arrows. It can also choose to add arrows shooting them with lightning, resulting in extreme speed. Upon impact, the added lightning will paralyze the target. Shadow bow good grade can autonomously condense shadow arrows comparable to ordinary arrows. It can also choose to add arrows shooting them with shadow power, making the arrows difficult to detect. Cloud chaser bow good grade can autonomously condense cloud chasing arrows comparable to ordinary arrows. It can also choose to add arrows shooting them with cloud chasing energy, making the arrows unpredictable and capable of tracking prey. Wow! Inshun exclaimed in surprise. This is what a good grade bow is. It doesn't even need arrowheads to shoot. Inshun looked greedily at the options. Only children make choices, he obviously wanted them all. A level 10 monster card is nothing, he has plenty. The 4 bows instantly appeared in his personal space, and Inshun excitedly took them out one by one to play with. The exquisite bows delighted him immensely. As for the arrows, Inshun immediately withdrew from the trade. They were merely blueprints for ordinary arrows which were not worth buying. The 4 bows could automatically condense arrows, each with its own characteristics, making them sufficient to produce remarkable results. Having prepared everything, Inshun looked out through the window. The low hills rolled endlessly with dense and tall trees blocking out the sun. From the ruins of the buildings, Inshun guessed he was likely still in the same place as yesterday. After observing for a while, he discovered that there were many mutated beasts in these hills, along with a number of aberrations, likely several of which were above level 10. Thus, when he passed a dilapidated small town, Chen stopped his vehicle. As soon as he got out of the car, a series of howls and roars erupted continuously. Chen directly summoned the night god eagle Qiu and jumped onto it, starting his hunt for the mutated beasts in the hills. Since yesterday, Chen had understood the general power level of this area. The apex of the apocalyptic deities were still in their juvenile phase, at most level 20. With his own strength, he could roam freely. Moreover, Chen wanted to find some powerful mutated beasts or aberrations to practice and test the strength of the Mind Controller series he obtained yesterday. Especially those 9 mind crystals that could change shape at will, which were exceptional treasures capable of penetrating the sea of consciousness. He was very eager to witness the power of the mind crystals. Qiu, go to that mountain peak. Chen surprisingly had Qiu discover a powerful mutated beast first. Qiu chirped once and flapped its wings, quickly heading toward the distant mountain peak. On Liang Mountain, a black bear the size of a small mountain was comfortably lying on a large rock. By the bear's side, there was even a human with shackles grooming its fur and polishing its claws. These people trembled, their eyes filled with fear, walking carefully. Beside them, there was a fierce-looking person holding a barbed whip. The person with the whip suddenly smiled eerily at an elderly man walking past him and stretched out his foot. The old man stumbled and fell to the ground, spilling water from the wooden bucket he was holding. A shadow suddenly loomed over the old man, and his legs went weak as he closed his eyes in despair. Not long after, the black bear let out a grunt and spat out a bloodied shackle. The nearby slave hurriedly picked it up and took it away to clean, as this was a brief escape from this demon. By the bear's mouth, 2 trembling girls were again cleaning the bear's teeth. Inside a massive cave, hundreds of slaves moved back and forth in fear and numbness. These unfortunate humans lived every day in an environment where they could be eaten at any moment. In a corner, a painted-faced boy secretly came here again. Using a strange tool, he quietly unlocked the shackles and struggled to move a large rock, revealing a long excavated tunnel that was only a meter high. Another boy with a buzz cut emerged from within, nodded, and went out while the painted-faced boy continued to dig, thrilled to see the dirt exposed. "Brother, wake up. Boo-hoo, please don't die. We can escape soon. We will make it, boo-hoo." The boy with the painted face cried as he lay on top of his buzz-cut brother. The two were brothers captured a year ago. The boy with the painted face was called Shirchun, and the buzz-cut boy was named Shiryang. At this moment, Shiryang was covered in wounds, his chest a bloody mess. A burly man with a face full of scars swung his whip again, this time striking Shirchun. "Get out of the way, or else this morning both you and your brother will become the Black King's breakfast." Several onlookers hurriedly pulled Shirchun away. "No, don't eat my brother. Eat me, you bunch of bastards, beasts, boo-hoo." The burly man ignored them. Such things happened every day. As a subordinate of the Black King, his saliva was precious and couldn't be wasted on these animals. The bloodied boy was dragged out half-alive, while the others quickly cleaned the ground. A faint golden light flickered in Chen's hand, radiating a gentle golden aura like the rising sun. This was the refined, thought-power gold crystal perceivable only by Chen. Beneath this gentle golden light lay a terrifying power capable of tearing apart the sea of consciousness, ignoring physical defenses, and turning one's brain into mush. Roar. A black bear over 10 meters tall stood atop a giant rock, letting out the first roar of the morning, declaring its dominance. Then it picked up Shiryang, smeared fresh honey on both sides, and sniffed the tantalizing scent of blood mixed with honey, displaying an obsessed smile, pretending to be a gentleman, looking both comical and terrifying, clearly possessing high intelligence. Showing its gleaming white teeth, it was about to reveal its true nature again. Shirchun broke free from several people enduring the tearing pain in his back and immediately witnessed this scene. No. Suddenly 2 auras rose outside the cave. One golden light flickered, mysterious and sharp, carrying an overwhelming might that could penetrate all. It was Chen's unmasked attack, recklessly showcasing the invincible power of the thought power gold crystal. The other aura surprised Chen. It came from the boy named Shirchun. A panel appeared before him, Chen's first encounter with a local humans panel. Even yesterday, the highly skilled martial artist and physically strong Feng Fan didn't qualify for a panel. Perhaps only when using the winged demon's corpse to break the human limits would the system display a panel. Curiously, Chen examined the boy's information laid bare before the system. Shirchun from CF-135S, Distorted Wasteland, awakened the local power system, shrank fire attribute ability, current level advanced first stage, overall strength evaluation level 3. Ability. Chen nodded, although he didn't understand the difference from the sequence. This strength ability seemed quite good. However, having just awakened to level 3 strength was a bit underwhelming. He had jumped directly from level 16 to 20, gaining over 3,000 experience points. This awakening had only gained a few dozen experience points, and Chun estimated that even the weakest sequence potion should yield much more than this strength ability. Of course, the sequence was ultimately bestowed by external factors, so having more experience was normal, whereas the awakening of an ability relied solely on one's talent, making it reasonable for it to be lower. Suddenly, flames erupted from Shi Chen's body, igniting the few people trying to grab him. Just as he wanted to save his brother, he saw the black bear crash to the ground momentarily, stunned, a shadow casting over the entire stone platform. Shi Chen's heart trembled as he looked up in horror at the sky. A massive eagle gradually folded its wings, landing atop the cave, quietly preening its feathers. More terrifying was that standing atop the eagle's head, which exuded a presence even larger than the Black King's, was a person. And Shun flipped his left hand, and a golden light shot out from the Black King's head. Congratulations, player, on killing the level 13 mutated black bear, gaining 30 experience points, dropping 1 mutated bear essence, and 4 bear paws. Do you want to pick them up? Pick up. Ding. Has been stored in personal space. The bear paws are just right for G brother. Hopefully, he can help me cook them up. Not sure if I can eat them tonight. Enshin thought to himself, wondering how this time-honored delicacy would taste. G brother should be able to handle it. After collecting the items, the black bear's corpse remained in place. Only the 4 bear paws were gone, but the essence had long fused into the paws, leaving behind just a large heap of energyless meat. After all, this wasn't an end-time deity. Even after extracting its essence, the corpse still retained an incredible residual power. Jumping down from the cave's top wasn't because Enshun had anything to do, but because a bronze treasure chest had fallen beside the black bear. This was his second time witnessing a treasure chest drop from killing a monster. Putting the treasure chest away, Enshun glanced at the nearby boy Shi Yang, who was fortunate enough not to be eaten, but he looked like he wouldn't survive either. He casually tossed a bloodberry into Shi Yang's mouth. Whether he could survive depended on his fate. The massive eagle flapped its wings, and the mysterious person vanished from everyone's sight. Shi Chun hurriedly bowed several times to the figure, then rushed to his brother's side. Seeing his brother's breathing stabilize, he felt immense gratitude towards the mysterious person. However, his expression soon hardened, and he grinned menacingly at the whip-wielding individuals. Enshin searched the mountains for mutated beasts or aberrant species above level 10. The night god eagle was incredibly fast. In just one morning, he had scoured the entire hillock, killing a total of 7 mutated beasts above level 10 and 2 aberrant species, while no end-time deities were found. However, he did obtain 3 bronze treasure chests. For mutated beasts below level 10, 9 thought power gold crystals accompanied him as he rapidly swept through the entire hillock, not knowing how many he had slain, all of which were made into monster cards. In the future, these would become Enshin's most valuable currency, one that no player could resist. After clearing the hillock, Enchun gazed at the vast sea to the east, unsure of what to do next. To the east of the hillock was the ocean, boundless and deep, causing a stir in his heart. He decisively discarded the thought of heading to the sea. Although he had a crystal coffin, knowing there was danger, and still going to the ocean was not only foolish, but also self-harming. He wasn't a masochist. As for the other 3 directions of the hillock, since it was on a peninsula, the north and south were also the ocean, leaving only the west connecting to a plain filled with ruins and countless abandoned cars. Let's eat first. Enshin sat cross-legged atop the head of the night god eagle, eating while watching the sea. Although he wouldn't go into the ocean, he could still take a look. Suddenly, strange murmurs echoed from the sea. At the horizon where the sky met the sea, the water suddenly boiled, and countless massive tentacles emerged, reaching up to the sky. Enshun held his bowl and turned to leave, without leaving any traces. Deep beneath the sea, a gigantic gray island suddenly opened, countless eyes gazing at the peninsula where Enshun was, then abruptly sank beneath the waves, vanishing along with the multitude of tentacles. Enshun set off towards a small town in the western plain not far away, only 300 miles, and would arrive in half an hour. Based on Enshin's previous observation, while sweeping through the mutated beasts in the sky, there were quite a few people living in that small town, so he also planned to take a look. However, the journey was not short. Riding the night god eagle, it would take half an hour. Thus, Enshun decided to open a treasure chest to see what was inside. 3 bronze treasure chests, all obtained from hunting mutated beasts, 1 from the black bear, 1 from the level 15 mutated white tiger, and 1 from the level 14 mutated peach tree. He wondered what good items he might acquire. Enshun intended to open them one by one, starting with the bronze treasure chest dropped by the black bear. System: open the first treasure chest. Congratulations, player. You have opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a pair of good quality black bear knee guards and a common level crystal core package. Not bad, not bad. A good start, actually, obtaining a piece of good quality equipment. System: display the information for the black bear knee guards. Black bear knee guards, good quality. When worn, they allow the wearer to harness the tremendous power of the black bear in its lifetime, freely manipulating this strength and possessing a high explosive skill, Mountain Shaking Leg. It can unleash 10 times the black bear's might. Hiss! A breath of cold air rushed to his lungs, and Inshun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Do not underestimate Inshun for having easily slain the black bear, but just considering its towering height of over 10 meters, one can imagine the terrifying strength of this beast. It was powerful enough to make even the white tiger retreat in fear. Inshin's ability to slay the opponent was partly due to his significantly higher level, and partly because the mental energy crystal was overwhelmingly powerful. Without strong mental power, even a higher-level opponent would be easily defeated, let alone the black bear. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Inshin's fondness for the black bear knee guards, especially the high explosive skill. Calling it mountain shaking was no exaggeration. The knee guards were pitch black, exuding a metallic sheen, presenting a fur-like texture. They could be freely adjusted to perfectly protect the shins and knees, with a menacing black bear skull adorning the knee area. Satisfied, Inshin played with them for a while. This was truly a romantic item for a man. He quickly equipped them. The originally loose pants under his coat were now tightened around the calves, displaying perfect muscle definition. Having done this, he eagerly opened the second treasure chest. System, open the second treasure chest. Congratulations, player. You have opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a pair of white tiger gloves and a common-level crystal core package. Another piece of equipment. Inshun exclaimed with delight. Show me the information for the white tiger gloves. White tiger gloves, good quality. Wearing these gloves grants the wearer the terrifying tearing ability of the white tiger in its lifetime, allowing for free manipulation of this strength and possessing a high explosive skill, earth-shattering claw. It can unleash a terrifying wind blade exploding with 10 times the tearing power. Gulp. Inshun swallowed. This was going to arm him like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, I like it. Crushing mountains and breaking rivers is no big deal. Taking out the white tiger gloves, they were leather gloves exposing half of the fingers made from white tiger skin. The fine fur displayed a black and white pattern, and near the wrist a golden pattern formed a tiger perched there. After equipping them, only the last bronze treasure chest remained. Inshin speculated that it would also drop equipment related to that mutated peach tree. Upon opening the treasure chest, it was indeed as expected. Illusion Peach Blossom Mask, good quality. Possesses 3 skills: Bewitchment, Illusion, and Concealment. Anyone with mental power below 200 points cannot resist the power of the Illusion Peach Blossom Mask. 3 skills, and all of them are extremely practical. Yes. The mask covered the left half of the face, made of silver powder with a peach branch at the top adorned with a few alluring peach blossoms ready to bloom. 3 bronze treasure chests yielded 3 powerful pieces of equipment, with the 2 common-level crystal core packages being mere side items casually discarded in his personal space, as he couldn't be bothered to open them, planning to store them away for later. Wearing the peach blossom mask, his vision and hearing sharpened instantly. He could clearly see the missiles in the distant sky. Wait a minute. What did he just see? Inshin stiffly lifted his head. Missiles. Missiles were flying toward him. Chirp. Chirp. Quickly. Retreat. Inshin was terrified, his soul almost leaving his body as he hurriedly commanded the night god eagle to retreat. A total of 9 missiles. It seemed that they were specifically aimed at intercepting him, completely blocking his path. What the hell, who did he offend? Boom. The missiles exploded just as they reached the same height as Inshin, unleashing a massive shockwave and intense heat. Oh, it's exploding. It's really exploding. Bang. A huge black shadow like a meteor crashed, violently impacting the ground and carving a wide channel through the forest. In a critical moment, fortunately, the night god eagle sheltered him by tucking its wings around him, or else he would have lost half his life. The night god eagle was also severely injured from facing 9 missiles Hedon, but fortunately, it wasn't too serious. It had only lost half a bar of health. Inshin comforted himself that his canned peach would restore health and energy, so he promptly fed the eagle 3 cans. Thanks to the characteristics of the pet space, its injuries had stopped worsening, and when they returned, a night in the spirit garden would allow it to recover quite well. Looking at the small town, Inshin was completely frustrated. All he wanted was to pay a visit. Why did it turn into being attacked by missiles? With a surge of pent-up anger with nowhere to vent, he couldn't just go on a rampage in the small town. Inshin felt there might be some misunderstanding. After all, he had no enmity with the town. Nevertheless, he still prepared to investigate, as he couldn't tolerate this humiliation. He wanted to see what was going on and find out the real culprit. They must pay for their actions. Inshin looked at his scraped fingers, wincing in pain, and hurriedly blew on them. If he didn't blow, the wounds would start healing. A disheveled figure darted through the woods, gradually approaching the small town. Hey, brother, why are you out hunting alone? Suddenly, a group of people appeared ahead. 3 men and 2 women armed with cannons and guns with knives strapped to their waists. And Shun halted his steps watching the approaching individuals. These individuals were the number 7 hunting team from the small town. Brother, have you encountered a powerful mutated beast? We can escort you back to the town. The speaker was the team leader known as Uncle Hao, a robust man in his 30s speaking warmly with Shun. Yes, young man, come with us quickly. A giant mutated beast just appeared in the sky and it may attack our town. We suspect that another overlord mutated beast is leading a beast tide. You should avoid going out for a while. The girl looked at Shun with flirtatious eyes, her fiery gaze, as if she wanted to peel off his clothes. Her name was Lan Lan, in her 20s with a neat ponytail, casually carrying 2 rocket launchers. Upon hearing this, Shun felt awkward, as if his toes were digging into the ground. So that's the reason. Ding dong. Xiao Ning welcomes you home, dear resident of Dongning Town, Lan Lan. Let's go. I didn't expect you were an outsider. Our town is quite remote, and few outsiders ever arrive, but we warmly welcome all who do. Lan Lan walked beside Shun, introducing the town as they went. In turn, Shun learned some basic details about it. The town was named Dongning Town, the only settlement for 1,000 li in every direction, founded by several formidable cultivators with awakened abilities. It was now in a vigorous phase of expansion and actively recruiting new residents. Yet mutated beasts and grotesque aberrations roamed everywhere. Few dared undertake the perilous journey to seek refuge here. Most would perish long before reaching Dongning Town. Where exactly are we headed? Shun gazed curiously around. To have established a functioning town amid the apocalypse spoke of extraordinary strength, far surpassing ordinary refugee enclaves. He also noticed that most townsfolk were unusually broad-shouldered and powerfully built, likely due to their steady diet of mutated beast meat. We're heading to the town center. I'll help you register and obtain an official identity card. Only with that card are you truly recognized as a resident of Dongning Town, Lan Lan explained. Shun had little interest. He planned to leave before nightfall, so what use was an identity card? Still, Lan Lan's enthusiasm proved irresistible, and he reluctantly followed her to the center. Uncle Mo, hurry. I've caught another one. Hand me a vial of blood serum. Shun froze bewildered. Wait, what did she mean by caught? Had he been kidnapped? It seemed time to act. As the elderly man approached, Shun instinctively rolled up his sleeves. Well, young man, you're dressed rather stylishly. What's your name? Come forward and register. Once recorded, you'll be assigned housing. Uncle Mo approached with a notepad in hand and handed Lan Lan a vial of blood serum. Then, without hesitation, she tucked the vial into her pocket and strode off. So smoothly, it was as if she'd done this countless times before. What on earth was happening? Shun's head spun. Had he just been sold? Or not? Uncle Mo held out his notepad. Name. Shun replied Shun. Gender. After completing registration, Uncle Mo handed him both an identity card and a housing deed. None of that mattered. What truly did was that the system had just granted him a special reward. Congratulations, player. You have acquired official regional identification and earned the special reward CF-135 Regional Travel Pass 33. Upon activation tomorrow at dawn, it will instantly transport you to Dongning Town Region CF-135. An identical card materialized in his personal inventory. So, he now had 3 future opportunities to return here. Not bad. He could revisit the hills later for further sweeps. And if he happened upon a divine sovereign of the apocalypse, that would be even better. Though seemingly trivial, the pass held real strategic value. Should he ever land in barren regions, deserts, wastelands, or arid plateaus, where spending an entire day there would be a costly waste, this pass would let him instantly relocate elsewhere. The town held nothing remarkable, no resources worthy of his attention. Without even glancing at his assigned residence, Shun turned toward the gates. Whispers rustled along the roadside, laced with unease and sighs. No idea what happened with that giant eagle. Was it slain? We're nearly out of missiles. Slain? Unlikely, but gravely wounded perhaps. Still, missile reserves matter little now. It's been 7 years since the great cataclysm, and awakened individuals grow steadily in number. Our Chief Zhang has already reached the 4th tier of awakening. No mere apex-level mutated beast can stand against him. There's no need to worry. I heard a child awakened today, a fire affinity ability reportedly above grade A. Is that true? Yes, it's true. I saw the child myself. He truly awakened. His latent potential remains unknown, but his flames clearly surpass even Senior Captain Lu's from the 2nd Squad. Shun paused mid-step at the town gate. 7 years since the Great Cataclysm, but he'd thought it was only 3. Clearly this wasn't the same place. Time travel via vehicle was absurd. Shrugging, he resumed walking outward. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Beyond the town walls, he checked the time. It was past 2 in the afternoon. Yet the area offered no resources he deemed worthwhile. Idle and unwilling to chop wood, he opted instead to hunt methodically with bow and arrow. though heavy snow made mutated beasts scarce. By 7 o'clock he returned early. The first thing he did inside the vehicle was eat, and mail the bear paw to Ji Tai Mei. "Inshin, hey, can you cook this?" Ji Tai Mei, whoa. A level 13 bear paw. "Boss, you're legendary. Don't worry, I'll have it ready by 9 tonight." "Inshin, just luck. Once it's done I'll share a piece with you." Ji Tai Mei, "Thank you, boss." 3. "Boss, enjoy dinner first. The bear paw will be your midnight snack, a nourishing treat. If you can't sleep tonight, feel free to visit the trading district for companionship." "Inshin, get cooking." Ji Tai Mei got it. He deposited all his harvested mutated beast materials into storage and crafted over 100 monster cards of grade 5 or higher. Those below grade 5 were too numerous even to count. As he ate, he browsed the chat channel, checking for any noteworthy updates. The moment he opened it, a friend request appeared. It was from the player who'd once traded him the Confusion Arrow for Spirit Spring Water. Curious, Inshin accepted, and received an instant message along with 2 images. "I don't waste words. Here's my proposal. This is an exquisite rank upgrade scroll. I propose a trade. You may use it only to upgrade the Spirit Spring source. Once upgraded, I claim half of all Spirit Spring water it produces." The second scroll is a covenant scroll. Once signed, both parties are bound irrevocably. If either breaches the agreement, the system will have their accumulated resources. Agree, then sign the covenant and proceed with the exchange. And Chun stared stunned. An exquisite rank upgrade scroll. The very name sent ripples through every survivor's mind. And someone was offering it to him. This was practically free. After all, he'd do nothing but activate the scroll. A fine rank Spirit Spring would become exquisite rank overnight. Even receiving only half the output, its value would dwarf the total yield of the original fine rank spring. At least tenfold greater in total experience gain. Still, the spring belonged to him, and he intended to negotiate for more. He sent a tentative counteroffer. If refused, he'd walk away. And Chun maximum 30%. Player 11911, Sector 13 deal. And Chun agreed. A covenant scroll instantly arrived, clearly prepared in advance. Its terms were explicit. The sender would provide the exquisite rank upgrade scroll and receive 30% of the upgraded Spirit Spring's output. He scrutinized it carefully, no hidden clauses. Without hesitation, and Chun pressed his thumbprint and signed his name. Though he might someday acquire such a scroll himself, there was no telling when. If delayed too long, the daily 1,000 experience points might soon be trivial, achievable through raw effort alone, rendering the Spirit Spring obsolete. Time was currency. Rapid power growth was paramount. Early strength meant swift accumulation of superior assets. The Covenant Scroll dissolved into golden light, and in its place floated an exquisite rank upgrade scroll. Exquisite rank upgrade scroll 1-3 may elevate any item, equipment, or resource to exquisite quality. System: apply the exquisite rank upgrade scroll to the Spirit Spring source. Congratulations, player. The exquisite rank upgrade scroll has been successfully applied. The fine rank Spirit Spring source has ascended to exquisite quality. Spirit Spring source exquisite rank. Produces 1,000 milliliters of Spirit Spring water daily. Each milliliter grants 10 experience points. Daily human consumption is capped at 100 milliliters. Pets face no restrictions. 1,000 milliliters. 10 experience points per milliliter. And Chun gasped. This was a windfall. He'd feared the exponential experience requirements post-level 20 would cripple his progress. Yet now he'd gain a full 1,000 experience points each day. Blissful. Even more crucially, his Night God Eagle Jojo would surge ahead once more, leveling at astonishing speed. Fresh Spirit Spring water welled forth, exactly 1,000 milliliters. Instantly 300 vanished, transferred directly to player 11911. And Chun blinked in surprise. He'd expected manual delivery, but this was far more convenient. Setting aside all else, he drank 100 milliliters and surged forward 1,000 experience points. Having hunted all day, he stood at level 21 nearing 22, and now broke through to level 22. After leveling, he sighed at the 3,000 experience points required for level 23. Relying solely on Spirit Spring water, he'd need 3 days. Yet the experience curve grew ever steeper. The remaining 600 milliliters he fed entirely to Jojo, propelling the eagle from level 20 to level 23. One level higher than Chun himself. Gratitude swelled within him for player 11911. He'd truly struck gold. But Chun disliked empty gestures. Instead, he generously gifted 10 grade 5 monster cards and 2 grade 10 monster cards, trivial to him given his monopoly on such items. Anything below grade 15 held no appeal for him. Player 11911. Are these monster cards yours? You're the seller. And Chun, that's right. I'm trading them for new gear. Otherwise, I wouldn't part with them so easily. Inside a rose-hued railway carriage sat Yi Chi, a 27-year-old woman who before the apocalypse had served as general manager of a publicly listed corporation on Blue Star. A paragon of elite professionalism, she'd proven her grit on day one of the highway survival crisis, riding pigs, bleeding them dry, and selling fragrant pork. Now she stared at a stack of monster cards on her desk, lips twitching. Humph. Wouldn't part with them easily. Please. She'd have believed it, if not for this overwhelming generosity. She knew the reputation of monster cards well, yet in the trading district, even grade 5 cards were rare, available only after rigorous vetting of buyer requests. Few players possessed even a single grade 1 monster card, and those who did flaunted them endlessly. That scarcity fostered a widespread illusion of extreme rarity, though their true value lay in unmatched practical utility. To Enchun, these cards meant little, but to Yi Qi they were priceless. They constituted a secret trump card, delivering immediate tangible combat advantage. With this set, her foundational strength had skyrocketed, especially the 2 grade 10 cards. Yi Qi was certain across all of Sector 13, those wielding 10-level battlefield power were exceedingly few. Many players might reach level 10, but level 10 player and 10-level battlefield power were distinct concepts. True 10-level combatants required either innate sequences, high-tier gear, fine rank, or higher, with explosive damage or control effects, or 10-level pets. Yi Qi studied the cards. She herself had just surpassed level 10 after consuming Spirit Spring Water and owned no pet. Yet her fine rank artifact, the Nightmare Orb, assured her battlefield dominance beyond level 10. That much she trusted absolutely. After brief reflection, Yi Qi decided to reciprocate with a gift. Yi Qi here. This aids recovery greatly. Enchun, mid-bite into the bare paw, opened her message and the attached item. His eyes widened. Whoa. Dream Mist, do exquisite rank. Infused with ethereal dream energy, it erases all injuries and transmutes negative status effects into soothing dream foam. Effective only for players below level 30. An unparalleled healing artifact. Staring at the treasure in his palm, Enchun could find no words to describe it. Only an astonished damn escaped his lips. A shimmering, egg-sized, iridescent bubble hovered above his palm. Within it floated a single mesmerizing droplet, pure and radiant, as if the most flawless and beautiful thing in existence. Merely gazing upon it evoked a profound sense of tranquility, as though all worldly anxieties dissolved, washing over his body and spirit with serene restorative power. A truly entrancing treasure. Enchun murmured in awe. This was the finest healing artifact he had ever encountered. Even the exchange had never offered anything superior to good-tier healing elixirs. Of course, if other artifacts were considered, Kimenglu ranked only second. The first, unquestionably, was his own crystal sarcophagus, an item without rank restrictions. It could even restore injuries sustained by the soul itself. Yet when it came to healing artifacts, more was always better, and Enchun certainly harbored no such qualms. He still carried his very first vial of wound-healing medicine. He placed Kimenglu into his personal space, then settled comfortably to browse the chat forum, scrolling through posts. After all, this remained his sole source of entertainment. Left utterly isolated, one might well descend into madness. Ding. Another friend had sent a message. Unusual. Today had brought an unusual flurry of notifications. He had only 3 friends total, and one had been added just hours ago. This sender was his first friend, the one who had sold him the bronze treasure chest achievement. And Chen's intuition whispered that this person was extraordinary. After all, he would never have offered such a simple achievement to just one person. He must already possess a considerable stockpile of resources. The fact that his level remained hidden spoke volumes. If he were merely level 3 or 5, why bother concealing it? Enchun himself concealed his level only because his true rank was so high that revealing it might invite unwelcome complications. He opened the chat window to see what the other wanted. 13 region player 12345. Bro, you online? Enchun, yeah. What's up? 13 region player 12345. Got a question. Mind if I ask? Enchun, go ahead. What is it? 13 region player 12345. All right. Hey, race the situation. I've joined a newly formed alliance called the Stellar Alliance, created using a special scroll. Membership is capped at 12 players, but entry requirements are stringent. So far, including myself, we number only 5. In truth, there's just one condition. You must possess at least one excellent tier or higher resource, be it an artifact, structure, pet, special equipment, or even a powerful treasure obtained from an elite tier treasure chest. Do you have one? Enchun, yes, I do. But are there any restrictions on joining? He then forwarded the description of his excellent tier Spirit Spring Eye, withholding all other assets. Upon reading the Spirit Spring Eye's effects, 13 region player 12345 was visibly startled and immediately replied with warm enthusiasm, no restrictions whatsoever, except that you must not belong to any other faction, since players may join only one alliance. Within the Stellar Alliance, there are no hierarchical ranks. Its sole purpose is to gather elite players from across the region. Its goals are mutual resource sharing, cooperative advancement, and joint exploration. With mutual consent, members may even visit each other's vehicles. However, should allies turn against one another, launching raids or seizing assets, the system will randomly erase 3 of the offender's finest artifacts, equipment, or structures. Beyond that, there are no constraints, and the Alliance's headquarters resides in a dimensional space unaffiliated with any vehicle. Members may choose either physical manifestation or spiritual projection to enter the Star Hall atop cloud-tipped peaks. Reading this, Chun felt a stirring of genuine interest. From every angle, the Stellar Alliance, a coalition of the 13 region's most formidable players, offered far greater advantages than solitary existence. It promised influence over future developments and strategic directions, access to confidential intelligence, and indispensable leverage for long-term growth. Moreover, establishing a firm foothold within the 13 region and cultivating a respected authoritative presence would grant substantial sway and leadership capacity, significantly accelerating one's progress. Since he qualified for membership, Chun seized the opportunity without hesitation. An invitation promptly arrived, and with a single click of acceptance, a new Alliance tab appeared in his chat interface. Gazing at the Stellar Alliance, now 6 members strong, counting himself, Chun began formulating quiet ambitions. He resolved to invite Ji-Time and Player 11911. Both possessed excellent tier resources, qualifying them without question. He extended invitations immediately. As a full member, he now held the right to invite others, though expelling a member required a 2/3 majority vote among all members. This was precisely his intent, to assemble a trusted inner circle. With 12 elite players at its core, the Stellar Alliance held immense potential. To secure his position early was imperative. While lone wolves enjoyed freedom, their perspectives remained inherently limited. Thus, while the Alliance was still nascent, Chun intended to claim decisive influence. He foresaw that once its roster reached the full complement of 12, it would inevitably become a dominant force across the 13 region. He suspected that in time, barriers between regions would inevitably fall, leaving those aligned within a cohesive faction with overwhelming strategic advantage. With that conviction, Chun shared the full details of the Stellar Alliance with Ji-Time and Player 11911, Yi-Chi. Ji-Time accepted instantly, declaring she would cling tightly to the big brother's leg, the only one among them who possessed even a partial understanding of Chen's true strength. Player 11911, Yi-Chi, hesitated not a moment. Chun had already witnessed her decisiveness firsthand and knew she would never pass up such an opportunity. Chun introduced Ji-Time to Yi-Chi. The 3 quickly forged a tight-knit alliance and exchanged names, cementing their mutual familiarity. To Chen's delight, Yi-Chi soon recruited a 4th member, a colleague from Blue Planet. How they had recognized one another remained a mystery, and Chun could only marvel. Even more fortuitously, this newcomer possessed a group chat scroll. Instantly, the 4 formed their own private chat channel, streamlining communication and securing 1/3 of the Stellar Alliance's entire membership. Yet after extended conversation, Chun realized Ji-Time lacked independent judgment. Her speech consisted almost entirely of deferential praise, senior brother this, senior brother that. The 4th member, Zhu Kiki, seemed endearingly naive. Her conversations revolved entirely around food. This tastes amazing. That's even better. A pure-hearted, guileless glutton who bonded instantly with Ji-Time. Among the 4, only Chun and Yi-Chi possessed sharp intellects. But Yi-Chi's breadth of knowledge and perceptual acuity clearly surpassed his by several orders of magnitude. That reassured him deeply. As a university student, he'd feared contending with seasoned schemers, but with Yi-Chi beside him, his confidence soared. He also trusted Yi-Chi implicitly, not to abandon their quartet nor to betray him, especially given his exclusive command over monster cards. The 4 exchanged introductions, their rapport deepening effortlessly amid Ji-Time and Zhu Kiki's lighthearted banter. Yet barely an hour later, just past 10:30, the Stellar Alliance reached its full complement of 12 members. Simultaneously, the Alliance's founder convened an introductory gathering to share personal backgrounds and showcase each member's excellent tier assets, thereby laying the groundwork for meaningful collaboration. Chun adorned his fingers with rings gleaming like captured starlight, donned his illusory peach blossom mask, and gathered a selection of valuable resources, hoping to exchange for equally rare treasures. After brief consultation, the 4 unanimously chose physical manifestation for the gathering. A surge of white light surged, and Chun instantly disappeared from the carriage. After a slight dizziness, he opened his eyes in the Star Palace of Yunding. The sky around was a deep blue with white clouds drifting lazily. Is this in the sky, eh? He was not surprised by this scene, clearly knowing that ahead lay a grand hall with white jade walls and glazed tiles. 3 more surges of white light appeared, and in the blink of an eye, 3 people emerged, 1 man and 2 women. Boss, big shot. Let me cling to you, Ji-Time exclaimed in delight. and Shun hurriedly dodged his head covered in black lines. Hey, keep it together, kid. Ji Taimei crawled up from the mist, grinning foolishly. I'm so excited to see the big shot's true form. After all, the big shot is indeed impressive. Look at the boss outfit, it's so cool. Clearly a wealthy person. As she spoke, Ji Taimei's gaze shifted to the 10 rings on her fingers. Zhu Kiki seemed a bit shy, not at all like her usual outgoing self in the group. Yi Qi looked at Inchun with a somewhat peculiar gaze, nodding playfully. Hello, Inchun, big shot. Hello, Yi Qi. Inchun tossed aside the trinket on his leg. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. The four entered the Star Palace, the doors opening automatically, revealing a round table with 12 chairs surrounding it. 3 people were already seated. Among them, 2 seemed slightly familiar, engaged in conversation, while the other sat quietly, remaining silent. Inchun walked to the right side of the table where no one was sitting, and the 4 took their seats. To his left was Yi Qi, and to his right was the chattering Ji Taimei. Do you know who the initiator of this Star Alliance is? Yi Qi seemed quite concerned about this. I don't know, but I feel this initiator must have certain privileges we lack. Inchun certainly did not believe that all 12 people were equal. There must be some privileges. For instance, this initiator must have obtained some kind of item or token granting privileges others do not possess. Yi Qi nodded, clearly sharing the same thought. Currently within their small group of 4, they had exchanged their rights in the Star Alliance with clear annotations showing they were all the same in terms of influence. The most important aspect was, of course, the decision-making power. Each person had 1 vote, allowing them the right to express opinions on any matter. Secondly, they could recruit 12 Star Seekers. However, it was too early to say, and the 4 had no plans to recruit Star Seekers for the time being. Before long, 11 people had arrived, evidently just missing the initiator. Once the 11 were gathered, a mural of a starry night sky on the wall opposite the main door suddenly shifted, gradually transforming into a stargate. A man dressed in a golden robe emerged, looking to be around 32 or 33 years old, exuding an air of authority. Inchun and Yi Qi exchanged a glance, their expressions serious. This person clearly intended to establish his superiority as a demonstration of his status. Greetings, everyone. I am the initiator of the Star Alliance, Player 9 from District 13. You may also call me Murong Ninghua. Welcome to the Star Alliance. Murong Ninghua smiled, taking his seat at the main table. This chair seemed to have some kind of barrier. Several had tried to sit there previously, but could not even touch it. However, Murong Ninghua sat down directly, clearly using some privilege that transformed it into his exclusive seat. If you have something to say, spit it out quickly. I don't have time for your nonsense, you bunch of useless fools. Inchun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, someone who was not impressed by this high-profile initiator had emerged. This person was clearly someone who had wanted to take the main seat earlier, a middle-aged man in his 40s, draped in jewels, dressed like a god of wealth. Murong Ninghua did not respond to this person's insults, continuing. You should all have some understanding of the Star Alliance, so I want to elaborate further. Let me introduce myself. My name is Murong Ninghua, and I possess 3 exceptional grade resource items. I hope to have many exchanges with you all. The exceptional grade healing potion can be produced continuously. I currently have 10 bottles. I won't go into more detail about its effects. The high-grade healing potion in the trading area is one I am selling. The exceptional grade tree of small Bodhi can yield small Bodhi seeds, which can permanently enhance one's spirit and provide a comprehension boost within 1 hour of consumption. This would be greatly beneficial whether for comprehending skill scrolls or for acquiring special cultivation methods. The exceptional grade building Star Source Tower is a cultivation assistant structure. As the initiator of the Star Alliance, I offer you a free method for Star Source cultivation, which can also be practiced regularly. However, within the Star Source Tower, there are bonuses for cultivation. It has 9 floors, with the first providing a 10-fold cultivation speed, the second 20-fold, and so on up to the 9th, which offers 90-fold. Those wishing to use the Star Source Tower can contact me. As soon as he finished speaking, 11 scrolls appeared before each person. Inchun looked at the scrolls on the table, somewhat shocked. Did someone really obtain other evolution methods so quickly? The Star Source cultivation method sounded like it relied on starlight for training. He wondered if it was indeed the case. However, Inchun had no intention of cultivating. Not to mention any potential risks, he did not believe this method could yield significant improvements, especially since the other party had presented the Star Source Tower. He already had his own sequence and was confident that his combat power was on par with any system, making it unnecessary to waste time and energy. Yi Qi only took a glance and made no further comments, clearly not believing that the other party had any good intentions. At the very least, the Star Source Tower would certainly come at a high price, likely a way to exploit others. Yi Qi, what do you think of this? Inchun asked, holding up the scroll to her. Yi Qi casually put the scroll away. Let's store it in the box and let it gather dust. I suggest you don't cultivate either. This thing is definitely not good. You currently possess monster cards which are sufficient for protection. You can easily find sequence potions or obtain other evolution methods. Enshin nodded. That's what I think too, at least we won't be restricted by him. I believe that once we use the star source cultivation method, if we enjoy several times the cultivation speed, the rapid increase in power could easily lead one to become obsessed. At that point, it would surely consume a lot of resources which would not be beneficial for us just starting out. We only need to have the ability to protect ourselves for now. Yi Qi looked at the other two. Exactly, Zhu Qixi and Ji Taimei, you both should not cultivate either. Leave Zhu Qixi to me and Ji Taimei to you. If necessary, we can keep in touch more. Developing ourselves is the most important thing. After a moment, Enshin added, of course, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to borrow my high-level monster cards. Alright. Yi Qi was not at all shy about it, but she had her own resources. I still have plenty of Dream Dew stored. If a great opportunity arises, just go for it. As long as you're not completely dead, you won't die in my hands. If you come across something you can't handle alone, just call me and Zhu Qixi. Zhu Qixi nodded seriously. I have an exceptional grade sealing stone that can seal and suppress all creatures up to level 30. If you encounter such creatures, call me. High-level wild monsters are also very precious resources. And me. Ji Taimei eagerly leaned forward. And Shin shot her a glance. You just focus on making meals, it'll handle the leveling. Tomorrow, it'll give you 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Just deal with the small monsters. It's quite dangerous outside, so don't stray too far from the road. Owl. After Murong Ninghua finished his introduction, everyone began to communicate, exchanging resources or discussing something. After understanding the resources in the hands of the others at around 11 o'clock, Enchun and his group of 4 began to return. Back in the car, just as Enchun was about to sleep, a friend request popped up. Murong Ninghua. What does he want? Thinking of the spiritual spring water he had revealed in the Hall of Stars, he guessed that the other party was most likely after that. After clicking agree, the other party quickly sent a message. Murong Ninghua. Hello, I remember you are Enchun, right? Enchun, what is it? Murong Ninghua. What does brother think of my star source cultivation method? Enchun, very good, it should be a decent evolution method, right? Murong Ninghua. Haha, brother, and indeed has a keen eye. This star source evolution method is one of the top tier evolution methods among all evolution methods. However, what I sent today is just the basic star source cultivation method. If brother wants it, I can give you a less optimal star source cultivation method. And Shun, no need, you came for the spiritual spring water, right? No need to beat around the bush. Murong Ninghua, brother has sharp eyes. I am indeed very interested in your spiritual spring water. How about we make a deal? I will give you a better star source cultivation method and allow you to use the 3rd level for free. And Shun, sorry, first of all, I don't have that much spiritual spring water, and secondly, I don't want to cultivate the evolution method for now. If you want to obtain spiritual spring water, you can trade using small Bodhi seeds. Murong Ninghua frowned. Okay, 1 seed for 50 milliliters. And Shun, impossible. I only have a total of 100 milliliters a day, and at most I can give you 5 milliliters. And Shun decisively rejected. That's too little, 49 milliliters, it can't be less. Murong Ninghua said firmly. 5 milliliters is already considerable. 1 milliliter gives 10 experience points, which is equivalent to the experience of a level 10 wild monster. Even if you have the strength to hunt easily, level 10 wild monsters aren't just encountered whenever you want. Enchun did not yield at all. In the end, after a prolonged negotiation, it was Enchun who possessed spiritual spring water that had the upper hand. There was no way around it. Experience points were clearly more cost-effective than small Bodhi seeds nowadays, as small Bodhi seeds did not have much prominence at this point. Many players had nothing to comprehend, for most spiritual power was something that could be ignored. Enchun directly received 10 small Bodhi seeds, and the other party agreed to give him 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water in 2 installments. The other party clearly wasn't worried at all about Enchun playing tricks or defaulting, and Enchun wouldn't care about such petty gains. 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water was neither too much nor too little, but it wasn't enough to warrant a feud with Murong Ninghua. Looking at the 10 small Bodhi seeds prepaid by the other party, Enchun contemplated how to use them. The first priority was to enhance his spiritual power. 1 seed would increase his spiritual power by 1 point, which Enchun valued the most. As for comprehension ability, Enchun didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't have anything that required mental comprehension. However, Enchun wasn't in a hurry to use them. He planned to carry them with him and place them in his personal space. Ding. In the spirit garden, your pet fire moth has hatched 10. What? The spirit moths have hatched. Enchun quickly took out the fire mulberry and headed for the spirit garden. Upon arriving at the spirit garden, he indeed saw 10 fire moths, each the size of a fist, entwined in flames, and lively, clearly in good condition. They were all only level 3 just born, but that was already quite impressive. If they consumed the fire mulberries, their levels would surely skyrocket. He took out 10 fire mulberries, and the 10 mischievous little creatures immediately surrounded him. and Shun was generous, giving 1 fire mulberry to each fire moth. 10 light cocoons formed on the spot, forming quickly and disappearing even faster. When the light cocoons were torn apart, 10 fire moths, half a meter tall, emerged. And Shun checked their information. Fire moth level 10, a excellent potential capable of controlling fire, decent combat power. Before maturity, their combat power is at a middle-low level under equivalent conditions. However, after reaching adulthood, their combat power is among the top tier for their level, making them highly valuable for cultivation. All 10 fire moths were level 10. Moreover, due to the fire mulberries, they all passed the larval stage and entered the growth stage. However, they were still far from maturity, only after reaching level 30 would they completely enter the maturity phase. And Shun planned to take these fire moths with him tomorrow, so he needed to train them well and not let them become clumsy. By the way, there's also the silk shed by the fire moths. Checking the silk rack, he indeed found 10 portions of silk. However, Shen's fingers suddenly froze. 2 of the fire silkworms were missing. 35 fire silkworms had hatched, so there should have been 25 left, but there were only 23. What happened? Did 2 fail and turn to ashes from their own flames? He could only think of that possibility, burying his doubts in his heart, collecting the 10 portions of silk, and leaving. Before leaving, he hung the silk rack on a tree branch. Arriving at the workshop, he put the silk into the loom and prepared to purchase clothing blueprints. Upon opening the trading post, the clothing blueprints were sparse and visible. However, there were still about 20 to 30 types of various blueprints that could be crafted with just materials. He selected a set of combat-style clothing that looked more suitable for battle and more convenient. He placed the blueprint into the loom, added 10 units of silk, and soon a set of combat clothing appeared. The base color of the combat clothing was white, but it had many flame-like patterns on it, looking very stylish. Tomorrow he could change into this outfit. Wearing it seemed more convenient for battle, while the mage's robe and pants could just sit and collect dust for now. Having done all this, he suddenly remembered Qiao. After placing Qiao in the spirit garden, and Shun began to sleep. In the late hours of the night, the temperature suddenly dropped significantly. The virtual screen at the front of the car showed that the weather had reached an ordinary level cold wave disaster, with the temperature plummeting to minus 30 degrees. With the cold wave escalating, a large portion of players would likely be affected. Only a few players might be fortunate enough to remain in an environment of slightly below 10 degrees. However, most people lacked warm clothing and were basically huddled inside their vehicles. Many relied on force aid to barely survive. Indeed, now in the 13th district, 3 major forces had already surfaced and had a good reputation among players. Ranked first was the Red Star Society, which was said to be established by the official group of Blue Star and appeared on the 2nd day of the novice protection period. They provided a large amount of basic supplies to players. And Shun didn't know the specifics, only that the Red Star Society had no less than 300 members. Ranked second was the so-called Dragon King Guild, a somewhat special force that seemed to be an alliance formed by several factions, but all led by a self-proclaimed Dragon King. Their number was not small, at least over 100 combined. It was said that non-player indigenous people also appeared in the guild, each with impressive combat power. Ranked third was the Compassionate Farmers Cooperative, a gathering place for many elderly people who initially just planned to band together for warmth. Unexpectedly, many big shots were hidden within, making it one of the 3 major forces in the 13th district. It was said that these people were extremely skilled at development and had stored a large amount of food. The basic guarantees provided to players by the Red Star Society came from the Compassionate Farmers Cooperative, seemingly having signed some contract for long-term cooperation. These 3 forces were recognized as the first tier. Of course, there might be hidden forces that were not weak, but they were likely to be slightly inferior overall. Just like the newly established Star Alliance, which gathered only top-tier players. Their high-end combat power was definitely not inferior to the 3 major forces, but in terms of the lower and middle tiers, the Star Alliance simply had no lower and middle tiers. There were also some other small and large forces, either in the open or hidden, but generally had fewer personnel and poor cohesion. Some even established a force just by relying on a group chat, lacking any binding force, merely self-indulging. Of course, the biggest obstacle to forming a force was the existence of places like the Hall of Stars, which allowed members to descend freely. There were not many of these, probably no more than 10. Now, just on the 4th day of the 13th district, things were already stirring, as there were always some people unwilling to be lonely, whether seeking fame, fortune, or survival, creating a tumultuous undercurrent. Of course, these had little impact on Shun. He was not only developing comprehensively, but also one of the 12 seats of the Star Alliance, having his own small group that occupied 1/3 of the seats. On the 2nd day after the novice period ended, the 5th day of player survival, the winds were shifting, and he sat firmly on the fishing platform. What a beautiful forest! And Shun exclaimed as he leaned against the window. System, where are we now? Ah, the Elven Forest. No wonder it's so beautiful. System, are there elves here? The Elven Forest is home to a large number of forest elves, moon elves, and water elves, as well as a small number of humans, goblins, and dwarves. The system thoughtfully projected several images: forest elves hunting with wooden arrows, water elves fishing by the riverbank, moon elves singing to the moon, along with human tribes, goblin tribes, and dwarven tribes. This is the first time I've seen an intelligent race other than humans. And Shun observed the elves and other races with curiosity, noting how stunning the elves were, while the goblins were quite unattractive. The vehicle came to a slow stop, and Shun, dressed in fire spirit silkworm clothing and accompanied by his fire spirit moth, and Qiu planned to hunt first. This place resembled a primeval forest with ancient trees towering above him, the roots rising even higher. He felt as if he were riding Qiu, weaving between the massive trees without any issue. The plants here actually glow. The tall and lush ancient trees blocked most of the snow above, so there was not much snow on the ground, just a shallow layer. And Shun approached a small tree and picked a purple fruit. System, identify this for me. Shi Shui Mei, good quality, can alleviate mental fatigue, has excellent cold-resistant medicinal properties, and will instantly generate a large amount of heat in the body to resist the cold. Good quality. System, did you make a mistake? And Shin looked around beneath the ancient trees. These small trees resembled mushrooms scattered about. Although not abundant, there were definitely quite a few. Ding. Feedback received, verifying. Verification complete. System check accurate. And Chin's breathing quickened as he hurried to another small tree, which bore white fruit. System check. Ice pear, good quality, a fruit highly favored by ice mages, only appears in the Elven Forest during winter and is very precious in human kingdoms. It's also good quality. I've struck gold. Time to dig up some trees. Qiu start digging, and Shun excitedly rubbed his hands together. Good quality indeed. Everywhere he looked there were good quality fruit trees. It seemed his orchard would hardly be able to accommodate them all. Dig. As he dug, and Chun checked various new fruit trees, ignoring the ordinary quality ones entirely. Snow apple, good quality, an extremely delicious fruit loved by human nobles, and the water elf clan has a small chance of causing water elves to transform into ice elves. Girl's fruit, good quality, a fruit that makes one more beautiful when consumed. Toad grapes, grown in the cold winter, but inside the fruit skin are fiery red berries that can warm and invigorate the blood and are highly favored by hibernating animals. Blue cherry, refreshingly delicious, a fruit that elves particularly adore. Mermaids living in the western ocean of the Elven Forest often exchange exquisite pearls for this fruit. 6 types. A total of 6 good quality fruit trees. As for the ordinary quality fruit trees, there must be dozens of them, and even a single blade of grass could be ordinary quality. Moreover, these towering ancient trees all had ordinary quality garments, and good quality ancient trees were also quite numerous. However, Shin still preferred these fruit trees. After all, he had an orchard that could ignore environmental impacts and plant any type of fruit tree. After busily working for half a day, Shun had almost cleared out the entire area, collecting hundreds of fruit trees. These fruit trees should be more than enough to plant in his orchard, but he was unsure if the scarecrow would be able to take care of them. By the way, I wonder if the orchard can be upgraded or expanded. System, can my orchard be upgraded? Dear player, don't worry about your orchard being insufficient. As an orchard that cannot be judged by levels, its capabilities far exceed your imagination. When your orchard is filled and the scarecrow can no longer plant another fruit tree, it will automatically expand in size. No need to use any treasures for the upgrade. Indeed. Awesome. And Shin exclaimed. Since that's the case, he naturally had to continue collecting fruit trees. Once this opportunity was missed, it would be gone for good. After clearing this area, Chun rode on the night god eagle Qiu, weaving through the towering ancient trees, quickly finding a new place that also had many good quality fruit trees. However, this place had an owner. A gigantic brown bear, its fur bristling, was issuing a low warning at Qiu. Behind it grew dozens of toad grapes along with another type of golden fruit that resembled beeswax. Honey persimmon, good quality, tastes like top-notch honey, has excellent health and detoxifying properties, and is a favorite fruit of bear-type magical beasts. Earth Bear, level 17, intermediate 5th stage, a lazy gluttonous beast that enjoys teasing humans or elven children, but has a kind and gentle nature often nurtured by human tribes living in the Elven Forest. This Earth Bear is the guardian spirit of the nearby human tribe, the Qing tribe. Just as Shan was about to take action, he looked at the Earth Bear and felt a bit embarrassed. It turned out it wasn't wild, but he could let the bear go, but not the fruit trees. As Qiu landed, the Earth Bear suddenly bolted away. And Shin stared in disbelief at the fleeing bear with its tail tucked between its legs, momentarily at a loss for words. Now, and Shun turned his gaze to the fruit trees. They should be unowned now. A flurry of snowflakes flew, dirt splashed, and before long the ground was left pockmarked with only 2 lonely fruit trees remaining, 1 toad grape and 1 honey persimmon stripped of their fruits. Not long after, the Earth Bear returned carrying an old man on its back, followed by a group of humans armed with weapons. The old man looked at the disarray and angrily puffed up his cheeks, shouting, "That damn turtle grandson. You not only stole the fruit, but even uprooted the trees." Looking at the two lonely fruit trees, the old man almost fainted, roaring at the sky, "You son of a goblin. Don't let me catch you. This fruit grove has been tended by my ancestors for generations. It's all gone, all gone." The old man rolled his eyes and collapsed. The burly warrior beside him quickly caught the high priest, shouting in panic, "There are still two left, there are still two left. Hang in there, high priest." Far away, in Chun, who had flown who knows how far, sneezed. "Looks like someone is thinking of me again." Rubbing his nose, and Chun casually flew off in a direction. In the elven forest at the forest temple, the elven queen gazed through the dome, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Natasha, perhaps the next extinguished elven race will be ours." Natasha silently lowered her head, and the hall fell into silence again. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." An elf clad in armor rushed in, panic-stricken. The elven queen furrowed her brows, her expression shifting from sorrow to solemn indifference. "What is it?" "Your Majesty, in the south of the forest, there is a human 7th-tier powerhouse battling the Earth Dragon." The elf gasped for breath. The elven queen suddenly stood up. "The Earth Dragon? Are you referring to the Earth Dragon Mortar?" "Yes, it's Mortar. Quick, take me there." The elven queen appeared somewhat excited. The Earth Dragon Mortar, a 7th-tier, high-level magical beast level 23, was the ruler of the southern part of the elven forest. If they could win over the human who could contend with the Earth Dragon, they might be able to survive this calamity. Although the possibility was still slim, it was better than having no hope at all. At least they could plead with him to take away a few seeds of forest elves. In the southern elven forest in the Earth Dragon Valley, and Chun stood atop the treetops wielding a thunderous bow that shimmered with lightning, shooting arrows of thunder. Boom. A giant boulder came crashing down, instantly shattering the ground, wherein Chun stood, splintering countless tree fragments. A shadow suddenly appeared from another direction, and an even more explosive thunder arrow was shot. "Roar, human, do not go too far." The Earth Dragon Mortar roared in anger, his body charred, large sections of his rocky armor blown to bits, and a hole directly punctured through his right eye. "Oh, what would happen if I went too far?" And Chun mocked the Earth Dragon, his arrows of thunder never ceasing. If it weren't for the practice, the Earth Dragon would have already been finished. The Earth Dragon Mortar seethed with anger. This human was like a loach, he couldn't touch him at all, but instead became the target. Now his body began to stiffen, instilling a sense of fear within Mortar. Moreover, the opponent had a pet that hadn't made a move yet. That pet, although not particularly strong, exuded a terrifying aura. "Human, I will give you all my treasures, hoping you can spare me." Ultimately, the Earth Dragon Mortar chose to submit and begged for mercy. And Chun stood atop the treetops, the night god eagle watching intently nearby. "If you die, everything is still mine." And Chun jumped down, approaching the Earth Dragon Mortar. "Human, do not go too far. I am of the Dragon Clan." Mortar retreated in fear. At this moment, his muscles were sore and weak, barely able to move. "The Dragon Clan, how impressive. But you still have to die." A golden light flickered in Chen's hand, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Earth Dragon Mortar with its massive body crashed to the ground, a thin line of blood appearing on its brow, its dragon eyes instantly dimming. Congratulations, player, for defeating a level 23 Earth Dragon, gaining 400 experience points, and obtaining an Earth Dragon Essence, a bottle of Earth Dragon blood, and a set of excellent grade Earth Dragon armor. Do you wish to collect them? Collect. And Chun licked his lips. Level 23, using it for the monster encyclopedia seems a bit wasteful. Otherwise, if I could turn it into a card, even if it only had half its power, it would still be at least level 21, right? The essence, dragon blood, and armor transformed into a beam of light, surging into the monster encyclopedia. In the blink of an eye, a card floated out from the cover of the encyclopedia. Not bad, not bad. This item is quite useful for myself. By the way, let's see what good treasures are inside this lizard's den. Entering the dragon cave, the vast cavern was piled high with gold coins and gems, and Chun accepted everything. He directly swept everything clean. However, what truly caught his interest were only two items: magical books. Several spatial rings contained various magical books, each recording multiple meditation techniques, and a plethora of spells of various levels. One book even recorded 2 8th-tier spells: Heavenly Fire Burning City and Holy Fire Protection. These items should be worth a lot of money. Even if I don't sell the high-level magic, keeping them for future cultivation of my own forces isn't a bad idea. However, 8th-tier magic only corresponds to level 24, which doesn't seem very impressive. And Chun shook his head, deciding it would be better to sell them. In the trading area, there basically weren't any evolution methods available, and those who had evolution methods were surely hiding them away to build their own forces. Thus, these magical books still have a good market, and at least trading them for 1 or 2 excellent grade items shouldn't be a problem. Besides the magical books, there was one other item that excited Inshun, a small tree earthy yellow in color growing on the stone wall of the cave. This was likely the reason why the Earth Dragon chose this place as its lair. Earth Vein Tree Excellent Grade can bear excellent quality fruit. Consuming it greatly increases Earth magic power and can slightly purify bloodlines with a small chance of gaining Earth affinity. An excellent grade fruit tree. This was the main reason Inshun hunted the Earth Dragon. Carefully plucking the fruit tree, Inshun began to clear out other fruit trees and rare herbs in the valley. Fortunately, he had just picked up quite a few spatial rings that otherwise he wouldn't have been able to carry everything. He suddenly obtained 3 fruitful plants, good grade Earth Dragon Blood Fruit Tree, good grade Dragon Scale Vine, and good grade Earth Spirit Fruit Tree. There were also many other good grade items, but unfortunately, they were all exotic flowers and herbs that did not bear fruit, otherwise they could have been planted in the orchard. Just as Inshun was about to finish up, 2 elves riding azure eagles arrived at the valley. Inshun paused his movements and looked up at the 2 azure eagles descending slowly. They turned out to be 6th-tier magical beasts. Inshun was astonished as he looked at the 2 elven maidens descending. One appeared to be of high status, wielding a tall staff and dressed in an intricate emerald gown, naturally exuding the dignity of an authority figure. The other wore lightweight azure armor full of heroism, with a slender sword at her waist and emerald green eyes curiously examining Inshun. Respected human powerhouse, welcome to the Elven Forest. The Elven Queen smiled gently. May I have the honor to invite you to visit our Elven Temple? Inshun glanced at her indifferently, 2 panels appearing, and he was instantly taken aback. This was in fact the Queen of the Forest Elves. What did they come to find him for? However, it seemed that she was only a bit stronger than the Earth Dragon, and he wasn't afraid of her. What do you want from me? Inshun spoke frankly. The 2 elves exchanged glances, thinking to themselves how this human lacked manners. If Inshun knew this, he would have just turned around and left. What was with these women chattering endlessly? If there's something to say, just say it. He hated that kind of vague conversation, always making people guess. What the hell? The Elven Queen felt slightly awkward. Please, sir, step into the temple. We will host the grandest banquet to welcome you. Inshun turned and walked away. If they wouldn't say it, then he wouldn't say anything either. The Elven Queen stared blankly at Inshun, quickly reacting and waving her hand. Hero, wait. This is the situation, and we humbly ask you to aid the Sylvan Elves in overcoming this calamity. On their behalf, I shall forever enshrine your grace in our collective memory. The Elven Queen rose and knelt in solemn reverence. Natalia's expression shifted instantly. She cried out in alarm, Your Majesty, this must not be. How could we allow you to endure such humiliation? Better we perish fighting that dragon lord than watch our queen bow low before a mere human. Several elder elves standing nearby bristled with indignation. How could they bear to witness their sovereign beg so meekly of a human? Elder Isabella leaned heavily on her scepter, voice sharp and commanding precisely. How dare our queen demean herself thus? She embodies the very dignity of the Sylvan Elves. If this man refuses, we shall prevail on our own. She turned sharply toward the man, noisily chewing his food, utterly devoid of decorum. How utterly uncouth you are. If you decline, simply say so. Why add insult to injury by shaming our queen? Elder Isabella glared with undisguised contempt, as though gazing upon a beggar. Your Majesty, let us abandon this folly. This fellow reeks of a second-rate vagabond. Perhaps he stumbled into 7th rank by sheer luck. His aura wavers unsteadily. He may not even surpass me in strength. Such ill manners. He might well be swayed by the Dragon Lord's honeyed words and betray us at the critical hour. Inshun stared dumbfounded. Truly, he had never encountered such brazen audacity. Hearing this, he immediately turned to leave as if they had accused him of coercion, when in truth it was they who had come begging for aid. Inshun spat directly at the most vociferous elder, then rose and strode toward the exit. Thank you for your hospitality, but no need for assistance. Your Sylvan Elves appear remarkably united. I am certain you shall vanquish the dragon and safeguard your homeland. Justice shall ultimately triumph over evil. My heartfelt congratulations in advance. Farewell. Spattered full in the face, Elder Isabella flushed crimson with rage and bellowed after him, Halt. The Elven Sanctum is not some tavern. You cannot enter and depart at your whim. Inshun paused mid-step and fixed the elder with a cold, mirthless smile. What foul crevice birthed a creature like you? Do you mistake my forbearance for deference? I ignored you solely out of respect for the queen. Yet now you presume yourself some grand luminary. Your kind, the so-called woodland elves, deserve extinction. Do you still imagine yourselves heirs to the Elven Empire? Pray recall, it crumbled 5 centuries ago. You dream on deluded souls, rebuilding the Elven Empire. Truly it is laughable. Surrender now. Elder, what is her name, whose beauty rivals wilted cauliflower? Spread your legs for the Frostfire Dragon, and perhaps he'll restore your faded glory. Worthless rabble. Elder Isabella, unaccustomed to such vulgar invective, trembled violently, lips quivering. The elven queen surged to her feet. Enough. Elder Isabella, you have overstepped. I demand you apologize to Master and whom I personally invited. Gazing upon the haughty elder, the queen seethed inwardly. This was the formidable cultivator she had gone to extraordinary lengths to summon. Would she have bartered away her entire grimoire collection if he lacked true power? Elder Isabella could scarcely believe her sovereign would side with an outsider. Her face cycled between ashen pallor and livid crimson. And Chun sneered, no need. Clearly Elder, blind as a bat, far surpasses me in sheer rhetorical mastery. With that tongue alone, she could subdue the Dragon Lord without lifting a finger. With a flick of his sleeve, a torrent of immense mental force sent Elder Isabella sprawling face first onto the floor. And Chun then turned and strode resolutely toward the exit. Masterin, please wait. I offer in addition a sapling of the world tree, as penance. I beg your forgiveness. The queen's expression tightened. She swiftly deployed her most precious bargaining chip, knowing full well his profound affinity for arboreal life. She was certain he could not resist such an offering. As anticipated, and Chun froze mid-stride upon the threshold. The queen exhaled softly in relief. Insufficient. His voice, calm and detached, struck the queen like a hammer blow to the heart. Her deepest fear had materialized. She slowly closed her eyes. At times she longed to abandon this decaying kinship, but as its sovereign, how could she forsake the weight of her duty? What else does Masterin require? I shall spare no effort to fulfill it, even if. The queen bit her lower lip, falling silent. This monarch possessed genuine capability, yet her compassion was her undoing. And Chun mused inwardly, mud remains mud. No amount of propping will raise it. Perhaps burial is the only recourse. I shall enter your treasury and select one item that pleases me. The queen's suspended breath finally eased. Agreed. Are you mocking me? And Shin stood before the vault's entrance, staring into a chamber so barren even rats would weep. You call this a treasury? The queen offered an embarrassed smile. Hard times have befallen the Sylvan elves of late, and the dragon's assault forced me to sell nearly every relic we possessed. Realizing her misstep, she hastily added, but fear not, Masterin. I still possess the heart of the forest. She reached toward the largest gem embedded in her crown. And Chun waved dismissively, never mind. I'll take whatever catches my eye. Honestly, you've left me speechless. Truth be told, and Chun deeply admired this queen, whose sole ambition was the resurgence of her people. Had he been in her place, he would have abandoned the post long ago. It was these inept parasitic elites dragging her down. Otherwise, her innate talent might already have elevated her to 8th rank. Inside the vault, and Chun examined several dilapidated artifacts one by one. Shattered Heart of Guardianship, exquisite tier. Severely damaged, over 90% of its power has dissipated. Once cherished by the legendary empress who founded the Elven Empire. Rotted Forest Warplate, exquisite tier. An ancient suit of armor bearing witness to the Elven Empire's zenith and decline, now brittle as decayed timber. And Chun shook his head. These were worthless, less useful than a blade of grass plucked from the roadside. He barely glanced at the last item, a desiccated white flower. What possible use could it serve? He refused even to scan it, casually snatching up a heart-shaped stone to depart, when a golden prompt flashed before his eyes. The goddess of fate guides you. This white flower shall subtly alter the course of your destiny. A golden notification shimmered into view. System, analyze this white flower. Sealed flower of size rare tier. A legacy bequeathed by an elven empress who ascended to the divine realm. Imbued with a sliver of the law of withering. Note the law remains sealed, rendering the flower seemingly inert. The system advises that it may be cultivated and restored within the elven garden. Rare grade. It is actually a rare grade item. Moreover, it is undamaged, merely sealed. Looking at the withered, curled little white flower in the basin, and Chun swallowed hard. He could never have imagined that this flower, which looked less impressive than the weeds by the roadside, was a rare grade item. He'll take this thing then, and Chun said nonchalantly, putting the little white flower into his spatial compartment. This left the elven queen feeling somewhat embarrassed. How about I give you this forest heart instead? To be honest. The rest of her words the elven queen could only mutter to herself in her heart. After all, it was a relic left by the ancestors, said to be from a very ancient elven empress. No need, let's go. And Chun shook his head and exited the treasure vault. How do you plan to deal with the Icefire Dragon? The Icefire Dragon was a calamity faced by the forest elves. Due to certain events, the forest elves had angered this dragon king, and lacking the strength to resist, ended up in such a predicament. 7 years ago, the Icefire Dragon was at the 6th advanced level 20, then disappeared for 7 years, only to emerge as a low-level 8th level 24. It directly sought out the forest elves' intent on exterminating them, with no room for negotiation. The other races, including the Moon Elves and the Water Elves residing in the Elven Forest, hurriedly distanced themselves from the Forest Elves, let alone outsiders. In this world, according to Enshin's understanding, 8th-level powerhouses are already existences of national importance capable of establishing their own kingdoms. They are at the pinnacle of the current world. From what the Elven Queen introduced, there are currently only 7 known 8th-level powerhouses: the ancestor of the Soya Kingdom, the national general of the Lucy Kingdom, the headmaster of the Magic Academy of the Fran Kingdom, the king of the Giant Kingdom in the extreme west, the Dragon King of the East Sea Dragon Island, and the newly emerged Icefire Dragon Nylok. As for the Elven race, ever since the decline of the Elven Empire, they have suffered greatly. Not to mention 9th-level powerhouses, even 8th-level ones died in the conflicts with human kingdoms and dragons, leaving only a few 7th-level powerhouses, each guarding their hollow kingdoms, coiling in the Elven Forest. Whenever the Elven Empire was mentioned, the Elven Queen was filled with longing. However, Enshun was indifferent to all of this. He only cared about what he could gain. He still had some confidence against the Icefire Dragon Nylok. This confidence was not merely in expelling or severely injuring the opponent, but in his assurance of being able to slay the opponent. Indeed, slay. Previously, when facing the 6th Advanced Earth Dragon, which was just 1 level short of the 8th, Enshun had been quite at ease. If he summoned his telekinetic crystal, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could easily defeat it. That Earth Dragon certainly would not last 5 rounds against him. Moreover, he also had Jiao as his helper, a Night God Eagle with rare-grade peak potential capable of challenging a giant dragon without any issue. According to the Elven Queen, the Icefire Dragon's potential talent was inferior to that of the Earth Dragon, since the Earth Dragon in reality is a descendant of the Icefire Dragon. However, 7 years ago, the Earth Dragon Modu was already at the 6th advanced level, while the Icefire Dragon Nylok was only at the 6th advanced level. Thus, Enshun speculated that the opponent's potential 7 years ago should have been at a good grade level. Even with great opportunities at such an age, to elevate to an excellent grade would be a blessing. Therefore, Enshun was not afraid at all. He even wanted to hunt the opponent and forge a card from it. Upon returning to the Elven Temple, Enshun and the Elven Queen had already discussed it and were ready to set off. They did not carry any elves with them, as they would not be of any help and might even leak their whereabouts, and Enshun would have to divide his attention to protect them. Thus, the two planned to sneak out. In the Elven Queen's plan, as long as they could severely injure the opponent once Nylok recovered after 7 or 8 years, she was confident in breaking through to the 8th level. As for whether it would succeed or not, if it succeeded, she would consider it a mission accomplished, continuing the legacy of the Forest Elves and living up to her teacher's expectations. As for failure, then death would also relieve her of the burden that had weighed on her shoulders for 200 years. She had struggled for 200 years without letting down any of the elves. The Elven Queen had long made these decisions. Whether it succeeded or not, she would find liberation. Looking at the vast forest, she was troubled, yet seemed to have no worries, as light as the wind and clouds. Enshun and the Elven Queen had already secretly left the Forest Elven Kingdom, a realm with only one city. Ever since they set out, Enshun had clearly felt that the Elven Queen had changed. She had become indifferent, as if nothing concerned her, contrasting sharply with the Elven Queen in the Elven Kingdom, who always wore a worried and troubled expression. A human and an elf raced thousands of miles, soon arriving at the location of the Icefire Dragon Nylok, a massive lake on the ground. It was said to be a vast volcanic crater which had inexplicably fallen silent for 1,000 years, gradually accumulating rainwater, forming this lake. Today it was the territory of the Icefire Dragon, and it was rumored that Nylok could reach the 8th level in just 7 years, largely due to this lake. However, currently no race dared to provoke Dragon King Nylok. An 8th level powerhouse is akin to a nuclear weapon. Whoever dares to cross Nylok would end up like the Forest Elves. Yet today someone came looking for trouble, a human whose level was unknown, but who easily defeated the Earth Dragon Modo. An elf, the current Forest Elven Queen at the 7th advanced level, rumored to be the most likely to break through to the 8th level. Of course, these are stories that would be passed down later. By that time, Enshun would no longer know which world he was in. We're here, this is the place. The Elven Queen's expression was indifferent, revealing no emotion, like the ancient ice that never melts on the mountain. Enshun gazed at the lake before him, its depths seemingly endless, with a height of at least 100 meters, surrounded by a ring-shaped valley. Of course, outsiders regarded it as a valley. Many no longer knew it was actually a volcano, something Enshun learned from the Elven Queen. How do we find him? Enshun inquired. Follow me, replied the Elven Queen. The forest heart on her crown emitted a faint glow which quickly enveloped them. Enshun was astonished to find their presence rapidly concealed. Then the Elven Queen leaped towards a direction, jumping into the lake, with Enshun closely following. The ecology within the lake was incredibly rich, countless schools of fish swimming, and the lakebed was covered with various lush vegetation, most of which glowed. And Shun even saw quite a few good-grade plants, thinking that after defeating the dragon, he could scour this place, and then conclude today's journey and continue onward. The volcanic Dragon Lake is far deeper than the valleys above ground, definitely exceeding 100 meters. However, the entire bottom of the Dragon Lake is not dim. On the contrary, numerous glowing plants illuminate the lakebed brilliantly. Before Inshun stands a Dragon King's palace towering 100 meters high. This is the place. Young master, and take action. The Elven Queen's expression is solemn as she heavily strikes the ground with her staff, causing countless green ripples to ripple out, and the plants at the bottom of the water grow wildly, obscuring the Dragon King's palace in the blink of an eye. Roar! An angry roar echoes from the Dragon King's palace. In an instant, a bluer dragon shadow tears through the coral seaweed and bursts forth from the palace. Who dares to offend me, the great ice fire Dragon King Nylok? The bluered figure suddenly halts, hovering above the Dragon King's palace, its terrifying dragon might causing half of the lake to turn a boiling crimson and the other half to become chillingly cold. The massive dragon eyes cast a cold, indifferent gaze at the unhidden human and elf. The Queen of Forest Elves, do you think that just because you found a helper you can contend with the great Dragon King Nylok? You humble elves seem to have forgotten the terror of an 8th-tier powerhouse due to your fallen glory. But you have no chance for regret. Today, you shall be buried here. And Shun looked speechlessly at the giant dragon and turned to the Elven Queen, saying, "Are all these giant dragons so narcissistic? They come out and start boasting about themselves immediately." The Elven Queen nodded lightly. "This one's not too talkative." All right, and Shun shrugged and released the Night God Eagle, preparing to test the waters with the Dragon King and also see the true strength of the eagle. This Ice Fire Dragon King is quite similar to Inchin's speculation. Although it is one level higher than the Night God Eagle, its potential is only excellent, and its true strength may not even match that of the Night God Eagle. Of course, Inshun does not think the opponent is easy to deal with. Being able to break through 2 major levels in 7 years in this Lakewell world certainly means there are unknown trump cards. Inshun said to the Elven Queen, "Don't rush to attack. Let my pet hold the opponent first. We should observe for a while and act accordingly to strive for a quick resolution." The Elven Queen looked at the giant black eagle which was swimming in the water as if it were in the air, her pupils suddenly narrowing. She hadn't observed carefully before, but now she noticed that the aura of this giant eagle was not at all weaker than her own, and it might even be slightly stronger. This is merely what the Elven Queen observed. If the Night God Eagle fully unleashed its bloodline, its terrifying peak potential of the rare level would undoubtedly crush opponents of the same tier, and it might not even fall behind against an 8th-tier Ice Fire Dragon. Suddenly, the surrounding waters turned pitch black and the light from countless aquatic plants was completely consumed. Fortunately, both Inchun and the Elven Queen are not weak, allowing them to still clearly see the battle between the dragon and the eagle. Roar! Caw! The two immensely powerful magical beasts collided in an instant, engaging in the most primal clash of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, they separated. The night enveloped the entire water area, allowing the Night God Eagle to soar through the water as if it were still in the sky. In its own territory, the Ice Fire Dragon naturally displayed its strength with ease. The lake churned as ice and fire intertwined, emitting the utmost blue and red, tearing through the night, gaining the upper hand. However, Inchun was not worried at all. As the master of the Night God Eagle, he clearly understood his pet's potential. Caw! The eagle's cry, infused with surging mental power, charged forth like a meat grinder, instantly shredding the ice and fire enveloping Dragon King Nylok, targeting the dragon for a kill. Dragon King Nylok was taken aback. He never expected that this black crow could wield such immense mental power. However, as a member of the dragon race, his mental power should not be underestimated either, especially with the dragon crystal in the center of his brow, which was a relic from the ancient Dragon Emperor. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed throughout the volcanic Dragon Lake. The eagle's cry and the dragon's roar collided like 2 tornadoes, instantly creating waves hundreds of meters high across the lake's surface. The lakebed was a complete wreck. Inchun, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of heartache, but fortunately the distant high-quality plant life was not significantly damaged. Taking advantage of the battle between the dragon and the eagle, Inchun quickly collected resources from the lakebed. Various good-quality fish, shrimp, and crabs along with aquatic plants were all packed and taken away. The animals that had just entered the Elven Garden were sent to the orchard if they could bear fruit. Those that could not bear fruit were given to G-Time for him to raise in the bonsai forest, enriching the ingredients. Fortunately, most plants will bloom and bear fruit, so the orchard's application prospects are still quite broad. Previously, Inchun thought that only fruit-bearing trees counted. Luckily, the plants harvested today were abundant, and he had consulted the system about many things, otherwise he would have truly wasted them. The orchard can grow automatically, ensuring there won't be a shortage, and the Elven Garden can do the same. Today, Anshin also realized that these two were not as simple as he had seen. There were probably many functions that he needed to discover slowly. Seeing Anshin scraping the ground and plowing through 3 feet, leaving no stone or fish behind, the Elven Queen was quite puzzled. Elven Queen, do you have something with a large storage space? Anshin excitedly ran over to ask. Without any hesitation, the Elven Queen directly handed him an emerald ring. This contains a space with a diameter of 10 miles used by the queens of the past. Now that the forest elves are impoverished, I am gifting it to you. Anshin repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, I will just borrow it for a while and return it to you today. I need to get busy, otherwise these good things will be destroyed by the two of them. Need help? The Elven Queen looked at Anshin, who was about to pick up trash again, hesitating for a while before choosing to speak. No need, I will be quick, you just keep an eye on them fighting. I have a feeling that dragon has a trump card. All right. Seeing this, the Elven Queen said no more, keeping a close watch on the battle between the dragon and the eagle, her eyes shimmering with extraordinary light. She realized she had underestimated this mysterious man. One pet could be so powerful. Although it was not 8th tier, it could actually contend with an 8th tier Dragon King. The battlefield was tense as the dragon and eagle separated again. Dragon King Nylok appeared somewhat disheveled, glaring with rage. He could hardly take down a 7th tier black crow, which would be a laughingstock among his kin if it got out. Thus he no longer hid, and directly revealed a trump card. Roar! Dragon King Nylok spiraled as countless water streams converged, and the dragon crystal in his brow emitted an extreme blue divine light. By the decree of the Dragon Emperor, in the name of Dragon King Nylok, I command the waters of the Dragon Lake to empower me. A unique dragon's chant echoed as if it resounded throughout the entire Dragon Lake. Countless blue light spots like water spirits crossed space and instantly gathered behind Dragon King Nylok. A slender azure giant dragon with elegant wings resembling a galaxy descending from the sky appeared. Boom! Dragon King Nylok's aura surged instantly. The Elven Queen's expression changed. Young Masterin, your pet is in danger. With her staff pointed into the lake, a dazzling emerald light burst forth from the Elven Queen, and her elegant skirt rippled in the water. Forest of 10,000 trees. A 7th tier advanced magic. The forest of 10,000 trees in a lush forest is comparable to an 8th tier magic grand spell. Countless corals seemed to awaken at the king's call, instantly transforming into towering ancient trees. Meanwhile, 9 golden rays flashed by directly targeting the Dragon King. Countless corals sprang from the lakebed, resembling fierce giant pythons that coiled around and squeezed the Dragon King Nylok. Roar! The entire volcanic dragon lake boiled over as a colossal dragon burst forth from the surface, stirring towering waves. The azure divine light shimmered across the dragon's wings as torrential rain poured down from the sky. Whoosh! 3 figures surged from the lake's surface, surrounding the Dragon King in the center. Golden radiance blossomed in Anshin's eyes as if flames were surging within. 9 streams of golden light revolved around him, intertwining into mysterious runes. He just a glance felt as if his mind was exploding. At this moment, Anshin's expression was exceedingly grave. The previously unstoppable thought power crystal had unexpectedly hit a wall here. However, it was not without effect. Anshin's mental power, which was attached to the thought power crystal, detected a diamond-shaped crystal on the forehead of the Dragon King Nylok, where a fine crack had appeared. The Dragon King Nylok was filled with intense dread. He realized that the 9th tier dragon crystal on his forehead had developed a crack without him noticing. He had not sensed it at all, which sent chills down his spine. If it weren't for the dragon crystal, he might have already perished just moments ago. Even with his trump card, the Dragon King Nylok dared not underestimate his opponent. That Elven Queen had evidently found an extraordinarily powerful ally. In a flash, as several powerful figures surged from the water's surface, the Elven Queen twirled her staff, and countless corals followed suit, breaking through the lake's surface to form a gigantic net enveloping the Dragon King Nylok. Seizing the opportunity, Anshin guided the thought power crystal to launch another attack. The coordination between him and the elf was seamless, leaving the Dragon King Nylok no chance to detect what was secretly attacking his soul. As the dragon crystal revealed another crack, the Dragon King Nylok was filled with anger and shock. His enormous dragon wings drooped, and countless raindrops gathered as his wings, hundreds of meters long, spread out and instantly tore through the coral net. A golden crystal suddenly took advantage of the gap, breaking through the protective barrier of the dragon crystal and piercing one of the Dragon King Nylok's eyes. Roar! The intense pain and the unknown danger made the notorious ice and fire demon Dragon Nylok feel the terror of death. The boundless tides surged, and the heavens and earth roiled with the wind and clouds. The Dragon King began to unleash his true powers. 8th tier dragon language magic. Sovereignty of water. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed, the waters expanded endlessly, and Inchun felt his spirit stagnate. At that moment, the figure of the Dragon King Nylok gradually faded into the rainwater, and all that remained in sight were the night god eagles chirping alongside Inchun and the Elven Queen. The Elven Queen's face turned pale from the backlash of the magic, her chest heaving violently, yet she bit her lip and without hesitation launched an even fiercer attack. She knew that to injure the Dragon King Nylok, now she could only rely on Inchun. The only thing she could do was to force the Dragon King to reveal himself. The staff of the Elven Queens of past generations suddenly blossomed, like a flower revealing a pulsating green heart within. The heart of life. It was the heart of the ancient life tree, which could only gather one every 500 years. It even possessed the power to resurrect the fallen. A lengthy chant resounded, as if it came from ancient times transcending space and time. The Dragon King Nylok sensed the threat and instantly appeared behind the Elven Queen, his cold dragon claws looming over her. However, Inchun would never allow him to succeed. A barrier of thought power formed in an instant, causing the dragon claws to halt abruptly. Seizing this opportunity, the night god eagles had already arrived to lift the Elven Queen, while the night shadow flickered and carried Inchun away as well. The three, hidden in the darkness, were not the least bit afraid of the Dragon King Nylok. The unease in the heart of the Dragon King Nylok grew stronger, yet he dared not reveal himself. He began to contemplate retreat, having lost all pride of the dragon race, intending to use the sovereignty of water to conceal himself and flee from this place. However, as the Elven Queen completed her chant, it was evident that it was already too late. Praise the mercy of the goddess of life, the song of the sighing withered. Suddenly, countless blades of grass sprouted in the vast waters, turning yellow in the blink of an eye, then flourishing again. In mere moments, it seemed as if countless springs and autumns had passed. At this moment, the visible sovereignty of water dried up, and with the last blades of grass turning yellow, the sovereignty of water erupted into a shower of water droplets. The figure of the Dragon King Nylok appeared not far away, preparing to escape. Crack! 9 beams of golden light flashed by, accompanied by a crisp sound of shattering. A fierce crack spread across the center of the dragon crystal. Roar! Insidious humans! I will make you pay a heavy price. The volcano, which had been silent for 1,000 years, suddenly trembled, and countless birds and beasts cried out, desperately fleeing from this place. Inchun's expression changed. He saw the vast lake beneath him instantly turn crimson, boiling and steaming, countless fish and shrimp melting in the blink of an eye. Great ancient dragon emperor, ruler of ice and fire, please accept my sacrifice and grant me the power of lava. Boom! The ground trembled, and the lake's bottom, resembling a red giant python of lava, spread across the entire lake bed. The Dragon King Nylok's eyes went wild, his flesh exploding, crimson blood flowing from his ghastly wounds. With a sudden flap of his wings, the lava from the lake bed broke through the water, swirling upwards and flooding into the Dragon King Nylok's embrace. Human, you will die. Roar! Countless magma engulfed the Dragon King Nylok, his deep dragon roar sounding like a cry of anguish, yet also like a mad laugh of excitement. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic lava dragon hundreds of meters long let out heavy breaths, its thick eyelids quivering as if they would open any second. The Elven Queen gave a sorrowful smile and shoved Inchun away. Young master, and you must go. She removed her crown and handed it to Inchun. Take this back to the forest temple. My guard Natasha will help you obtain the sapling of the ancient life tree and all the magic books collected by the forest elves. Looking at the lava dragon in the sky, the Elven Queen's hair fell in disarray over her shoulders. I will buy you time, I implore you, mister, and to take the best child of the forest elf clan away. The Elven Queen took a deep breath, her staff striking heavily in the air. The heart of life, which had withered due to casting the 8th tier magic, became even more frail, filled with a decayed aura. Inchun suddenly smiled. Who says we will lose? The Elven Queen looked at Inchun in astonishment, her eyes filled with confusion. What could possibly not be losing? Looking up at the fire dragon surrounded by streams of lava, the Elven Queen could not think of what other options they had. Suddenly, Inchun waved his hand, and 10 restless fire spirits flew out, their eyes filled with longing. Fire moths. The tiny fire moths appeared like ants before the massive dragon. Seeing those weak magical beasts, the Elven Queen wore a perplexed and confused expression, turning to Inchun as if to ask, "Is this your plan?" Inchun smiled mysteriously. However, the next scene left the Elven Queen dumbfounded. She watched as the 10 fire moths began to consume the lava. No. To be precise, they were devouring the lava, carrying with them weak divinity and rich fiery energy. The Dragon King Nylok suddenly opened his eyes, gazing in alarm at the peculiar fire beasts surrounding him. What have you done, you despicable human? The Dragon King Nylok roared in anger as the fiery energy converging around him was rapidly diminishing. He could barely move a muscle. Despair gradually filled the Dragon King Nylok's eyes. He knew that once the fiery energy was completely absorbed, he would be buried in his own lair without the protection of the lava. Initially, casting the forbidden spell would only require a few decades of recovery, expending half his lifespan, but now he saw no way to survive. The Dragon King Nylok in despair suddenly opened his eyes wide. Since he could not survive, he would not let those two despicable lovers have it easy. The dragon crystal, almost split in two, suddenly fell from his forehead. Looking at the dragon crystal filled with the ultimate power of water and fire, the corner of the Dragon King Nylok's mouth curled into a strange arc. However, it seemed that the Dragon King Nylok's crystal shattering affected his mind. His hand trembled, and what was originally a curse on Inchun alone now inadvertently turned into a curse on both Inchun and the Elven Queen. Then his gaze suddenly turned solemn. The great Dragon King, Ice and Fire Demon Dragon Nylok, will never be buried in the hands of despicable mortals. Forever praise the great dragon god. Sensing something was amiss, Inchun hurriedly retracted the fire moths, embraced the Elven Queen, and urged the night god eagles to retreat swiftly. Boom! A gigantic mushroom cloud rose up. The age of the Dragon King Nylok came to a hasty end. So hot. The Elven Queen's body suddenly became scalding hot. So cold. After a while it felt as frigid as eternal ice. Just as Inchun was about to check, a strange force suddenly surged within him, causing his body to fluctuate between hot and cold. Dizzy and disoriented, Inchun was about to lie down in the crystal coffin when something soft suddenly entered his mouth, igniting the strange force within him, causing Inchun to faint. The free-flying night god eagle suddenly turned its head, looking at its master in confusion. It wanted to ask where its master was going, but with no command from him, it did not know where to fly, and thus returned to the location of the vehicle. By the time Inchun woke up, the crimson evening glow had already obscured half of the sky. Suddenly sitting up, Inchun gasped as he felt a sharp pain in his waist, wondering what treacherous trick the despicable giant lizard had used to cause such agony. Leaning against a tree, Inchun stood up unsteadily, and a crystal-clear emerald necklace fell from him, landing on the ground. Attached to the necklace was a piece of paper. Young master, and the sapling of the ancient life tree and the magical books have been placed inside the necklace. Thank you for your assistance. I have now broken through to the 8th tier and am preparing to gather scattered elves around the world to rebuild the kingdom. I hope to have the chance to meet you again. Take care. Inchun scratched his head, surprised. Breaking through to the 8th tier. What does that have to do with me? I didn't do anything. Glancing at the time, it was already 7:30. Clearly he wouldn't have time to meet the Elf Queen again, so Inchun simply got into the vehicle. Chirp chirp, let's go. What did you say? I was fighting with the Elf Queen on your back. Oh, no wonder my waist hurts so much. That damn Nylok, not even in death does he let me rest easy, cursing me as well. Luckily I'm tough enough to withstand it. In the vehicle, apart from Inchun and his pet, no other local beings could see or touch it. Thus to them it seemed as if Inchun simply stepped forward and vanished from sight. As the vehicle started on the long road, Inchun resumed his journey. By the way, system, what about my rewards? The reward for hunting the Dragon King. You didn't swallow it, did you? Ding. Due to the player being unconscious, the system does not hold you accountable for your accusations. Congratulations, player, for defeating the level 24 Ice Fire Dragon. You have gained 400 experience points and obtained 1 Ice Fire Dragon Essence, 1 Dragon Crystal, and 108 Dragon Scales. These have been automatically collected. Phew, the system really is the greatest, automatically collecting everything. Inchun breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he would forget to collect everything after working so hard, but thankfully the system was very user-friendly. Transforming the Ice Fire Dragon Essence and the drop materials directly into a monster card, Inchun now had an additional card in his hand. Ding. The system informs you that your current level is 24. Just as Inchun put away the Ice Fire Dragon card, he was taken aback. No, today he had only killed an Earth Dragon and an Ice Fire Dragon, gaining nearly 700 experience points. Adding the experience points from the spiritual spring water this morning, he had only accumulated 1,700 experience points. How did he jump from level 22 to 24? System, what's going on? Ding. The divine poison of ice and fire was refined by the player, yielding a large amount of experience points. Inchun suddenly realized, chuckling, the Ice Fire Dragon never expected that in cursing and poisoning me, it would end up giving me a great gift. By the way, let's check what the Elf Queen gave me inside the necklace. A small tree about a person's height appeared in the cabin, resembling jade and radiating a rich essence of life. Ancient life, tree, sapling, excellent grade. A fully matured form can reach rare grade. Contains a trace of the law of life. The fruit of life it produces can significantly heal one's injuries and increase lifespan. Creatures of wood and life attributes that consume it can enhance their potential wants. Note the ancient life tree contains weak spiritual intelligence and can be planted in the elf garden. Once fully matured, it can enhance the life potential of pets in the elf garden, reviving a trace of the law of life within them, enabling them to become fully matured after a day. Wow, not just excellent grade. This is rare grade. And Shun stared in shock at the small tree in his hand. His hand trembled, nearly causing the sapling to fall, and he quickly hugged it, grinning foolishly at the small tree. Hee, this is far more useful than that sign flower. Aside from not being able to produce negative effects in every other aspect, it far surpasses Yi Chi's dream do. Gently storing the ancient life tree, Sapling and Shun began to examine the magical books. Together with what he had plundered from the Earth Dragon and what the Elf Queen had given, he had a total of 11 8th-tier spells, 38 7th-tier spells, nearly 100 6th-tier spells, over 100 5th-tier spells, and countless others, adding up to nearly 1,000. Most importantly, the Elf Queen also gifted him 2 9th-tier forbidden spells. The area healing spell Song of Life. The area attack spell Death Withering. These could be considered top-tier skills among any evolution system below level 30. Now Anshin essentially possessed an evolution method. Not considering future paths, it was certainly a mid-tier evolution method. However, even though it was only for those below level 30, it would still be quite valuable for those lower-tier players, allowing them to use it for a long time. And Shun organized all the magical books, placing them on a storage shelf in the warehouse. Once he buys a low-level contract book later, he can prevent those who purchase the books from leaking information. However, there were more important matters at hand, so Anshin set these aside for now. His greatest harvest today was various magical beasts and plants. The plants were at least of good quality, and the magical beasts were all at least level 20, plus there were numerous of them. He planned to distribute all of these into the elf garden and orchard. These two structures would undoubtedly bring him tremendous benefits. Dozens of types of magical beasts and plants kept Anshin busy for nearly 2 hours before he finally finished. Moreover, what was exciting was that the elf garden and orchard had indeed expanded. Now the orchard measured 100010000300, and at a glance it was filled with lush fruit trees and a bunch of busy scarecrows. The elf garden, originally with a volume of 100010001000, now expanded to 10 kilometers in length, width, and height, resembling a small world. All sorts of magical beasts roamed about, clearly adapting well to the environment, and the elf garden seemed to have a breeding effect, as many magical beasts were rapidly reproducing. The ancient life tree growing atop the mountain was rapidly flourishing, continuously radiating the light of life. It was estimated that by tomorrow it would grow into a towering tree hundreds of meters tall, and in conjunction with the elf garden, it would enhance the potential of newly born magical beasts, ensuring that the first batch of newborns would be far superior to their parents. Anshin looked at his assets with satisfaction. His strong capital would be sufficient to support him for a long way, even if he did nothing. By 10 o'clock, Anshin's stomach growled, and he suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten dinner yet. He hurriedly took out the sumptuous dinner that Ji Taimei had sent earlier. Conveniently, Anshin also sent over the plants that couldn't bear fruit to Ji Taimei, reminding him that he could use those to cook for himself in the future, and whatever surplus could be sent back for his own use. Ding! Warning! Warning! Temporal chaos detected. The system is under attack from an unknown temporal cold wave. Correcting. Please wait patiently, player. Tomorrow all players will face a continuous absolute cold wave. The so-called absolute cold wave means that all players will confront a chilling temperature that is difficult to bear. However, through the system's efforts to adjust, the unknown cold wave will remain within the player's tolerable limits, but it will be close to the extreme of what each player can withstand. Without sufficient heating, they may very well freeze to death. Sufficient food, water, and heating items will determine whether you can survive this true disaster. Players who overcome this disaster will receive mysterious rewards from the system. Ding! To assist players better in facing the temporal cold wave disaster, the system has activated player titles in advance. The highest level is the gold title player, requiring at least 1 excellent grade item. Rewards include a random rare grade item. The subsequent levels decrease in order. Silver title player requires at least 1 excellent grade item. Rewards include a random excellent grade item. Bronze title player requires at least 1 good grade item. Rewards include a random good grade item. Black iron title player requires at least 3 common grade items. Rewards include a random resource type common grade item. Items include all types, props, equipment, pets, buildings, etc. Items without grades do not count. Half an hour later, the player titles will be announced. Stay tuned. Time and space, cold currents. Unknown invasions. Mysterious rewards. Player titles. Each phrase continuously impacted Anshin's soul. The system can also be invaded. Out of nowhere, Anshin felt a chill surge from his feet straight to the crown of his head. An inexplicable fear arose within him. Heavy gasps echoed within the carriage. and Chen's heart, which felt as if it had been suddenly tightened, gradually relaxed. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Forget it, these things are beyond my reach. All I can do is wait. Glancing out the window, he noticed that he no longer saw the snow-covered forest outside. Instead, chaotic ice-blue currents filled the view. Pulling the curtains, Chen no longer considered the time and space-cold currents or the system invasion, but instead pondered over player titles. Undoubtedly, he would definitely obtain a golden title. But could he maximize the benefits? Looking at his 3 rare grade items, rare grade Potential Knight, God Eagle, already awakened a trace of the laws of life within, yet not fully grown into a complete life, Ancient Tree, rare grade. The Sighing Flower, containing a hint of decaying laws. 3 items in total. Any one of them could easily grant him a golden title. But what other benefits could he obtain? Chen tapped the table. Suddenly, Chen paused. A startling idea appeared in his mind, which could even be considered a bit crazy. After careful consideration, Chen directly affirmed the feasibility of the idea. He hurriedly purchased 2 disposable contract scrolls from the trading area. After hastily writing, Chen first contacted Yi Qi. Yi Qi, what level of title can you obtain? Soon the other party replied, startling Chen. Yi Qi, golden. And you? Chen sighed inwardly. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance, and he never expected Yi Qi to also possess rare grade items. Chen replied, I can also obtain a golden title. Do you know what level of title Zhu Ku can possibly obtain? Yi Qi, she can obtain a silver title. What's wrong? Chen, I have an idea. Yi Qi, what idea? Chen, borrowing rare grade items. Yi Qi, who was eating a late-night snack, suddenly paused, feeling that Chen must be crazy. How could he have such an absurd idea about borrowing rare grade items? Was he giving up on obtaining a golden title? No, that's impossible. A thought that made her heart tremble emerged. Chen has more than one rare grade item. Yes, it must be so. Yi Qi, you have other rare grade items. Chen, yes, I happen to have 2 left. What do you think about borrowing? Since you have one, the remaining 2 can be given to Ji Taimei and Zhu Ku. Yi Qi fell silent. This was out of her jurisdiction, as she couldn't bear the risk of Chen losing his rare grade items in case of unforeseen circumstances. Yi Qi, you must have thought this through, right? Chen, yes, I have prepared 2 high-level contracts. The contract stipulates that after the title evaluation ends, my rare grade items will automatically be returned, but I will retain half of the ownership of the rare grade rewards the other party obtains. Half ownership? She wasn't foolish. Yi Qi felt that this was not unreasonable, and even thought it was an immense bargain. Although she would lose an excellent grade item compared to half ownership of a rare grade item, it was simply negligible. Having a rare grade item, she understood all too well the gap between rare grade and excellent grade items. It was like heaven and earth. Rare grade, in another sense, signifies that this level of item belongs to a different tier. Because without exception, rare grade items involve laws. Even if it's just a hint that exists far beyond excellent grade items, the gap in the essence of life cannot be bridged. Yi Qi, I will talk to Zhu Ku about it. Don't worry, I understand Zhu Ke's character, but you must think this through. Rare grade items can drive players crazy, and we cannot guarantee that unexpected situations won't occur. If there is damage, or even. Chen, I trust Zhu Ku. Of course, this was just what Chen said on the surface, not to mention the system's strict enforcement of contracts, which already made players wary. He had other means in case of unforeseen circumstances. His rare grade items would be immediately withdrawn. One must know that his rare grade items, the Life Ancient Tree and the Sighing Flower, are not standalone. Yi Qi had to admire Chen's boldness, while also trusting him even more. He truly was an excellent ally. Yi Qi, I will relay your message. Chen hurriedly contacted Ji Taimei, repeating the matter once more. At this point, Ji Taimei was beyond excited. Ji Taimei, really? Boss Big Shot, are you really willing to lend me a rare grade item? A contract was sent over directly. Looking at the contract in hand, Ji Taimei felt as if she was dreaming. It must be known that among the 4 he was the weakest. Despite appearing carefree all day, he had a clear understanding of his position, and thus he worked hard to cook every meal, not for how much they could help him, but only hoping not to be disliked, to not be kicked out, and to have someone to pull him up in times of danger. But now he never expected that the first big shot he licked would be so generous. This left him, who grew up in an orphanage in Blue Star and struggled for over a decade, somewhat incredulous. It was simply unbelievable. Ji Taimei trembled as she spoke. Thank you, boss. From now on, my life is yours. Chen, just make sure to prepare my meals. I'm still hungry. Ji Taimei, all right, boss, what do you want to eat? It'll be ready soon. Chen, just make something casual. Ji Taimei, got it. 8 dishes and a soup. It will be ready in half an hour. In a short while, Chen and Zhu Ku also settled their matters and signed the contracts, lending his Life Ancient Tree to Ji Taimei and the Sighing Flower to Zhu Ku. As the system notification sound rang out again, Chen ate the freshly prepared meal, scrolling through the chat area, which suddenly fell silent. Congratulations to player 99999 of District 13 for obtaining the golden title. Would you like to mark this title in your name? Yes. And Shen agreed right away. How could he miss such a great opportunity to show off? Congratulations to the player for obtaining the golden title rewarded with a rare grade item Bloodline Baptism Pool. Meanwhile, delightful notification sounds also rang out for the other three allies. Yichi, congratulations to the player for obtaining the golden title rewarded with a rare grade Building Dream Valley. Ji Taimei, congratulations to the player for obtaining the golden title rewarded with a rare grade Building Spirit Spring Manor. Zhuku, congratulations to the player for obtaining the golden title rewarded with rare grade equipment Sighing Divine Armor. After retrieving the Life Ancient Tree and the Sighing Flower, and Chun asked in the group chat, how were everyone's gains? Yi Chi, I obtained a rare tier structure, the Dreamweaver Valley. Its exact function remains under exploration, and for now, I only know that several excellent tier dreamlike blossoms randomly appear there each day. Its precise function is still unclear, yet it appears linked to a certain sequence formula. Moreover, my marvelous dream flowers can be planted within the valley, causing the daily yield of Marvelous Dream due to double. I also acquired another rare tier item, the Nightmare Cyan Lamp. Normally, it allows one random summoning per day, a nightmare entity ranked between levels 20 and 40. However, adding Dreamlike Blossoms enables an additional random summoning, a nightmare ranked between levels 15 and 30, and there is no limit to how many times Dreamlike Blossoms may be added. Ji Taimei Boss. I obtained a rare tier structure, the Spirit Spring Villa, spanning 3 kilometers in length, width, and height, situated across undulating hills. It supports extensive cultivation and breeding. All the flora Boss previously gave me can be grown here, and, most importantly, it contains a spirit spring that continuously emits spiritual energy. Beyond enhancing plants and beasts, this energy seems tied to an exceptionally potent evolutionary method. Ji Taimei excitedly called out to Enchun in the group chat and instantly shared a video of herself inside the Spirit Spring Villa. Within it stands a grand manor occupying the largest hilltop. Zhu Kiki, congratulations brother Taimei. I received a piece of equipment, an entire suit of armor, apparently linked to Brother and Chin's Sighing Flower, the Sighing Divine Armor. A screenshot was sent into the group chat. Sighing Divine Armor rare tier. Infused with a trace of the law of withering, wielding formidable destructive power. Its controllable duration varies by the wearer's physique. Under normal conditions, its burst power spans levels 20 to 26. It grants 2 forbidden spells, Withering Gale and Rotting Blade, each usable once per day, burst range levels 27 to 30. It also possesses the 10th tier spell 10,000 Spirits Final Return, usable once per month, burst range levels 31 to 40. And Chen's heart trembled. This was truly invincible. Wearing it would allow near unstoppable dominance. Even if sustained control remained impossible, it undoubtedly placed its wielder at the apex of current player combat strength. And Chun gazed in awe at each person's acquisition, especially noting Ji Taimei's mention of the evolutionary method. He then shared his own reward. I obtained the Bloodline Baptism Pool, a facility enabling pet servants or players possessing unique power systems to undergo bloodline baptism. This ritual enhances innate potential, granting an immense initial boost, equivalent to approximately 1,000 to 100,000 experience points, depending on the subject's talent and evolutionary method. However, only one baptism may be performed per day. If you possess pets or servants, feel free to request my assistance. You may also undergo it yourself, but I recommend waiting until acquiring an evolutionary method first to maximize the benefit. As for the Life Ancient Tree and the Sighing Flower, everyone is already aware of them. Additionally, I have a rare tire potential pet, now level 25 after consuming today's Spirit Spring Water. Ji Taimei Boss, you're incredible. Roar, roar, roar. But I have neither pets nor servants. Can my monster cards undergo baptism? And Shin paused. Indeed, could monster cards be baptized? Wait a moment, I'll test it later. For now, I'll give you a high-tier monster card for protection. Ji Taimei, thank you, boss. In truth, Enchun was chiefly concerned that Ji Taimei, still exceedingly weak, might fail to defend the Spirit Spring Villa against other players, especially since Enchun himself held co-ownership. Yet these rewards were bound to their golden titles. They could not be seized unless the player died, only temporarily lent. However, structures like villas could not be relocated, thus Enchun needed to equip Ji Taimei with sufficient self-defense capability, at minimum enough to hold out until he arrived to reinforce. To ensure Ji Taimei's defensive capacity, Enchun decided to grant him the Earth Dragon monster card, currently level 23. Even halved in strength, it would likely retain level 22 combat efficacy. Enchun himself had already reached level 24. The Earth Dragon, unable to fly or sprint, excelled only at burrowing and excavation. Better to assign it as a guardian for Ji Taimei's villa, aiding in its management, especially fitting given its affinity with Earth. Enchun, very well. If all of us now possess rare tier items, we must accelerate development once the temporal cold current passes. Also, if any of you operate production chains, such as G-Time maize breeding or resource harvesting, now is the time to streamline them, exchanging surplus for assets that directly enhance your strength. Yi Qi agreed. I hope once this calamity ends we can deepen our cooperation. I've observed that each location our vehicles reach constitutes a complete world. We may jointly explore, even venture beyond system-designated zones, to secure superior resources. By the way, I just checked the leaderboard within our Star Alliance. Besides our 4 golden title players, there is one more. You all know him, Murong Ninghua, a deeply calculating individual with considerable ambition. Proceed with caution around him. Should negotiation become necessary, contact me first to avoid disadvantage. Ji-Tai Mei kissing boss's boots. Kissing Senior Yi Qi's boots. Zhu Kiki, brother Tai Mei, I'm hungry. I want something sweet. And Shun, prepare these fruits. I'll treat everyone tonight. A flurry of photos, good tier fruits, appeared instantly in the group chat. Zhu Kiki, boss, let me cling to your leg. After a brief exchange, the 4 dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. And Shun recalled Yi Qi's earlier mention of the player leaderboard and opened the system interface, discovering as expected a new ranking tab in the chat section. Yet upon opening it, he found only aggregated listings by title tier, not ranked order. However, each player's affiliated faction was displayed, prompting En Shun to compile a meticulous tally. 15 golden title players, Star Alliance 5. En Shun, Yi Qi, Ji-Tai Mei, Zhu Kiki, Murong Ninghua, Compassion Farming Commune 2, Dragon King, Guild 1, a Red Star Society, 4 unaffiliated 3, all possessing at least 1 item surpassing excellent tier. 57 silver title players, Star Alliance 9, Red Star Society 13, a Dragon King, Guild 7, O Compassion Farming Commune 11, O unaffiliated 10 of 4 Spirits Guild 4, a Flower Fairy Guild 3, all possessing at least 1 excellent tier item. 1,912 bronze title players, upper tier players, each holding at least 1 good tier item. 7,366 black iron title players, each holding at least 3 commandeer items. Other players fell outside this count, yet those owning 1 or 2 commandeer items likely numbered in the tens of thousands. Shortly thereafter, the system issued another announcement. Given the distribution of player titles, the system will now activate currency exchange permissions and open the system mall, currently offering only shop scrolls. The mall interface appears in the top left corner of the trade zone. Players may exchange surplus materials for origin coins. Their primordial energy serves as cultivation support for all evolutionary methods. Note, materials exchanged by players will be resold in the system mall at a 10% premium. System shop. Origin currency. En Shun hurriedly opened the trading zone and found as expected a shop icon appearing there. Tapping it revealed the system shop interface, but only 1 item was listed on the homepage, the shop scroll. Beneath it, several lines of smaller text indicated categories: equipment, consumables, monster materials, and so on. Tapping any category would open a catalog of items players could exchange for currency, all marked up by 10% by the system. Additionally, 2 other icons appeared atop the shop interface, one for currency exchange, the other for player shops. Inside currency exchange, origin coins were tiered into copper, silver, gold, white gold, and violet crystal denominations. No player shops existed yet, likely because no one had purchased or activated a shop scroll. En Shun entered currency exchange and withdrew a vial of earthworm blood, the first such material he had ever obtained. Congratulations. Player has exchanged 1 vial of earthworm blood for 2 copper coins. 2 copper coins. The price was astonishingly low, yet given that earthworm blood was the most rudimentary monster material, the valuation was unsurprising. Withdrawing the copper coins, En Shun absorbed a single drop of Lotzi's origin essence from 1 coin and selected Enhance Mental Strength. Instantly, the coin vanished. Congratulations. Player has absorbed 1 copper coin. Mental strength increased by 0.0001. En Shun, what in the world, Deodun? By this logic, 1 silver coin would yield only 0.01 mental strength and 1 gold coin, just 1 full point. This was exorbitant indeed. After organizing his inventory, En Shun exchanged all his monster materials, obsolete gear, and sundry miscellaneous items for currency. He earned a total of 30 gold, 72 silver, and 58 copper coins. Crystals proved far more valuable. All his crystal cores collectively fetched 42 gold, 25 silver, and 36 copper coins. His combined holdings amounted to 72 gold, 97 silver, and 94 copper coins, more than enough to purchase shop scrolls, each priced at 5 gold coins. He decided to buy 3 scrolls, 1 for fruits and fruit-derived products, 1 for selling or leasing pets and monster cards, and 1 for magical tomes. Purchasing 3 shop scrolls cost 15 gold coins. Without delay, En Shun activated them. Ding! Congratulations. Player has successfully used a shop scroll. Please name your shop. Chunin Fruit Emporium. Chunin Pet Bazaar. Chunin Arcane Nook. Ding. Shop naming confirmed. You may now visit your personal shop via the Trading Zone's Player Shops section or directly summon it through the system interface. Note players retain full pricing authority within their own shops. Having finalized his shops, Chun inspected the player's shops directory and discovered his establishments already appeared among a dozen others. Browsing them, he found most stocked only narrow limited inventories. Even several offered barely a handful of items. Upon returning, Chun swiftly arranged his own wares, dozens of fruits, none below fine quality, except for the bloodberry. Though these fine-grade fruits conferred no functional benefit, serving solely as delicacies, he set their minimum price at 3 silver and 99 copper coins. After all, fine grade demanded respect. Pricing them at mere coppers would be inappropriate. Moreover, such exquisite produce naturally targeted elite players who valued exclusivity above utility. Especially seasoned veterans, and Chun knew they craved precisely this, price as prestige. Flavor mattered little, what mattered was cost and scarcity. Most players simply couldn't afford them. And since Chun possessed monster cards, pets, and arcane texts to sustain his income, his fruit line needed no compromise. Its sole principle was luxury. He even designed elegant paper boxes, each fruit meticulously presented, and most importantly unified branding across all 3 shops. The boxes themselves were crafted using a pre-purchased item. Packaging settings were fully automated within the shop interface, an essential convenience given Chun's aversion to manual labor. In an era where even the blood of a level 10 earthworm fetched only 2 copper coins, identical to that of a level 1 specimen. Charging 3 silver and 99 copper coins for a single fruit, purely for its taste, was undeniably staggering. Yet Chun remained unfazed. Those unwilling to indulge need not purchase. No coercion existed, only choice. Still, he believed demand would grow, not only because certain fruits possessed latent properties, but also because shared branding with monster cards and spellbooks would attract collectors and connoisseurs alike. Once everything was said, Chun messaged the group chat. Has everyone bought shop scrolls yet? If you're short on gold, I'll lend it. Better secure your spot before scrolls vanish from stock. I've bought one. I'll specialize in alchemical elixirs. I already have over 30 varieties: antifreezes, antipyretics, neurotoxin antidotes, hemotoxins, neutralizers, curse breakers, somnolence reversers, illusion dispellers, external wound healers, hepatic regenerators, bone setters. Did you dismantle Kamenglu? Omega, you caught me. Keep going. I believe in you, you ruthless capitalist. Don't think switching aliases fools me. I recognize you. That Chunin Fruit Emporium is yours, isn't it? Seriously, a Frostcool Snowflake pair utterly functionless priced at 3 silver and 99 copper. My detox elixirs wouldn't dare charge that much. Shushu. As everyone knows, high-end fruit growers can't afford high-end fruit, so ours is merely slightly premium. Yichi sent a large bowl of unfinished fruit salad, heartbroken beyond breath. Gee, Taimei, I'm here. Just stock my shops. I bought 2 shop scrolls. Taimei Tavern sells prepared dishes and beverages. Taimei Confectionery offers pastries, desserts, drinks, and accepts custom orders. Name anything you crave. I'll craft something superior. What's listed in store is mass-produced, decent presentation, pleasant aroma, passable taste, but modest ingredients. Sha? Just joined, and already great news. Brother Taimei, I want cola and fried chicken. No problem, I'll handle it. And you won't gain weight. Thanks, Brother Taimei. Oh, and I've launched Kiki Armory, specializing in sealed demon scrolls of all tiers, single-use artifacts infused with demon sealing stone energy. Also stocking transcendent firearms and ammunition. Take whatever you like. Raw materials are cheap. The real rarity lies in the exceptional tier architectural factory required to forge them. Haha. Whoa, armory magnate. Senior Sister Kiki, please adopt me. Absolutely. I'll fatten up Bossin until he gleams. Kowtowing to Senior Sister Kiki. Player 5631 from District 13. What the hell? What kind of force is the Star Alliance? They actually have 5 players with golden titles. Player 67315 from District 13. What? 5 players with golden titles. Are you kidding me? The Red Star Society only has 4, and I've never heard of this Star Alliance. Player 616 from District 13. It's true. You can check the player title rankings. There are indeed 5 players with golden titles, all from the Star Alliance. Player 14369 from District 13. That's not all. I looked at the silver players and found that the Star Alliance actually has 9. Player 95241 from District 13. The Black Iron players are trembling. Oh, when did such a group of big shots emerge? Player 41365 from District 13. I don't know, I've never heard of the Star Alliance before. It might have just been established in the last couple of days. Player 13424 from District 13. I guess so. I searched for Star Alliance among the Bronze and Black Iron players, and found not a single one. Player 582 from District 13. It seems like it's just a group of big shots who have recently gathered to form a force. I wonder if I can join. Player 17214 from District 13. I doubt it. Look at the Red Star Society. They have extremely strict recruitment for players. The Star Alliance is likely even stricter. Player 16318 from District 13. In my opinion, it's not necessarily true. Look at the Compassionate Farming Society. They have no requirements at all. I'm just an old farmer, and I was casually invited to join. Player 76132 from District 13. No requirements for the Compassionate Farming Society. Come on, don't joke around. District 13's requirements are the most ridiculous. Player 13274 from District 13. Yeah, their requirements are higher than the Himalayas. I'd have to work for at least 20 years to join. Player 56318 from District 13. Exactly, at least everyone has a chance with the Red Star Society. The Compassionate Farming Society only recruits farmers with 20 years of experience, which is a requirement that's directly nailed to my forehead. Player 4896 from District 13. But to be honest, the Compassionate Farming Society is indeed strong, with 2 players holding golden titles and 11 with silver titles. Player 1336 from District 13. I can't believe it. A group of farmer grandpas is so powerful, making me, a Black Iron player who is 2022 and 188, feel ashamed and want to cry. Player 886 from District 13. Farmers are finally rising again. From being stinky farmers to grandpas. Player 3217 from District 13. That has nothing to do with you. You've been farming since you were born, but you haven't even reached 20 years yet. Player 2361 from District 13. It's okay, my grandpa is in the society and is one of the 7 agricultural committees. Player 63214 from District 13. Brother, I can also go, whimpers Z. Player 37621 from District 13. A second-generation farmer has appeared. Player 43124 from District 13. Brother, don't mind the gender. I can also go whimper every day as long as I get food, Omega. Player 3125 from District 13. I've heard that this requirement is actually related to a special evolution method. It's said that those with rich farming experience or who have cultivated agricultural crops can enhance their agricultural aura, but I'm not too clear about it. Player 63214 from District 13. It seems that the person above knows something. It's not a secret. I'm a member of the society, so let me tell you all about it. Indeed, there is such a special evolution method, but it was obtained the day before yesterday and has not been made public. However, today, due to special reasons, the news has been released. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say anything. This evolution method is incredibly powerful and mysterious. Once cultivated, the agricultural aura on one's body will directly transform into strength. The aura accumulated from 20 years of farming experience will immediately raise the level to 5, and it's the kind of 5 that has extraordinary battle power due to the cultivation evolution method. The more crucial point is that the aura doesn't get consumed immediately, only a small portion is used. The subsequent levels will maintain a highly progressive state until the aura is completely exhausted. If one possesses agricultural virtues, it's even more terrifying. Our 2 Golden Title Agricultural Committee members have some agricultural virtues, and the other 5 also possess a little. Agricultural virtues are also one of the criteria for being selected into the Agricultural Committee. And Chun watched the chat area. The special agricultural evolution method mentioned by this person made him ponder. The Star Alliance he belonged to also mastered a kind of evolution method. Could it be that other forces also have their own evolution methods? After thinking for a moment, he felt it was impossible. However, it can be confirmed that the Red Star Society and the Dragon King Guild, both possessing golden title players, might also have evolution methods. He wondered what level they were and what special aspects they had. Fortunately, he possessed the evolution sequence. This official evolution path is not urgent for simultaneously cultivating other evolution methods. However, it would be best to find some evolution methods with higher limits. Just in case they might be useful in the future, he wouldn't have to pay a high price to beg others. And Shin looked at the bronze players from the Compassionate Farming Society with some curiosity. Did they really not recruit young players? Isn't that cutting off their own future? So Inshun asked, Player 63214 from District 13, do you really not recruit young players? If your society develops to later stages, the number of members will surely decrease due to danger, and wouldn't it directly become a shell then? Player 5631 from District 13, what the hell? Golden player spotted. Everyone come lick. Player 67315 from District 13, it's really a golden player. Everyone move aside, let me lick first. Player 6456 from District 13, lick 1. Player 86134 from District 13, lick 5419. Player 63214 from District 13. Player 99999 from District 13, hello. Indeed, you are a golden player. You immediately spotted the issue with the Compassionate Farming Society. I was just about to say this. My previous words were to introduce everyone to the Compassionate Farming Society. Now that I have finished the introduction, let me briefly introduce myself. I am a farmer member of the Compassionate Farming Society and currently serve as the Deputy Director of Player Recruitment. My purpose is to take advantage of the current stage when everyone cannot go out to develop resources and recruit fresh blood for the Compassionate Farming Society. There are no age restrictions. However, due to the special reasons of the Society's evolution method, we need to recruit a batch of players who can endure hardships. The Compassionate Farming Society controls 7 excellent-level building estates, each with 1,000 hectares of land. 27 good-level building estates, each with 100 hectares of land. Hundreds of ordinary-level building estates, each with 10 hectares of land. Therefore, recruiting players to lease land has no threshold restrictions. Farming yields harvest once a month, during which players will receive 30% of the grain. At the same time, while you all farm, we will distribute a foundational agricultural method. If anyone has the talent to cultivate this evolution method, they can choose whether to join the Compassionate Farming Society and become a member after a month. Alright, that's all. Anyone interested in leasing land can privately message me to sign up. Each person is limited to leasing 0.1 hectares. Welcome to sign up. Wow. Amazing. Unbelievable. And Shin gasped. This initiative could be said to push the Compassionate Farming Society to the very top of District 13. Its reputation crushes the Red Star Society and the Star Alliance. I'm afraid other forces combined wouldn't be enough to contend with the Compassionate Farming Society. Indeed, the old ginger is the spiciest. At the same time, Chun began to think that this is not a small matter for the Star Alliance he belongs to. However, since I'm not the one in charge of the Star Alliance, I believe Mu Rong Ninghua will soon contact myself and others, and may even take advantage of having the most golden title players to recruit a wave. I just need to wait. The 4-person alliance of myself and Yi Chi with 4 golden title players is now taking shape. We are all the ones in control, sitting firmly in the fishing platform. A little wind and wave mean nothing. I never expected that such a force would not be taken seriously by me so quickly. Of course, the main reason is the system's consecutive updates on player titles and player shops. However, these also need to be supported by strength and foundation. At this moment, on the top floor of a tall tower, Mu Rong Ninghua silently watched the chat area with pursed lips, his brows tightly furrowed. He then opened the personnel information of his Star Alliance, and upon seeing several players adorned with golden badges, there was once again a long silence. After a long while, he took a deep breath as if making a decision and turned to leave the Xingyuan Tower. In the Hall of Stars, within a mural amidst the starry night, a floating pavilion hosted 5 individuals seated around a stone table. And Chun and Yi Chi exchanged glances. Yi Chi threw an assuring look, which eased in Chen's mind. Mu Rong Ninghua was brewing tea, moving leisurely, yet the slightly trembling tea water clearly indicated his inner turmoil. Ultimately, it was Mu Rong Ninghua who could no longer contain himself, speaking up. I wonder what the 4 of you think about the Star Alliance. Yi Chi replied with a faint smile, its future is boundless, but it could also be fleeting. Mu Rong Ninghua's hand trembled. He certainly discerned the underlying threat in the other's words, but was unfazed by the privileges he held within the Star Alliance. If he were to employ any underhanded tactics, he could be certain that these 4 seemingly well-connected individuals would immediately leave. The reason they remained here now was simply to leverage the convenience of his influence, treating themselves as laborers. However, Mu Rong Ninghua believed that as long as these 4 departed from the Star Alliance, countless others would be eager to work for them, including the Hongxing Society and the Min Nong Commune, who would extend fervent invitations. Just as he was inviting those players without any influence who bore golden titles. Mu Rong Ninghua exhaled lightly. The Star Alliance is in its infancy. Oh, I need the 4 of you to preside over the high pavilion with me and witness how the winds and clouds unfold. And Chun glanced at Yi Chi, struggling to comprehend. These cultured individuals always like to show off, refusing to speak plainly and instead rambling on with vague language. If it weren't for Yi Chi, he would have simply quit, wondering why he should indulge their nonsensical chatter. Yet Yi Chi smiled. It was clear that the other party intended to offer benefits to retain the 4 of them, but they would not be swayed by trivial advantages. Yi Chi took a sip of tea. That depends on how high this tower is. My cocoa is quite delicate. If the tower is merely tall, withstanding the wind and rain, my cocoa cannot endure such hardships. Zhu Kiki beside her exclaimed, surprised that the conversation had suddenly turned to her. And Chun understood. This was merely asking for benefits, and his eyes lit up as he scrutinized Mu Rong Ninghua, projecting an air of dissatisfaction that suggested he might leave. However, Chun was rather direct, clearing his throat to interject to him. I must tell you, we are quite wealthy, very wealthy indeed. We dismiss the ordinary things. Yi Chi chuckled, clearly amused by his straightforward demand for benefits. Mu Rongninghua's lips twitched. My plan is this: the Star Alliance currently has 5 players with golden titles. I intend to establish another level above the 12 counselors, temporarily dubbed the 5 constants of the Star Alliance. Each would have 1 vote, and 3 votes would possess the power to dismiss counselors. And Shun, holding a fragrant milk tea, was taken aback by this proposal. 3 votes for the power to dismiss counselors. Wouldn't that mean the entire Star Alliance would be at the mercy of these 4? Did he not fear being sidelined? Mu Rongninghu continued after a pause. Beneath the 12 counselors of the Star Alliance, I plan to add 72 committee members and 300 league members, with a hierarchical structure where superiors can oversee subordinates directly. Moreover, the 5 constants would have 1 vote to dismiss or appoint Star committee members and league members. Star counselors are silver players, Star committee members are bronze players, and league members are iron players. Additionally, to attract numerous players and expand the influence of the Star Alliance, I plan to establish Star members with no restrictions on strength or entry conditions, but they will not possess any rights. They will be considered external staff, yet they can accept tasks from the Star Alliance, purchase resources from within, and can cultivate the basic methods of Xingyuan. By paying a certain amount, they can utilize the Xingyuan Tower, which will also serve as a source of income for the Star Alliance. Furthermore, I intend to grant the 4 of you higher-level permissions in the Hall of Stars with authority levels equivalent to mine. As for the Xingyuan Tower, I plan to place it within the Star Alliance, granting each of the 4 a 10% ownership, with future profits divided among us, with half allocated for welfare of other members, and the remaining 2 portions reserved for our warehouse, which we 5 will have the right to withdraw from. Additionally, this is the highest level cultivation method of Xingyuan I have obtained, capped at level 50. I will share it with the 4 of you. Also, I plan to temporarily establish 3 departments in the Hall of Stars. 1 for task management, 1 for a library, and 1 for treasures, all to be jointly managed by the 5 of us, and we can appoint counselors as deputy hall masters and deputy pavilion masters. What does everyone think? And Shin couldn't help but secretly admire the audacity and tactics. Truly a man of ambition, daring to give and take with such spirit. Even if the 4 of them departed, he would undoubtedly become a formidable leader in the future. Seeing that Yi Chi seemed satisfied and Chun had no objections, since Brother Mu Rong is so generous, we certainly have no objections. Let us support each other and jointly establish the Star Alliance. As a show of goodwill, I will offer monster cards, pets, and various fruits at a 30% discount, contributing a portion to the treasure pavilion of the Star Alliance. Yi Chi, I will also provide various potions at a 30% discount to fill the treasure pavilion. Zhu Kiki, my sealing cards and extraordinary firearms will also be included. Ji Taimei hesitated. What about my meals? Will those be at a 30% discount too? Mu Rongninghu chuckled. Very well, from now on we will be one family. Do you have any thoughts at this moment? Zhu Kiki and Ji Taimei shook their heads, both unaware of anything. Yi Chi pondered a moment. Nothing for now. And Shin contemplated. What's the deal with the Xingzhe? Mu Rongninghu understood. It's essentially your personal troops. However, I suggest recruiting servants as Xingzhe, as players themselves are not suitable. And Shin nodded. I have no issues either. Good, then here's to the Star Alliance soaring into the sky. Following this, the recruitment news of the Star Alliance flew across the sky, and the players, having little to entertain them, quickly learned the detailed information through the chat area. The 5 vacancies left by the 12 Star Counselors were swiftly filled. Then, after layers of scrutiny, the entire 13 district erupted due to the consecutive actions of the 2 major factions. Also, due to the expansion of the Star Alliance and the Min-known Commune, various other factions scrambled to recruit excellent players, though bronze players were mostly what remained after major factions picked through, while silver players, aside from a few lone wolves, were mostly affiliated. However, the only faction that remained silent was the enigmatic Hongxing Society. Aside from every member being able to receive basic supplies daily on their faction page, there was no further news about the Hongxing Society. Those who joined seemed to have vanished, never speaking a word in the chat area. This left many players, including In Chun, extremely curious about the Hongxing Society. Yet after probing with no results, In Chun simply went to sleep. As the icy winds outside gradually lessened on the 7th day, 8th day, and finally on the evening of the 13th day of the players' survival, the system finally issued an announcement. Ding! It is expected that at midnight tonight the time-space cold current will calm, and players will be able to log in normally tomorrow. Thank you for your patience. Every player who survived in the time-space cold current will level up by 1 and receive a system reward of 50 silver coins. The system has added a forecast function for tomorrow's destination, which can be checked on the virtual screen at the front of the vehicle, or you can inquire with the system at any time. The system refreshes the destination at 9 o'clock every day and will automatically notify you at that time. Wishing players a pleasant journey. Ding! Players in 13 District 99999, you will arrive at OP094, the Kingdom of Fran tomorrow. Finally, it's over. And Shun felt like he was about to grow fur. During these 7 days, aside from eating and the spiritual spring, it was all about various resources. Due to drinking 100 milliliters of superior-grade spiritual spring water daily, he could steadily gain 1,000 experience points, which meant he had accumulated 7,000 experience points over the week, plus an additional level from the system reward. Thus, he was now at level 26, still needing over 3,000 experience points to reach level 27. As for the night god Hawk Jiu and the remaining spiritual spring water, after accounting for what he gave to Yi Chi, there was 600 milliliters left, all of which he gave to Jiu, who had now reached level 30. Moreover, all the fire spirit moths had hatched, with the lowest being level 10. The first batch of 10 that hatched absorbed the rich fire elements from the lava and were now all at level 15. In addition, he possessed a level 24 ice and fire magic dragon card and an 18-level winged demon card. As for other cards and spirit essences, they were all below level 15, adding up to quite a lot. Most importantly, Inshun had also mastered the star source cultivation method, his strength now on par with his level. At the same time, by consuming 10 small Bodhi seeds, he raised his mental strength by 10 points. Following the principle of full utilization, he comprehended several powerful star source secret techniques. Finally, regarding magic under the high roof, his magic level reached the initial stage of the 8th tier, 3824 level, and he practiced several 8th tier spells he had acquired. Moreover, he could use all types of magic, and due to the influence of the star source, his 8th tier magic was even more powerful than that of others. These were the immense power gains he achieved using the origin coins over the past 7 days. One must say origin coins are truly valuable, otherwise Inshun wouldn't have been able to cultivate so many evolutionary paths in such a short time. The only regret was that origin coins couldn't enhance experience points. They seemed to be solely for players to use for cultivating evolution techniques. Now Inshun primarily focused on the sequential evolution method with the star source evolution method as a supplement. As for magic, it was just a pastime. Since he had sufficient gold coins, he used them to pass the time and practice. After all, regardless of the evolution method, when converted into levels, it could never exceed one's personal level. Thus, Inshun at level 26 could only elevate the star source evolution path up to level 26, no matter how much money he spent. These were the powers he had mastered, though it was only a portion. Inshun glanced at his funds. The morning and fruit shop brought him about 10 gold coins daily. The morning and pet shop provided him with approximately 50 gold coins daily. The morning and magic cabin yielded around 20 gold coins each day. In the past 7 days, he had spent quite a bit on cultivation, and his current balance was still 107 gold, 56 silver, and 43 copper. Even for a silver player, this was still a substantial amount. After these 7 days of accumulation, Inshun had truly upgraded his setup. System, let me check my personal panel. Player of the 13th District 99999, level 26, 3/467 Physique, 7 total experience points, at level 26, Spirit, 300. Evolution Path. Mentalist Sequence Upper Class Level 26 Universal Star Source Method Upper Class Level 26 Midstage Great Star Master Full-Time Magic Intermediate Level 24 Initial Stage of 8th Tier. Inshun looked at his panel with great satisfaction. It was already quite luxurious, definitely worthy of his title as a golden player. He wasn't sure about other players with golden titles, but he was aware of the 5 members of the Star Alliance. Morong Ninghua was at level 24 with the Star Source Cultivation Method, also at level 24, while he didn't know the rest. Yi Chi was at level 23 with the Star Source Cultivation Method at level 23, and her dual element magic of Thunder and Fire was at the advanced level of the 7th tier, also at level 23. Zhu Kiki was at level 22 with the Star Source Cultivation Method at level 22, and her dual element magic of Wind and Thunder was at the intermediate level of the 7th tier, also at level 22. Ji Taimei was at level 20 with the Star Source Cultivation Method at level 20, and her tri-element magic of Water, Wood, and Earth was at the initial level of the 7th tier, also at level 20. These were the personal levels of the 5 players with golden titles in the Star Alliance. Of course, personal levels only represent a part of one's strength. Each player holds numerous trump cards. Inshun looked at the system prompt indicating where he would be heading tomorrow and felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had heard of it before. After thinking for a while and failing to recall, he figured he might have seen it in the chat area. In any case, if he couldn't remember, it meant it wasn't important. Flan Kingdom. Inshun pondered the literal meaning of this term. From the name, it was evident that this was a kingdom likely filled with many people or other intelligent races, unlike the desolate places he had encountered before. Since it was a kingdom, what resources could he obtain? Clothes. 2 basic. Minerals. Worth only a few copper coins. It seemed he had to see what evolution paths this kingdom offered and the related items he could collect. Things like evolution methods and skills are the most valuable, followed by hunting wild monsters or even extraordinary races to gain experience points. As for some extraordinary resources like those with grades, they would likely be hard to find. After all, this was a kingdom, not a primitive forest like the Elven Forest where resources must have been completely divided. He could first explore the highest combat power of this kingdom and see what level it corresponded to. If it was low, he could rob a few places like treasure houses or libraries, welcoming all who came. Having determined his main target for tomorrow, Enchun ran to the group chat to ask the other three. Enchun, where is everyone going tomorrow? I plan to visit a place called Flan Kingdom, which should have a large population or other intelligent races. If you want slaves, I can bring back a couple. Yichi, I will still be in the Misty Mountains tomorrow. Since the beginning, I haven't left the Misty Mountains, but thankfully the resources here are abundant. If possible, could you help me find 2 human girls, preferably over 10, but under 15 from the poor population, who can endure hardships? I want them to help me take care of my Misty Valley. I've discovered that I can plant plants from the Misty Mountains there, but there's no way to hasten their growth. Unlike your orchard, which has compulsory outputs every day, these can only grow normally, so it would be best to have someone to look after them. However, the valley isn't large, and I'm not planting many things, so at this stage 2 will suffice. Moreover, I plan to train the 2 girls to become alchemists using various mist plants to create simple potions for me, just at the ordinary level, to fill up my shop. The potions I make myself are simply not enough to sell. Enchun, count on me. I will definitely find you 2 good ones. I estimate that this place called Kingdom should have many places selling slaves. They'll go to a big city and buy 2 good ones for you so you won't have to deal with the poor and shabby ones. Those who can be sold by the kingdom must have no shortage of hardship-enduring slaves. What do you think? Yichi, sure, even if they have no cultivation talent, using origin coins on them to raise their wood and fire attribute magic to the 3rd tier will be sufficient. Enchun, Jitaime Zhukiki, do you 2 want any? Population is also a valuable resource. It's extremely rare to encounter players in places with intelligent races. If you miss this village, you won't find this store again. Moreover, my Jojo can't carry too many people, at most 20 or 30. Now that Jojo has advanced to level 30 with a body length of 30 meters and a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, it can still carry 2 or 3 dozen people without issue. If it weren't for the fact that having too many people would increase the travel time to and from the big city, Enchun could have brought back even more. Jitaime, then bring me 5 strong men. 5 robust women. Am overwhelmed in my manor. I envy you, boss, for your orchard. My manor also grows normally and requires a large population to take care of it. Enchun, leave it to your boss. However, 5 men and 5 women. Are you trying to develop a village in your manor? If you don't mind the quality, I can make several trips nearby to get you some lesser slaves for population development. Jitaime, can it really be done like this, boss? Enchun, sure. Jitaime, boss Mwaza. Enchun, Zhukiki, what about you? Zhukiki, I just finished a new batch of firearms. I can log in tomorrow. A large number of players are frantically snatching my firearms. I'm exhausted. You mentioned slaves, huh? When did you all develop into the wicked capitalists? I disdain you. Bring me 2 crafty little girls. Oh, I have plenty of flowers in my room that need looking after. And should I disdain you, understood? I'll find you some good ones. By the way, where are you 2 going tomorrow? Jitaime, the Phantom Marsh, just hearing the name makes me feel scared and shivering. I don't dare to move. I plan to hit some small monsters around the area. Zhukiki, my place is much better. I'm heading to a place called Butterfly Fairy Flower Valley. I wonder what good things are there. Enchun, alright, I wish everyone safe travels. The weather is light snow with temperatures ranging from 1 to 8 degrees Celsius. It is the 14th day of the player's survival. The cold wave has largely receded, leaving only a trace of residual cold wind and fine snow. Enchun put on his Fire Spirit silk robe and purchased a bag of ordinary coins from other players. After preparing, he began to park. The vehicle stopped on a small hill. Enchun stepped out of the car and faintly saw a small town in the distance. It's humans, not other races. That's better. I don't need to use the peach branch mask to change my appearance. He touched the half mask on his cheek, smiled, and stretched out his hand, slipping away. 7th level magic wind walk, instant cast. Floating 3 meters above the ground, Enchun began to move quickly. This distance allowed him to avoid being too conspicuous in this still unfamiliar world. To get from the small hill to the town, he had to pass through a considerable forest. The trees here looked much more normal, with the tallest being only 20 or 30 meters, most being around 10 meters tall. Magical beast. Enchun hovered 3 meters above the ground, extending his finger and grasping at the void. A rabbit with fiery patterns on its ears flew into his hand. He had seen many of these rabbits before in the Elven Forest. A first-tier junior fire rabbit, indeed a magical beast. It seems this world is also a magical one and likely exists in the same realm as the Elven Forest. Suddenly, Enchun murmured, Fran Kingdom. Then he realized, no wonder it feels so familiar. It turns out it's in the same realm as the Elven Forest. I wonder how the Elven Queen is doing. But I remember that the Fran Kingdom is by the sea separated from the Elven Forest by the Soa Kingdom, the Lucy Kingdom, and hundreds of small nations spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. It's impossible for me to see her." And Shun sighed. It was indeed quite regrettable not to meet familiar faces in a familiar place. He casually tossed the rabbit aside and flew towards the town. He soon arrived at the small town. The town was not large, but it still had high walls to fend off low-tier magical beasts. And Shun used his telekinesis to scan and found that the soldiers at the city gate were at best first-tier advanced swordsmen. Instantly gaining a clear understanding of the town's strength, he realized he could act freely here. Upon seeing a coin in the knight's pocket, and Shun used his telekinesis, and the coins in his spatial ring twisted into identical coins. Though he was powerful, the most efficient and simplest way to solve problems was still with money. To enter the town, pay 1 silver coin. The knight suddenly stopped the peasant man behind Shun. The peasant was immediately dissatisfied. "Why don't you let the person in front pay?" The knight bowed apologetically and respectfully to Shun, then turned to the peasant and scolded, "You insolent! This young master is a great magician who, of course, he can enter the town as he pleases. How dare you be so presumptuous?" As he spoke, the knight was about to act, for he had seen this great magician descend from the sky not far from the town. To float above the ground, even a wind magician needed to be at least 4th tier, let alone a mere gatekeeper. Even his uncle, the town mayor, would have to show respect. Upon hearing that it was a legendary great magician, the peasant became so frightened that he fell to his knees, bowing his head. "Please spare me, my lord. Please spare me." And Shun waved his hand. "It's fine, it's just a small matter." The knight sheathed his sword respectfully, saying, "Yes, my lord." And Shun didn't take this small incident to heart. Instead, he found it quite amusing. Indeed, in any extraordinary world, those who wield power always had an extraordinary status. Seeing Shun enter the town, the knight hurriedly reminded those around him and rushed into the town. As the mayor's nephew, he had to quickly inform his uncle to prevent anyone in the family from offending this powerful magician and bringing disaster upon the family. Upon entering the town, Shun found it quite bustling. Various carriages, carts, and ox carts were moving along the spacious streets, with pedestrians crowding the town. Stores lined both sides of the street, filled with all sorts of goods. Soon a sharp-eyed child, seeing Shun curiously looking around, hurried over. "Sir, where do you wish to go? I can guide you. I'm very familiar with all the shops in town." The little boy looked at Shun expectantly. The white robe he wore with firecloud patterns was even more splendid than those of the important figures he had seen. This was definitely a bigger person. Shun stood at the town entrance waiting for this profession. He didn't expect there to actually be one, and indeed this was true, not deceiving me. "Take me to the place to buy slaves." Upon hearing Shun's request, the little boy jumped excitedly. Such great figures often like to show off their wealth, so it seemed he could fill his pockets again today. "Sir, please follow me." The little boy walked ahead, beaming, saying, "In our town, there is only one place to buy slaves. It is run by the Frank family, where most of the slaves are children sold by the poor and people captured in wars. Occasionally, there are also maids and servants from officials' families and ladies from noble families of small countries, but these are rare. It is said that 30 years ago this town had elven slaves, but now that the elven race has a powerful queen, everyone is afraid to sell elven slaves. At least our mayor's family would not dare to do so." And Shun was taken aback. "Is the elven queen you mentioned originally a forest elf?" The little boy replied, "Yes, she is a forest elf. It is said that before the reconstruction of the Elven Kingdom, she killed a dragon king, and even the strongest Soa Kingdom feared her. This information is known even by 3-year-old children. There are many stories like the Elven Queen battling the Icefire Dragon and rebuilding the Elven Kingdom with various versions. I have collected many myself." And Shun pondered how could it be possible that in just 7 days Bilotes had rebuilt the Elven Kingdom and spread the news so far. Recalling the previous temporal cold wave, Shun suddenly had an astonishing guess and quickly asked the little boy, "How many years has it been since the Elven Queen rebuilt the Elven Kingdom?" The little boy tilted his head in confusion. 30 years. According to the Elven Kingdom's calendar, it has been 30 years since Bilotes' eye. Hiss. And Shun gasped. Indeed, this vehicle not only traverses space, but also time. No wonder he encountered the temporal cold wave. Amazing. "Sir, we have arrived. This is the place to sell slaves." The little boy looked at Shun with anticipation. Shun casually touched some coins. "No change, just take this little thing as a tip." The little boy stared blankly at the 10 or so coins in his hand, feeling dizzy, but soon came to his senses and quickly stuffed them into his pants as no one was watching. Shun stepped into the shop, finding it surprisingly clean. "Welcome. What kind of slaves does the young master require?" "Ours is the only slave emporium within dozens of miles. Every one hand-selected and rigorously vetted." An elderly man with refined features extended a ledger toward Shun. Shun flipped idly through the ledger. Bring me 50 men and 50 women, all aged 15 to 35, preferably skilled in farming and resilient enough to endure hardship. The refined elder clasped his hands together in delighted astonishment. The young master truly intends to purchase so many slaves. And Shun continued turning the pages without glancing up, speaking with detached indifference. Yes, promptly. I am pressed for time. However, if you dare substitute inferior stock. A fireball the size of a human head erupted midair, striking the obsidian floor and blasting a crater 1 meter in diameter. From the moment Shun entered, he sensed the elder's dishonesty, a classic opportunist who bowed to strength and trampled the weak. Sure enough, upon witnessing Shun conjure the blazing orb with casual ease, the elder instantly abandoned his smirking demeanor, bowing deeply, with reverent humility. Forgive this humble servant's blindness. You are clearly a mighty mage, my lord. Pray follow me. I shall present 100 exemplary slaves before you without delay. And Shun turned the ledger to the section listing young maidens, then tossed a leather pouch of gold coins onto the counter. Rest assured, you will be paid in full. 10 gold coins per slave. Every single one must be of the finest quality. 100 gold coins now. Within 1 hour I expect all 100 slaves assembled before me. Overjoyed, the elder snatched the pouch and thumped his chest in solemn pledge. My lord may rest easy. The 100 slaves shall be delivered precisely on the hour. 10 gold coins for a field hand slave was an exorbitant sum. Farm laborers were the least valuable of all slaves. During wartime, entire villages could be raided at will, yielding countless peasants who knew nothing but tilling the soil. Such slaves typically sold for no more than 1 or 2 gold coins. The most expensive were noble-born maids and ladies. Though often unskilled, their delicate beauty alone commanded a minimum price of 10 gold coins. Naturally, the shop carried no such surplus of agrarian slaves. But who owned this establishment? The Frank family. And the Franks possessed over a dozen vast estates teeming with field hands. Avarice gleamed in the elder's eyes. Within half an hour he could procure 100 prime laborers. At 3 gold coins apiece, he would pocket 700 gold in pure profit. Who would suspect that anyone would pay 10 gold coins for a mere farmhand? Without uttering a word, the elder hurried away, and Shun was escorted by a maid to an elegantly appointed chamber. As one of the Frank family's principal enterprises, this establishment occupied a location of exceptional prestige. A black-eyed, black-haired maiden. How rare in these lands. And Shun murmured, intrigued. He had scarcely settled when a soft knock sounded at the door. He raised an eyebrow. Only 10 minutes had passed. Could the 100 slaves truly be ready? Unlikely. Indeed, when he opened the door, the elder was absent. Instead stood a portly, prosperous-looking gentleman. Third-rank senior swordsman. And Shen's gaze swept over him. His cultivation level laid bare in an instant. This visitor was no ordinary man. Yet his arrival came as no surprise, and Shun had made no effort to conceal his identity. Still, what business could this ruddy-faced, round-bellied elder possibly have with him? Behind the man stood 2 elven maidens. Young master, I am the town's magistrate. Hearing of a high-ranking mage's arrival, I hastened to pay my respects. Pausing for Shen's response, the magistrate gently ushered forward the 2 elven maidens. I learned you sought slaves. These 2 half-elf maidens of the verdant elf lineage were specially prepared for you. Gentle, dexterous, obedient, and exceptionally gifted in cultivating flora. A humble token of goodwill from this old servant. And Shun, who had nearly dismissed the presumptuous intruder outright, froze mid-motion. Verdant elves, skilled in cultivating flora. He asked, precisely what Zhu Kiki required. Baron Frank, drenched in cold sweat, nodded vigorously at the question. She is a half-elf born into our household 12 years ago, one of twin sisters. A pure-blooded elf would never be offered for sale by so modest a house as ours. Yet rest assured, both maidens remain untouched, and they inherit the verdant elves' innate affinity for plants, naturally harmonizing with blossoms and herbs. They may even awaken as mages one day. Baron Frank scratched self-consciously at his ample belly. Becoming a mage was no simple feat. Even among elves whose elemental affinity far surpassed other races, fewer than 1 in 100 ever succeeded. Most matured into peerless archers. But Shun cared little. In the hands of players, even a pig held boundless potential, let alone 2 half-elven maidens. And Shun found the pair highly satisfactory. Zhu Kiki would surely be even more delighted. He opened the door wider and invited Baron Frank inside. Direct, as ever, he stated plainly, state your purpose. Given the verdant elf maidens, I may consider minor requests. The Baron blinked, stunned. His mind rehearsing a dozen polished diplomatic gambits, short-circuited entirely. Then exhilaration surged. With nervous eagerness, his beady eyes widened. That is, might the honored lord possess a spell book? Even a rudimentary first-tier primer would suffice. Ha! And Shun smiled faintly, saying nothing. Instantly, the Baron grew agitated. His request had been reckless, bordering on suicidal. He had braced himself for death the moment the words left his lips. His house had reached an impasse. To elevate its standing, he dared this perilous gamble. In this world, mages reigned supreme, their authority eclipsing swordsmen and warriors whose paths ended irrevocably beyond the 5th tier. Yet magic remained fiercely monopolized. Though his family held hereditary viscountcy, not a single spellbook, no matter how elementary, had ever graced their vaults. Magic academies admitted only scions of great nobility. Commoners received perhaps a handful of slots per decade, far beyond the reach of a provincial landowner like himself. Despair flickered in Baron Frank's beady eyes. Silence meant doom. He might never leave this chamber alive. Agreed. And Chen's sudden assent stirred quiet calculation. The Baron's eyes bulged in disbelief. Truly. A tome materialized upon the table, bound in indigo-black wormhide, its cover embossed with a golden hexagram sigil. The Baron trembled violently, overcome with awe. Within lies a compendium of fire element spells, from 1st to 5th tier, dozens in total. And Chen paused. The Baron stared speechless. 1st to 5th tier, dozens. His gaze locked onto the grimoire with feverish intensity. To claim it, I impose one condition. A deep emerald pendant appeared upon the table. Once your house produces a 5th tier mage, you must journey to the Elven Kingdom and deliver this pendant to the Elven Queen. Do not fear being denied audience. Present this pendant, and you shall pass unimpeded through the Elven Kingdom, guided directly to her presence. Should you fail to fulfill this charge, and Shun began chanting, a chilling guttural incantation like the whisper of a demon risen from the abyss. Curse of calamity. A crimson light pierced the Baron's chest, sinking deep. Then, as if transmitted through some unseen conduit, spread across the entire Frank lineage. Doubt not its potency. It is a 7th tier curse. Only an 8th tier archmage willing to sacrifice 30 years of life could dispel it. Yet once the pendant reaches the Elven Queen's hands, the curse shall lift, and you shall receive her generous boon. Even 7th tier magics may be granted. 7th tier magics. All terror dissolved, vanished utterly. Baron Frank felt as though he floated through a waking dream. After the Baron departed at a leisurely pace, the refined elder returned shortly thereafter. This is the remaining gold coins. And Shun casually tossed 900 gold coins to the meticulous old man. The old man almost drooled, saying, "Thank you, my lord, thank you." Picking up the slave catalog on the table, and Shun pointed at the black-eyed, black-haired girl and asked, "What is this person's background? She seems different from the others." The meticulous old man leaned forward and looked, his face immediately turning gloomy. "My lord, I advise you not to purchase this slave." "Why?" And Shun asked curiously. The old man explained, "People with black eyes and black hair are transported from across the sea from the distant east. They are considered ominous, the servants of demons. They bring misfortune. This girl was just delivered yesterday, and I was planning to send her to the mining site today. No one would buy such a slave." Throwing a handful of gold coins on the ground, and Shun coldly declared, "I want this person." 20 to 30 horse-drawn carriages dashed through the beast forest south of the town. More than 100 people dressed in neat burlap clothes in the carriages looked outside in fear. They never imagined they would brazenly traverse the beast forest in their lifetime. And Shun reclined with his legs crossed on the roof of the last carriage. The people in these carriages were all slaves purchased by Shun, now heading towards the hill where the carriages were located. The beasts in the forest trembled in fear, frozen in place upon seeing the carriages. This was because a small, bluer dragon perched on the roof of the front carriage, its heavy dragon aura stripping away their courage to flee. Soon Shun reached the small hill, entered the vehicle, opened the trading area, purchased several transport scrolls, contacted Lao Ji and Kuku, and sent the scrolls loaded with slaves to them. Then Shun rode on the night god eagle, swiftly heading towards the royal city. However, there was another person on the night god eagle, the black-haired, black-eyed girl he had purchased. Perhaps feeling a sense of fate or something else, Shun simply bought her. This girl had been silent since she was bought, not uttering a single word. Shun paid her no mind, but he did not plan to take her back to the vehicle. Instead, he intended to settle her in the royal city. He felt that she might come from an eastern country. The royal city was over 3,000 miles away, but with the night god eagle he arrived in just an hour. Outside the royal city, he stopped in a series of mountains and stowed away the night god eagle. This mountain range was called the Beast Mountain Range, which nearly spanned half of the Fran Kingdom, serving as a natural barrier between the Fran Kingdom and the Soya Kingdom. He found a dragon scale horse, hunted it, made it into a monster card, and then headed out of the mountains. Having left the Beast Mountain Range, Shun suddenly stopped and dropped off the Eastern Girl. This ring contains 10,000 gold coins. If you want to live as an ordinary person, this amount is enough for you. If you are unwilling to be an ordinary person, it also contains ice magic books from level 1 to 5, as well as a cultivation method for Starlight, which can guide you in Starlight cultivation. Finally, there is a pet egg of an ice snake. I give it to you as a token of fate. Farewell. The dragon scale horse neighed, raising a cloud of dust, and in an instant the man vanished from the spot. The Eastern girl stood there holding the space ring, seemingly still in shock. She only remembered seeing a pair of deep black pupils beneath the mask in her final glance. And Chun raced onward, soon arriving at the foot of the royal city. His goal today was primarily to gather more magic books to fill his magic workshop. For the latter half of the day, he planned to hunt in the Beast Mountain range, slaughtering beasts to gain experience. Upon entering the royal city, Chun naturally thought of the Fran royal family. Using the peach branch mask illusion, he concealed his figure and reached the wall of the palace. Just as he was about to climb over the star source secret techniques, astrology automatically activated and a faint sense of danger enveloped his heart. Whoosh! Upon reaching the top of the wall, he spun 180 degrees with one hand and jumped back to his original position. And Chun decisively left. He abandoned the royal city. He rejected all unknown dangers, even if the danger wasn't very intense. Go to those big families. The royal city has so many large families, it's enough to plunder from them. The royal city not only housed the Fran royal family, but also gathered more than 90% of the great nobles of the Fran kingdom. Some of these great nobles even had ancestors who were 8th-tier holy magisters. And Chen's goal was precisely these, to directly plunder their treasure vaults. The Ross family, one of the 7 great families of the Fran kingdom, had an ancestor who was a holy magister. Their treasury was looted clean, yielding ice magic from level 1 to 9. The Dale family, one of the 7 great families of the Fran kingdom, had an ancestor who was a holy magister. Their treasury was looted clean, yielding fire magic from level 1 to 9. The Ron family, one of the 7 great families of the Fran kingdom, had an ancestor who was a holy magister. Their treasury was looted clean, yielding ice magic from level 1 to 9. The Lore family, one of the 7 great families of the Fran kingdom, had an ancestor who was a holy magister. Their treasury was looted clean, yielding earth magic from level 1 to 9. The Merlin family, one of the 7 great families of the Fran kingdom, had an ancestor who was a holy magister. Their treasury was looted clean, yielding wood magic from level 1 to 9. The James family, one of the 7 great families of the Fran kingdom, had an ancestor who was a holy magister. Their treasury was looted clean, yielding wind magic from level 1 to 9. Unfortunately, another family had its main family not in the royal city, so Chun could not plunder it. After robbing the 6 great families, Chun leisurely walked down the street. A loud and heavy horn sounded. Quick! Seal the city. No one within the royal city is allowed to leave, otherwise there will be no mercy. And Chun was surprised. How could they react so quickly? However, he soon realized that the city seal had nothing to do with him. Teams of silver-armored knights emerged from the palace, swiftly blocking off the streets. Suddenly, smoke rose throughout the royal city. The sound of violent explosions echoed in every corner of the royal city. The Demon King's apostle is attacking. Follow me to suppress the heretics. A golden-armored knight led a team of silver-armored knights into the street. Demon King's apostle. And Chun repeated the phrase when a black-robed figure with a grim visage suddenly appeared in the middle of the street. Praise the one true master in my heart, Blaren Davis. Please accept my most sincere and fervent offering. The apostle knelt on the ground, softly chanting. The golden-armored knight's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Quick, stay away from him." Boom. A massive fireball erupted, engulfing everything in its fiery embrace, turning it all to ashes. A massive azure divine light soared into the sky. Not good, the Ice Princess is in trouble. All knights and magicians gather quickly and escort the Ice Princess out of the city to the kingdom of Soya. The golden-armored knight's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly led the team away. And Chun, hiding nearby, saw the smoke-filled royal city and was once again tempted to head towards the royal palace. At the base of the royal palace walls, a shadow paused. And Chun held a flickering starlight in his hand, gradually transforming into a cluster of tiny stars, as if something was being calculated amidst the stars. Indeed, the danger has vanished. The 36 stars in his hand dispersed, and Chun joyfully climbed over the high wall. Inside the palace, chaos reigned, and he was unclear about what happened. The Demon Lord's apostle, the Ice Princess. None of it concerned him, he only desired a few books. The 36 stars appeared in his hand again, and after some calculations, Chun quickly pinpointed the location of the books. A tall tower was coming closer to him. Chun looked up at the nearly 100-meter-high tower, twisted his body a few times, and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already inside the tower. The tower had 10 floors, each filled with a wealth of magical books. A jade book appeared in Chun's hand, prepared specifically for the purpose of stealing knowledge and magic from the magical books. Invisible ripples spread out, incorporating all the knowledge from the magical books, as well as various miscellaneous literature on geography and humanity, all recorded within the Jade Book. Within the Jade Book, illusory books appeared in a vast space. This space was filled with rows of bookshelves numbering in the tens of thousands. Illusory books continuously appeared on these bookshelves categorized according to the method Chun had previously established. Soon the first floor was completely replicated, filling nearly 100 bookshelves. The bookshelves in the illusory space of the Jade Book were each 30 meters high and 15 meters wide, far surpassing those in the Royal Tower. The first floor of the tower contained first-tier magic along with some magical knowledge and miscellaneous literature on geography, totaling thousands of bookshelves. The second floor had significantly fewer bookshelves, only a few hundred, but various properties of second-tier magic were all present. There were also some fascinating anecdotes and biographies priced slightly lower. In a world without entertainment, they would certainly sell well. From the third to the seventh floors, the number of bookshelves dwindled. By the seventh floor, there were only 14 books, and the shelves were not fully stocked. These bookshelves were classified by attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, light, dark, time, space, undead, life, and finally some secrets and magic that did not belong to the 14 main attributes. And Chun grinned broadly. Even if there were no magical books in the 80th or 90th layers, his magical workshop could still be considered the foremost knowledge-based shop in the 13th district. Upon reaching the 8th floor, there were no bookshelves. Instead, books floated on stone platforms enveloped by golden covers. However, these covers evidently did not affect the Jade Book's copying capabilities. And Chun checked, and all 14 attributes were still present. In addition, some books recorded the locations of rare treasures. Items like the magical crystal veins of Luyun Island, the Millennium Stalactite of the Red Dragon Valley in the Monster Forest, the deep-sea pearls of the Mermaid Canyon, and the rebirth grass in the Undead Caverns. Each was a rare treasure. And Chun had the system evaluate them, and they were all rated as excellent-level treasures. He felt a pang of envy. Unfortunately, he only had one day. However, he could still check out the Millennium Stalactite in the Red Dragon Valley to see if it was still there. On the 9th floor, the magic consisted of 9th-tier forbidden spells, and the magical books were not of every attribute. And Chun counted, and there were only 7 attributes with the covers coated in dust, suggesting no one had been there for a long time. After all, since the ancestors of the Kingdom of Soya inherited the legacy of the Elven Empire, plundering high-tier treasures accumulated over 500 years and successfully igniting the divine fire to ascend, there had been no 9th-tier archmage since. However, various countries and aristocratic families have a legacy that spans over 1,000 years. Their ancestors possessed 9th-tier archmages during the Golden Age a millennium ago. Hence, each possesses 9th-tier inheritance. Yet they only have 8th and 9th-tier magic. Their own families haven't produced an 8th-tier holy mage for hundreds of years, relying solely on 7th-tier grand mages to maintain appearances. Nevertheless, the grand mage is still at the pinnacle of the current age. Upon reaching the 10th floor, there was merely a single page. Seeing it made Chun's breath quicken. In this world's magic system, the first 9 major levels correspond to 3 levels of player levels, meaning that at 9th-tier advanced, it is 3 times 9, totaling 27 plus 2 levels, making it level 29. However, a 9th-tier archmage ascends to the divine realm after igniting the divine fire with a demigod in between, which is equivalent to level 30. Thus, this page on the 10th floor is undoubtedly related to igniting the divine fire, specifically the legacy left by the first emperor of the Kingdom of Fran. This time, Chun not only intended to copy the knowledge, but also to take the page. Because this page was actually rated as rare. The chapter of the sea rare grade containing a trace of the indestructible water principle, it is unbreakable and records a method to ignite the divine fire. It can also be merged with oneself after becoming a demigod to ascend to godhood level 3140. The light shield shattered, and a sea blue page made a rustling sound as if it were alive. Whoosh. At that moment, only a ripple remained as the page had been stored in Chun's personal space. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the rare grade treasure chapter of the sea. After checking its functions, he found it wasn't particularly useful. Its only function was to carry the method to ignite divine fire, and it was extremely sturdy, difficult to damage, and could also be refined. This left Chun a bit disappointed. However, it was still a rare grade item, and the method to ignite divine fire recorded within was still commendable. At the very least, reaching level 40 was no problem. After plundering the library, Chun quickly went to the royal treasury. He looted it clean, finding several excellent grade items. 5 excellent grade water attribute crystals resembling azure diamonds were the size of a fist. These could be used for the cultivation of an 8th-tier water attribute holy mage, but primarily they could increase the success rate of a 7th-tier grand mage breaking through to a holy mage. In fact, the Fran royal family had an 8th-tier ancestor, but he was on the verge of death, relying on the rebirth grass to cling to life. 3 excellent grade rebirth grasses which could extend life by 10 years. However, only the first one was effective, and when combined with some secret recipes, it could induce a state of false death to reduce the loss of life. In the 8th floor of the library, Chun found this secret method. The last excellent grade item was a Millennium Stalactite which could enhance life essence and had remarkable healing properties, but unfortunately, there was only one drop. After collecting all these, Enchun swiftly left the royal palace. Today's mission was considered a complete success. He planned to head to the Monster Mountains in the afternoon to hunt some monsters and visit the Red Dragon Valley to see if the stalactite was still there. Oh, and I still need to bring back 2 kids for Yi Qi. No. A sister holding her younger sister shouted in terror as she looked at the flames. However, when she opened her eyes, she found herself far away from that street. Before her stood a man wearing an exquisite peach blossom mask smiling at her. You should hide here for now. This is the edge of the royal city, and there will be no danger. But you should wait a few days before going out. With that, Enchun turned to leave. Wait. The girl quickly stood up. What's wrong? You can stay here. I've discussed it with the owner. The girl bit her lip, but then looked firmly at Enchun and said, Can I follow you? No. Enchun replied decisively, though inside he felt pleased. A willing participant was far more useful than one forced. The girl's expression immediately darkened. Thank you, Tool, take my leave. However, I can introduce you to someone. She is also very strong, but if you want to follow her, you can only choose to become a slave. Enchun became surprisingly patient, which was rare. In fact, Enchun saved this pair of twins for a reason. One was a fire spirit body, and the other a wood spirit body with an elemental affinity exceeding 90%. Enchun felt that these 2 girls could be quite valuable for Yi Qi. The girl looked at her unconscious sister in her arms and nodded decisively. I am willing. In the Beast Mountain range, a massive black eagle flew recklessly through the mountains. 9 golden beams of light interwove and darted through the forest beneath the eagle. Enchun sat on Jiuzhou's back, eyes closed. He was currently controlling 9 thought power crystals, rapidly harvesting beasts in the Beast Mountain range. Whether it was a first-tier beast, the little fire rabbit, or a 6th-tier beast, the earth bear, all were slain in an instant. The materials and essence harvested blinked into monster cards through the monster encyclopedia. On Jiuzhou's back sat 2 girls admiring Enchun, the mysterious handsome brother who found slaying beasts easier than killing chickens. By now, Enchun had accumulated nearly 1,000 monster cards, but there were none above level 27th tier. However, it wasn't a big issue. He had scavenged a map from the royal family, which detailed the locations of various 7th-tier beasts in the Beast Mountain range. Soon Enchun arrived at his first destination, the Red Dragon Valley, where a 7th-tier high-grade beast, the fiery red dragon, resided. Even the royal family had not dared to collect stalactites from there for a long time, and Enchun speculated that there must be quite a few accumulated. Of course, this was under the condition that the fiery red dragon wasn't too greedy. However, these high-tier beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans and likely had stored plenty of such life-saving items. Roar! A roar echoed from the valley below. Immediately, a massive red dragon soared out. But just as it flew halfway, the red dragon's roar abruptly stopped flapping its wings in confusion, then turned and fled, doing so cleanly and without hesitation. Stop! A shadow flashed, and Jiuzhou suddenly appeared in front of the red dragon, blocking its path. Exalted human powerhouse, what orders do you have for me, little red? The red dragon felt its scalp tingle, and its heart stopped struggling to suppress its fear as it cautiously inquired. Enchun glanced at the fiery red dragon and surprised. Fiery red dragon, level 23, excellent grade, peak, potential, naturally controls fiery magma, possesses immense strength, is the most powerful overlord of the Beast Mountain range, can ignite the Earth's magma, and command molten fire capable of rivaling human 8th tier, holy mage. Such a powerful fiery red dragon. If it weren't for Jiuzhou already being level 30 and achieving a rare grade, the dragon wouldn't be so submissive. With excellent grade peak potential, had it not encountered Enchun, it was likely that soon a new 8th tier dragon king would arise from the dragon clan. Enchun pondered, in the past merely excellent grade peak potential would have been sufficient and he wouldn't have looked twice at it. But now things were different. He possessed a bloodline baptism pool. If she were to wash in it, wouldn't her potential likely reach rare grade? A light chuckle sounded. Submit or die. The fiery red dragon raised its head, eyes filled with reluctance and humiliation, trembling as it met Enchun's indifferent gaze. Hearing that person's unquestionable voice, the fiery red dragon smiled bitterly and slowly lowered its head. Master, if it were just herself, she would definitely rather die than submit, but she had 3 Sunahatch children. Since she couldn't escape with her children, she could only choose to yield. Even if the children were contracted, she could still care for them a bit. If the other party were too excessive, she would absolutely take her children and return to the embrace of the dragon god. Enchun looked at the giant dragon submitting before him, nodding in satisfaction. A golden light flickered, and a golden scroll appeared before the fiery red dragon. Relax your spirit, it will bind a sliver of your soul, forming a contract. From now on you will be my servant. Enchun watched the red dragon. The red dragon tilted its head back and closed its eyes in acceptance. Then from above the red dragon's head a tiny mini red dragon flew out, entirely transparent, sometimes gathering, and sometimes dispersing. The mini red dragon flew into Enchen's palm, forming a dragon-shaped mark. Then with a thought the red dragon vanished from the spot, entering the pet space. In a flash of red the red dragon reappeared, offering a drop of life, dew condensed from the ancient life tree to the red dragon. The red dragon's waning spirit immediately revived considerably. However, the earlier pet space had truly astonished the red dragon. Such a magical and incredible space was absolutely not something that could exist in the mortal realm. Could it be? The flames in the fiery red dragon's eyes danced. "Thank you, Master." Enchun asked, "Do you know where the stalactites are? Please follow me, Master." The red dragon turned and dove downward with Enchun riding Jiao closely behind. Arriving at the valley, he put away Jiao and the red dragon led Enchun to a massive cavern. In the center of the cavern, a stalactite shimmering with a milky white halo hung upside down. Beneath the stalactite, a small pool of stalactite had actually gathered. Millennium Stalactite, excellent grade, contains a large amount of life essence, has excellent healing properties, can be used to nurture young beings and enhance their potential. Millennium Stalactite Essence, rare grade, energy nearly exhausted, contains terrifying life essence, has an incredible effect on unborn beings. This small pool of stalactite, calculated at 1 drop per milliliter, had at least thousands of drops. However, the unfortunate part was that most of the stalactite's energy had been severely depleted. If collected using the system, it would probably yield only 2 or 3 dozen drops at most. And then there was that half-solid jade liquid in the small pool, the essence of the stalactite. It had actually reached rare grade. Unfortunately, it was nearly exhausted. But the most eye-catching thing wasn't the stalactite. It was the dragon eggs soaking in the pool of stalactite. The red dragon lovingly wrapped its tail around 3 dragon eggs and then voluntarily handed them to Enchun. "Master, these are my 3 children. You can also sign a contract with them. They have soaked in the Millennium Stalactite since birth and have been sealed for 100 years, washed by the gentle and rich life essence for a century. Their potential must be even higher than mine. I hope to receive the Master's kindness." Enchen's eyes turned red. He certainly knew their potential surpassed that of this mother dragon, and even she understood it better than her mother. Purple Flame Red Dragon Level 10 E Unhatched Rare Grade Potential. Burning Sky Red Dragon Level 10 E Unhatched Rare Grade Potential. Flame Thunder Two-Headed Dragon Level 10 E Unhatched Rare Grade Potential. After hunting for most of the day and crafting thousands of monster cards, Enchun set off to return as the sky darkened. At his current level, it was indeed becoming increasingly slow to level up. Despite such intense hunting, having nearly traversed the Monster Beast Mountains, he had only increased his level by 2. He was now at level 28, while Jiao hadn't gained a single level. Fortunately, all 33 fire spirit moths had been brought to level 20 by Enchun. Upon returning to the vehicle, he sent the 2 girls over and contacted Yi Qi. "Enchun, Yi Qi, I've sent you these 2 girls, take a look at them. Yi Qi, they are actually a fire spirit and a wood spirit, and they are twins." "Enchun, how did you find them?" "Enchun, just luck, I picked them up off the street. They are all willing, so don't worry about using them." "Yi Qi, they are indeed quite obedient with great talent and good comprehension. They learn the meditation method instantly, and even the first-level basic magic was grasped at first glance." "Enchun, of course, otherwise how could I bring them back for you?" "Zhu Kuku, boss, and you're biased." Angrily, "Enchun, you just want 2 for gardening. If they were that good, it would be a waste. Besides, aren't the grass spirits fine?" "Zhu Kuku, they are good, but..." "Enchun, good is what matters. By the way, how did you fare today?" "Ding. Your friend Zhu Kuku has sent you a mysterious gift package. Would you like to claim it?" Enchun was taken aback. "Claim? Congratulations, player, you have received a mysterious gift package." A gift package 1/2 meter long in size and made up of colorful flowers appeared on the table. Just as Enchun was about to lean in for a closer look, the entire package instantly unfolded. "Ding. Congratulations, player, you have established a master-servant contract with 13 flower spirits. You may choose to unbind." Within a few breaths, it transformed into a flowering tree. Moreover, it was a vibrant flower. However, what truly astonished Enchun was that from within the blossoming flowers, little spirits, each the size of a finger, flew out. "Zhu Kuku, so how about it?" "Surprised. Unexpected. Each of you gets 1. Enchun marveled internally. "So this is the place you reached today, the Butterfly Spirit Flower Valley. I can't imagine how beautiful it is." "Yi Qi, these spirits are truly exquisite, and they are all level 10, radiating with abundant life energy." "Zhu Kuku, he is surprised, right? I specifically selected these after much effort, and I've already used the contract scroll. They will recognize you as their master the moment you open it. So don't worry about using them, they can take care of your daily needs. Don't underestimate their size, they can handle chores like cleaning and making beds." "Jitai Mei, wow. Thank you, Kuku." and shun this sinful life. Ji Tai Mei, I leveled up 3 levels today. Now I'm at level 23, a super strong. Yi Qi, I leveled up 3 levels too. Now I'm at level 26, a just average, but I can definitely beat Tai Mei's little brother. Ji Tai Mei, Zhu Ku Ku, I was busy catching little spirits today and leveled up 2 levels. Now I'm at level 24, just barely capable of beating one of Tai Mei's brothers. Ji Tai Mei, and shun, Sai leveling up is becoming increasingly difficult. I only leveled up 2 levels today, now at level 28. I should be able to take down 10 of Tai Mei's brothers. Ji Tai Mei, look, is this even human talk? Only a godlike expert could say such things. And shun, I've been recorded. Yi Qi, 1. Zhu Ku Ku 666. Ji Tai Mei, everyone come to my place for dinner today. I've set up a little table of dishes at my manor, he. Looking eagerly. And shun, then I won't hold back. Yi Qi, sure. Zhu Ku Ku, drooling. Moving the Tumterhai flowering tree to the corner, and Shun looked at the dozen or so spirits of various colors. Just move around freely. If you're bored, go play in the orchard or the spirit garden. Then Inchun chose to accept Ji Tai Mei's invitation. A flash of white light filled the living room, and Inchun disappeared from the vehicle. Only an empty vehicle continued to drive slowly with a little eagle napping by the window. As the white light faded, Inchun stared in shock at the table in front of him. Ji Tai Mei rushed up to Inchun. Boss, and let me hug your leg. Dodging with a flash, Inchun looked at Ji Tai Mei in astonishment. Is this what you call a little table of dishes? What the hell, this table is small. This table is bigger than my living room. Suddenly 2 beams of white light appeared, and Yi Qi and Zhu Ku Ku arrived simultaneously. Wow, so much food. Tai Mei's little brother, I love you. Zhu Ku Ku opened her arms, and as Ji Tai Mei was about to greet her, Ku Ku dashed past, grabbing a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Yummy. It's delicious. This is good, that's good. Everyone sit down, don't be polite. And Shun twitched the corner of his mouth and walked over to find a spot to sit. By the way, how do you plan to arrange those 100 farmers? And Shin asked. The little spirits on the table were flitting about, busy as bees. Ji Tai Mei took a plate of food brought by a spirit and said to Inchun, in front of a small river at the foot of the mountain, I purchased some wood and tools. They are building houses there themselves. I plan to set up a village in this location and let them work. If any of them have talent, they can learn a bit of magic and follow me during the day to help gather various ingredients. After all, they've signed a servant contract, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Raising a glass of juice, Inchun reminded, as long as you have a plan, it's fine. 100 people is indeed a bit much. It would be problematic if things got chaotic. You should reveal some strength to intimidate them. Otherwise, even though they've signed a servant contract, they are still individuals with their own thoughts. Yi Qi also nodded seriously, and Shun is right. These people may seem honest, but who knows what malice they might harbor. And absolutely do not allow them to form cliques. If they dare to cause trouble, don't hesitate, just kill them. Ji Tai Mei patted her chest. Don't worry, I've placed the earth dragon that brother and gave me right next to their village. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble and would have to work sincerely, otherwise I'd just throw them out. The 4 of them chatted about the strange encounters and experiences they had while eating, and soon an hour passed. And Shun raised an eyebrow. Omurong Ninghua is looking for us, saying there's something important to discuss. Let's go see. Yi Qi put down her chopsticks. Let's go. I suspect Murong Ninghua is about to take action, likely gathering the Star Alliance members to conquer a region. Today, the 4 Spirits Guild and the Flower Fairy Guild have already begun gathering members to conquer a region. I heard the losses are significant, and Shun said solemnly. Zhu Ku Ku shrugged, who cares? As the controllers of the Star Alliance, we will absolutely be the biggest beneficiaries. Just wait for the leftovers. And Shun looked at Zhu Ku Ku with amusement. You can't even wait for the leftovers now. With a flash of white light, the group left, leaving behind the little spirits quickly tidying up the messy courtyard. In the Star Palace, the Starry Night Void hovered in a small pavilion amidst the Starry Night. Murong Ninghua held 2 cards in her hand. Region Location Card. Time Stasis Card. 7 days. The Region Location Card displayed a god's eye view showing a city enveloped in eerie darkness filled with twisted and terrifying dark creatures. In the shadowy corners, a human was struggling to survive. Soul Pearl. And Shun gazed at the orb in his palm, puzzled. A box materialized in Murong Ninghua's hands. Inside lay dozens of milky white orbs, each the size of a cherry. And Shin picked one up and examined it closely. What is its function? Each enhances spiritual energy by 0.01 units. Murong Ninghua explained. 0.01 unit of spiritual energy, equivalent to the value of a single silver coin. Hardly impressive, and Shun remarked. Though mildly surprised, and Shun did not consider the soul pearl particularly precious. Yet Yi Qi cut straight to the heart of the matter. How readily obtainable are these soul pearls? Murong Ninghua smiled. Every dark creature drops at least one, even tier 1 specimens. What a And Shun stared in disbelief at the soul pearl in his hand. You mean Tier 1 creatures drop them too? Naturally. Otherwise, why would I have spent such a staggering sum acquiring these 2 cards? Murong Ninghua winced as he held the cards. During the Temporal Frost Surge, the Stellar Alliance earns roughly 500 gold coins daily through Star Source Tower monster trial platforms and other resource sales. Each of us receives 10%, 50 gold coins, and only 100 go into the treasury. These 2 cards alone cost 200 gold coins. Had the allure of GP 135 Dark Metropolis not been so irresistible, I would never have purchased them from the Dragon King Guild. HSSSH. 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 And Shunju Kiki and Ji-Tai Mei collectively drew sharp, ragged breaths. Ji-Tai Mei shrieked, 200 gold coins. Good heavens, I'll throttle that Dragon King if I ever meet him. He deliberately overcharged us. He's no decent soul. Murong Ninghua sighed. We had no choice, but we'll recoup our losses through interest levied on others. And Shen nodded. How do you plan to collect it? Perhaps a tiered commission structure. Yi Chi added, that sounds sound. It would incentivize members across all ranks to strive upward. How do you intend to set the rates? Murong Ninghua affirmed, precisely. But commissions apply only to soul pearls, not other resources. Stellar counselors receive 10% of earned soul pearls, stellar committee members 20%, stellar core members 30%. As for stellar associates, 50%. And Shun mused, so even without lifting a finger, wealth flows in like a torrent. Still, the pool of stellar associates is too vast. I advise rigorous screening to exclude those too weak. GP 135 Dark Metropolis remains perilous. Right now, nothing is more valuable than a player's life. We must prevent them from entering only to perish before even activating their recall scrolls. Yi Chi pondered a moment. Let's use the monster trial platform. Set Tier 5 monsters as opponents with a 10-minute endurance threshold. Survive the full duration and advancement is automatic. Though nearly 9,000 stellar associates existed in Shun could deploy additional monster cards, 500 arenas simultaneously activated, ensuring rapid culling. Participation remains voluntary given the inherent mortal risk. Even the elite tier Stellar Alliance structure, the Sanctuary Tower, grants protective wards capable of absorbing only a single full-strength blow from a Tier 20 entity. Agreed, voluntary participation only. Some value their lives highly, others have pressing commitments. No coercion. Murong Ninghua turned to Enshun. Do you possess sufficient Tier 5 monster cards? Enshun nodded confidently. Rest assured, 500 Tier 5 monster cards pose no difficulty. But I intend to deploy higher tier monsters to raise the stakes and pressure participants. Yi Chi declared, then let's begin screening today. 19 rounds should suffice, just over 3 hours. Tomorrow at dawn we depart. Murong Ninghua wasted no time. Very well, issue an announcement screening commences at 10 o'clock. Also temporarily suspend new Stellar Associate applications. Henceforth applications require a 10 silver fee, withdrawals demand 1 gold coin. Moreover, applicants must first defeat a Tier 5 monster card. And Shun and Yi Chi exchanged glances and spoke in unison, agreed. The Stellar Alliance's official announcement ignited immediate uproar among all members. Within moments, the entire 13th district erupted in fervor. Territory anchor cards, time stillness cards, and most astonishing of all, soul pearls. Countless players rushed to apply as Stellar Associates, even vying to displace core members, committee members, or counselors. Alas, they discovered they couldn't even apply, let alone advance. Chat channels overflowed with feverish discussion about the Stellar Alliance's initiative. Heavens above, did you see that? Soul pearls, dropped even by Tier 1 minions. Each worth a full silver coin. I'm exhausted just envying. I've curdled into a lemon spirit. Blame those backbiting skeptics who slandered the Stellar Alliance. Had they kept silent, I'd already be awaiting selection. Exactly. Where are those naysayers now? They called the Alliance a malignant capital force that treats players as expendable chattel. Well then, name me one job where slaying Tier 1 monsters nets you at least a silver coin per kill. Wah. Today I hunted non-stop, even felling a Tier 5 beast. Yet my reward, a mere 2 silver coins. Regret consumes me. I'd resolved to join the Stellar Alliance, but believed those friendly warnings. Now I can't even apply. I'm gutted. Just moments ago, I was about to apply, to boost my strength instantly, then challenge a core member right after becoming an associate, only to find applications closed. Arg. At the Stellar Plaza, members stood ready, fists clenched, spirits high, prepared to confront Tier 5 monster cards. Endure 10 minutes through sheer personal prowess and earn entry into this grand expedition. Outside the plaza, Stellar Alliance members walked tall and dubbed the event the Dark Banquet. Indeed, it merited the name. Those who passed could effortlessly slay dozens of minor foes daily, earning a full gold coin before noon. 10 o'clock approached swiftly. The Stellar Plaza teemed with members. Around its perimeter, 4 tiers of floating seats hovered midair, arranged vertically. From lowest to highest, 300 Stellar Core members, 72 Stellar Committee members, 12 Stellar Counselors. And aloft, like a radiant sun, the 5 eternal pillars of the Stellar Alliance. Those are the Alliance's 5 golden players. I've never seen Goldeneer players in person. Sweet mother, how inspiring. One day I'll claim a seat of my own. I won't dream higher than Core member. For now, that's ambition enough. I heard every Core member is at least level 10 and cultivates no less than a supreme-grade Stellar Source cultivation technique. Their power is unfathomable. That's not all. Who knows what legendary beasts they command, or how many monster cards they wield, or whether they've mastered multiple arcane disciplines. I'm numb from envy. I'm only level for a mere senior tier water element mage. I wonder, can I last 10 minutes against a tier 5 monster card? Rumors say these monsters were meticulously selected, the creme de la creme of the bestial realm. Even many are high-tier beasts deliberately suppressed in rank. This is the Alliance's safeguard for us. After all, GP 135 Dark Metropolis carries extreme danger. Some say tier 30 dark entities dwell there. So perilous. Perhaps I should withdraw. Nonsense. First, your odds of encountering one are infinitesimal. Second, we hunt within shared districts under the watchful eyes of elite players, backed by recall scrolls and sanctuary wards. Even if a tier 30 dark entity appears, we need not fear. A secret Arendada commands a rare tier pet of tier 30 potential, one that masters the night itself. What a tier 30 rare tier! And more. It commands the Nightfall domain, a shroud of darkness that blankets entire districts, letting us hunt in absolute safety. Gulp. Goodness gracious, what are we waiting for? Charge. All members of the Star Alliance must have thoroughly reviewed the announcement, so I won't elaborate further. However, before we begin the selection, I must emphasize a few points again. If Star Alliance members attack each other and vie for strength at the location, all gains will be confiscated, and they will be expelled from the Star Alliance, never to be employed again. The soul orbs will be automatically deducted by the system, so you need not ask further. Just focus on preparing for the hunt. Now the selection begins. As Murong Ninghua's solemn voice fell, all members gathered at the monster trial platform. This place is also within the Starry Night Void, but it is not on the same spatial level as the Wuchang Council Pavilion. This is the lowest level of the Starry Night Void. At this moment, a massive square is before us with 4 rows of seats floating in the night sky behind. In front, there are 500 arenas in the starry sky. Each Star Alliance has a panel in front of them, which can be accessed through the chat area's faction announcements. There are 500 arenas available for viewing along with popularity rankings, and more. Although Enchun is a player with a golden title, he is seeing such a grand scene for the first time and is very curious and excited. However, even more excited than him are Zhu Kiki and Ji Taimei, who, basking in a golden glow, are dancing joyfully on a throne comparable to a 2-story building. Zhu Kiki even took out the snacks she had previously cuddled at Ji Taimei's house and placed them on the throne to munch on. Enchun watched in astonishment. If other Star Alliance members saw this, they would surely be dumbfounded, as it is completely different from the aloof and imposing image they had imagined. After a while, Ji Taimei ran over to Enchun's throne. Big brother, and come eat while you watch. Ji Taimei held up a 2-meter-wide platter filled with peanut sunflower seeds, popcorn, and soft drinks like cola and Sprite. Beside her, a screen showed Zhu Kiki turning her head. Sure, Taimei, you're treating Bosson right. Saying this, Zhu Kiki's head poked out from the screen, followed by her entire body lunging forward, her mouth covered in grease, as she grabbed a handful of popcorn to stuff into her mouth. Delicious, delicious. Ji Taimei looked at Kiki with a resentful expression. How can it not be delicious? This is top-quality corn I specially prepared for my brethren. You just came and grabbed a handful, picking the best without even looking at the good quality corn used for the popcorn. Zhu Kiki tilted her head. I just eat. Not only do I eat for myself, but I also invite others to eat with me. Drive you crazy. She reached into another screen, pulling over Yichi, who was all greasy, and shouted, Yichi, come eat some snacks. Yichi disdainfully swatted her hand away. I can walk by myself. Enchun chuckled and turned to call out to Murong Ninghua. Brother Ninghua, come over and have something to eat. Murong Ninghua, who had already noticed the playful antics of the 4, relaxed his stern expression upon hearing Enchun's invitation. He took a long step out of the screen, smiling faintly. Just in time, I've been busy tonight and haven't eaten anything yet. Upon hearing that he hadn't eaten, Zhu Kiki's expression turned serious. No matter the situation, not eating is the worst. You can't go without food, your health will decline, and how can one person handle the work of 5 people? You wait. She dashed back and soon returned with 1 plastic bag after another, placing them on the ground. Eat up. I packed this from Taimei's house intending to take it home, but since you haven't eaten, please enjoy it. It's really delicious. Eat with confidence. Murong Ninghua took the chopsticks that Zhu Kiki handed him, his entire being stiffened as he looked at the plastic bags laid out before him, unable to make a move. Come on, don't be polite. Zhu Kiki picked up a bun and directly stuffed it into Murong Ninghua's mouth. Yi Qi, however, didn't mind, clearly accustomed to it, smiling as she said, I have to say, every time I see the food made by Tai Mei, I feel hungry again and want to eat more. Murong Ninghua quickly joined in, enjoying the beer and sunflower seeds, with the others happily consuming the food laid out on the ground. The five of them watched while eating, observing the selection competition of the Star Alliance members. In front of the throne, screens of various sizes constantly switched, showcasing exciting battles that greatly entertained the group. And Shun suddenly pointed at a screen, enlarging it to the center. Oh, I didn't expect that among the Star Alliance members there would actually be hidden talents, and there's even a silver player. Murong Ninghua also seemed surprised. Indeed, it seems that the relaxed model of the Star Alliance has attracted quite a few high-level players. Yi Qi stretched out her hand, tapping in the air a few times, smiling. I thought you all knew, but it turns out you haven't been paying attention to the Star Alliance at all. I had thought before that our relaxed model might very well attract high-level players who haven't joined any factions. Look, these three are all silver players. And there's another one you all should take a closer look. On the four large screens, two were in competition, one being a replay of a previous match, while the other was currently in a match. Though one could hardly call it a competition, it resembled a leisurely stroll. The other two were in the square, and among them one person's golden icon was exceptionally eye-catching. Zhu Kiki exclaimed, there's actually a golden title player. What is he doing joining the Star Alliance? And Shun remarked, there's nothing surprising about it. Our Star Alliance's members can be considered part of the Star Alliance, but they can also be seen as not being part of it. The management style of our Star Alliance is similar to that of mercenary guilds and dramas. You can join for a fee and leave whenever you want with no bindings. These high-level players who do not wish to join factions want to avoid the constraints of a faction, yet they also know the benefits of joining one. Oh, it's probably for this reason that they joined. Murong Ninghua pondered, I didn't expect that this casually established Star Alliance would bring unexpected benefits. From now on, we should continue to manage the Star Alliance in this manner. It probably won't be long before the Star Alliance also develops its own ranking system. Yi Qi chuckled. Looking at the golden title, Ji Taimei pointed, do you all know this person? To become a golden title player, their strength should be quite formidable, right? And Shun replied, I don't know what level he is. After all, if he hadn't joined our Star Alliance, we wouldn't even have seen his hidden golden title, but he probably isn't weaker than you. Ji Taimei refused to concede. That's not necessarily the case. Murong Ninghua looked at the golden player. A level 5 monster card probably won't reveal much, but since he wants to participate in the trial, we should pay more attention tomorrow. Yi Qi nodded. Just take a casual look, don't disrupt the order, and let's not pay too much attention to avoid creating any enmity. Soon only the last wave of participants remained. The golden title player finally entered the arena. He is about to make his move, and Chen observed. The player with the golden title stepped through a glowing portal and into the arena. Upon entering the arena without any frills, a powerful arm shot out like a dragon, directly grabbing the monster by the neck and killing it instantly. And Chen's expression changed instantly. Then the player turned and left the arena. This golden title player was very low-key, draped in a large black cloak, looking somewhat gaunt. However, upon closer inspection, the faintly visible figure seemed to harbor terrifying power, sending chills down people's spines. And Shun and the others also sensed something unusual, their expressions grave. Indeed, any mysterious golden title player should not be underestimated. Possessing such might meant they had at least cultivated a top-tier evolution method. As a mentalist, and Chen's perception was the sharpest, he is very strong. His physical form rivals that of a divine beast cub, and the so-called dragon appears as a mere younger brother in his presence. Only a rare level potential could contend with him. Yi Qi, of course, understood that Chun was still a mentalist, and was particularly sensitive to such perceptions. After pondering for a moment, she said, I heard that among the 3 unaligned golden title players, one is called the Ghost-backed Dragon King, and it is very likely to be him. Murong Ninghua's pupils constricted. The Ghost-backed Dragon King. It is said that among the 15 golden title players, 3 are known as Dragon Kings. The most famous is the Supreme Dragon King of the Dragon King Guild, followed by the most mysterious Red Star Society's Shattering Sky Dragon King, and then this low-profile Ghost-backed Dragon King. It is said he cultivates a very powerful evolution path. And Shun whispered, it's the Divine Demon Body, refining a top-tier evolution path, and the evolution method he practices is at least of the Earth grade, not inferior to ours. The Divine Demon Body refining. Murong Ninghua's expression changed, clearly having heard of it, and took a deep breath. In that case, we should not pay him any attention. This is an evolution path only a madman would take. Those who walk this path now are all ruthless characters. And Shin also agreed, retracting his gaze. We only need to control the overall situation, No matter how strong he is merely working for us. Even if he causes trouble with the 5 of us who cannot be subdued. Just with me Yi Qi and Yu Mu Rong in an unknown fight, who among us is weaker than him? And Chun was very confident in his strength. Mu Rong Ninghua relaxed a bit and smiled. Indeed, after all, he is also working for us. The selection quickly concluded, and the results surprised the 5 members of the Star Alliance. Out of over 9,000 Star members, more than 1,000 actually passed. Among them was a golden title player, 3 silver title players, and nearly 200 bronze title players. This outcome was unexpected for everyone. Excitement gleamed in Chen's eyes, imagining how bountiful their harvest would be in just 7 days, with each of them splitting 2 soul orbs. This time the 5 primarily aimed to hunt high-level dark creatures, and after eliminating those above level 20, the rest would be left to the Star Alliance members. Furthermore, Chen's pet, the Night God Eagle, would open its night domain, enveloping a neighborhood and isolating it from the outside world to prevent interference from dark creatures in other areas. Thus, under Chen's management of the domain, losses would be minimized, avoiding those dark creatures above level 20 that might slip through or advance due to special circumstances. Mu Rong Ninghua, Yi Qi, Zhu Ku, and Ji Tai may each station themselves in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions, intercepting dark creatures attempting to enter the night domain, with Chun ready to provide support at any time. Now Chen's strength could be considered the most powerful, with a level 30 Night God Eagle, a level 24 Ice Fire Dragon, and the Flame Dragon Mother, who was undergoing a transformation in the Bloodline Baptism Pool. Once Chun returns, if she succeeds in her metamorphosis, she will become at least a level 24 rare level potential pet. In addition, there were 30 level 20 Fire Spirit Moths, all with excellent potential, and being of fire attribute, they inherently restrain dark creatures, making them perfect for preventing unforeseen events for the players. During the first 5 days of this operation, the 5 mainly needed to soar above the night sky, eliminating high-level dark creatures, and then lead the 1,000-person demon hunt. As for the last 2 days, all members of the Star Alliance must return, and the 5 will join forces to hunt the Overlord creatures in the Dark City. This outlines the general plan for the Dark Feast. After the selection, each member of the Star Alliance received a black binding badge. Through this badge, tomorrow morning, they would be summoned to the neighborhood that Chun and his team had cleared while their vehicles would continue to drive. Moreover, to prevent accidents, the vehicles are shielded by the Star Alliance's protective dome against attacks from other players. Unless it is a golden title player or a powerful silver title player, no one can break through the protective dome instantaneously. Chun instructed the Flame Dragon Mother to stay behind, as her presence would suffice to handle any unforeseen incidents until his return. After Chun returned to the vehicle, he looked at it and said, "System, upgrade the vehicle. Dear player, sufficient materials are available. Would you like to upgrade to a level 10 extraordinary vehicle consuming 500 units of ordinary extraordinary alloy and 100 units of ordinary extraordinary wood? Having any good level item or above is required. Satisfied? Yes. Dear player, congratulations, your vehicle has been upgraded to a level 10 extraordinary vehicle. Currently, upgrading to a first tier original vehicle requires 10 gold coins original currency. The gold coins are sufficient. Would you like to upgrade? Having any excellent level item or above is required. Satisfied? Yes. Dear player, congratulations, your vehicle has been upgraded to a first tier original vehicle. Currently, upgrading to a second tier original vehicle requires 100 gold coins original currency. The gold coins are sufficient. Would you like to upgrade? Having any rare level item or above is required. Satisfied? Upgrade. Dear player, congratulations, your vehicle has been upgraded to a second tier original vehicle. Currently, upgrading to a third tier original vehicle requires 1,000 gold coins original currency. The gold balance is 129 gold, 15 silver, and 46 copper. Having any 3 rare level items or above is required. Satisfied? Ancient Tree of Life, Withering Flower Chapter of the Sea Bloodline Baptism Pool original vehicle. Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, the vehicle appeared unchanged in size from the outside, still 3 meters wide, 5 meters long, and 3 meters high. However, the interior space had transformed into 4 rooms, 2 halls, and 2 bathrooms. In addition, it boasted a secondary compartment and a spacious cockpit. Furthermore, its defensive power had become unprecedentedly formidable. Even if he exerted his full strength, it would be difficult to cause any damage. Chun was satisfied as he turned around, adding quite a bit of furniture to fill the newly increased space to the brim. He then pushed open a wooden door behind which lay the rare level building, the Bloodline Baptism Pool. At this moment, the crimson bubbling Bloodline Baptism Pool had calmed down, with a red dragon, now 3 meters long, resting at the edge of the pool. Master. The Flame Dragon Mother bowed respectfully, having completely surrendered to this mysterious human. Her child would also have a broader sky, and even becoming a god was not beyond imagination. Even for herself, the once dormant passion of the flame dragon mother began to boil again. Tomorrow you will stay inside the vehicle guarding it well. If you encounter any unknown emergencies, do not hesitate to inform me immediately. Inshun looked at the flame dragon mother with satisfaction. She had clearly broken through the bloodline barrier. Moreover, due to the 7 days of energy accumulation in the bloodline baptism pool, she had not only become a rare level potential beast, but also advanced 6 levels all at once. Gaining 39,000 experience points, she swiftly reached level 29, truly becoming Inchin's right-hand partner. Yes, master. Everyone, ready to depart. N5 elite players bearing the Star Alliance's 5 permanent seats titles, the highest honor among gold-tier players, arrived first at the Dark GP 135 Metropolis, preparing to purge all dark creatures ranked level 20 and above. The 5 gathered before a spatial rift. Beyond it loomed a metropolis of unimaginable scale. Countless skyscrapers rose like ancient titans in a primordial forest densely packed and stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. Inshun gazed in awe at the city veiled in darkness at the rift's threshold. How can such a metropolis exist? It must rival an entire continent in sheer size. Many structures within pierced the heavens themselves, daring to challenge the sky, an unfathomable testament to the world's former technological zenith long before the encroaching darkness swallowed it whole. Its advancement must have far surpassed Blue Planet's wildest aspirations. Inshun even spotted countless vehicle-like constructs scattered across the streets, sleek wheelless, unmistakably their primary means of transit. Yet now those vehicles lay shattered and rusted, strewn like broken toys across the steel expanse of the city. Murong Ninghua's stern features softened with the faintest trace of a smile. The dark creatures here pose no real threat to us. The strongest are merely level 30. As long as we remain within proximity, we face no danger. Inshun nodded. I'll have Jujio deploy the Nightfall domain enveloping a 100-mile radius. We'll first eliminate all dark creatures above level 20 within that radius, then erect a beacon tower to synchronize with the Star Alliance's central beacon network. Moments later, the 5 descended upon the metropolis's upper atmosphere. In Jujio, activate your domain, Njio. A colossal eagle, wingspan 100 meters, descended its terrifying level 30 aura, freezing every dark creature below and placed trembling violently where they stood. Thick darkness dense as spilled ink rapidly corroded the air. Within a blink it had swallowed the entire 100-mile expanse. Yet instead of deepening the gloom, the domain bathed the land in serene, gentle light. It was the tranquil hush of true night, not the oppressive eldritch blackness that plagued this world. Murong Ninghua watched Inchin's companion with quiet envy. Even this rare level 30 familiar would demand her absolute mastery, and still offer no guarantee of victory. Yi Chi turned to Zhu Kiki. Kiki, deploy your exemplary tier living exploration scroll. Let's map every level 20 dark creature within this radius. Zhu Kiki nodded, unrolling a scroll that unfurled like a living map. Within it shimmered a flawless, luminous projection of the entire 100-mile metropolis. 8 grotesque, horrifying figures were marked across its surface. Inshun glanced and remarked, not many. Only 6 above level 20, and 1 is merely level 21. The remaining 2 are level 20. We'll assign those 3 lowest-tier targets to Star Alliance operatives. They're well equipped to handle them. Inshun pointed to an icon depicting a writhing, tentacled abomination. This level 27 Thulhoid abyssal horror. I'll take it. Murong Ninghua indicated a towering humanoid monstrosity beside a 100-meter skyscraper, still half a head taller than the building itself. This level 26 skyscraping blood fiend is mine. Then I'll engage this level 26 heaven-rending blood, Yi Chi said calmly. And I'll claim this level 23 desiccated bone centipede. Zhu Kiki eagerly raised her hand. May I take a level 21? Nji Taime timidly lifted her hand, eyes wide with trepidation at the monstrous forms looming on the scroll. Inshun dismissed her request without hesitation. No, you'll handle this level 23 Crimson Deviltree. Nji Taime deflated like a punctured balloon. Fine. Inshun declared. Then let's move, swiftly and decisively. He held unwavering confidence against the level 27 Thulhoid abyssal horror, even requiring neither his own direct intervention nor Jojo's aid. After parting ways, Inshun approached the formidable creature. Soon he beheld a horror clinging to several skyscrapers, its countless writhing tentacles interlacing across a kilometer-wide radius. 100 soft-meter tall steel towers were warped and crushed beneath the sheer density of those sinuous limbs. Thulhoid abyssal horror, level 27, exemplary tier potential. Possesses overwhelming psychic corruption ability. Hearing its whispers may warp any entity, living or dead, into unspeakable aberrations. Level 27. Imposing in appearance, but no match for my fire spirit moths and the Purgatorial Flame. And without restraint, Enchun summoned 33 fire spirit moths at once. The moment they appeared, they blazed like miniature suns, scorching away the viscous darkness clinging to the abyssal horror. Golden flames cascaded downward, searing its hide, and sending plumes of acrid smoke spiraling into the air. The Thulhoid abyssal horror jolted awake, shrieking in fury at the swarm overhead. An endless tide of maddening whispers surged forth, flooding toward the 33 moths. The moths faltered midair, their golden flames trembled violently. Enchun barked coldly, "Fire spirit moths, 33 heaven's Purgatorial Flame." The name was improvised, coined solely from their number, but underestimate its power, and one would be reduced to ash before regret could even form. The Purgatorial Flame, however, was real. The transcendent fire awakened upon the fire spirit moth's ascension to level 20, capable of incinerating all corruptive negative energies in existence. As Enchun's command echoed, the 33 moths soared upward, and their golden flames erupted with blinding intensity. Interwoven into a radiant celestial canopy, the flames met the horror's whispers, and the whispers shattered instantly like ice cast into scalding oil. And the moth's wings beat in unison, emitting an eerie resonant hum. The very canopy of flame pulsed in time. With a flick of his finger, Enchun sent the canopy plummeting downward. Fueled by the torrent of negative energy surging from the ground, the flames burned with renewed ferocity. Countless tentacles thrashed wildly, desperately attempting to smother the blaze. But unless the Thulhoid abyssal horror, level 27, saturated in corruption, was utterly annihilated, not even its full might could extinguish the Purgatorial Flame. The convulsions below gradually stilled. Enchun delivered the final blow, Mind Force crystal shards. N9 streaks of brilliant light flashed, piercing the horror's spiritual sea and scattering its soul into dissolution. Boom. And the tentacles coiling around the steel towers went slack, collapsing lifelessly onto the earth. Congratulations. Player has slain one level 27 Thulhoid abyssal horror. Awarded 700 experience points, 37 primordial coins, and 1 silver chest. Claim now. So a chest dropped immediately. But where are the essence cores and materials? I was counting on fusing a high-tier monster card. Well, no matter. It's even better this way. A silver chest is infinitely more valuable. Even a single exemplary tier item inside outshines any monster card. Monster cards had long ceased to serve him beyond monetary value. Ever since acquiring 33 exemplary tier fire spirit moths, even his weakest area effect combat, had been fully fortified. System alert: the local world spirit is fractured, but fiercely tenacious. Each slain dark creature triggers a reward from the world spirit manifested exclusively as primordial coins. Essence cores and raw materials will no longer drop. Furthermore, slaying any dark creature level 20 or above guarantees a silver chest. Slaying level 11-20 dark creatures yields a bronze chest with 1 probability. Whoa, Enchun's eyes lit up. Guaranteed silver chests. In system, open the silver chest, and congratulations. Player has opened a silver chest obtaining the exemplary tier structure Thulhoid Trial Town. Not far away, Murong Ninghua was surrounded by 36 9-heaven star spirits, whose bodies were ethereal, resembling a cluster of starlight gathering and dispersing without form. Suddenly, the 9-heaven star spirits converged, forming a massive legal manifestation. Upon closer inspection, this manifestation bore a resemblance to Murong Ninghua. Silent starry sky. The 100 turtle manifestation hovered in the air as Murong Ninghua's indifferent voice fell. The manifestation abruptly extended its palm, as if containing an entire starry sky, with stars vanishing. The sky demon let out a reluctant roar, and then fell silent. In front of a tall building that stood 500 meters high. Strangely, the building seemed to split open in the middle, revealing a bizarre crimson eye that turned in fear. Yichi looked on indifferently, holding a small, colorful glazed pot. 14 nightmares were fluttering their exquisitely delicate dragonfly wings, sometimes ethereal, sometimes solid. The powerful sky blood I had unknowingly become increasingly dazed, its pupils reflecting the cycles of countless lifetimes, with each cycle ending resulting in a portion of its soul being eroded. After just 22 cycles, the pupils of the sky blood I had lost all luster. In front of a dilapidated hotel, a massive skeletal centipede was violently thrown away. The skeletons, composed of countless human skulls, were shattered and scattered. 28 sleek, cool sports cars weaved through the ruins, and upon reaching the giant skeletal centipede, they suddenly leaped into the air, transforming into gigantic robots. Transformers. A youthful girl possessing 28 transformers casually draped her long, fair legs over the star god throne, lazily exhaling. I've had enough fun, hurry up and kill it. My sister Chi-Chi is still waiting for me. With a whoosh, the 28 Transformers suddenly transformed their arms into cannon barrels. Annihilation Photon. 54 massive beams of light shot forth. The skeletal centipede's body, resembling shattered snow, began to dissolve. In an abandoned park stood a 100-meter crimson giant tree with withered human figures hanging from it, like shriveled fruit, some barely clinging to life. G-Time's veins bulged as she held a kitchen knife gleaming with a chilling light. Surrounding the crimson devil tree were 24 massive Treants. Ancient Treants, and all of them had excellent potential. G-Time took a deep breath, a fierce gleam flashing in her eyes, seemingly transforming back into the once despised, yet still sunny and cheerful delinquent. Life force be deprived. As her voice fell, the crimson devil tree trembled in fear, seemingly trying to escape, but how could it evade the grasp of 24 ancient Treants when it couldn't even escape the earth itself? Countless waves of green energy surged from the crimson devil tree, consumed entirely by the ancient Treants. G-Time's knife suddenly waved towards the void, and those with faint life signs instantly floated away. Moreover, the life essence being stripped from the crimson devil tree merged into these individuals' bodies. The newly revived people joyfully exclaimed and ran away. G-Time shook her head, deciding not to meddle further. With a single swipe, the crimson devil tree split in two, its life essence instantly devoured. She sheathed her knife, and with the ancient Treants pushed forward towards the center. The dark creatures they encountered blinked into shriveled corpses. Though the 5 greats of the Star Alliance would not intervene, relying solely on the thousands of members of the Star Alliance to clear a radius of 100 miles was an improbable task. Even 5 days for one area seemed far-fetched. It should be noted that aside from the golden title player Ghostback Dragon King, not a single silver player exceeded level 20, the highest was just barely at level 20. Thus, each of the 5 greats of the Star Alliance possessed powerful battle pet legions capable of harvesting experience while providing support to players in distress, conveniently kicking these ungrateful players back to the Star Alliance to prevent them from causing trouble and losing a crop of chives. Soon the 5 gathered in the center. Enshun said to Mu Rong Ninghua, "Set up a lighthouse so the Star Alliance members can come over." Mu Rong Ninghua nodded, and with a flash of starlight from a ring, a 100-meter-tall lighthouse with a diameter of 30 meters settled on the ground that Enshun had previously cleared. Excellent grade item beacon lighthouse. By the way, did you all also receive silver chests? Enshun asked the group, adding, "I obtained an excellent grade building called the Kashi Trial Town. It's not of much use to me, so I plan to place it at the Star Alliance headquarters, facilitating the harvesting of chives. Cough cough, I mean training the members of the Star Alliance. This trial town can refine spirit and mind, and will cost 10 silver coins per hour within the Star Alliance. Consuming source coins can also exchange for spirit guardian stones, Kashi transformation tattoos, etc. But the highest quality can only reach good grade. I plan to charge double source coins. High expenses will help promote market circulation and motivate the members of the Star Alliance." Enshun said, his face unblushing, as if he truly cared for the development of the Star Alliance. Yichi rolled her eyes at Enshun. "I also obtained a silver chest which yielded an excellent grade building blood eye nest capable of birthing a type of auxiliary pet small blood eye. It can monitor, conceal, and shield perceptions, etc. While it's decent, it pales in comparison to my nightmares. Luckily, this can nurture different tiers of small blood eyes with source coins up to level 20. Since Enshun is placing his excellent grade building in the Star Alliance, I will reluctantly do the same and charge double source coins." Mu Rong Ninghua looked at Enshun and Yichi, who were in sync, and found it somewhat amusing. "Then I will also place my excellent grade building blood refining tower in the Star Alliance, which can open a blood refining pool for physical training, charging double source coins." Zhu Kiki and G-Time exchanged glances. Then a mini white bone platform appeared in her hand. "Mine is an excellent grade item white bone platform, which can consume source coins to randomly summon a skeleton undead. However, these undead are too fragile. Even the best undead, the Bone Dragon, is only level 20, which isn't enough for my diamond. So, I will place it at the Star Alliance headquarters, allowing the members to use it with double source coins." Pure-hearted Zhu Kiki seemed a bit embarrassed, but since everyone was doing this, she had to fit in. G-Time, however, felt nothing but excitement. "Ahem, I have an excellent grade blood refining platform that can extract the essence of corpses into blood essence pearls. Most importantly, I want charge source coins. Just deduct half of the blood essence pearls." The 5 golden players of the Star Alliance exchanged glances, their lips curling up into faint smiles. "So this is the Dark City. Hiss, oh my, how terrifying. A level 5 newbie is trembling. I can't move, not even a little. With the protective shield, what are you afraid of? Just do it. What the heck, where is everyone there? Oh heavens, look at the sky." A player was the first to notice the anomaly in the night sky. In the deep night sky, 5 golden thrones are floating. It's the 5 virtues star gods. The central throne belongs to my esteemed master. Wow, I feel so safe. What are you hesitating for? Let's charge. What the heck? Why are the dark creatures here dropping copper coins? What? Is it the original currency? It really is. I can't let anyone take it from me. This building is mine. The Star Alliance member September Squad announces the occupation of the 100 Curtain building. The Star Alliance member Stealing Star Squad announces the occupation of the Rainbow building. A horde of people surged out from the lighthouse, quickly dispersing in all directions. No one knew who was in armor, but in front of each building someone entered and planted a large flag in front of their occupied building. Look, there are excellent Star Alliance buildings and items around this lighthouse. What, you can even summon skeletal undead. Hiss, this little eye monster is surprisingly useful. And there's this trial town for the curse system. Inside there are even spiritual gear available for exchange. This is a great find in the Dark City. Quick, let's buy and start hunting monsters. No one can stop me from earning gold coins. Gold coins. So many gold coins, The Star Alliance members went crazy upon seeing the 5 buildings and items around the lighthouse. Even a silver player spent a fortune to summon a level 20 bone dragon. And summon a group of skeleton soldiers, and almost everyone has a little eye monster or a basic spiritual headscarf. Tying the headscarf around their heads, they looked just like bandits. Seeing Enchun twitching at the corner of his mouth, it seemed like his lowest level spiritual gear had led the Star Alliance astray. Forget it, Enchun leisurely sat on his throne. With 33 level 20 fire spirit moths leveling up for him, his experience points skyrocketed. Even more terrifying was that in this Dark City, pets hunting monsters could actually drop gold coins. While its copper and silver coins, gold coins can only drop from level 20 or above. However, Enchun's wallet was also rapidly filling up, and the fire spirit moths specifically targeted dark creature nests, sparing no one from small families to large ancestral lines. The only unfortunate thing is that in this Dark City, dark creatures seem to be everywhere, but those above level 5 are extremely rare. The fire spirit moths also need time to search, and since they are not perpetual motion machines, they can only gather around 10,000 experience points a day. But that's not too bad. After 5 days, Enchun will definitely break through level 30. However, breaking through level 30 requires not only experience, but also the condensation of a thread of law. Therefore, Enchun needs to cultivate at least one evolutionary path to the perfection of refining laws. But who is Enchun? As the top player of the 13th district, how could he settle for just a thread of superior law? Thus, Enchun not only needs to condense the soul laws of the spiritual mind master sequence, but also the star source evolutionary path and the laws of the myriad stars of the star source. Both of these laws are superior laws. Although they are just threads, the transformation they bring to the body and soul is immense. In addition, Enchun also plans to condense the 14 main attribute laws of the intermediate evolutionary path of magic. These might take a considerable amount of time for Enchun, but he believes that very few golden players would choose to only use one law for their advancement. This concerns whether he can continue to stand at the peak of players in this unmatched manner in the future. Once he breaks through level 30, mere resources and items can no longer be used to evaluate a player. Unless they surpass the rare level, items only account for a small part, while the quality and quantity of laws are the most important. Enchun believes the other 4 members of the Star Alliance are thinking the same way. They will at least prepare 2 superior laws for themselves. But fortunately, even though leveling up is suppressed, experience points do not disappear. When they choose to break through to level 31 and inherit the laws, they will all experience a significant power surge. Thinking of the laws, Enchun felt a headache. Even with the support of original currency, he is still much slower than the indigenous beings, and it consumes a lot of gold coins. A lower law requires at least 10,000 original gold coins, and that's the worst of the lower laws. Intermediate laws require at least 100,000. Superior laws require at least 1,000,000. Hiss Enchun exclaimed that he can't afford this. But fortunately, players have a trait, which is the perfect plunder law. For example, the law of plundering rare level items. Now in Enchun's hands, the subjects of plundering laws include the medium water attribute indestructible water law from the sea chapter and the medium wood attribute withering law from the sighing flower. He doesn't mind using these 2 medium laws for plundering laws at all. And there's a confirmed superior law, which is from the Star Alliance's Hall of Stars. As one of the thrones of the star gods, when he levels up to 30, the Hall of Stars will automatically give birth to a superior star law that best matches him. This is also the greatest benefit of the Star Alliance's Star God throne. However, this is due to the Hall of Stars surpassing the grade limit, allowing it to autonomously give birth to laws. Therefore, Enchun speculates, since the Hall of Stars can give birth to laws, he wonders if his monster encyclopedia, crystal coffin, etc. can also give birth to laws. Unfortunately, they don't have introductions in these areas. The system cannot evaluate or explain items without grades, so he can only wait until he reaches level 30. At that time, it will be clear if they can give birth or not. And Shun tapped on his throne, lost in thought. Now that he is already level 28, he will reach level 30 tomorrow. These are all things to consider, otherwise blindly pursuing momentary glory will only lead him into a deeper abyss. Thinking of the laws of the magic evolutionary path, Shun felt a headache, not knowing where to find these laws. Moreover, he cannot return to the previous places, otherwise he would definitely loot the other two kingdoms as well. They must also have something similar to the sea chapter. Rubbing his forehead, Shun sighed. This is indeed a headache. Currently, the only place he can return to is the Apocalypse world with the Doomsday deity, which besides having growth potential attributes, is nothing else. Wait, the Doomsday deity with growth attributes. Shun suddenly froze, thinking of the night god eagle Jujiao. Although he didn't know why the night god eagle was also a special treasure that came out, but was so lackluster, the growth attributes of Jujiao were indeed obtained from devouring the Doomsday deity. Upgrading rare level potential. The biggest advantage of rare level potential pets is that when they reach level 30, they will automatically condense a thread of law to help them break through to level 31. Hiss. Thinking of this, Shun suddenly gasped, his eyes gradually heating up. The laws plundered by players are not necessarily just items and equipment, but also hunting the dead wild monsters. Can also be. Shun remembered his card, which seemed to allow him to go 3 times. If he acquires 3 time-stopping cards, that would be at least 21 days. Thinking of this, the brilliance in Shun's eyes flickered, and his breathing involuntarily quickened a few notches. Hurry! This puppet is about to die. Everyone put in more effort. A player gripping the chains tightly shouted. In the center of the group of players stood a puppet only 1 meter tall, yet at level 20. Leading them was a silver player named Zhang Zixuan from the Star Alliance, accompanied by several bronze players. Zhang Zixuan suddenly revealed a magic cube in his hand. A beam of black light shot out, instantly entering the puppet's body, and the shape of the puppet appeared above the cube. Crack! Zhang Zixuan twisted the magic cube, and the puppet's image on top misaligned, separating its upper and lower body. Terrifyingly, it seemed as if the puppet's body was also severed at the waist. The position was precisely aligned with the magic cube. Creak! Creak! The puppet's body moved mechanically on the ground. Crack! An invisible force directly severed its head. Zhang Zixuan's face turned pale, but a joy he could hardly conceal lit up his expression. The level 20 dark creature would drop a silver treasure chest. An excellent item could undoubtedly elevate his power once more. Crack! 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 Soon the puppet was reduced to fragments, but to Zhang Zixuan's panic, he did not hear the system's notification sound. Crack! 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 Zhang Zixuan looked up in terror. He had not used the magic cube yet. This sound. The puppet was actually reassembling. Boom! An even greater aura erupted from the puppet. What remained on the ground were only chunks of flesh, and Zhang Zixuan stared blankly at the still twitching pieces of meat. Clearly, his magic cube not only failed to harm the opponent, but also helped the puppet eliminate another dark creature that had been undigested within it. Moreover, it had assisted in digesting its power. Level 21. Zhang Zixuan decisively took out a return scroll. Next time he came back, he would have to spend a whole source gold to purchase a return scroll. However, it only required 3 copper coins to pass through the lighthouse. A cute sound suddenly rang in Zhang Zixuan's ear. The ruined building unexpectedly glimmered with golden light, becoming somewhat resplendent. It was the soothing fire spirit moth. Zhang Zixuan watched in shock as a ball of golden flame turned his uncontrollable puppet to ashes. Instinctively using the system's scan, fire spirit moth on level 21, excellent potential, a powerful purifying flame, the nightmare of all disasters and darkness. Then another announcement popped up before Zhang Zixuan. Star Alliance announcement. Dear members of the Star Alliance, today's Dark Feast is over. The 5-star gods of the Star Alliance are about to proceed to clear the next district, and after completion, members can head there tomorrow at 6. All Star Alliance members are requested to return within an hour, waiting to proceed to the next area. Do not linger outside at night. Has the clearing been completed so quickly? There must still be quite a few remaining, but the dark creatures are probably very sparse now. Zhang Zixuan checked the time. It was now 6 in the evening. In just one day, they had cleared at least 90% of the dark creatures within 100 miles. Truly terrifying. He suddenly felt a ripple in his heart. It seemed joining the Star Alliance was indeed a very good choice. The first day of the Dark Feast had ended, and many others shared his thoughts. Even the gold-named player Ghostback Dragon King was tempted. However, unfortunately, the Star Alliance could no longer accommodate new star gods. The interests of the 5-star gods had already formed and solidified. The powerful 5-member group no longer feared anyone or any force, and they would not allow anyone to encroach on their benefits. So now other players wishing to join could at most reach the level of a 12-star council member. However, being a star council member was already quite prestigious. In terms of status, they were second only to gold-named players, and in the 13th district, they were also figures of prominence. Moreover, when a star council member breaks through level 30, they also possess a bit of intermediate laws and can enjoy free access to star source towers below level 7. Additionally, they receive a 0.1 dividend from the Star Alliance, and with their experience within the Alliance, their daily income is no less than 10 gold coins. 10 source gold coins equate to 1,000 source silver coins and 100,000 source copper coins, sums that many low-tier players can only dream of. Soon over 1,000 players returned through the guiding lighthouse, and Murong Ninghua put away the lighthouse. And Shun said to the others, "We will split up and act quickly, rapidly harvesting some dark creatures above level 20 in the next hour. It's best not to attempt to defy the nighttime rules." Yi Chi also nodded solemnly. "Everything is unknown at night. Since the system hasn't mentioned that we can act at night, we should still be cautious and not let our current strength and reputation cloud our judgment." Murong Ninghua said, "Quick battles and quick decisions. We'll each return to our vehicles afterward." All right. The 5 of them went in 5 different directions, swiftly employing their methods to search for dark creatures over level 20. Although Inshun did not have exploration scrolls, his spirit was the most perceptive, and with the astonishing vision and perception of the night god, Eagle, he easily found dark creatures above level 20. An hour passed, and Inshun hunted a total of 7 powerful dark creatures, obtaining 7 silver treasure chests. At 7:59, Inchin's sharp spiritual sense suddenly went into overdrive with warnings. Inchin's expression changed. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, the nighttime rule of not being outside was one he could not break. A warning from his soul told him that if he continued to linger, he would meet certain death. A flash of white light flickered, and Inchin instantly vanished from the spot. Returning to his vehicle, he waved his hand, and 7 palm-sized silver treasure chests were neatly lined up on the table. Today, aside from earning nearly 1,000 gold coins, the biggest gain was these silver treasure chests. Additionally, his level had reached 29, and he was just a few hundred experience points away from level 30. System opened the 7 silver treasure chests. Inchin looked at the treasure chests with anticipation. Although they could only yield excellent items, they were still quite good. Congratulations, player, for opening 7 silver treasure chests and obtaining the following items. Excellent equipment. Nightwalker cloak. Wearing this cloak allows you to walk through the dark like a ghost, ignoring physical obstacles, gaining boosts in nighttime and dark environments. Excellent equipment. Shadow boots grants you the ability to blend into shadows. Excellent seed. Soul rice. 10 acres. A gentle food that can slightly forge the soul and enhance spiritual power, but can only be planted in dark farms, harvested once a month. If watered with black spirit spring, the growth cycle can be halved. Natural growth will be affected by various factors. Excellent seed. Blood rice. 10 acres. A gentle food that can slightly purify bloodlines and enhance physical strength, but can only be planted in dark farms, harvested once a month. If watered with black spirit spring, the growth cycle can be halved. Natural growth will be affected by various factors. Excellent building. Dark farm. A farm specifically for planting designated crops or raising designated livestock. Does not enhance crops. Everything grows naturally, but excellent crops can be planted. Excellent item. Black spirit spring. A spring that can be placed in dark farms, producing water used for irrigating crops and feeding livestock. Excellent time. Retention cards. 7 days. Can opening treasure chests together yield sets? Inchin looked in astonishment at the 2 closely related items. System set up. The dark farm. Beep. The dark farm has been successfully set up. Please proceed to the auxiliary carriage to check. Inchin arrived at the auxiliary carriage, which now had 7 wooden doors. On the left side were Orchard, Elf Garden, Rare, Bloodline, Baptism, Pool, Excellent Dark Farm. On the right side, Warehouse, 3 levels, 101010 Studio, 1003, Planting Room, 200 planting units. Due to the vehicle upgrade, the planting area had increased to 200 units per square meter, and it could now grow high-quality crops. However, since finishing planting potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes, the planting room had remained idle. After all, with the stock from the orchard, it was too easy to feed, rendering this function quite insignificant. If it weren't for the special nature of the dark farm, Inshun would be too lazy to manage it. Unlike his orchard, this farm, like Ji Taimai's estate, could not be forced to produce fruits every day. The dark farm resembled a small natural realm, and the growth conditions of the seeds would be influenced by various factors. The growth cycle for soul rice and blood rice was merely a month, which was just normal growth. Just like how adding black spirit spring could have the growth cycle if cared for well, perhaps the time could be even shorter. Conversely, neglecting care would prolong the growth period. Fortunately, Inshun now had 13 flower sprites. Although they were only as tall as his fingers, they were level 10 and should have no trouble taking care of 20 acres. Upon entering the dark farm, the light instantly dimmed considerably, but the faint illumination allowed him to see the scenery within the farm. The dark farm boasted 100 hectares of land precisely covering an area of 1000 square meters. This equated to approximately 1,500 acres of land. However, not all areas were suitable for planting, as there were still numerous woodlands and grasslands. Only 400 acres were suitable for planting crops right in front of Inchun on this piece of land. The 400 acres were neatly arranged with small dirt paths 1 meter apart. Inchun walked through the fields and arrived in front of a small wooden house in the center of the farm. He took out the Black Spirit Spring, placing it at the entrance of the small house, like a well. Then he took out seeds for 20 acres and instructed the flower sprites that had been following him. One by one, the flower sprites carried large burlap bags and buckets of water towards the fields. Although they looked clumsy, level 10 meant they had considerable strength. After a round in the dark farm, aside from a 300-acre grassland, there was also a 500-acre forest and a 100-acre pond. Looking at the somewhat desolate farm, Inchun suddenly remembered he had many bronze and black iron treasure chests obtained from the Dark City. So he opened one on the spot, and indeed found many plants and livestock specifically for the dark farm. Crops, fruit, trees, medicinal herbs, and so on. Livestock included cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. Though these items had little use for Inchun, they could be sold for a decent profit. Thus Inchun purchased a shop and named it Chun, an agricultural store, which would specialize in products produced here. Feeling that 13 flower sprites might not be enough, Inchun asked Zhu Kiki if she had any more. To his surprise, Zhu Kiki sent over 100 sprites. Most were level 1 to 5, but that was sufficient. Moreover, she also sent over more than 10 flower trees for the sprites to live in. Returning to the living room, Inchun directly chose a room in the carriage for these little sprites to reside. He gathered some plants from the elf garden to decorate it, and even inserted a branch from the ancient life tree in the room. The moment the ancient life tree appeared, it instantly caused a commotion among the little sprites. However, Inchun did not continue to pay attention to them. He simply assigned tasks and went to the elf garden to stroll around, checking on how his domesticated pet offspring were doing. The current elf garden was full of vibrant life. After Inchun's collection, there were as many as 300 types of pets in the elf garden. Magical beasts, demon beasts, spiritual beasts, ghost beasts, immortal spirits, and strange creatures were all present. Moreover, due to the special nature of the elf garden, the pets here matured very quickly, and their reproductive efficiency was naturally high. However, there were very few pets with excellent potential, and they were all born from the dual enhancement of the elf garden and the ancient life tree. Inchun had never acquired pets with excellent potential. All the pets living in the elf garden would have their information automatically recorded, allowing Inchun to check whenever he called the system. System, check the pets with excellent potential in the elf garden. Beep. The excellent pets in the elf garden include Kiki Luo Ling Young level 2, excellent potential, a water attribute, immortal spirit, a natural healing mage. Illusion Butterfly Young level 1, a excellent potential, a phantom attribute, demon beast skilled in creating illusions. Mystic Flame Pig Young level 3, a excellent potential, a dream beast with fire and illusion attributes, evolved from the Mystic Fragrance Pig that devoured the excellent potential Fire Spirit Silkworm. Fire Luan Young level 3, a excellent potential, a fire attribute spiritual beast, evolved from the Little Fire Chicken that consumed the excellent potential Fire Spirit Silkworm. Inchun suddenly froze. Wait, he discovered something. Damn it. I said the Fire Spirit Moth was gone, but it turns out it was eaten by the pig. A white shadow angrily dashed through the woods, rushing to the Mystic Flame Pig's side first. Seeing the pig leisurely digging in the mud, Inchun was furious, rushing over to grab its tail and giving it a good beating. Humph. After a while, only a chubby little white pig was left on the ground, whimpering with a forlorn expression, but it quickly followed Inchun again. Inchun couldn't bring himself to kill the pig for meat. After all, it was of excellent potential and had dual attributes. With some nurturing, it might become a valuable asset. Then he arrived at the Fire Luan spot. As soon as he got here, he couldn't take his eyes off it. So beautiful. So cute. The long flame-colored feathers were draped over the treetops, and the tender yellow beak was meticulously grooming its bright red wings. Inchun's raised hand immediately dropped, and with a smile he said to the Fire Luan, "Little darling, come over here to Uncle." With a cute chirp, Inchun's heart melted instantly. "Come, Uncle has some fruit for you." A fire spirit mulberry appeared in his palm. The little Fire Luan tilted its head curiously, jumping onto Inchun's palm, looking up at him, as if asking, "Is this for me?" Inchun gently tapped the little Fire Luan's beak, smiling, "Go ahead and eat." Suddenly a grunting sound came from below, and Inchun felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, damn it, this stinky pig actually followed him. At that moment, the little Mystic Flame Pig was staring at Inchun. Inchun kicked it to the side, saying, "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat." The Fire Luan, about to eat the mulberry, was startled and hurriedly buried its head in its wings. And Shin quickly reassured, no, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about that stinky pig. Be good, come eat. If you don't have enough, I still have more. The little mystic flame pig, feeling wronged, nudged the mud with its nose. Suddenly, a small mulberry fell on its head, and the little pig looked excitedly at the fire spirit mulberry, then looked up at Inshun. Eat that, and after you finish, go help me till the land in the dark farm, so that pig's energy has somewhere to go. Emerging from the elven garden, Inshun entered his bedroom and took out all the soul orbs he had obtained today. Among them were those he had acquired himself, and the 20 contribution from members of the Star Alliance totaling over 100,000. He refined nearly 80,000 soul orbs in one breath. His mental strength surged directly to 1,000. He had already faintly reached Inshin's limit. Inshin opened his eyes, his penetrating black pupils resembling an abyss seemingly capable of devouring souls. Let's see if there are any items in the trading area that can increase experience points. I only need a little over 300 experience points to break through to level 30. Once I break through to level 30, I can first carry the laws of the Star Palace, then refine the laws within the chapter of the sea. Sure enough, there were indeed several items in the trading area that could increase experience points. With over 1,000 gold coins in hand, Inshun, flush with wealth, found the seemingly exorbitant prices to be nothing in his eyes. With the increase of 300 experience points, Inshin's aura trembled throughout his body. Level 30. Following closely was a system notification sound. Congratulations, player 99999, for breaking through to level 30. The Star Palace you belong to has transmitted a strand of high-grade myriad laws to you. Do you choose to incorporate it into your divine sense? Yes. A strand of laws seemingly condensed from countless stars slowly materialized before Inshin's eyes, and then it vanished into his divine sense, supported by Inshin's soul. After what felt like an eternity, Inshin's soul and body were undergoing a remarkable transformation. It was a leap of life. If this were the world of the Elven Forest, Inshin would be witnessing the omens of becoming a deity already at the demigod level. Just one more step, completely incorporating the laws into his soul, and he would break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and ascend to the divine realm. However, Inshun was not in a hurry to incorporate the laws into his soul. His ambitions were vast, and a strand of high-grade laws could not possibly satisfy him. A golden divine light radiated, and Inshun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flowing like the stars, sacred and inviolable. So this is the power after carrying the laws. Incredible. Just a strand has caused such a significant transformation in my strength. I could easily crush my level 29 self. Moreover, this is only through incorporating it into my divine sense. I cannot imagine what kind of transformation would occur once I truly incorporate it into my soul. Inshun marveled as he gazed inward at his divine sense, observing the strand of laws supported by his soul. Continue refining the soul orbs. Refining all the remaining soul orbs, Inshun felt no pressure at all. But when he checked the panel, he found his mental strength had surged directly to 100,583. What is going on? Ding. Incorporating a strand of high-grade laws can increase mental points by 100,000. Medium-grade laws increase mental points by 10,000, while low-grade laws increase mental points by 1,000. Note, when mental points reach 1 million, a qualitative change can be triggered through quantitative accumulation, allowing for the spontaneous condensation of high-grade soul laws. I didn't expect that the path of star evolution would actually be a step ahead of mentalism. However, refining high-grade laws has actually caused my mental strength to surge by 100,000. It turns out that 1 million mental points can automatically condense high-grade soul laws. This indeed brings me much closer to 1 million mental points. If I opt for the path of triggering qualitative change through quantitative accumulation to condense high-grade soul laws, this method is also a good choice. It seems I do not necessarily need to rely on primal gold coins to condense high-grade laws in one go. Simply incorporating laws to enhance mental strength appears to be a shortcut as well. Thinking of mentalism, Inshun felt his scalp tingle. To condense a strand of high-grade soul laws, he would need at least 1 million primal gold coins. Even if he accumulates little by little, he doesn't know how long it would take, but it is undoubtedly much easier than solely relying on himself to refine high-grade laws. Unless Inshun is willing to lower his standards and refine medium or even low-grade soul laws. If it were low-grade, Inshun estimates that by the end of this dark feast, he could gather enough primal gold coins to refine it, but how could that be possible? With the opportunity to refine high-grade laws, having to lower his standards is truly laughable and tragic. Inshun extended his hand, revealing the page of the chapter of the sea, which contained a strand of medium-grade water laws. Just as he was about to carry it, Inshun suddenly froze in place, but immediately after he was filled with ecstasy. Ding. Your adorable orchard sensed that the master has broken through to level 30 and consumed primal energy to condense a strand of high-grade laws of life for you. Ding. Your proud Elven Garden sensed that the Master has broken through to level 30 and consumed primal energy to condense a strand of high-grade myriad laws for you. Ding. Your aloof Crystal Coffin sensed that the Master has broken through to level 30. To avoid any embarrassment, it consumed primal energy to condense a strand of high-grade indestructible laws for you. Ding. Your Indifferent Monster Compendium sensed that the Master has broken through to level 30 and consumed primal energy to condense a strand of high-grade soul control laws for you. Ding. Your Pet Knight God Eagle Jujiu sensed that the Master has broken through to level 30 and the Sleeping Main Consciousness retrieved a strand of high-grade Eternal Night laws from the treasure trove of its previous life. Detected 5 types of high-grade laws. Do you choose to incorporate them into your divine sense? And Shen's chest surged violently. Although he had long suspected that like items that cannot be measured by quality, he possessed 4 of them not inferior to the Star Palace and had a high likelihood of condensing high-grade laws. But upon actually seeing them condense a strand of high-grade laws, he still could not hide his excitement. Moreover, he was even more surprised by the Night God Eagle. The Sleeping Main Consciousness from its previous life, the treasure trove. It revealed the extraordinary nature of the Night God Eagle Jujiu. Truly, things obtained from special treasure chests cannot be judged solely by their appearance. Calling out Jujiu, and Shen looked at its clear yet foolish eyes and immediately abandoned the idea of communication. After all, the main consciousness was already asleep. How could they communicate? The communication would also be with this naive consciousness. However, Shen still kept the previous life's treasure trove of the Night God Eagle in mind. It could produce high-grade laws worth at least 1 million primal gold coins. Who knows what other good things are hidden within? Taking a deep breath, Shen looked at the 5 strands of high-grade laws before him and said solemnly, "System, incorporate the laws into my divine sense." Ding. Incorporating laws into the divine sense. Boom. The entire divine sense exploded in an instant. It transformed into a chaos as if returning to before the heavens and earth were opened. An indescribably noble soul sat cross-legged in the chaos, 6 strands of high-grade laws swirling around it. The soul underwent a deeper transformation and the physical body radiated divine light. Who? Exhaling a breath of postnatal turbid air, and Chun unexpectedly skipped the step of level 31 soul law incorporation, directly shedding his mortal frame and transforming into a perfect, innate body. Strong. Extremely strong, unparalleled in strength. And Chun excitedly clenched his fist, and cracks in space appeared. This was merely the laws revealing a fraction of their power, yet it was enough to easily tear apart space. Level 30. This is just level 30. A myriad of complex emotions surged within Chun. Excitement, worry, exhilaration, and fear all at once. In an instant, Chun thought of so much. Well, let's take it one step at a time. I just wonder what kind of scene awaits at the true summit. And Chun said softly, "System, check the panel. Player 99999 in District 13, level 30 0 Constitution, 7 total experience points, at level 30 Mental 6, 01583. Path of Evolution. Mentalist Sequence High Grade Level 30 Myriad Source Law High Grade Level 30 Great Star Master Perfected, Full-Time Magic Medium Grade Level 30 Demigod. Laws. A Strand High Grade Myriad Laws High Grade Laws of Life Development High Grade Eternal Night Laws High Grade Soul Control Laws. High Grade Indestructible Laws. High Grade Myriad Laws. The personal panel has finally become luxurious. Having obtained the superior laws of the 6 paths, Chun was in no hurry to refine the chapter of the sea. He decided to keep it for now, waiting until he gathered enough 14 magical main attributes to refine it all at once. In the endless dark city, tonight was destined to be an unsettled night, especially for those who originally lived in the recently cleared district. They were astonished by the sudden appearance and disappearance of those powerful beings, particularly the 5 formidable thrones in the sky, which could easily slaughter the Dark Lords. Even the throne at the center was not much weaker than some dark, evil gods. They suddenly filled with hope, wishing to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. All the surviving individuals who were aware spread the word, and like rivers converging into the sea, they flocked to this district. During these 5 days, the Star Alliance, under the leadership of the 5-star gods, successfully swept through 6 districts. This struck fear into countless dark creatures who dared not step into these 6 districts. Even the weakest players participating in this operation returned with bountiful rewards, each having reached at least level 10. Moreover, they each possessed at least 1 piece of good quality equipment, along with powerful skeleton, undead monster cards, and more. At 8 o'clock on the 5th night, the Dark Feast belonging to the Star Alliance members came to a complete end, but the Dark Feast for the 5-star gods was just beginning. Over the course of 5 days, the soul pearls contributed by the Star Alliance members amounted to millions. and Shun and his 4 companions each received 1,000,000 soul pearls, converted into gold coins that amounted to over 10,000 gold coins. Coupled with the soul pearls harvested from their own summoned troops, the total value reached at least 20,000 gold coins. And Shun sold all of it, earning over 27,000 gold coins. Although these soul pearls did not significantly enhance his mental strength, the value of gold coins was of greater assistance to Shun. It's also worth mentioning that the rulers of the Star Alliance, who stand above the 12 council members, all reached level 30. They all acquired a fragment of the superior laws of the stars. And Shun speculated that others along with their star laws likely possessed more than 2 types of superior laws. However, regarding these secrets, everyone tacitly avoided questioning each other, simply knowing that everyone possessed one star law. In the Star Palace Star Knights Void Star Knight Pavilion today, the hunting of the Star Alliance members has ended. With 2 days left, what are everyone's plans? Morong Ninghua looked at the others. We are all at level 30. Having mastered a fragment of superior law, we are no longer afraid of the level 30 evil gods in the Dark City. Let's act individually. And Shun said lightly. Yichi nodded. If you encounter danger, remember to send a message, and we will come to support you. And Shun smiled and said, then let's set out early tomorrow morning. These level 30 evil gods all possess laws, so we must put in extra effort. Zhu Kiki flicked her ponytail and exclaimed, Humph, I am definitely the strongest. Ji Taimei said, hey, I'm at the bottom anyway, so you 4 experts just work hard and leave me one big leg to hug. He. After a while, the meeting concluded and the 5 returned to their respective places. And Shun returned to the vehicle and organized the supplies he had gathered over the past 5 days. There were too many items below the excellent grade, most of which were useless and directly exchanged for source currency. Speaking of source currency, Shun now had 6 stable sources of income. Morning and Magic Cabin earning about 20 gold coins daily. Morning and Fruit Shop earning about 10 gold coins daily. Morning and Pet Store earning about 50 gold coins daily. Morning and General Store earning about 20 gold coins daily. Star Alliance share earnings about 50 gold coins daily. Star Alliance personal earnings about 100 gold coins daily. In total, that's around 250 gold coins in earnings. This is definitely a high level of income. As far as he knew, no one had earnings higher than his own, including the other 4 members of the Star Alliance. Now with the sale of soul pearls and these revenue channels, Shun already had over 39,200 gold coins. If he were to condense laws, it would be enough to condense 3 inferior laws. Besides gold coins, he also had excellent grade items obtained. He currently owned 3 dark farms. Among them, there were 7 types of excellent grade crops, 9 types of excellent grade terrestrial, aquatic, and aerial livestock, 3 types of excellent grade wood, and 5 types of excellent grade herbs, all obtained from hunting dark lords above level 20. Moreover, not only these, but he also obtained what he most urgently needed: time residence cards. A total of 7 cards. Each card grants 7 days of time. Additionally, there is a GP-135 Dark City Journey designated card with the same function as the previously obtained Distorted City Journey designated card, which can take him to this dark city by the next morning. More importantly, Shun also acquired a special card, the World Bond card. A golden red card floated above his palm. Shun looked at this special card system, checked the information of the World Bond card. World Bond card: if there exists a being in the world that has emotional ties to the player and the indigenous beings exceed 90 in value, maximum is 100, the player can choose to use the bond card to drive a vehicle and arrive in that world after 1 hour. Note, the card can only bind to 1 world. If the bonded being dies, the card becomes invalid and cannot continue to bind and be used in the world. As the system's information appeared, a light screen emerged from the card. Selectable binding regions in the world: region OP096 Elf Forest, region CF135 Distorted City. This. Shun was taken aback at the sight of the card. The binding area includes the Elf Forest. Does that mean he can cross the Elf Forest to reach the human kingdom? Just tens of thousands of kilometers for someone who can already tear through space. Crossing it would only take 2 or 3 hours. And Shun's eyes gleamed brightly, faintly seeing treasures from the other 2 kingdoms beckoning to him. Moreover, aside from the kingdoms, other races might also possess items with intermediate laws. After all, a fallen elven kingdom that has been in decline for hundreds of years, just the Forest Elf tribe alone possesses the ancient Tree of Life and the Sighing Flower, both of which are items with laws. The other race, which has never had a glorious history, might just be able to gather 14 magical main attributes with a thorough search. Shun toyed with the card and directly chose to bind to the world of the Elf Forest. As for the Doomsday Gods in the Distorted City, he had a journey designated card to use 3 times plus the time residence cards, which totaled 21 days, enough for him to hunt the Doomsday Gods. Their aberrant divine crystals possess the property of allowing pets to gain growth potential, and whether for pets or for cultivating laws, he absolutely cannot miss out on these great items. After organizing the goods of today, including fruits, pets, and general supplies, and Chun prepared to rest. He would go hunt the dark evil gods early tomorrow morning to seize their laws. Although Chun and the others rested early, the chat area was lively today. Aside from Star Alliance members flaunting their achievements, there were more applications for Star Alliance membership being reopened. Numerous players from the 13th district were eager to try, but soon a splash of cold water was thrown over them. The requirements for joining the Star Alliance had increased. That is, individuals must be above level 10. Instantly, the chat area erupted into cries of despair. Oh heavens! I just leveled up to 7 and was planning to recruit a team member. How can it be that in the blink of an eye, I can't even become a member? I regret it. Damn enemy honeycomb die. Go to the Dragon King Guild post, oh I'll curse them to death. Regardless of how heated the chat area was, a more intense struggle was indeed taking place within the Star Alliance. On the lowest floating arena of Star Knight's Void, players were fighting fiercely. Without exception, they were either vying for team members or competing for committee and council positions. Even silver players had fallen to the level of committee members. However, the golden title player Gue Bei Long Wang did not participate in these skirmishes, but did not abandon his membership status. Moreover, the forces within the Star Alliance began to grow complex, with various teams rapidly forming, and players established their own system for these small teams, imitating the ranks of black, iron, bronze, and silver. Among them, there were actually silver players forming their own small teams. Everything was unfolding in a grand manner, while Chun slept soundly like a pig. Family, let's set off. Zhu Kiki rode on a transforming car and disappeared into the skyscrapers with a swoosh. Chun stood on the head of Jiu and said, "Contact me if anything happens." Then stamping his foot, he exclaimed, "Jiu, let's go." The remaining 3 people followed suit and left one after another. A thick darkness enveloped the space while a massive eagle swiftly traversed through it. 36 tiny stars continuously transformed in Chun's hand before quickly settling down. Chun opened his eyes and said, "Jiu, head in that direction." Soon they arrived at a city thousands of kilometers away. In Chun's astrological display of the Star Source secret technique, there was a level 30 dark evil god present. Jumping down, Chun walked while performing the astrological technique, the 36 stars on his open palm rapidly changing as they sought out the exact location of the dark evil god. Jiu shrank to the size of a palm, landing on his shoulder, completely concealing its terrifying aura. It is worth mentioning that after 5 days, Jiu not only broke through to level 33, but it also seemed to inherit the legacy of a treasure trove from a previous life, becoming even more unfathomable. Although it only possessed 3 superior laws, the law of the Dark Night, the law of Eternal Night, and the law of Darkness. However, Chun could sense that the quality of these 3 superior laws was extremely high. Just like Chun's own 6 superior laws, although they were all superior, there were still distinctions in quality. They merely shared the same rank. For instance, some superior laws require at least 1 million source gold to condense, but others may require 3 to 5 million or even 10 million, making it impossible to condense. Among the 3 superior laws inherited by Jiu, the law of Eternal Night is particularly terrifying. If it were to be condensed using source gold, it would likely require no less than 10 million. As for the other 2, they are also quite powerful, only slightly inferior to the law of Eternal Night. Chun's 6 superior laws, the law of Eternal Night and the law of immortality, are the strongest existing at the same level. The law of soul control and the law of all spirits are on par with the law of Dark Night and the law of darkness. The remaining laws of life and the law of cosmic stars are slightly inferior, but not by much, distinguishing the various messages conveyed by the astrological technique. Soon Chun arrived beneath the skyscraper. The astrological technique indicated that the level 30 dark evil god was inside. However, Chun did not sense any unusual aura nor any fluctuations of the laws. The astrological technique merely detected that the entire building from the 100-meter rooftop to deep underground was filled with the chaos of the evil god. Just as he was about to enter the building, 2 figures suddenly darted out and blocked Chun's way. "Where do you come from? Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. You better leave quickly. Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." Chun looked at the 2 individuals, and his eyes suddenly flickered with white light. Bang! Bang! The 2 figures collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Chun originally intended to enter directly, but upon reaching the door, he suddenly paused and transformed into the appearance of one of the individuals on the ground. The 2 individuals on the ground were thrown into a corner by Chun. Having absorbed their memories, Chun learned that they were hiding a medium-sized base called the Red Moon Base. There were approximately 4,000 to 5,000 people living in this vast underground base. Before the darkness, this place was a concealed research facility of a large group, fully equipped and isolated from the outside world. Chun entered the building where chaos from the dark evil god was everywhere. At Inchin's current level of astrological technique, he clearly could not discern any further. Thus, he planned to enter the base to take a look, as long as he saw the other party the system would label a level and name above his head. Following the staircase downwards, he arrived at the third underground level, where there were evidently no more floors below. However, Inchin, having absorbed the memories of those two, knew that there were more layers below. Upon reaching a restroom, Inchin looked at the broken toilet and bent down, blinking his eyes at the button. A red light suddenly flashed, and then the wall in front of Inchin vanished without a sound. Inside was an elevator. Taking the elevator, Inchin rapidly descended. According to his perception, he went down a full 300 meters before reaching the bottom. Indeed, in such an advanced world, even the underground was developed so well. As the elevator doors opened, Inchin saw the brightly decorated interior and knew that today the base's leader had married another wife. The entire underground 7th level space was filled with a festive atmosphere. The person Inchin transformed into was named Ming Hao, a level 3 gene warrior equivalent to a level 3 player. It can be said that the system of this world is quite weak. One might even say there is no system, as it entirely relies on gene drugs to forcibly modify people. However, even though Ming Hao is only a level 3 gene warrior, he is still considered an upper-class individual in this medium-sized base. In this world, most bases are secluded underground, but those who can live in these bases make up only a tiny fraction of the world. Within the base, people are also divided into 3 tiers. The lowest class, the commoners, are responsible for production, maintenance, and cleaning work with no rights whatsoever. They are the slaves who can be trampled upon at will, yet an endless number of people still want to enter these underground bases to become commoners. The middle-class citizens can learn advanced knowledge and skills, and upon reaching adulthood they can choose to research and develop gene drugs or become gene warriors. The upper-class elites control the base and are mostly members of the same family. Commoners are born as commoners, cannot become citizens, and certainly cannot become elites. They are merely slaves. If you don't want to be a slave, you can go back to the surface, but the odds are high that you will not see the sun tomorrow. Citizens can become elites, but only through marriage or adoption. As for the elites, they are born as the most esteemed individuals in the base, and upon reaching adulthood, they can use at least level 4 gene drugs to become powerful upper-class individuals with both power and strength. They can decide your life or death. The person Inchin transformed into is merely a citizen. Such door-guarding tasks are not something elites would do. As for commoners, they are a group of slaves without even the qualification to see gene drugs. Inchin arrived at the 5th underground level, which was the deepest level he could reach, and simultaneously where he lived. The 6th underground level is exclusive to elites, and the distance between the 5th and 6th levels is unknown. The 7th underground level is a planting space adjacent to the 6th level, possessing a nearly perfect ecological cycle, but it only grows luxury items such as fruits and vegetables, and even raises fish and shrimp, as well as cows and sheep. The 4th level, however, is where commoners and citizens grow practical items for daily use. Covering an area of 1 square kilometer, it grows mutated potatoes and sweet potatoes, which taste foul and are used to make nutritional biscuits for commoners, with only 1 piece provided each day. At the center, they grow normal wheat and corn along with livestock, which is the food for citizens, and there are no limits, plus citizens receive a bottle of high-grade nutritional supplement every day. Hey Ming Hao, weren't you on duty on the surface today? The speaker was Ming Hao's teammate Lan Jiang, also a level 3 gene warrior. Inchin cheerfully replied, "Hey, I came down to enjoy some good food. Tianchi is watching, so I'm bringing him some treats." Lan Jiang bumped Inchin playfully, saying, "Haha, be careful, I report you, and deduct your pay." After saying that, he pulled Inchin along, saying, Come, try this wine. It's rice wine, nothing compared to that wheat juice. Today the leader married his 8th wife, so we can drink this rice wine freely." That young woman reeled in the 9th young master for 3 whole years, enchanting him utterly. To win her favor, he discarded 6 of his 7 wives. The sole survivor has lain bedridden for 2 years. The 9th young master, Guan Jiulong, is the 9th son of the former supreme leader, and at 25 now, serves as the current supreme leader. Lan Jiang swayed unsteadily by the land, river, eyes brimming with pity, sipping rice wine and clicking his tongue incessantly. Clearly intoxicated, else he'd never dare utter such reckless words. Fortunately, those nearby were all comrades in arms, fellow survivors who had jointly scavenged surface ruins and hunted dark beasts, so no one paid him undue attention. Inchin, of course, knew all this, and kept raising his cup in toast with Lan Jiang. So what? In the end, she still fell into the 9th young master's grasp. He was well acquainted with the bride. 3 years ago, before Guan Jiulong ascended to leadership, he led Ming Hao and several others on a surface expedition to harvest a rare dark cultivation plant for research, hoping to elevate his standing among the elder clan members. There they encountered a woman. To Ming Hao and the others, she appeared utterly ordinary, yet Guan Long was instantly smitten. He cherished her beyond measure, and from the moment, she entered his life, his fortune shifted dramatically. In just 3 short years, he overcame more than a dozen siblings in ruthless succession, rose to become supreme leader of the Red Moon base, and consumed multiple dark mutant fruits, shattering all precedent to ascend as a level 9 genetic warrior, the strongest the Red Moon base had ever known. Each time danger loomed, he emerged unscathed, like a fated sovereign blessed by heaven itself. Yet Inchen's focus lay not on Guan Jiulong, but on the bride. Cross-referencing memories from Mingho and Tianxi, he sensed something deeply uncanny about her, something that whispered of the dark evil deity. Thus, she became his foremost subject of scrutiny. Now he scanned the surroundings constantly, ever watchful for her arrival. Ouch! My clothes, you wretched commoner. How dare you be so blind? A sharp slap echoed. Then a tray-bearer crumpled to the ground, half his face shattered beyond recognition. I'm sorry. So sorry. The man was clearly a white citizen, trembling, scrambling to gather the fallen cups, bowing his head repeatedly until it bled. Huh, get out. Were it not the 9th young master's wedding day, I'd kill you where you lie. With that, the citizen kicked the man hard, sending him sprawling against the wall. Inchen glanced once, then looked away. The citizen was merely a level 1 genetic warrior, name unknown, though presently shouting rather loudly. As for the white citizen, Inchen spared only a cursory glance. He'd already lapsed into unconsciousness at the wall's base, dragged away moments later by fellow white citizens. He took a quiet sip of wine, unwilling to waste time on such trivialities. Even if Mingho had once been kind-hearted, Mingho was now Inchen, and Inchen had no patience for petty theatrics. Well, the great philanthropist Mingho. Why no defense of the white citizens today? That's unlike you. The speaker was Gui Zong, a level 3 genetic warrior and Mingho's sworn rival. Once targeted by him, Mingho could scarcely escape for half a day. Inchen had no interest in such trifling fools, nor did he wish to be entangled. Setting down his cup, he exhaled softly, leave. Gui Zong froze, staring in disbelief. Since when did Mingho grow so audacious? Daring to tell me to leave. But Gui Zhang's expression soured instantly. I'll see how you arg. Before he could finish, Inchen struck, cutting off his bluster with brutal finality. Meddling wastes my time, especially when I'm waiting to see the bride. You insignificant runt. You'd need 100 lives to atone for this. With a swift grip on Gui Zhang's wrist, Inchen channeled a hidden force, shattering every bone in his arm to dust. Arg. My hand. Lan Zhang stared stunned at Gui Zhang's arm, limp as wet rope, then up and down at Inchen in mute awe. Brother Mingho, I ate a strange fruit, broke through to level 4. Inchen replied coolly. Such breakthroughs were rare, but not unheard of. Lan Zhang sighed enviously. Why couldn't that luck strike me? A level 4 genetic warrior. If you haven't rendered extraordinary service to the base, you'll likely cap at level 3 your entire life. Inchen shrugged, then go surface more often. No, too dangerous. I prefer the safety of the underground. Lan Zhang shook his head vigorously, then gestured toward a group suddenly emerging ahead, resplendent figures in fine silks greeted by eager toasts. He sneered, all that flattery won't earn them a level 4 genetic serum, just wasted breath. Turning back to Inchen, he added, likely the bride and groom are about to appear. Here come the scions of noble houses. Inchen nodded. Won't you offer your respects? If he'd give me a level 4 serum, I'd toast him with urine. Lan Zhang downed a large gulp, his eyes watering from the burn. Actually, there is one remarkably easy path to becoming a level 4 genetic warrior. Inchen smiled. What? Dreaming? Lan Zhang fell silent. As Inchen bantered idly, cheers erupted ahead, yet it wasn't the bride. Instead, a gilded cage materialized. No one knew when or how. Inside the cage crouched a level 2 dark contaminated human. The liquor, still clad in near intact lab attire, unmistakably a product of controlled experimentation, a white citizen fatefully selected. His family had likely received generous rations as compensation. On the floor beside the cage lay a child. Inchen listened closely. The boy was a white citizen's son, lured by hunger to snatch and eat fruit discarded by a noble woman. Her disgust was immediate, and her punishment cruel, imprisoned the child with the liquor, forcing him to fight for his life. Victory would grant him mercy. Inchen shook his head. In just half an hour, he'd witnessed the true essence of the dark metropolis. Then, like a stroke of crimson lightning, a figure in scarlet robes appeared before the cage. Release him. Silence crashed upon the crowd like a thunderclap. Inchen's pupils contracted violently. Bride in crimson robes, dark evil deity incarnated among mortals, level 30, a epic tier potential. Wields fragments of 3 supreme laws: desire law, love law, and enchantment law. Currently consuming the fortune fate brand of the fated sovereign, and orchestrating a vengeance born of obsession. Upon completion, both soul and laws shall evolve. The 3 supreme laws will fuse into a quasi-transcendent law, the celestial demon law. Epic tier potential: evolution, law fusion, quasi-transcendent, celestial demon law. Each phrase struck Enchin's fragile psyche like a hammer blow. System, what happens after evolution? Enchun swallowed hard, projecting the question telepathically into his spiritual sea. Quasi-transcendent. Sounds terrifying, far beyond my reach. Ding. Post-evolution, she ascends instantly to level 40. Recommendation: players should flee, immediately, and without delay. What if I kill her now? Ding. She will initiate instantaneous evolution to level 39, flawed, yet still capable of slaying the player in a single instant, then ascending to the celestial demon realm. So, I cannot kill her. Correct. Enchun fell into stunned silence. Wait, this is a joke, right? System, any alternative solutions? Ding. Insufficient balance. Cannot activate. Pay 100 violet crystals for perfect solution option. What? Seriously? Are you kidding me? Pay. Screw this. I'm worth less than 2 violet crystals. Enchun set down his cup and turned to leave. This is absurd. If I stay, I'll be checking in with Yama himself. His heart sank. Why today of all days? Was his first encounter with a dark, evil deity truly this overwhelming? Just as he moved to depart, a golden prompt shimmered before his eyes. Detected a pivotal karmic opportunity capable of altering your destiny thread. Guided by the goddess of fate, when the bride in crimson robes completes her vengeance, torturing the groom to death within the bridal chamber, her soul and laws will simultaneously evolve, inducing a 3-second trance. During this trance, she is shielded by the celestial demon realm's power, rendering her invulnerable. However, you may seal her within a crystal coffin to sever that divine protection. Then, before she awakens and opens the coffin, swiftly transfer her to the Elven Garden. There the garden shall bestow upon you a fiercely loyal celestial demon maid. Exquisitely fierce, undeniably devoted. Gulp. He swallowed again. A loyal celestial demon maid. What does that even mean? I don't understand. What puzzled Enchun was that this dark, evil god and the bride in the wedding dress would actively save that little boy. Her pair of indifferent and chilling eyes did not seem like those of a good person, rather they belonged to a truly wicked god. Revenge. Enchun pondered for a moment, perhaps this little boy had some connection with the bride in the wedding dress. Shaking his head, Enchun decided not to focus on the little boy any longer. He was just an ordinary person. He shifted his attention back to the bride. The young masters and ladies nearby seemed to be very afraid of the bride, as no one dared to speak a word throughout, all of them resembling quails with their necks pulled in. Seeing that nothing was happening, Enchun began contacting Mu Rong Ning while asking for a few city return scrolls. After binding these scrolls to his vehicle, he quietly waited for the right moment to ambush the bride. Ahem, subduing the evil god. In this world there is no daytime. It is all darkness, so of course there is no need to wait until night for the wedding night. Moreover, even in a medium-sized base, resources cannot be squandered, so the wedding banquet ended just 2 hours later. Officer Ju Long, the leader, was gazing at the bride with dazed eyes, holding her hand as they prepared for the wedding night. Enchun took the excuse to return to the surface, but in reality, he found a place to hide his figure and quietly squatted in the corner outside the bride and groom's room. The 36 stars in his hand slowly revolved. As soon as the bride fell into a deep sleep, he would immediately notice and pass through the wall. Time passed second by second, and suddenly strange moans came from the room, not sounding like pleasure, but rather like groans of intense pain and terror. However, if one did not listen closely, there was indeed no difference. It seemed almost as if only the groom was making sounds. After more than an hour of moaning, the sound gradually diminished, as if he was exhausted. Outside, Enchun felt a life suddenly becoming as flickering as a firefly, unstable, like an elderly person on the verge of death, as if it would die at any moment. The 36 stars suddenly changed. A black cloak appeared and vanished, and Enchun stood up, directly passing through the wall. Inside the room there was no blood or dismembered flesh as imagined, only a young man with disheveled white hair drained of vitality, his body incapacitated to the point of being inferior to an ordinary person. It is hard to imagine what the officer Ju Long, who had lost the fate of the favored son, would face. Just as Enchun passed through the wall, he took a hurried glance and was suddenly startled. This bride in the wedding dress was even more ruthless than he had imagined. A transparent crystal coffin suddenly replaced the wedding bed beneath the bride. The bride, who had been lying on the wedding bed, suddenly fell into the coffin. Bang! As the coffin lid fell, the crystal coffin was instantly drawn back into the space. Enchun felt beads of sweat forming in his palms and immediately activated the city return scroll. A flash of white light flickered, and when Enchun reappeared, he was already standing inside the vehicle. He hurried to the side compartment, pushed open the gate of the Elven Garden, and threw the crystal coffin outside. Boom! A seductive yet evil aura instantly blasted the coffin lid away. Before Enchun could react, a hand like jade directly struck towards his forehead. Dong! The world of the Elven Garden suddenly emitted a sound akin to the ringing of a bell. Time froze instantly. Following that, Inchun was horrified to see the mountain in the elven garden suddenly rise from the ground. The bride in the wedding dress was forcibly dragged under the mountain by a surge of power. Dong! The mountain slowly descended, seemingly unchanged as a bell sounded and time resumed flowing. Inchun felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly realized that he seemed to know nothing about the things he possessed. The treasures from the night god eagle's past life, the mountain of the elven garden, the crystal coffin, which could isolate the might of the great world. What about the orchard and the monster compendium? What else was there that he did not know? Is the stuff from the special treasure chest really that terrifying? Inchun, heart pounding, pulled open the wooden door, and just as he was about to close it, a cold girl in a maid outfit suddenly appeared at the door. In Inchun's astonished gaze, the girl slowly bowed. "Good day, young master." Inchun, bride in wedding dress, evil god level 40, a potential unknown, mastering half-step transcendence level evil god rules. Note system commentary: originally she was supposed to ascend to the evil god great world to become a saintess, but you little brat intercepted her and made her a maid. That's just ridiculous. However, one must be cautious of the people in the evil god great world. They will go to any lengths for half-step transcendence level rules, either to plunder or to destroy. It is recommended that you place the bride in the crystal coffin for at least 3 days each month. Enjoy using her player. In the dark city at the Yas Natural Scenery Villa district, did you say there is a dark evil god here? Inchun asked the girl behind him. The girl nodded and said expressionlessly, "Yes, young master." Inchun twitched his mouth. He did not know how the elven garden managed to train her, as she kept calling him young master, yet she looked so out of place in that maid outfit with her icy face. Sighing, he thought it was better not to ask for too much, or it could easily lead to a Versailles situation. The night god eagle flew slowly. He looked down again at the district below. If it weren't for the tall buildings surrounding this place, he would have thought he had entered some primitive forest. Goodness, they were really wealthy, turning a huge part of this massive city into a tropical rainforest. Before the darkness, those who could live in such a place must have been powerful figures who covered the sky with one hand. Because so far, after flying over 300 miles in this district, he had only seen 3 castle-like palaces. Although now covered by vegetation, one could still see the extreme luxury and nobility. Each palace occupied at least 100 hectares. "Young master, we've arrived." Inchun looked down in confusion. There was nothing but a few mountains below. However, soon his eyes stopped at a particular spot, watching the mountain top with astonishment. "Oh my goodness, this is my first time seeing something so massive and so thick." He waved the white silk sleeves with fiery patterns towards the bottom, and the laws of the myriad manifestations surged with endless starlight cascading down. A heart-wrenching cry like that of a newborn suddenly emanated from the mountain. Countless plants exploded, turning into a sky full of powder. A massive black mountain of flesh slowly awakened, shaking off the dirt and stones from its body to reveal its true form. Its surface was densely packed with serrated abyssal mouths undulating like fish gills. Giant Mountain Eater, dark evil god level 30, a rare potential, mastering lower tier rules of devouring. Endless starlight illuminated the entire forest. A massive black mountain of flesh which resembled the mouth of an abyss suddenly burst forth with golden radiance. Then it violently expanded. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the flesh mountain exploded into countless chunks, which were instantly swept away by a beam of starlight, vanishing without a trace. A trace of the devouring law was captured by Inchun and placed into his personal space. Congratulations, player, for killing the level 30 devouring demon, earning 1,000 experience points and dropping a golden treasure chest along with 372 gold coins. Do you wish to collect it? Collect. A palm-sized golden treasure chest appeared in Inchun's hand. A golden treasure chest. Could it yield rare items? That would mean obtaining a trace of the law, but items are indeed more valuable than mere laws, so it might be better not to open it just yet. After opening the golden treasure chest, it vanished, revealing a black and gold card in his palm. Arrival card, exclusive arrival card for the Dark City. As a token of gratitude for clearing a dark evil god, the worlds will grant you a VIP card that allows you to arrive in the Dark City at any time. Holding this card, your status in this world is not inferior to that of the Child of Fortune. Note, it can only be used in vehicles and cannot be used in other worlds. After use, the vehicle can choose to stop or continue driving. Arrival card. It looks quite similar to the world binding card, but it doesn't specify a level. It seems like a pass for entering and exiting worlds. Inchun shook his head, somewhat satisfied with this item. Although it lacked a law, even if it did have one, it would likely be a low-level law, like the devouring law, which wouldn't be of much help to him. Instead, this card could be used to check in periodically, and perhaps he might encounter another dark evil god. After packing his things, Inchun continued to seek out the dark evil god with the wedding dress. With the assistance of the wedding dress, it was indeed more convenient than using astrology. However, the dark evil gods were still too difficult to find, and they were all quite far apart. On the 6th day of the Dark Feast, Enchun had not found any dark evil gods, but the Dark Lord had been slain quite a few, and the harvest was satisfactory. On the 7th day of the Dark Feast, which was the final day, luck was on his side, as he managed to kill 3 dark evil gods. With the last of the dark evil gods, the Cyclops petrified and collapsed into piles of stone, bringing the final day's hunt to an end. Enchun had obtained 3 types of low-level laws: low-level night law, low-level dark ghost law, and low-level dark law, 3 golden treasure chests, and several silver treasure chests. Among the golden treasure chests, 3 rare-grade items were obtained: a rare-grade magic spirit tree, rare-grade polar night rice seed, and a rare-grade dark farm. Magic spirit tree rare grade can be planted in a rare grade dark farm, maturing once every 3 months, yielding 7 per batch, which can enhance the potential of dark creatures. It can also transform various creatures into dark creatures, with a 90% chance of obtaining a good grade potential dark creature, a 9% chance of obtaining an excellent grade potential dark creature, and a 1% chance of obtaining a rare grade potential dark creature. Polar Night Rice Seed 10 acres rare grade can be planted in a rare grade dark farm, yielding 1 batch every 3 months with an output of around 300 pounds per acre, and can be cultivated continuously. Dark and Night attribute players can use it to continuously purify their attributes, and after consuming a certain amount, they can automatically condense a trace of lower grade dark or night law. Note the amount consumed depends on one's own talent. Dark Farm rare grade, a farm for planting specific crops. After 2 busy days, Enchun returned to the vehicle, planning to get a good rest. Tomorrow he wouldn't prepare to search for aberrant gods in the distorted city, but instead would just stroll around at home or the Star Alliance. Now that he had reached level 30, collecting laws could no longer rely solely on effort, a luck was also necessary. Tonight and tomorrow Enchun planned to organize his supplies properly, while also cultivating the Flame Pig and Flame Luan. Recalling these 2 little fellows, Enchun went to the Bloodline Baptism Pool. Yesterday, he had tossed both the Flame Pig and Flame Luan and letting them soak for a day. Let's see how they turned out. As he pushed open the door, a chubby little pig rushed out, joyfully rubbing against Enchun's pant leg. A palm-sized little bird followed closely behind, landing on Enchun's shoulder. He could clearly feel that both had undergone tremendous changes and was eager to check their status. Enchanted Flame Pig level 20, a rare grade potential, a miraculous little pig that controls illusions and flames. Flame Luan level 20, a rare grade potential, a Luan bird that controls 3 kinds of flames and has gained a trace of phoenix blood after the baptism in the Bloodline Baptism Pool. Level 20, not bad. It's almost catching up to the Fire Spirit Moth. The potential has indeed reached rare grade. It seems the previous potential was on the threshold. Otherwise, the Bloodline Baptism Pool wouldn't have been able to elevate an ordinary excellent grade potential to rare grade potential. If its effects were so significant, I would have used it on the Night God Eagle long ago. Thinking of the Night God Eagle, Enchun realized that it seemed to possess a growth-type potential, and he hadn't checked what level its potential reached after inheriting 3 superior laws. He pulled up the pet panel, and sure enough, the potential of the Night God Eagle had been raised a significant level. Night God Eagle cheap, taming value 100, level 34, 9600, attributes Night Darkness Spirit potential epic growth type. Laws: Superior Eternal Night Law, Superior Darkness Law, Superior Dark Night Law, level 34, a epic potential. Enchun couldn't contain his joy, calling out to the Night God Eagle, which shrank down to the size of a palm, obediently resting in Enchun's hand. Young master, please have some tea. The wedding dress appeared unexpectedly, holding a delicate tea tray with both hands. Goodness, this was made from the excellent grade fragrant tree in his dark farm. It seems he needs to teach the wedding dress properly, as she shouldn't be messing with everything. At the very least, rare grade items are off limits. As for excellent grade items, as long as they are not among those particularly valuable ones, it's fine, as long as they aren't completely ruined. He must pamper his own maid. Holding a cup of tea, Enchun also organized his acquired items. Now he had 9 excellent grade dark farms, 1 rare grade dark farm, 2 rare grade dark crops, and dozens of excellent grade dark crops. Once he harvested a batch, the profits from his agricultural store would likely see a tremendous increase. Most of the fruits in the orchard were good grade, and the sales had indeed increased quite a bit recently, likely due to players leveling up. Now the profits from the fruit store had surpassed those of the pet shop, reaching around 100 gold coins daily. Especially the maiden fruit, which could slightly enhance beauty, was almost snatched up instantly after the rise of female players. The profits from just the maiden fruit accounted for half of the fruit store's earnings. Truly terrifying. After sorting these out, Enchun had his meal. Lacking any entertainment, he decided to browse the chat area. Just after finishing his meal, Murong Ninghua was about to hold a meeting again, and Enchun suddenly felt like he was going to work. I called everyone here today because I have a new idea that could bring in additional revenue for the Star Alliance, and I wanted to discuss it with all of you. Morong Minghua looked at the four and slowly said, let's hear it. As soon as Enshun heard that it could increase income, he immediately perked up. No matter what kind of income it was, as long as it benefited the Star Alliance, he would get his share. Morong Minghua continued, I plan to open up an area within the Star Alliance to establish an offline trading market. Ji Taimei asked curiously, isn't there already a trading area and shopping mall? Why establish an offline trading market? Isn't that redundant? Zhu Kiki also didn't quite understand. Yes, even if we establish it, if no one comes, it would be pointless. Even if people come, it doesn't necessarily mean there will be profit, and if there is profit, it might not be substantial. It would be a waste of manpower and resources. Yi Chi pondered, there should be a market. After all, the markup from the mall may not seem much, but as players exchange original currency, it accumulates over time into a significant amount. And Shun nodded exactly, and the trading area can only facilitate bartering. Transactions cannot be made using original currency, because some gold and silver coins, although they are still gold and silver coins, may have some of their original essence secretly siphoned away, which could lead to losses. An offline transaction would be more convenient for verification. Morong Minghua smiled. Indeed, there is a market, but it requires two essential elements to qualify for establishment. The first is credibility, which can be built up over time. We should initially open the offline trading market among the members of the Star Alliance, and after gaining a certain reputation, we can gradually allow outsiders to join. The second is strength, which we don't need to worry about. No force in the 13 districts is more qualified than us. And Shin said, that's great, and we can also offer some of our products at discounted rates within the Star Alliance, providing a limited quantity to outsiders each day to attract other players. Yi Chi thought for a moment and asked, should we place our products in one unified store or have separate stores for each of us? And Shin smiled, how about this? We establish a large supermarket in the center of the market where each of us occupies a floor. As for the lower levels, we can open some small shops for rent to others. If a major force wants to settle in, they can also rent an entire floor. What do you think? Yi Chi laughed, you're only thinking of profit. Coming up with such an idea must have some ulterior motive. And Shen chuckled, I was just thinking that the rent for the supermarket would only be calculated among the 5 of us, while the profits from our respective floors would be ours to keep separate from the Star Alliance. Only the rent from outside the supermarket would count as shared revenue for the Star Alliance, which could be distributed to other members. Morong Minghua laughed, you are quite the schemer. By calculating it like this, you've effectively slashed the overall profits of the Star Alliance and kept most for yourself. However, I agree. Yi Chi said, I support it. Zhu Kiki added, approved. Ji Taimei chimed in, agreed. Thus, in the Star Alliance, a large area was opened up on the left side of the square in front of the Star Hall using original currency to commence construction. They first established a crossroads spanning 1,000 meters, planning to expand later if necessary. As for the 4 vacant plots, one would be used for street vendors catering to low-level players who couldn't afford shop rent. Another area was designated for building a dozen large buildings, which would be rented out, not sold, to accommodate players. After all, players could stay overnight in the headquarters of their forces, and vehicles could still operate automatically. The remaining 2 plots included one for standalone villas intended for major forces or high-rank players, while one would remain vacant for future adjustments. Equipped with various blueprints and tools, the 5 golden players would assist in overseeing the construction. Numerous members of the Star Alliance were mobilized to complete the trading market before midnight. At the center stood the highest building, the 10,000 Stars Tower, which was temporarily built to 13 floors. The lower 5 floors were divided into small shops for rent, while the upper 8 floors were for whole floor rentals, with each of the 5-star gods occupying a floor, leaving 3 floors remaining. The 13 districts soon learned about this matter. Most were just watching the spectacle, while a few had some thoughts on it. However, for now, it was not open to outsiders, only to members of the Star Alliance. Perhaps in a couple of days they would release some slots and gradually open up. And Shun returned around 10 o'clock, but left the Flame Dragon Mother behind to assist in smelting iron. On a day off, Shin slept until noon before waking up. Stretching lazily, he asked the system, where have we arrived? Current location, AJ 412 Beast Forest. Beast Forest. Hearing this name, and Chun lost interest and pulled back the curtain to look outside. Outside the highway was a tropical rainforest with towering trees reaching hundreds of meters high. A massive toad over 10 meters tall leaped directly over Chen's head. He quickly threw out a probe at the toad. Giant toad, level 10, ordinary potential. Suddenly the ground trembled, followed by a giant python, whose head was 5 or 6 stories high, raising its neck and instantly swallowing the giant toad whole, as if it were just a dessert. Titan Python level 18, good potential. Wow, these creatures look like they've grown up in nuclear waste. And Shun marveled at the giant beasts outside. Their levels were not very high, but their sizes were absurdly large. Buzzing. Buzzing. A swarm of bees, each the size of a wash basin, blotted out the sky. One of them just happened to fly directly past Chen's vehicle, which was hidden in the space-time continuum. The bees clearly couldn't see it. Giant Hornet Level 2, ordinary potential. A Level 2 bee can grow this big. Chen was truly amazed today. Seeing this, he suddenly became a bit interested. System, use a regional locator card to mark this location for me. I'll come back to check it out when I have time later. Ding. Regional locator card used successfully. AJ-413 Beast Forest has been marked. A card appeared in Chen's hand. The originally blank card now displayed a tropical rainforest with enormous trees blocking the sky and giant beasts rampaging. However, it was a day off, so Chen wrapped himself in a small blanket sipping juice while enjoying the view outside. Suddenly, the trees in front began to thin out until they disappeared. A tall stone wall suddenly appeared in front of the highway. The vehicle passed right through the wall, and Chen could see what lay beyond. It seemed to be a very primitive tribe with scattered stone houses everywhere. The houses looked like inverted bowls, each standing 10 meters high. The native beings here resembled humans, but were extremely rugged, with men and women, young and old, all remarkably strong, none shorter than 2 meters. Chen directed a probe at a man in an open area who was training children. Sanggu, Level 11, Bone Refinement, Good Potential, the most outstanding warrior of the Tsang tribe. If you don't lay a solid foundation in your childhood, you won't achieve much when you grow up. When you enter the beast forest, if you can't even protect yourself, how can you protect others and the tribe? Sanggu sternly scolded as he approached a child, kicking his calf. Bang. The child fell directly to the ground. What are you squatting like? Squat again. If you can't hold it for an hour, you won't be allowed to go home for dinner today. The child, feeling wrong, got up and squatted properly again. Then Sanggu walked in front of the last child, nodding with satisfaction. Look at Chen, younger than you all, yet his squatting posture is more standard and his body hasn't swayed at all until now. Now look at you all like frogs thrown into the beast forest. You wouldn't last 2 minutes. Then Sanggu patted Chen on the shoulder. Chen, you can go rest now. You are still too young. Overtraining can harm your body, and it will be difficult for you to imprint the beast patterns in the future. Chen, a little toddler about 4 or 5 years old, was sweating profusely. Uncle Sanggu, I can feel that energy. What? Sanggu was astonished, quickly reaching out to grasp Chen's hand. After a moment, his expression turned serious, yet the joy was nearly overflowing. Quickly come with me to the Grand Priest. Chen curiously halted his cart, keeping an eye on this special evolution path. It seems that the so-called beast blood is inscribed on the body with a special secret technique to draw a kind of power from the heavens and earth to temper the bones continuously. Rubbing his chin, Chen stealthily followed along, producing a jade book in his hand, intending to record their evolution path. Grand Priest. Chen sensed the primal energy of the universe. He can imprint the blood patterns. Sanggu joyfully ran to a square tower where an old man with a face full of wrinkles, dressed in intricate beast skin clothing and adorned with animal teeth and horns, was sunbathing at the entrance. Slowly opening his murky eyes, the old man did not seem surprised by Sanggu's words. Chen felt that this elder was much stronger than Sanggu. Sangsheng Foundation, damaged, Level 20, Blood Refining Complete, Excellent Potential, the strongest of the Ditsang tribe, who brought back Chen from a distant ancient kingdom 3 years ago. Level 20 is not weak. It seems the system of this world is quite powerful, so we can incorporate some of it. Then Chen focused on the tower behind the old man, and under his mental scan, everything became clear. It was filled with scrolls and scattered books. The Grand Priest Sangsheng said leisurely, Little Chen is different from us. His talent is extraordinary, and sensing the primal energy of the universe will not rely solely on luck. Such opportunities will only become commonplace for him in the future. Once he senses that energy within his body, he should imprint the blood patterns. Sanggu was somewhat confused. Opportunities to sense the primal energy of the universe are fleeting, and who knows when the next one will come. Why not let Chen imprint the blood patterns? However, the Grand Priest surely understood much more than he did, so he said no more. Understood, Grand Priest. Chen had already entered the square tower where there were no bookshelves, only beast skin scrolls tied with ropes and suspended in midair. He knew that most of these were inscribed with beast patterns, sealing the essence of beasts. When needed, fresh beast blood would be applied to the child, and these beast skins could be affixed to any part of the body. Succeeding means becoming a warrior who wields extraordinary power. Failing could result in unbearable pain, fainting on the spot, or even complete loss of meridians leading to death. However, there are usually elders to support, and if the situation turns dire, they would tear off the beast skin to pull the child out. But what Chen wanted wasn't these items. These would be useless without the corresponding beast blood. Upon reaching the second floor, the items were no longer hanging beast skin scrolls, but several beast skin books. The system translated them as Zhangsheng's Introductory Guide to Beast Patterns, Zhangsheng's Master Manual Beast Compendium, Tales of the Beast Forest, and Travels in the Ancient Kingdom of Zhangsheng. With just these few books in such a large tribe of 10,000, there were surprisingly only these few texts which astonished Chun. It seems that knowledge in this world is still quite a precious thing, at least in this beast forest. The jade book floated in his hand, emitting several beams of jade light, instantly copying the information within the books. Though there were only a few books, Chun still designated an area in the virtual space of the jade book to store them. After finishing these tasks, Chun wandered around to see if there were any treasures, but clearly he was disappointed. There were no treasures here. There were a few similar items which seemed to have been brought back by the old man from the ancient kingdom, but Chun couldn't be bothered to look at anything that wasn't rare. Moreover, these items had no special functions. A drop of what seemed to be the blood of a serpent estimated to be around level 25 or 26, a sharp little knife, which was only sharp, but had no other use, and a jade token, presumably Tsang Chen's identity token, made from an excellent grade jade, just 2 words hard. Stepping out of the square tower, Chun quickly skimmed through the contents of the few books, and gained an initial understanding of this world's level: skin, refining flesh, refining bone, refining tendon, refining blood, refining organs, refining divine storage, and entry into saint. The first 6 refinements each correspond to level 4 for players. The subsequent divine storage, cultivating the spirit, corresponds to level 25-29. As for entry into saint, it is level 30, roughly comparable to the demigods in the elf forest, but with much stronger combat power. However, according to Zhangsheng's records, even in the distant ancient kingdom, the monarch was only at the level of organs refining, while divine storage was a legendary existence, primarily composed of ancestral figures who suppressed the nation's fortune. As for the last record of entry into saint, it was from 1,000 years ago, the Dragon Sovereign. Seeing this, Chun felt slightly disappointed. It seemed even worse than the world of the elf forest. Moreover, many areas seem to have a level cap of 30. Could it be that there are no higher level maps yet? Perhaps so, but whether or not there are higher maps he couldn't say. Without advanced maps, he naturally couldn't harvest more laws, so Chun could only content himself with panning for gold in these lower-level worlds. Just like the French kingdom and the forest elves, the so-called ancient kingdoms must have a few treasures of law. However, Chun didn't want to explore here, yet he planned to first scour the 2 worlds. He was familiar with the world of the Distorted City and the world of the French kingdom. Moreover, Chun had a faint feeling that the Distorted City was quite extraordinary. There was a high possibility that there existed powerful beings above level 30. Now that he thought about it, he had studied his winged demon multiple times. Chun still did not know the source of power in that world, nor could he sense what energy was within the winged demon. Plus, the awakening of human abilities and the evolution of distorted species seemed like energy that appeared out of nowhere. But how could that be possible? The only possibility is that in that world there exists a higher energy that Chun currently cannot perceive. Today, aside from skimming through a few books, Chun didn't accomplish anything else and went to bed early. Before sleeping, he used the special travel card for the Distorted City, and when he wakes up tomorrow, he will return there. Having grown accustomed to towering trees hundreds of meters tall, Chun felt momentarily disoriented upon encountering these comparatively stunted ones. Though stunted was relative, for even the shortest stood at least 40 or 50 meters high. Chun had just stepped down from the vehicle, returning once more to that peninsula. Rolling hills stretching across its terrain, and beyond on the adjacent plain, near the mainland, lay the small town of Dongning. He gazed into the fathomless expanse of the sea, wondering whether the colossal beast he had once glimpsed, its tentacles bridging heaven and earth, still lingered there. Yet the ocean stretched vast and timeless. There was no need to rush the search. Chun suddenly recalled something. System, I've activated both the time anchoring card and the region-specific travel card. Once the time anchoring card expires after 7 days, may I then deploy another time anchoring card? And would I need to reactivate the region-specific travel card as well? No. Since the player remains within the same region, consecutive use of time anchoring cards allows indefinite residence here. That's a relief. I'd feared I'd have to redeploy the region-specific travel card. Now that I can stack time anchoring cards, I may remain here far longer than anticipated. Though it's rather costly. 1 card alone fetches 100 gold coins. Chun muttered wryly. Such cards were pricier even than exceptional tier resource items. It came as no surprise only silver tier or gold tier players purchased them, and for them the returns invariably dwarfed the 100-coin investment, justifying their steep price. Yet Chun, flush with wealth, unhesitatingly deployed 3 time anchoring cards in succession. Lately, the overall power level across Sector 13 had surged dramatically. Consequently, his chain of shops yielded substantially higher revenues, averaging roughly 400 gold coins per day. Add to that his prior reserves, nearly 30,000 gold coins. and the single word that defined him was unequivocally wealthy. With swaggering confidence, Enchun strode off the highway toward the town. This time he dared not ride his night god Eagle Juqiu, not because she lacked strength, but because last time she'd launched missiles, who knew what she might unleash next. Even if conventional weaponry proved ineffective, who could say how much time had passed here during his intertemporal journey? Perhaps she'd now hurl something far more devastating, blasting him anew. Besides, he was rich enough to linger as long as he pleased. No need to race headlong as if desperate to devour steaming excrement. Thus a leisurely wanderer appeared amid the peninsula's forests. A wild pheasant, its plumage dazzlingly vivid, swooped low, then paused midair to stare down at Enchun with brazen arrogance. Oh, I simply cannot abide this temper. With practiced ease he drew a packet of Thai May brand seasoning from his left hand, seized the audacious bird with his right, and summoned roaring flames. Within moments a succulent roasted pheasant sizzled before him. Humming a carefree tune, Enchun smirked, "So much for your arrogance." Indeed, the bird was not merely beautiful. It was fragrant, tender, and deeply flavorful. "Brother, you claimed 3-clawed phoenixes roamed here, but we've searched all night and haven't so much as found a single feather." A young man with deep-set eye circles spoke plaintively, his gaze fixed on the tousled-haired elder ahead. The youth was Hutu, his elder brother Hushua. Yesterday afternoon, while hunting mutated beasts, Hushua had glimpsed a 3-clawed phoenix here, and immediately summoned his younger brother. They'd scoured the area all night, yet found nothing. Hutu froze abruptly, pointing tremblingly, "Brother, isn't that a 3-clawed phoenix?" in his hands. At the words, Hushua snapped his head around, and witnessed a sight that made his eyes bulge with incandescent fury. "Heavens above, you're roasting a 3-clawed phoenix." Enchun looked up, having noticed them long ago. Hushua level 15 5th tier advanced earth affinity ability good tier potential. Hutu level 14 5th tier intermediate fire affinity ability good tier potential. Enchun regarded them quizzically, then carefully wrapped the chicken bones in cloth. "You're from Dongning Town, aren't you?" Hushua remained silent, his gaze locked mournfully on the bones. "My 3-clawed phoenix. How cruelly you met your end." Hutu, however, recoiled in astonishment. "Dongning Town? Brother, you didn't crawl out of some forgotten mountain crevice, did you? What? Has Dongning Town vanished?" Enchun's expression shifted. He realized time must have advanced by decades. The modest Dongning Town of yore had likely been erased long ago by aberrant creatures or mutated beasts. But Hutu shook his head. No, it was renamed Yinza City before the Resurgence era began. Enchun nodded slowly, then offered Hutu a faint, enigmatic smile. Hutu frowned, opening his mouth to speak, when sudden dizziness crashed over him and he collapsed unconscious. Hushua followed an instant later. Silver light shimmered in Enchun's eyes as he sorted through recent events. Questioning them directly was tedious. Extracting memories directly was far more efficient. From their memories, Enchun retrieved precisely what he sought when he departed. It had been year 7 of the Great Cataclysm. Now it was year 21 of the Resurgence era. The Great Cataclysm had lasted 30 years, meaning 44 years had elapsed between his two visits. That humble Dongning Town, once home to mere tens of thousands, had burgeoned into a megacity of millions guarded by 2 sovereign-tier masters. What constituted sovereignty? His inquiry yielded scant concrete data, no definitive benchmark, but Hutu's memories confirmed they were humanity's ultimate apex beings, capable of commanding the primordial forces of heaven and earth. Commanding celestial and terrestrial forces bore resemblance to law application, but certainty eluded him. After all, evolutionary paths were countless as stars, each possessing unique traits. Simultaneously, Enchun learned sovereign-tier masters were exceedingly rare. Even within the ancient nation of Daxiao, the sole surviving civilization post-cataclysm, only 20 such masters endured. They were divided into 7 sovereigns and 13 kings. Above them loomed the emperor-tier masters, 3 emperors and 4 sovereign kings, whose power dwarfed sovereignty, capable even of overwhelming annihilation. Yet they could not kill sovereign-tier masters, a detail that arrested Enchun's attention. This peculiar trait likely reflected a fundamental uniqueness of this world's evolutionary path: absolute dominance, without finality. Most astonishing of all, Yinza City itself hosted 2 sovereign-tier masters, the Triple Flame Sovereign of Yinza and the Endless Marsh Sovereign. Moreover, they were twin brothers, rumored to have clashed with the Western Sovereign Qian Qian, exchanging 3 moves without decisive outcome. Alternatively, perhaps the Western Sovereign withheld full force, wary of the twins' ties to one of the 3 emperors, the Verdant Spirit Emperor, who legend held hailed from this very land before ascending to rule Central Plains. Whether true or not, Enchun couldn't verify. Their memories brimmed with vague hearsay. It is said, perhaps rumor has it, leaving him sorely tempted to drag them upright and shake sense into them. Having synthesized the world's current geopolitical landscape and foundational knowledge, Enchun set his course toward Yinza City, the former Dongning Town. Two objects materialized in his palm: Dongning Town resident identity card and property deed. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, wondering whether either still held validity. Before departing, he traced a subtle boundary circle around them, one permitting outward passage but barring ingress. Then casually he implanted a geomantic pulse fruit and a flame spirit mulberry into their bodies, his modest tip. At Yinza City's gate, "Good morning, Uncle Hao." A matron carrying a woven basket greeted the gatekeeper. "Morning, Annie Lu Ernyang. Off so early." Uncle Hao shifted his weight, settling into a more comfortable posture. Though still robust, old battle wounds plagued him. Chronic spinal pain gnawed at his bones. "TCH. My third unclean law's younger brother's son's wife's elder brother has invited me to a banquet, clearly hoping I'll pull strings to secure residency permits for Yinza City." She planted her hands on her hips, exasperated. Yet her eyes gleamed like abacus beads. They've brought generous gifts, including rare mermaid pearls. Why refuse free wine for you? You still love petty gains just as before. Uncle Hao sighed, smiling wryly. Auntie Lu Ernyang swept a hand through her silver hair, sighing, "Same as before." "Hardly. I'm an old woman now. Enough talk. I'm off." Then hobbling slightly, she limped out the city gate. 44 years ago, she'd been captain of Team 2 in Dongning Town, the sole survivor among the original Team 2 and Team 7 captains. During a hunt against a Dominator-class entity, her skull had nearly shattered. As Enshun passed Auntie Lu Ernyang, he noted the irony. Though 44 years had elapsed here, he himself had experienced barely 10 days. He faintly recalled hearing her name, Team 2's Captain Lu Ernyang, from others' lips long ago. An early fire affinity awakened, renowned for her fiery spirit and indomitable presence. Now a white-haired matriarch, bent by time, yet unbowed. To mistake her for a frail elder would be gravely unwise, for most such misjudgment would prove fatal. Enshun observed their status displays. Uncle Hao level 27 9th tier advanced rock affinity ability excellent tier potential severe chief decline. Auntie Lu Ernyang level 27 9th tier advanced fire affinity ability excellent tier potential critical neural damage. Ding. Verification successful. Please exit promptly. Ding. Verification successful. Please exit promptly. Ding. Verification successful. Please enter immediately. Scan your identity card when entering or exiting. Don't make me repeat myself, or though my spine may be crooked, I'll still toss you into the sea. He shot the remark pointedly at Enshun, who scratched his head sheepishly. Nearby hushed whispers rippled through the crowd. Could he be another trying to sneak in? Obviously. Why else linger at the gate? Truly foolish. He knows entry is impossible. Calmly, Enshun withdrew his identity card, a crude weathered relic seemingly salvaged from a landfill of antiquity. Onlookers erupted in mocking laughter. Yet Uncle Hao sat bolt upright, visibly stirred. He hadn't recognized Enshun, but the card itself. Its design belonged to his own generation. Those who held it were his contemporaries. A distinct, warmer electronic chime resonated. Ding dong. "Xiao Ning welcomes you home, dear resident of Dongning Town." Enshun. That single sentence, light, effortless, etched an irrevocable line between two eras. Ding dong. "Xiao Ning welcomes you home, dear resident of Dongning Town." Enshun. The familiar voice instantly transported Hao Shu back to that vibrant, long-lost town, and tears streamed down his face. How many of the people from that town had survived this long? Fewer still had descendants left to carry on their names. Enshun. Hao Shu murmured softly, suddenly recalling. This was the young man he himself had brought back from the peninsula 7 years after the Great Cataclysm. He hadn't seen him since then. Yet here he was, having endured 30 years of the cataclysm, surviving all the way to this day. Hao Shu's heart swelled with emotion. Faint memories surfaced. He had once given Enshun's chance to obtain blood serum to Lan Lan. At the mere thought of Lan Lan, Hao Shu collapsed back into his chair. After a long while, by which time Enshun had already entered the city, Hao Shu stirred and turned to a young man beside him. "Hao Xianglan, go fetch that newly arrived resident of Dongning Town, Enshun, and escort him to Imoshu." To Imota. How could he possibly be worthy of an audience with Imotaya? Foolish boy. Hao Shu struck him sharply across the face. A resident of Dongning Town is not one you may insult. Grandfather, Dongning Town is ancient history. Don't dwell in the past. Besides, that fellow looks barely older than me. Perhaps he's just using an elder's identity card. How can you be certain he's truly from Dongning Town? Hao Xianglan cried out, cradling his stinging cheek. Seeing Hao Shu raise his hand again, Hao Xianglan bolted. I'm going right now." Only then, prompted by his grandson's remark about youth, did Hao Shu snap back to awareness, startled deeply. Broad avenues and soaring skyscrapers enveloped Enshun in an uncanny sense of being inside a dark metropolis, making him wonder perhaps even before the fall this city had gleamed with such dazzling fragile splendor. Yet clutching his identity card and property deed, Enshun stood bewildered. Where would he live? If he intended to stay for any length of time, sleeping on the streets was hardly an option. The address on the deed was clearly obsolete. Even if it weren't, and Chun glanced around towering buildings, teeming crowds, rivers of traffic. No single direction offered clarity. What if he simply abducted someone at random, extracted their memories, and assumed their identity? He could release them later unharmed upon departure. The more Chun contemplated it, the more exhilarated he grew. Scanning the sea of heads, he mused, male or female. Before he could decide, an impatient voice rang out from the bus stop behind him. And Chun, is that you? My grandfather sent me to fetch you. And Chun turned, met a haughty gaze, and raised his hand, flexing his fingers before blowing gently across his palm. Hey, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear? A young man shouted. Before the Bang Bang population planning tower stood two peculiar figures. One wore dark circles like panda eyes squinting through narrow slits. The other wore eccentric attire, white silk robes and trousers unremarkable in themselves. But strange were the flaming cloud motifs embroidered across the fabric, the black beast-hide boots, and the peach blossom mask concealing half his face. Still, truth be told, he was strikingly handsome. This is it. As a descendant of Dongning Town, you're entitled to a villa in Dongning Residential Complex, the largest estate within the Second Ring. Even now, Hao Xianglong refused to believe this peeraged youth was truly a native of Dongning Town, convinced he was merely some distant, possibly unrelated descendant. He must have found an old identity card somewhere and come swaggering and impersonating a martyr's heir. His grandfather might be deluded, but he certainly wasn't. Take me to see Mo Shu. And Chun regarded the young man with faint amusement. A pampered young master perhaps, but one whose temper held no sway over him. Hao Xianglong recoiled in shock. How did you know grandfather ordered me to bring you to Emota? Then he narrowed his eyes, though they were already swollen shut, scrutinizing Chun closely. Mo Shu, that's no way to address him. Show proper respect. You'll call him Emotaya just as I do. Come, repeat after me, Mo. Tai. Yi. Ouch, my face. Hao Xianglong's jaw visibly swelled. No more nonsense. Lead me to Mo Shu. And Chun turned and strode into the tower, silver glints fading from his eyes. Hao Xianglong followed, grudgingly muttering under his breath, humph. Only because grandfather commanded it. Suddenly, Chun turned. What did you say? Huh, I didn't say anything. Hao Xianglong strained his puffy eyes wide open and lied brazenly. Let's hurry. We must find Emotaya. Follow me. Inside the tower, and Chun's vision nearly failed him, blinded by opulence, gold everywhere glittering endlessly. No, it was real gold leaf freshly applied. And those shimmering facets, not diamonds, crystals, each one painstakingly polished. Hao Xianglong cleared his throat twice. Emotaya is otherwise admirable, but utterly obsessed with wealth, especially gold and diamonds. Don't be surprised this entire 300-meter tower, inside and out, is coated in gold leaf, its windows carved from solid crystal. And Chun raised a thumb. Wealthy. Wealthy. Emotaya oversees the entire fiscal authority of Yinja City. What slips between his fingers could sustain you for 10 lifetimes. Hao Xianglong's eyes sparkled with imaginary coins. Where do we find Mo Shu? And Chun asked. The rooftop. He's always there watching the sun. Hao Xianglong declared confidently. Come, I'll take you up in the private elevator. It's the only way to reach the top. Whispers rustled through the lobby. Who do those two think they are? Swaggering in here, name-dropping Emote. Does he grant audiences on demand? Today's youth grow ever more arrogant. Sign no grounding, no humility. Second uncle, that white-robed elder, is so handsome. Quick, let's get as we chat. On the rooftop, an elderly man sat slumped in a recliner, holding a small notebook. Most believed old Mo was near death. Hao Shu had thought so too. Yet decades later, as Hao Shu himself neared his end, the old man remained unchanged. And Chun gazed upon old Mo, and his spirit trembled. This frail elder possessed astonishing strength. Emotaya level 30 tier 10 senior, half-step, sovereign rare tier, potential master alchemist, lightning affinity, ability trace of inferior thunder law. Note: in this world, attaining level 30 requires binding one's comprehended law to the world will via true name, granting immortality unless the world itself perishes. This world was far more complex than it appeared. After all, old Mo was neither a sovereign nor an emperor, yet his power defied comprehension. And Chun sighed. He'd long suspected it. The chasm between emperors and sovereigns was vast, yet neither could kill the other. Some deeper, more profound force must mediate that balance. To challenge the world will with his current strength would be like lighting a lamp in a latrine, seeking only filth. Old Mo glanced at Chun, clearly surprised, but said nothing. Hao Xianglong had lingered, eager to witness Chun's humiliation, only to gape in disbelief. Had Emotaya actually acknowledged him? Could he truly be from Dongning Town? Yet he looked younger than Hao Xianglong himself. Only sovereigns or emperors, those who had fused with cosmic forces, could preserve eternal youth. How could anyone from the old era remain so youthful? A preposterous notion flickered, then vanished banished with frantic denial. Dongning Town had already produced one emperor and two sovereigns. Another? Impossible. Hao Xianglan's thoughts tangled into chaos. Old Amo spoke the same words he always did: name and Shun, gender. Oh, isn't that the campus bell of Yinza Extraordinary University? Why is she just standing here? A man who had just queued to register his child's information looked at the woman at the elevator entrance in surprise. The woman next to him twisted his waist, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Oh, what's this? Our senior sure has graduated for 2 years and still wants to rekindle an old flame with a junior. Should I go back and get a certificate, take the child, and leave to give you two some space? After saying this, she snatched the child back, pouting. Oh, why are you still standing here? Sherlang quickly forced a smile. I was just puzzled. As she spoke, she slapped her mouth. Call me talkative. Call me to look away from my wife for 2 seconds. Wife, let's hurry home to prepare for the banquet. There are real big shots coming tomorrow. Oh, why are you still standing here? Sherlang awkwardly pulled his wife back to Dongning Community. At this moment, the entire community was festooned with lights and bustling with people, all of whom were prominent families and young talents. The Shi family is a colossal entity in Yinza City, and even in the Great Xia, being associated with the Shi family is a blessing that signifies an illustrious ancestry. The simple yet luxurious mansion was bustling with activity. Dear, shall we first hand the child over to Aunt Pang? Oh, why are you still standing here? And Chun descended from the rooftop of the population planning building. Just as he exited the elevator, he was met by a pure-looking girl. From her attire, she appeared to be a student. As he turned to dodge, the girl stumbled into the elevator. This girl was the campus belle of Yinza Extraordinary University, named Luo Ichi. The elevator attendant, who had been warm just a moment ago, suddenly turned cold, glaring at Luo Ichi. Unauthorized personnel, do not enter. The icy aura instantly enveloped Luo Ichi, causing frost to form on her clothes. And Shen glanced at the elevator attendant in surprise, not expecting her strength to be formidable. Zhang Yuyi, level 23, intermediate, phase 8, ice, attribute ability, excellent potential. Luo Yiki's breath hitched her face, instantly pale, and she repeatedly nodded. I'm sorry, I accidentally twisted my ankle. Whispers erupted around her, and Shen secretly listened in. This campus belle from Yinza University is here to fish for rich boys again. She doesn't even realize what she is. Exactly, a campus belle who slept her way to the top, still trying to climb higher. She must still be half asleep. But she is quite perceptive. Wherever there are rich boys, she can surely arrive. A look, as soon as a new rich boy appears, she rushes over. By the way, who is that person in white? The one next to him. Although his face is severely swollen, if I'm not mistaken, he should be the young master of the Hao family. Indeed, for the young master of the Hao family to act like a lackey, wow. Could this person be a son of another noble family? It's likely our Yinza City's young master Shi is holding a full-month banquet for his son tomorrow, so it's probably other noble families here to congratulate him. And Shun understood. Although the chatter was disorganized, she still discerned that this Luo Ichi was just a wild chicken. Hi, handsome. Luo Ichi limped over. Handsome, I twisted my ankle. Before finishing, and Shun lightly tossed a few words. You don't deserve it. Hao Xianglan suddenly became particularly enthusiastic. And Shin, I also live in Dongning Community. Let me walk you home. You pick that villa next to mine, and then we'll be neighbors. A sports car crafted from cloud sea crystal sped away from the entrance of the building. Luo Ichi gritted her teeth with jealousy and resentment. Her ankle instantly healed as she swayed her hips and walked out. Shameless tart. What a bad luck. What a shame for those legs, that face, that figure. This, what else? A burly woman approached and grabbed the uncle's ear. Ouch. Wife, I'm sorry. And Shun got out of the car in Dongning Community, surprised as he looked inside, turning to ask Hao Xianglan. Is there a neighbor organizing a celebration here? Hao Xianglan slapped his thigh. I forgot to mention this to you. You came at the right time. Tomorrow the young master Shi is hosting a full-month banquet for his son, and as neighbors we all must attend the feast. By the way, and brother, have you prepared a congratulatory gift? Generally, these families with extraordinary abilities do not accept monetary gifts. And Shin nodded. I have some. What time are we going tomorrow? Any time works. I'll call you in the morning. Sounds good. As they entered the community, it was filled with lush and exotic flowers and plants, along with various rare birds and beasts, which left Shun in awe. After a while, Hao Xianglan stopped in front of a villa. Here we are. This is my home, and I currently live alone. Then a virtual screen popped up in the vehicle, displaying a map. And brother, there are 4 houses around my home, all about 200 meters apart. You can pick one, and then we'll be neighbors. Hao Xianglan's eyes darted around. He felt that this person was likely from the same generation as his grandfather. A monarch-level figure was unlikely, as no monarch-level experts reside here. However, it is very possible that someone who consumed extraordinary treasures in their youth, or even someone like Master Mo, who is half a step into the monarch level, could be living here. To have survived from that era until now, his strength would not be weak. If he consumed some heavenly materials and earthly treasures and is still alive, his strength is definitely greater than his grandfather's. Clinging to such a big leg would make even seeing his father not feel inferior. And Chun smiled at how Xianglong, thinking that this kid is trying to play tricks right in front of me. Well, I even know about the incident when you were 7 and used your father's wine jug. He'll take this one. All right, I'll take you back. You just need to swipe your property deed at the door, and this villa will be yours from now on. This place has a defense system. Without your consent, even a 7th-tier ability user cannot break through the ability barrier. By the way, this car, I'll give it to you for transportation. It's made from Cloud Sea crystal, and it can even fly if you put in a crystal core. As he gazed at the house before him, and Shun realized he would be living here for a while, continuously searching for the crystal of the deity of the apocalypse. Such things are truly unimaginable treasures. Until now, Shun found it hard to believe that in this seemingly ordinary world there could be such incredible items. System, are there many worlds like this one that possess beings above level 30? Ding. Current version not updated. There are temporarily no worlds with beings above level 30. This world situation is special. The last time a player arrived, there were no beings above level 30. It was merely a coincidence that the player obtained the designated card for this world, and this world happened to level up, hence there are now beings above level 30. However, the highest level is only 40. With the player's current strength, there is no need to worry. The world can still level up. Yes, this is eye-opening, but it's just like how I was in university on Blue Star, and before graduating the college upgraded from a junior college to a bachelor's program. And Chin's eyes sparkled, licking his lips. Then there should be quite a few level 30 aberrations and mutated beasts here. System, if I return now and come back tomorrow, will time here shift drastically? No. As the player has activated a temporal anchoring card, the world's timeline is synchronized with yours. Ah, good. A flash of white light shimmered, and Chun returned to his vehicle. To ensure seamless nighttime returns, he had purchased numerous recall scrolls, all bound exclusively to his vehicle. Though today yielded no tangible gains, his spirits soared. One of the worlds he had traversed during his journey had just ascended, and crucially, he still held its designated traveler's pass. The moment he reappeared inside the vehicle, Ji-Time arrived with dinner and initiated a video call. Ji-Time, boss, and how have these past 2 days been? Lately I haven't hunted monsters to gain experience nor train my pets. I'm deeply immersed in contemplating future laws. Sipping moo milk, and Chun leisurely capped off his day's travels. Ji-Time sighed. Yes, indeed. Laws are fiendishly difficult to obtain. A single world may yield only a handful, most of them low tier. It's truly vexing. Then lowering her voice with theatrical mystery. Hey bossin, guess how many high-tier laws I've secured? And Chun slumped deeper into the sofa, being fed by Jia. Can't guess. And anyway, you'll never have more than I do. Of course not. How could I possibly compare to bossin? Ji-Time scratched her head, then barely containing her excitement exclaimed, Bossin, I've discovered something extraordinary about that miniature forest bonsai I acquired earlier. And Chun swiftly raised a hand. Hold on. Whether it's a urine basin or a fecal pot, I don't want to know its special properties. And don't tell me either. Just remember, you're my chef and junior. If trouble arises, I'll shield you. But that doesn't mean every detail of your life must be reported to me. Got it. Ji-Time snapped upright. Yes, sir. And Chun smiled. Any leads on acquiring laws lately? If not, you're welcome to join me. I've located a promising world. Not guaranteed to hold high or mid-tier laws, but 3 or 5 low-tier ones seem quite achievable. Ji-Time shook her head. Actually, boss, I was just about to tell you, recently I explored the Sword South mountain range, and its ambient energy resonates identically with that of my spirit spring manor. Moreover, it abounds with cultivation methods, called cultivation arts. Good heavens, this is pure nostalgia. Immortal cultivation, sword-wielding flight. It features 5 distinct realms. The final one, the Divine Transformation realm, undoubtedly surpasses level 30. Alas, most cultivators have long since ascended to higher realms. But this world still hosts numerous grand sects, ancient cultivation clans, and even Divine Transformation level secret realms. Just now I raided a nascent soul sect. Unfortunately, no low artifacts were found. Still, I gathered many cultivation arts. This path qualifies as a high-tier evolution route. Bossin, you might consider cultivating it. We've plenty of gold coins. Just stack them up. I'll transmit this cultivation art to you. It supports cultivation all the way to the Divine Transformation realm. By the way, this world is vast, and some forbidden zones dare not even be entered by me. They're extremely perilous. Bossin, when you have time, please guide me there. Well then, enjoy your meal. I'll go sort things out now. And Chun ended the call. In his palm materialized a jade slip, 10,000 sword art. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Divine Transformation, the cultivation realm. So such worlds truly exist. If even Ji-Time dares not approach certain places, those areas likely bear the imprint of Upper Realm Master's power, perhaps even harbor high-tier laws. Yet he shook his head. Should any artifact imbued with a high-tier law truly exist, Upper Realm Masters would have claimed it long ago. Such treasures would never fall to players like them. Still, certainty eludes us. Forbidden zones may conceal dormant sages, primordial ferocious beasts, celestial rarities, or even peerless ancient formations. Anything is possible. A visit may prove worthwhile, though Jia-E must accompany me. After reflection, Enchun set aside the cultivation realm for now. One eats rice grain by grain, walks step by step. First he'd finish affairs here. Besides, Ji-Time surely retained either the region locating card or the designated traveler's pass for that realm. His consciousness sank into the jade slip. Its immense data stream swept through his mind in an instant. As origin coins rapidly depleted, progress in 10,000 sword art deepened steadily, and spiritual energy, forged from origin power, grew increasingly dense and profound. Chi refinement foundation establishment golden core nascent soul, all accomplished in one unbroken surge. Yet gazing at the near 10th sand coin expenditure, Enchun winced inwardly. Spiritual energy gradually condensed, drawing inward to settle within the Dantian. For evolutionary paths coexisted, each seemingly unaware of the others, in a singular enigmatic harmony. The cultivation arts Dantian, the sequence path sequence heart, the stellar source path star C, and the arcane paths meditation C. Each glowed like a sovereign star orbiting Enchun across unfathomable dimensions. With but a thought, he could summon their colossal energies. Upon completing 10,000 sword art, he effortlessly inscribed it into his Jade Codex, then proceeded to inspect the Dark Farm. The rare-tier Dark Farm remained somewhat barren. Yet the elite-tier Dark Farm teemed with lush verdant crops, fruit trees in the orchard, those growing fastest, had already begun sprouting tender buds. Tiny sprites bustled ceaselessly, drawing bucket after bucket of water from the Black Spirit Spring to irrigate every cultivated plot. Though Enchun had later purchased 1,000 additional sprites from Zhu Kiki, distributing them across all farms left their numbers still sparse. Thus he selected cattle and horses from the sprite garden to assist, overseeing tilling and transportation. Moreover, sprites in each dark farm had acclimated fully to their environment, and even established miniature villages within each housing roughly 100 sprites. As for the chamber inside the carriage, it had become their daily altar for offerings to Enchun. Enchun reviewed the sprite population data, and discovered that several newborn sprites had recently appeared in the earliest elite-tier Dark Farm. Delighted, he carried several fruits from the Tree of Life to the sprite village's edge. Gazing down at the tiny settlement, its tallest structure barely half a meter high, he tiptoed forward with reverent care. Instantly, sprites noticed him and erupted in gleeful chittering cries. These life fruits are gifts for the newborns. Enchun gently tapped the village chief's head with his fingertip. Chirp, 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 chirp. All right, I understand. Just came to check in. I'm off now. Leaving the Dark Farm, Enchun summoned the Flame Phoenix and Blazing Boar from the Sprite Garden, planning to take them to sea tomorrow after the banquet for leveling practice. Fruit ripened daily in the orchard, but diligent scarecrows managed harvesting. Each required only a common-tier crystal core to operate for a full month. Once tasks concluded, they planted their staffs into the soil they tended and settled onto them, entering standby mode. Every day, Enchun merely collected the harvested fruit and stocked it in his shop, truly living the life of a magnate landowner. His fruit emporium now offered not only fresh produce, but also processed goods. Having transcended mere subsistence, players naturally pursued quality of life. After all, death might strike any day, better to savor abundance while it lasts. Just as he prepared to sleep, 3 system notifications chimed. Ding. Rare-tier potential Violet Flame Red Dragon has hatched. Ding. Rare-tier potential Heaven-Burning Red Dragon has hatched. Ding. Rare-tier potential Flame Thunder Dual-Headed Dragon has hatched. Brother, and let's go to the banquet. Coming. Whoa. Brother, and why do 3 lizards cling to you? What breed are they? They look absolutely magnificent. Hao Xianglan reached out to touch them. Enchun slapped his hand away. Be careful. You'd get hurt. You couldn't possibly defeat them. What? Hao Xianglan blinked in confusion, then planted his hands on his hips and scoffed. You're saying I can't beat these little lizards? Brother, and you seriously underestimate me. He'll tell you. I know. Tier 6 Advanced Level 18 Class A Exceptional Earth Affinity Ability. Right. Enchun spread his hands helplessly, but you truly can't defeat them. That morning, Enchun had arrived at 6 a.m., bringing 3 young dragons, and the Flame Phoenix bore to the sea, grinding levels for 2 hours. Now all 5 companions had reached level 20, and each possessed rare-tier potential. He genuinely feared one of the little ones might sneeze by accident and reduce this brash young man to ashes. Alas, the young man seemed utterly oblivious to the danger. Hao Xianglan tilted his nose skyward. Good. You already know my illustrious name. Let me tell you, brethren. I rank among the top 19 seniors at Yinzhi University. My strength is legendary. I once slew 7. All right. You're amazing. Let's just head to the banquet, shall we? And Shen placated this theatrically arrogant, chronically adolescent young master. Knowing how formidable I am is enough. Granted, I may not rival you, but I'm certainly stronger than these little lizards. Yes, you're strong. And Shun nodded, repeatedly exasperated. Hao Xianglan suddenly asked, what gift did you prepare? I'll show you mine first. He pulled out a crystal casket and opened it. Inside, a shimmering sapphire orb radiated luminous ethereal light. And Shun glanced briefly. Purifying water, pearl, high-grade fine artifact born in the Mashark Sea of this native world. When carried by a water affinity adept, it amplifies their ability's potency and bestows dewy, supple skin. Not bad. Looks impressive. And Shen nodded. Brother, and what did you bring? Let me have a peek. Hao Xianglan urged eagerly. Here, you open it yourself. And Shun casually tossed over a box. Unassuming in appearance, jet black in hue, yet crafted from exceptional tier, supreme-grade Fengling wood, a rare timber he reserved exclusively for storing treasures. Hao Xianglan, however sharp his eye, failed to recognize the box's extraordinary nature. He hurriedly lifted the lid. The surge of vibrant life force struck him like a physical wave. Grasses and shrubs around them shot upward an inch, birds took flight, beasts leapt in jubilant chorus. Holy, heavenly rare treasure! Hao Xianglan shrieked in disbelief. That unmistakable aura, touched by primordial Dao law, he could never misidentify it. Heavenly rare treasures, and Chun had secretly gleaned fragments of Hao Xianglan's memories. Though saturated with frivolous reels, they still held valuable insights. In this world, only flora or artifacts that had absorbed Dao law essence, through eons of convergence, could earn the title of heavenly rare treasure. Simply put, they were derivatives of rare-tier artifacts, far superior to exceptional tier treasures, yet vastly inferior to true rare-tier items. As mere derivatives, they bore no inherent Dao law, but carried its sacred resonance, rendering them extraordinarily precious. And the treasure in Shun held was the fruit of the primordial tree of life, a modest display of prestige perfectly suited for his first banquet in this alien realm. Gurgle. Hao Xianglan swallowed hard, trembling as he handed the box back, not to Inshun, but to brother and his sworn elder brother in spirit, if not blood. He was now certain his revered elder brother was, at minimum, a tier 10 adept. Perhaps even higher. After all, who else would present a heavenly rare treasure merely to attend a Grand Sanofa sovereign's moon-welcoming feast? He himself had witnessed only 2 such treasures, once, when Zhe Jun gifted his grandfather the celestial wood leaf to soothe chronic back pain, another time when his grandfather procured the core earth milk, used to awaken his own ability. Brother, are we really giving something this priceless? It's just a moon-welcoming banquet for the sovereign's great-grandson, not His Majesty's birthday celebration. Hao Xianglan stammered. Exactly, that's what we're giving. To me, it's utterly ordinary. Show me good conduct later, and I'll gift you one too. And Shin clapped Hao Xianglan's shoulder. A derivative of a rare-tier artifact, not the artifact itself. With mastery over numerous supreme Dao laws, he could fabricate such derivatives at will. Indeed, this fruit surpassed even the life tree's own fruit. To Inshun, it held 0 utility. Yet in the player trading bazaar, it commanded 20 or 30 origin coins. Yet its true market value, when exchanged directly with the system, barely netted 2 origin coins. Its exorbitant bazaar price stemmed solely from exclusivity. Only Inshun possessed it. Monopoly power, what a magnificent thing. Really, Hao Xianglan cried, elated. Would I lie to you? Brother, walking tires me. Let me carry you there. Get lost. I'm not dying from walking 50 paces. It's just that the ground's filthy. This floor is cleaner than your face. Sure, Residence Garden of Marvels. The grand moon welcoming banquet began early. The entire garden resembled an opulent buffet laden with delicacies and fine beverages. Pastries shaped like tiny animals nestled within grottos of artificial rock, blossoms blooming upon trees, were intricately carved from edible confections. And Shun felt like a peasant wielding a dagger on his own buttocks, truly astonished. Was this the sensation of Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden? No, he was no provincial rustic. How could such trivial splendor daunt him? And Shun instantly straightened his spine. Yet the aromas were irresistible, the flavors exquisite. Thus he wandered and feasted, his lips flapping nonstop. At the main gates, gift-receiving stations, several maids staggered under armfuls of gift boxes, hurrying toward the storage chamber. Forced to move, for the pile of offerings nearly blocked the entrance. This pitch-black box looks hideous. Must contain rubbish. Probably just freeloaders here for free food. There's always someone shameless enough to scrounge. Exactly. Don't you know where we are? This is the residence of the Flame Sovereign and Zejun. How audacious. A passing guest snapped irritably. Humph. What makes you so high and mighty? At least they're guests, while you are merely a servant. Even cheap as it is, your entire lifetime savings couldn't buy one item inside that box. What you? Don't think working 2 years at the Sure residence makes you its master. Who says I can't afford it? Something in such an ugly box must be trash. Ha, doubt it. Then open it and see. Anyone who gains entry here possesses wealth beyond your wildest dreams. Even a single scrap from their fingertips would cost you a lifetime to purchase. And were this not the Sure residence, you wouldn't dare speak to me like this. HMPF. The guest sneered contemptuously at the maid. Her face flushed crimson. Fine, I'll open it. Boom. A pillar of emerald radiance erupted skyward, bathing the entire estate in jade light. A colossal ancient tree, its canopy piercing the heavens, materialized as a verdant phantom above the mansion. When Inchun had opened it earlier, no such phenomenon occurred. Only his deliberate suppression kept it quiescent. But this maid lacked such mastery. A derivative of a rare tier artifact, born of Dao Law itself, radiating sacred innate divinity and boundless mystery. A true rare tier artifact infused with Dao Law could even birth a new sovereign tier sovereign. The box tumbled from the maid's numb fingers. She didn't know the artifact's exact tier, but she knew irrevocably she was ruined. The guest gaped speechless, swallowing saliva again and again. Boom. Several overwhelming presences surged forth, arriving in an instant. Sure family's patriarch and several uncles, all cultivators above tier 9, level 25. Meanwhile, Inchun, mid-bite, suddenly lifted his head, puzzled, gazing upward. Already opened it. Who sent this esteemed guest? The head of the Sure family excitedly grasped the fruit. I don't know. The maid said, her head bowed in fear, her legs trembling. The head of the Sure family frowned, looking at the overturned box on the ground, and with a hint of understanding, he coldly said, you don't need to come to work today, nor in the future. Picking up the box from the ground and placing the fruit back inside, the head of the Sure family was astonished to find that this seemingly ordinary box could actually isolate the aura of heavenly treasures. Soon several people vanished from the spot, not knowing what to do. Inchun's silver light faded from his eyes as he shook his head in boredom, continuing to eat his food. The 3 small dragons on him, now only the length of fingers, crawled on Inchun, suddenly disappearing and reappearing, eating with even more enthusiasm than Inchun. After a while, Inchun suddenly raised his head, looking at a cloud in the sky. So this is what a sovereign-level powerhouse is like. It seems the visitor is not here for a friendly visit. Likong Pan Wong, level 31, sovereign, mastering the lower-level stone law. Note: the law is imprinted within the world's will. The player's current strength cannot plunder it. However, each time they defeat the opponent and corrode their body, it will cause their soul to be damaged until it falls into a slumber within the world's will. Luin Hui Ming Jun, level 32, sovereign, mastering the lower-level dream law. Slightly revealing an aura, Inchun decided to tease the other party. Just as Inchun withdrew his gaze, the 2 figures in the cloud suddenly felt a shiver run through their hearts and exchanged fearful glances. Pan Wang, did you feel that too? Meng Jun looked gravely at the man beside him, who resembled a towering structure. Pan Wang looked down with uncertainty. I felt it. Should we go down or not? Meng Jun's almond eyes flashed with resentment as he decisively nodded. Let's go. The Hai Meng Lian in their hands must be mine. Moreover, I have invited that one from the west as well. Pan Wang exclaimed. You actually invited that madwoman? Aren't you afraid she will take charge instead? I know what I'm doing. Meng Jun waved his hand dismissively. All right. Seeing this, Pan Wang said no more. After all, he and Meng Jun didn't share much friendship. If it weren't for the promised rewards, he wouldn't have sought trouble with Yin Wang and Zejun. And Shen's ears perked up. Hai Meng Lian. It must be a treasure containing a law, probably that peculiar lotus flower in the courtyard pond. What a pity it's just a lower-level law. Shaking his head, the gap between laws, though only a small rank difference, was like heaven and earth. Just like mastering a trace of lower-level law makes one a sovereign, while mastering a trace of middle-level law makes one a powerhouse at the level of the 4 emperors. As for the 3 emperors, Inchun speculated based on the limited memories from House Yanglan that they likely mastered upper-level laws as unparalleled prodigies. Inchun suddenly thought of the world's ascension and related it to the many prodigies that had emerged in just a few decades, as well as the strange beings like the doomsday deities. He felt that this world might be hiding unimaginable opportunities. However, the prompt didn't reveal anything suggesting that he currently lacked the strength to obtain them. There was even a certain risk of death. Opportunities that carried a risk of death were not within the range of the prompt. After all, the prompt aimed to shift the trajectory of one's fate, not to directly strangle it. Based on previous experiences, Inchun guessed that the prompts indicated opportunities that he had a high probability of obtaining. Even if he couldn't get them, he could retreat unscathed, like last time with the wedding dress bride, 3 seconds of sleep was enough time for him to accomplish many things. It seems that in addition to searching for the doomsday deities, I should also take the time to wander around, as opportunities may slip away in the blink of an eye. And Chen's thoughts drifted far away, clearly not too concerned about the two in the sky. However, Pan Wang and Meng Jun were unable to contain themselves. The clouds in the sky suddenly burst apart, transforming into ripples. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Shi residence, and the once joyful and lively courtyard fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked up in fear, gazing at the two figures in the sky. No one naively thought that they were here to congratulate. And Shun continued to eat, looking up at a pavilion on a nearby artificial hill, where suddenly two figures appeared sitting inside. A clear sound of flowing water echoed, and the oppressive aura of the residence instantly dissipated. Sanji Yin Wang Shi Chun, level 32, sovereign mastering the lower level, Sanji Yin Law. Wu Jinzai Jun Shi Yang, level 31, sovereign mastering the lower level, Wu Jinzai Law. These two people were actually those that Chun had casually saved from the mutated black bear. He remembered that Shi Chun had awakened S-level fire attribute ability. And Chen's hand suddenly paused as a subtle aura appeared in the exotic treasure garden. And Chen looked towards that corner where a Western woman was enjoying her meal. Bian Shi Huang, level 35, Imperial mastering the middle-level Undead Law, lower-level Desolation Law, and lower-level Sandstorm Law. She actually masters 3 laws, truly deserving of being one of the 4 emperors. And Chun marveled at this Western woman. Sensing her exact age, she should be in her 50s or 60s, yet her appearance was that of an alluring young woman. In the various worlds Chun had traversed, and even in all the worlds visited by players, achieving such accomplishments at this age could definitely be deemed extraordinary. However, he heard that the Shi Huang had previously clashed with Yin Wang and Zhe Jun. Now that she had come again, would there be any grudges? Yet looking at the leisurely Shi Huang, and Chun felt she did not seem to be here for revenge. Rather, she appeared to be here for amusement, acting, without any constraints, free to kill or play as she wished. Shaking his head, and Chun couldn't be bothered. He was just here for a meal. Although he had some ties to the host here, it didn't mean he had to stand up for them. Zhe Jun hand over the Hai Meng Lian, and I will no longer pursue our past grievances. Meng Jun's colorful skirt fluttered like smoke and haze dissipating. Zhe Jun sighed and shook his head. Impossible, go back. The Hai Meng Lian is for my wife, you cannot take it away. Meng Jun's eyes were filled with hatred. Then I'll just have to take it. Zhe Jun's tone hardened as he looked at Meng Jun coldly. Then let's see what you can do. Suddenly a massive sound of water erupted from the sky like a great flood, tied the clouds roiling as a vast lake enveloped the entire sky above Yanzhou City. Hao Xianglan suddenly shouted excitedly, pointing at the sky dam. And go. Big news. Shocking big news. And Shin rolled his eyes. Eat your melon. Why are you shouting so loudly? Afraid Zhe Jun won't hear you. Startled, Hao Xianglan quickly covered his mouth, but still looked excitedly at the sky. Through the clouds and the great lake one could vaguely see the grand battle. And Shun casually cracked sunflower seeds, leisurely crossing his legs. Upon seeing Yin Wang and Zhe Jun, the guests in the exotic treasure garden felt at ease and began to chatter excitedly, whispering with gossip in their eyes and mouths. However, Shin couldn't help but complain. After all, the little descendant of Zhe had been missing for a month, yet this one called Meng Jun still hadn't let go. Seeing that resentful gaze made Shin feel uneasy. Hey little brother, can I sit here? The Shi Huang suddenly appeared beside Chun, her head lowered as she spoke softly near his ear. And Chun had anticipated that the Shi Huang would come over. He had not hidden his strength. She was much weaker than him and could not see through his power. A cat-like, enchanting woman, carefree, and undoubtedly couldn't resist her curiosity. If I don't let you sit, will you leave? And Chun said with a playful smile. The Shi Huang casually pulled over a chair, her little finger gently lifting her hair. Of course not, want to make a deal. And Chun was taken aback. A storm brewed over Yanzhou City for over an hour, ultimately ending with the unreliable West Emperor missing. Meng Jun was shattered by the twin prodigies of Yanzhou, her physical form dispersed, and her soul heavily injured as she fled. Seeing the situation deteriorate, King Pan made an early escape, thus concluding the event. In the Magic Shark Sea, 3 enormous red dragons soared through the skies. At the forefront upon a purpler dragon sat a man and a woman. West Emperor, this is the Magic Shark Sea you mentioned, isn't it? And Shun gazed at the sea below. Deep within the abyss, countless massive creatures glided silently by, with several sharks, each dozens of meters long, leaping out of the water. Flames erupted, and the other 2 dragons eagerly hunted. This area was located 1,000 miles off the peninsula, and according to the West Emperor, a Calamity-class dominator, known as the sea-controlling Magic Shark, resided here entrenched for years. Originally dwelling near the coast, it had been driven here by the Lord of Waters. This sea-controlling Magic Shark was exceedingly cunning and possessed the ability to transform into water, disappearing in the vast ocean in the blink of an eye. When encountering a Dominator-level powerhouse, it would directly employ this ability, leaving even the East Emperor helpless against it. The West Emperor raked a hand through her slightly disheveled hair. Due to the sea breeze, this sea-controlling magic shark is tough to kill. I came here to play once before, and that wretched thing turned into a puddle of water the moment it saw me. No matter how I searched, I couldn't find it. That's only because you were too weak, and Shun replied, his eyes blazing like silver flames as he unleashed his mental power, tracing the sea-controlling magic shark's whereabouts inch by inch. The West Emperor scoffed, "What? While I may not see through you, how do I know what methods you are using? Are you truly an Imperial-level powerhouse? No one dares to claim the Imperial title in this world. There has never been one before, but now there is. It's just that I can't be bothered to claim the title," and Shun retorted. "Oh, I found it." His eyes brightened as he looked in a certain direction, yet he was not in the least anxious. In the distance, a several hundred-meter-long shark, bewildered, gazed at the surface of the sea, and without any hesitation transformed into a mass of water, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was well aware that the ancient kingdom on the shore had been passed down through generations since the time of its great-grandfather, and it was an exceedingly terrifying place. Had it not been for the terrifying existence lurking in the deep sea blocking its path to escape, it would have left this place long ago. And Shun observed the shark and let out a cold laugh. "Is that all it takes? Do you dare to linger here?" Suddenly, an aura that sent shivers through the souls of all beings erupted from Inchun, as if their souls were trying to detach from their bodies. The West Emperor gazed at Inchun in shock, her lips parting beneath her veil as she was about to say something, but her expression changed immediately, and she quickly closed her eyes to concentrate, feeling her soul stir restlessly. It was almost about to leave its body. Boom! As Inchun opened his eyes, a vast surge of waves roared, and an invisible chain ruthlessly struck the soul of the sea-controlling magic shark. "Soul control law! Roar!" The anguished screams echoed throughout the magic shark sea as all the bewildered sea creatures instantly awakened, only to be met with boundless terror. The sea-controlling magic shark, the Lord of the Sea, was doomed. Intense soul pain immediately revealed the sea-controlling magic shark's form. Sensing danger, it bore through the agony of its soul being torn apart and prepared to transform into water once again. It did not possess the ability of the human law of integration to be immortal and indestructible. It had only one life. However, Inchun would not give the sea-controlling magic shark such an opportunity. Suddenly, the sky darkened. No, it was not darkening. It was the ultimate brilliance of countless stars obscuring the sunlight, causing all beings to fall into a moment of blindness. The sea-controlling magic shark looked up, engulfed in the ultimate brilliance in an instant. How beautiful was its last thought! Its physical form melted away, its soul shattered, leaving only a thread of the water transformation law quietly suspended in the sea. And Shun spread his palm, capturing a thread of the law within. "Congratulations, player, for killing the level 31 sea-controlling magic shark, gaining 1,000 experience points, and obtaining a sea-controlling magic shark essence. Rare level structure lake. Do you wish to collect it?" "Yes." He shook his head. "Sigh, another low-level law." The West Emperor calmed her restless soul, just as she opened her eyes. She heard this and couldn't help but roll her eyes. What does another low-level law mean? She herself only had 2 low-level laws. Had the water law not been unsuitable for her, she might have shamelessly asked for it. However, thinking of the commotion just now, the West Emperor couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Looking at this man, could he truly be an Imperial-level powerhouse? The aura was somewhat weak, but that transcendent air of a high-level law was unmistakable. "Hiss! The Han people, ugh! Midas Ya is truly terrifying. Another Imperial-level powerhouse has emerged." And Shun turned his head. "Do you know where there are Calamity Gods?" "I don't know. Calamity Gods are notoriously unpredictable. No one knows where they are. Moreover, years ago, the 3 emperors united to formulate a major purge plan. Nowadays, within Desya, not to mention Calamity Gods, even Calamity Dominators are rarely seen." The West Emperor looked at Inchun with curiosity in her eyes. "Really no location for Calamity Gods?" Inchun frowned. The West Emperor thought for a moment, and then said, "Indeed not. But I've heard that the Spirit Emperor is currently pursuing a calamity god named Utian Kuan in Eastern Europe. It's been several months. I wonder how it's going now." "Eastern Europe? Several months? Don't they have powerhouses there? How could they casually allow foreign powerhouses to invade?" And Shun asked in surprise. The West Emperor scoffed. "Don't mention the 3 emperors. Even we 4 emperors can go there freely. Who dares to stop us outside of Desya?" "Oh, I see. It seems foreign powerhouses are not as strong as those in Desya. How many Dominator-level and Imperial-level powerhouses are there abroad?" 7 Dominator-level, 2 Imperial-level. The West Emperor replied dismissively. "Is that all?" "That's all," she continued. "Those 2 Imperial-level powerhouses are not even fit to stand alongside our 4 emperors. They are merely prisoners." "Why, oi? And Shun inquired, unable to gather memories. He asked a bit more cautiously. The West Emperor glanced at Inshun, thinking he must have just come out of some remote mountain and knows nothing. These questions are even in elementary school textbooks. Suddenly, the West Emperor leaned closer to Inshun. What are you doing? I'm not that kind of person. Inshun leaned back in a hurry. Don't move. The West Emperor forcefully wrapped her arms around Inchin's waist, pressing her forehead against his. Streams of information suddenly flowed into Inchin's sea of consciousness, accompanied by an unusual sensation. Roar. Ziyin, what is the master doing? Roar. Funtian, fool, how do you not know? Clearly they're mating. Roar. Yanlei is head touching how humans mate. Bang. 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 Roar. 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 Screams, don't think I don't understand what you three are saying. Inchin opened his eyes and sorted through the information. The reason the two imperial-level powerhouses abroad were deemed unworthy by the West Emperor was that their imperial-level power could not leave their own countries, otherwise they would revert to ordinary dominator level. The reason for the scarcity of foreign powerhouses was primarily due to chaos. There was simply no environment for growth. As for why Xia could have so many powerful individuals, it was mainly because almost all dominator and imperial-level powerhouses worked together to eliminate calamity dominators and drive away calamity gods before they had fully matured, similar to how they dealt with the little devils decades ago. Afterward, with a favorable environment combined with a vast territory and large population, the number of fallen prodigies was greatly reduced, leading to a natural increase in strong individuals. Moreover, the three emperors were among the first to grow, dividing the world among themselves and signing a contract to prohibit war for 100 years. Then the three emperors focused their efforts on development, such as the Supernatural Academy, planned the mass migration plan, the major purge plan, and so forth. Soon after, many prodigies emerged, leading to the birth of 4 emperors and 20 dominators. However, abroad, there was no such good fortune. Chaos was the only theme. I am going to Eastern Europe, and Shun declared decisively. Let me follow you. The West Emperor's body softened, and she nearly collapsed. No. In the end, the Western Emperor managed to keep up, knowing that the journey was fraught with those apocalyptic overlords. As for the apocalyptic overlords in the West, the Western Emperor was well aware. Above the lush jungle, a gigantic black eagle soared, the pressure of its epic bloodline, causing all beasts to submit. In just 2 hours, Inshun crossed the Great Xia and arrived at the Tails Mountain range on the western border. Here, a monarch-level apocalyptic overlord, a mutated northeast tiger that had escaped from the Great Xia, was known as the Nine Nether Tiger King. A giant tiger entirely black with white stripes looked at the eagle in the sky and roared towards the heavens. Inchin looked at the black giant tiger below, extending his palm indifferently. As he released an invisible palm seal, the soul body of the black giant tiger suddenly flew out. Congratulations, player, for defeating the level 33 9 Nether Tiger King, earning 3,000 experience points and dropping a 9 Nether Tiger King essence. Would you like to pick it up? Pick it up. Inshun thought. System, check the essence of the undead spring. Undead spring, rare level spring water that can turn dead matter into undead. The stronger the dead matter was in life, the more undead spring water is needed. Conversely, less is needed. It can also be diluted to create rainwater, causing undead disasters in places filled with bones. Undead disaster, a good item. Inshun was far more interested in this than the lower-level rules it contained. The last lake he encountered was much inferior in comparison, although that rare lake was indeed a construction tool suitable for development. Moreover, there was a small island within the lake, which looked quite nice. Let's go where to next? Inshun asked the Western Emperor. The Western Emperor stared blankly at the Monarch Level 9 Nether Tiger King, which had just died so easily. It was known that this 9 Nether Tiger King was far stronger than the ocean-conquering shark. Having escaped from many monarchs, including the Northern Emperor and her own, to reach here, it was evident that the 9 Nether Tiger King's strength was extraordinary. Moreover, fearing that the 9 Nether Tiger King would unleash an undead disaster, she had not been completely confident in taking it down, thus allowing it to roam freely on the border. Unexpectedly, it had died so hastily today, leaving the Western Emperor, who had battled wits with the 9 Nether Tiger King for over a decade, somewhat dazed. Hey, did you hear me speaking? Inshun waved his hand in front of the Western Emperor's eyes. Oh, continue west, go to Bulk Lake, where there is an apocalyptic overlord comparable to our 4th Emperor, the Qingming Sky Python. Be careful, forget what I said. The Western Emperor, astonished, gathered the corpse on the ground, showing no concern for the person who had slain it standing beside. All right, chirp chirp, let's go. Chirp. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky, and in the blink of an eye the sky exploded open, returning to brightness, only for the gigantic eagle to vanish from sight. After a while, a limping wild dog suddenly dashed out from the jungle, sniffed the ground, and then, terrified, looked in the direction Inshun had left, turning to flee towards the northern snowfields. As Enchun swiftly traversed the sky, he casually surveyed the ground below. He noticed that since leaving the Great Xia, traces of humanity had become increasingly scarce, and he had yet to see a single city. There were a few struggling enclaves among the ruins, but they were powerless and lacked any ability for self-preservation. The cities were all long since covered by overgrown grass and trees, looking desolate beyond measure. Even when he had just crossed into the western part of the Great Xia, there had still been small towns every 100 miles and larger cities every 1,000 miles. Yet here there were hardly any survivors' enclaves. Those who remained looked no different from wild men. Throughout Western Asia, there was not a single monarch-level powerhouse stationed, and these small nations possessing at most Tier 10 or even 7 or 8 tier ability users all fell under the jurisdiction of the Western Emperor of the Great Xia. Further west in Europe, there was only one city, Athens, ruled by a monarch-level Greek queen, seemingly independent and far from the Great Xia. However, that monarch-level powerhouse still had to heed the Western Emperor's wishes. Such was the might of the Great Xia in this world. This made Enchun sigh with amazement, although he was not from this time and space, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Looking at the map in his hand, Balk Lake, located to the west of the Tails Mountain range, was not very far from here, and Enchun soon arrived. The reason for the desolation of the entire western border could almost be attributed to the apocalyptic overlord residing in Balk Lake, a royal-level Qingming sky python. Without the suppression of the 3 emperors and 4 monarchs, it would emerge almost every month to wreak havoc, often devouring thousands before it would relent, leading to the near absence of people beyond the western border. Enchun gazed down at the lake, which was immense and seemingly endless. From the map, it appeared as if a giant python was coiled upon the continent with a total length approaching 1,000 kilometers. However, knowing that there was an apocalyptic overlord here, Enchun naturally could not let it go. The intermediate rules were enough to captivate him. Patting under him, he said, "Chirp, chirp, find the strongest long worm in this lake." Chirp. The night god eagle proudly raised its head, heading north from the southern part of Balk Lake. Enchun closed his eyes, leaving everything to chirp, chirp. For this large-scale, long-duration search, the night god eagle's eyes were far more effective than his mental power. "How strong is this mount of yours?" The Western Emperor curiously looked at Chirp, chirp. "A bit stronger than you." The Western Emperor rolled her eyes, feeling that this person was rather dull, and sat alone admiring the scenery. Karla Town, a somewhat inhabited small town, is located dozens of miles east of the northern part of Balk Lake. Because the town has a Tier 9 ability user, the people here live relatively well. However, they still only come out during the day. Once night falls, the entire town falls into silence, hiding in their own places, lighting the Western Emperor's lights imported from the Great Xia to conceal their presence, taking turns to rest, afraid that the lights would extinguish and attract some lurking terror. Those aberrations are far more terrifying than mutated beasts. While mutated beasts have retained some intellect to know how to evade danger, they know that the small town with a Tier 9 ability user is not to be trifled with. However, those aberrations go mad at the scent of humans, challenging even monarch-level beings. Nonetheless, it is daytime now, and aberrations usually only come out at night, so the overall atmosphere in the town remains relatively relaxed, especially with a Tier 9 ability user stationed. But today they may not be so lucky. A terrifying shadow slowly approached the shore from Balk Lake, several dozen miles away from the town. Outside Karla Town, atop a towering 100-meter tree, lush with dense foliage, a crude wooden hut lay concealed. It housed the town's watcher, a grizzled, unshaven old man seated motionless beneath a small bell no larger than a bowl. Upon closer inspection, one would realize this weathered elder was in fact an Easterner, and an 8th rank Esper at that. Suddenly his entire body convulsed, sweat poured from his brow, like rain drenching his tattered garments. Ugh! A spurt of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. No, LaForce. The town's annihilation. A violent backlash struck him, and another gush of blood burst forth. His aura plummeted precipitously. Sovereigns were not to be trifled with. Even beasts or demons, as masters of cosmic law, remained beyond the perception or prediction of ordinary mortals. The old man abruptly swallowed a mouthful of scarlet wine, and his aura surged instantaneously. Channeling every ounce of his Esper power, he slammed his forehead against the bull's-eyed bell. Dong! The resonant chime reverberated across the entire town. Relief flickered across his eyes before they closed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his life flickering like a dying ember. He knew with chilling clarity that he had but moments left. The awe-inspiring might of law was truly terrifying. At the very moment the bell tolled, the air over the town froze, utterly, absolutely still, for 3 full seconds. Then, silence. Utter silence. No echo. No resonance. 3 seconds. Only a single strike. One chime. The final chime. Annihilation of the town. Panic exploded across the settlement. A golden-haired man, radiant with golden light, shot skyward and roared, everyone, immediately. Now, flee. He harbored not a shred of doubt in the Eastern Elder's judgment, for it was precisely this venerable man who had shielded them from countless calamities, saving countless lives. Every soul in Karla Town owed him more than one life. They fled in haste, carrying only the essential Shi Huang lamps, artifacts designed to conceal their presence from nocturnal aberrants. They scrambled toward the town's edge, but it was already too late. "Why is there suddenly a wall outside the town?" a woman cried out in shock. An elderly man ahead crumpled to the ground, legs buckling. "It's a serpent. A serpent." Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at the colossal wall looming before her. With a thunderous rumble, the wall stirred, and a gargantuan serpent's head rose, nearly piercing the heavens, its gaze ravenous upon the town below. This was its monthly feast, and today's meal delighted it beyond measure. Its maw yawned open like an abyss poised to inhale the townsfolk beneath. Then, the sky darkened. An endless void descended in an instant, swallowing the land for 100 li in all directions. Silence. Absolute, suffocating, deathly stillness. The cold, indifferent hush of eternal night. And just like that, the Qingming sky serpent sensed that the town had vanished utterly from beneath its very gaze. Gone, right before its eyes. Rage flooded its lantern-like eyes. SSSSS. A colossal tail lashed out, cleaving the darkness itself in two. Above the rift in the gloom, a newcomer, just arrived, gazed down in astonishment at the titanic serpent. With a subtle tilt of its head, the Qingming sky serpent locked eyes with the one who had stolen its feast. And Shen stood level with the serpent's gaze and willed inwardly. Qingming sky serpent, level 36, sovereign tier, commanding traces of mid-tier, Qingming law, lower tier tidal law, and lower tier devouring law. What a formidable serpent! And Shun murmured in awe, his eyes alight with eager anticipation. A sovereign tier law aura bloomed. Across hundreds of li grasses trembled, trees bowed, birds and beasts prostrated themselves in instinctive reverence. Even the Qingming sky serpent involuntarily lowered its massive frame. "Dare you presume to stand at my height? Arrogant, proud, overwhelmingly imperious." Battle loomed, imminent, inevitable. 300 li away, a town materialized without warning. Kaya, a 9th rank Esper, stared in stunned silence at the town, at herself, then snapped her head upward, awestruck and elated, gazing into the distance. Her eyes brimmed with fervent excitement as she spoke halting, painstaking Mandarin. "Eastern Emperor rises. 10,000 spirits kneel." Inside a humble cottage in the town, a young man with jet black hair and obsidian eyes exhaled softly. In his palm rested a cracked hollow spirit crystal, handled with reverent care. Kaya materialized inside the room, breathless and stammering. "Master Mu, Emperor." "It's the Emperor." Master Mu sighed, a sound both relieved and sorrowful. "We are truly fortunate, truly fortunate." Alas, poor old wine ghost. Silence fell upon the room, so profound a needle's fall would echo. Then boom. The Qingming sky serpent was hurled sideways, ancient trees snapping like twigs, vast swathes of jungle flattened in an instant. Splash. Black water erupted violently from the earth, flooding the jungle into a lake within moments, then surging skyward, coalescing into countless writhing black serpents. And Shun let out a cold, disdainful hum. With a graceful sweep of his slender fingers, infinite starlight descended, sweeping the serpentine horde from the heavens, dissolving them into shimmering stardust that rained gently downward. "Human sovereign, spare me. I pledge fealty." The Qingming sky serpent's voice boomed, deep and resonant. And Shun raised an eyebrow. "You can speak." The serpent paused, then bowed low, head lowered. "All sovereigns and above possess speech." And Shun nodded once. "Pity. I have no use for a serpent steeped so deeply in human airs." The serpent blinked, still processing the words, when sudden darkness swallowed it whole, as if plunging into eternal night. Yet in that instant countless stars blazed through the void, after which it knew nothing more. And Shun gazed at a swirling orb of black mist in his palm. The soul of the Qingming sky serpent drawn into his domain of eternal night, now disintegrating into motes of light beneath the starlight. "Congratulations, player. You have slain the level 36 Qingming sky serpent. Rewards 600 experience points, 1 Qingming sky serpent spirit core, 1 rare tier Qingming fruit tree. Collect. Wyan. Yes. Display tree details. Qingming fruit tree rare tier. Consuming its fruit grants the Qingming body a boon of immense potency for beings aligned with darkness and for the player himself. Additionally, it carries a 0.01 chance to assist in comprehending the next tier of Qingming law. Note may be planted in either a standard orchard or a rare tier dark farm. In an orchard, it yields 2 Qingming fruits daily. In a rare tier dark farm, it bears 36 fruits annually." And Chen's lips twitched. Of all things to footnote. Then, marveling at the fruit's potential, he murmured, "Remarkable. that a derivative of a law artifact could even aid in grasping a lower-tier law. Though the odds are merely 1 in 10,000, such a thing is astonishing in itself. Do you wish to keep the serpent? Shi Huang suddenly interjected. No. Before the word fully left his mouth, the serpent's corpse vanished. Shi Huang clearly hadn't waited for confirmation. Polite. Perhaps, just barely. And Shun glanced at the late afternoon sky, then at the elderly man slumped on Jiujiu's back, and said to Shi Huang, "Let us rest here tonight in this town." He turned and walked away without waiting for reply. And Shun humph. Shi Huang froze, then blinked. Mimicking me. Outside the town, a golden-haired man spoke stiff, earnest Mandarin. "Welcome, Emperor." For some unknown reason, the night here came so quickly that Shun was a bit surprised. Isn't there a time difference? At 6 o'clock, the sky had already turned completely dark, and Shun was placed in a clean and tidy basement. The houses on the surface are uninhabited at night. Moreover, the houses on the surface appeared rather messy. This was deliberately caused by the aberrant creatures. They are quite intelligent, and even without human scent, can locate humans based on experience. And Shun curiously looked at the lamp on the wooden table. The lamp resembled an old-fashioned kerosene lamp, entirely dark yellow with a sandy texture when touched, indicating it was made from some peculiar sand. Outside of the Great Xia, such lamps are almost essential for every household due to their practical function of masking human scents to prevent the aberrant creatures from searching at night. It is called the Western Emperor lamp. This is its name because it is a specialty of the western part of Great Xia, where there is a vast and magical desert controlled by a faction under the Western Emperor. As for the Western Emperor, she does not need to manage anything. She only needs to lend the faction a name to earn 70% of the profits. This is quite common in Great Xia. Almost every monarch-level powerhouse has several factions that depend on them. The monarch provides a nominal protection, and these factions willingly share at least 70% of the profits to purchase this name. This is something many factions would fight tooth and nail for. The Western Emperor lamp is a very famous product, but it is mostly sold abroad. Additionally, Shun learned from the previous memories of Hao Xianglan of a few similar items. For instance, there are the water-dissolving pearl, fire-dissolving pearl, flame king exploration torch, and Jejun automatic water bucket, among other extraordinary products. Seeing these items, Shun suddenly had an idea. These things are not only usable by them, but also by the players. If these items could be continuously imported and sold to players, Shin's heart began to burn with excitement. After all, these items are not only practical, but also do not require spending source currency on materials. If he could establish his own power in this world, and select some factions to align with him, wouldn't he be able to continuously acquire these items? Moreover, he wouldn't have to spend a single source currency. He only needs to proclaim himself as a new emperor, and countless people would come to rely on him. They would willingly work for him. The more Shin thought about it, the more he felt that this could be accomplished, but he couldn't stay in this world forever. Thus, he needed to choose a representative in this world. Moreover, the representative must be powerful. A sufficiently strong representative. This is quite simple. And Shun gazed at the newly acquired lower-level laws in his space, and his mind began to stir. It seemed that within this small town there was a very good candidate. And Shin's eyes were deep, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he looked at the true leader of this town who had just stepped out and was walking toward him. A beginner-level tier 10 Esper. Mu Zhenghua was extremely anxious. Extremely anxious. With the emperor present, how could he possibly resist the urge to see him? He had changed his clothes for over an hour in his room, but he was still not satisfied. Only when he realized it was getting late did he finally pick out a slightly satisfactory outfit. Nervous, too damn nervous. Mu Zhenghua took a deep breath, slowly stretched out his hand, and was about to step out of the doorframe. He stepped out with one foot, then pulled it back. His shoes were a bit dirty, so he wiped them off. He stepped out with his left foot, then pulled it back. The pant legs were uneven, so he adjusted them. He extended his right arm first, only to realize his hands were empty. He had forgotten to bring the gift, and hurried back to grab a basket of fresh fruits from the table. Just as he had stepped halfway out, he remembered there was a stack of freshly made grilled meat he hadn't brought along, so he returned. And Shun in the basement saw the veins bulging on his forehead, the silver light in his eyes flickering violently. Seeing Mu Zhenghua turning to return, he directly reached out toward the void. As Mu Zhenghua turned around, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, and then he found himself in a room. This room looked somewhat familiar. His eyes shifted, and he saw the figure that had played in his mind countless times. His legs gave way instantly, and Shun was quick and moved a chair over in an instant. The air instantly fell silent. After a while, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Ultimately, Shun could no longer bear it. Ahem. And Shun coughed a couple of times. Mu Zhenghua instantly awoke, flustered, as he placed the fruit basket on the table. Emperor, eat grilled meat. Eat grilled meat, eat grilled meat. Saying this, he pushed the fruit basket toward Shun. And Shin's mouth twitched. Was it necessary to be like this? It made him feel embarrassed. He lightly gestured toward the air, and Mu Zhenghua suddenly felt a refreshing sensation surging from his feet to his head, instantly clearing his overly excited and restless heart. Are you from Great Xia? And Shun casually took out a fruit to eat. Mu Zhenghua took a deep breath, gradually calming down, but his heart was still very excited. Yes, I'm from Jiangsu and Zhujiang. At the beginning of the great disaster, I came out to travel with my parents, and unexpectedly never returned. And Shun was surprised. With your strength, you should be able to go back, right? Mu Zhenghua fell silent for a moment, and Shun quietly waited for him to speak. Mu Zhenghua sighed. At first I indeed wanted to go back, even now I still do. However, in the beginning, I didn't have the strength to go back, and my father died at the hands of mutated beasts during the journey, so my mother and I settled here. Fortunately, I ate a mystical fruit and awakened a level ability, which gave me some self-protection power. After that, my strength gradually grew, and I eventually gathered a group of Great Xia people living outside and established this small town. Later, I don't know how many dangers I encountered, and my mother died, and at 30, I married a girl I had fought alongside. But she died within 2 years, and we had a child who was not even as tall as this table, and he also died. Afterward, familiar faces passed away one by one, and I gradually stopped showing up, leaving the management of the small town to a local subordinate. I did have the thought of returning, but there are still several familiar children living in this small town, and a few old friends I couldn't let go of, so I never returned. Later, I heard that Great Xia was very strong, and everyone was living well, so I felt reassured. Then Great Xia became even stronger. The fame of the 3 emperors for kings and 20 monarchs resounded throughout the world, making me feel revitalized. As he spoke, Mu Zhenghua's eyebrows danced with excitement, and pride shone in his eyes. Then by chance I encountered people from the Western Emperor and established a trade. They praised me a lot at the time, making me feel quite embarrassed. Afterward, they traded goods to the small town at a price of 1%, and with these goods our small town, serving as a transit station for Great Xia, lived much better than other places. Because of this, I advanced to Tier 10, and the small town gained 3 Tier 9 espers, 2 Tier 9 espers. Mu Zhenghua's originally excited expression suddenly froze, and he instantly looked dejected. And Shun naturally knew who the missing one was. That old man who smelled terrible all over without a hint of humanity was still in his ring. The ring given by the Elven Queen with 10 miles of space. Mu Zhenghua's tone was low. After that, I asked those friends' children to send them back to Great Xia one after another, and receiving their letters was the happiest thing for me. I owe it to my friends, teammates, and elders. However, there are still some people whom I can't drive away no matter how hard I try. Even now, there are a few stubborn residents in the small town. Mu Zhenghua seemed to recall something and shook his head with a smile. Suddenly realizing, he hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I offended the Emperor. Meeting the Emperor for the first time, I was a bit out of line, I'm sorry for. And Shun waved his finger, and a silver light suddenly sealed Mu Zhenghua's mouth. Shaking his head, he smiled. You are amazing, really, I admire you very much. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't be able to do all this. I admire you. Moreover, you owe it to everyone except yourself. Mu Zhenghua instantly choked up. Mr. Mu should be able to see that I am not one of the 3 emperors. I know, but I can also see that the emperor is no worse than any emperor. You're flattering me. Mu Zhenghua shook his head. I need a representative to walk the world for me. I wonder if Mr. Mu has this willingness. Mu Zhenghua suddenly raised his head, looking at Enchun in shock, and quickly shook his head. I'm too weak. I don't deserve it. No, Mr. Mu deserves it. 2 laws shone brightly in Enchun's slowly opened palm. Mu Zhenghua stared blankly at Enchun. The sound of water echoed between heaven and earth like the murmur of tides. Moments later, a gentle rain began to fall, dancing as if to celebrate the arrival of their sovereign. In the vastness of the black night, even the darkness seemed to rejoice, with countless dark creatures kneeling as if in worship. Enchun quietly gazed at the night sky as Mu Zhenghua was digesting the principles. Once digested, he would carry the principles within his soul, transforming them into a true name imprinted upon the world's will. Ultimately, Enchun did not utilize the servant contract, nor did he sign any agreement. He admitted that he was not a good person, rather selfish, and could even be considered a villain. Perhaps it was reluctance or something else. In any case, he did not use it. Of course, Mr. Mu's own promise might be more valuable than these things, and after all, he was a native being. Sometimes a contract may not bind him, especially someone like him. He was a remarkably perfect representative, but not necessarily a good overseer. Certainly, Enchun was indeed very selfish. If he were betrayed, he only needed to think a thought, and the principles would be stripped from Mu Zhenhua's soul. Though you are a good person, it does not mean my possessions should be free. Enchun remained more rational than emotional. Withdrawing his gaze, Enchun looked at the small town and suddenly waved his hand. Countless plants, mutated beasts, and aberrant species were all turned to dust. With a mere thought, a barren land was transformed into a nation. The imperial might was awe-inspiring with no taboos. The ground trembled as under the influence of the higher-level principles of life numerous thick vines quickly grew and intertwined. A green vine wall stretched for a full 100 miles, surrounding a colossal city. The city stood 100 meters tall and was 100 meters thick with a labyrinth of roots woven beneath. Any creature attempting to dig through the underground would become nourishment for the walls. Here lies the stronghold that Inchun built in this world. Almost every powerful figure above the level of a monarch in the Great Xia has their own cities outside the Great Xia to seize rich resources and provide some protection to the locals while proclaiming their own fame. The resources Inchun aimed to seize included the recently lost Qingming Sky Python at Bulky Lake and the lost Nine Nether Tiger King at the Telephones Mountain Range. This place happened to be nestled between the two and closer to the more resource-rich Bulky Lake. As for the forces within the Great Xia, he had no energy for that. He would leave it to Mu Jinhua to develop. With a representative possessing 2 lower-level principles whose strength was second only to the 3 emperors and 4 kings, he was definitely among the top 5 of the 20 monarchs sufficient to control 2 regions in his stead. Even if he left here and did not return for decades, it would not matter. As for how Mu Jinhua would contact him, Inchun had long since thought it through. When he returned tonight, he would ask Morong Ninghua for something. Looking at Mu Jinhua in the night sky, a 1-foot-long fire dragon suddenly appeared on Inchun's shoulder. Flame Dragon Mother. Moreover, the Flame Dragon Mother had already broken through to level 31, and it wielded a medium-level flame principle. Flame, you will stay here from now on. Inchun gently patted the flame's head. The Flame Dragon Mother remained silent for a moment before nodding. Yes, master. Don't worry, this world possesses endless potential. With my help here, you will also gain greater opportunities. In just a few decades, this world has grown from an ordinary realm to one with a level cap of 40. Such rapid growth indicates that this world will likely maintain this rapid evolution for a long time to come. After all, Mu Jinhua is a native being who can serve as my representative, but to oversee this world, I must admit I have my worries. Hence, I leave you here to assist Mu Jinhua in guarding my domain while monitoring the world's developments. Should any information regarding higher-level principles or apocalyptic deities arise, or any other opportunities you deem worthy of my intervention, you must convey that information to me. As a golden title player, I will grant you partial system permissions. You can send me information through friends. If the situation is urgent and I do not reply, it means I am occupied with more pressing matters, and you may act on your own to seize and digest opportunities. The Flame Dragon Mother nodded. Rest assured, master, I will watch over this world for you. Inchun patted the Flame Dragon Mother and suddenly produced a bag of gold coins. These 3,000 source gold coins can help you with many tasks, even save your life. Keep them well, and do not let anyone know. Yes, master. Also, I will need you to do something shortly. Inchun looked up at the night sky. With that, the Flame Dragon Mother could act more freely without being constrained. Boom. Like the tremor of the world. Inchun looked up, and in the night sky, a brilliantly radiant true name was imprinted in an unknown space. In that surging ocean, a massive stone tablet stood tall, and upon the tablet, there were dozens of names clearly visible. Inchun's gaze suddenly sharpened. He had been waiting for this moment. Flame. Prepare. The Flame Dragon Mother instantly understood and fully released her soul. Inchun reached out and activated the soul control principle with all his might. In the blink of an eye, the Flame Dragon Mother's soul was woven into the principles, transforming into a name, Isimarata Phiram Leviathan. A streak of starlight intertwined with the night, vanishing in an instant. Piercing through layers of space, it imprinted upon the stone tablet even before Mu Jinhua. The world ocean suddenly paused as if stunned, but quickly returned to normal. Seeing this, Inchun let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the world's will did not reject the Flame Dragon Mother. Of course, this was primarily due to Inchun, who had provided tremendous help to this world. Otherwise, perhaps the 3 emperors would not have been 3, but 2, or even 1. Before Inchun's astonished gaze, 2 rich sources of world essence suddenly surged from the world ocean. One flew towards Mu Jinhua, instantly elevating him to level 32. The other was even richer, nearly 10 times that of a normal monarch's true name imprint. Boom. The Flame Dragon Mother suddenly soared into the night sky, her body instantly shrouding the entire small town. Level 32. Level 33. Level 34. Level 35. Hiss. Inchun inhaled sharply. Oh, what a wealth. The Western Emperor, who had long been on the other side, stared blankly at the world essence, 10 times larger than his original size. No? What do you mean? The Western Emperor glared angrily at the gradually vanishing projection of the stone tablet. Are you opening the back door? Where is the justice? Where is the blue sky? Roar. A mighty dragon's roar resounded through the void, announcing the new sovereign identity of Bulky Lake. Following closely, a deep voice declared, My subordinate Mu Jinhua pays homage to Emperor N. And Shun nodded, pointing to the 4 city gates. A plaque containing the aura of higher-level principles appeared. This place shall be called Qinggan City. System: upgrade the vehicle. Confirm expenditure of 1,000 origin coins to upgrade the vehicle. Requires possession of 3 or more rare tier or higher artifacts. Requirements: fulfilled life, ancient tree, withering blossom, chapter of the sea, bloodline, baptism, pool, dark farm, Qingming fruit tree, lake, and spirit spring of the fallen. Dear player, congratulations. Your vehicle has been upgraded to a tier 3 origin vehicle. Upgrading to a tier 4 origin vehicle now requires 10,000 origin coins. Your balance is sufficient. Player level requirement level 30 fulfilled. Confirm upgrade. Yes. Dear player, congratulations. Your vehicle has been upgraded to a tier 4 origin vehicle. Subsequent upgrade pathways remain locked. Please await the next system update. New feature: Vassal Race 010. Players may cultivate their own vassal race within the vehicle's microcosm or during interworld journeys. Once established, players may project their consciousness into that world each night. Communication with vassals is enabled via the interface screen. New feature 2: Auxiliary Vehicle 010. For 10,000 origin coins, players may forge an auxiliary vehicle. Its operator may be designated by the player, and it serves diverse functions, including exploration, conquest, resource acquisition, and development across alternate worlds. Discovery is left to the player's initiative. And Shun stared in astonishment at the 2 newly unlocked features: Vassal Race and Auxiliary Vehicle. HSS. It seemed astonishingly powerful, especially the Vassal Race feature. His eyes lit up. What if he selected the Flame Dragon Matriarch as his vassal race? Though only one, she could be joined by 3 rare potential dragonlings, each brimming with extraordinary promise. His spirit garden already housed numerous draconic pets, more than enough to found a formidable vassal race. Remaining in the distorted metropolis world would thus grant him perpetual unimpeded observation. Without hesitation, Shun rushed to the spirit garden and selected 300 draconic offspring alongside the Flame Dragon Matriarch and her 3 rare potential dragonlings. Truly a mighty cohort. System: establish a vassal race. Ding. Please select the race. Ding. Please name your vassal race. Dragon Clan. Ding. Vassal race successfully established. The vassal race interface has been activated. Access it via your personal panel in the chat zone. And Shun immediately opened the vassal race interface. Vassal race 110. Vassal I Dragon Clan, count 304, territory GP 135, distorted metropolis vehicle. Unbelievable. Tier 4 transcendent vehicles possess such capabilities. Truly heaven-defying. And Shun mused, then added, let me test consciousness projection. Qinggan City, guarded by a sovereignty or expert, bustled even at midnight, its citizens feverishly relocating. Inconceivable. The birth of a sovereign within our humble town. They say this town's founder was none other than that newly ascended sovereign. Truly. I heard he's from Daxia. Could that be real? Absolutely true. You arrived late. My grandfather was among those who first settled the town under the sovereign's guidance. Later, when Daxian nationals arrived, most descendants of those founders returned home, but the sovereign remained, choosing to guard this town steadfastly. Praise the sovereign, the noble Easterner. Hurry, we must relocate. Qinggan City shall become the most prosperous metropolis in West Asia. We shall be Qinggan City's founding citizens. Oh my God. No, I mean my revered sovereign, you are my God. What is the sovereign's title? The sovereign of Qingming Lake. Praise the great sovereign of Qingming Lake. I heard he attained sovereignty after being chosen as the earthly envoy of an emperor. A new emperor. The air froze instantly. This can't possibly be true. Nothing is impossible. Roar. A crimson sun rose above Qinggan City, boundless scarlet light, cascading down, reducing hidden distortions to ash in an instant. Yet every human felt enveloped in radiant warmth, a profound, ineffable comfort. A black-haired youth gazed upward, eyes brimming with awe. See that? My grandfather said, that is the new emperor's mount. A flame dragon matriarch rivaling the 4 sovereigns. A blonde youth swallowed hard, stammering, rivaling the 4 sovereigns. The black-haired youth declared proudly, yes, rivaling the 4 sovereigns. And the sole non-human entity ever inscribed with its true name upon the boundary, Steely, a dragon. A dragon, exclaimed the blonde youth, gazing rapturously at the crimson sun. How dazzling. Upon the flame dragon matriarch's back, a translucent silhouette shimmered faintly. And Shun marveled at his projected form. It truly works. Miraculous. Utterly miraculous. He looked down upon soaring skyscrapers and powerful adepts gleefully expending sweat and energy, unleashing their abilities with unrestrained joy. This would be the crowning pride of their lives. And Shin smiled, let me test how much power I can wield. With a gentle fingertip gesture downward, a tower 1 kilometer tall erupted from the earth. It pierced the heavens, its stone surface etched relentlessly with intricate lorons. Half an hour later, and Qin's form grew nearly translucent, flickering on the verge of dissolution. Only 1/10 of my full strength, and even at maximum output I can sustain it for just half an hour. Moreover, even without action, the consciousness projection steadily drains power. I may remain no longer than 1 day. He shook his head, then smiled again. Still sufficient. 1/10 of my strength, imbued with 6 supreme tier laws, still places me at the 3 emperor tier. As the words faded, the consciousness projection dissolved instantly. Below, tens of thousands stood awestruck before the colossal stone tower, its overwhelming aura of supreme tier laws pressing upon them with palpable, sovereign-surpassing weight. Truly, a new emperor exists. A hushed whisper trembled with disbelief. Mu Jinhua laughed. Why stand idle? Get to work. Building the emperor's city is a fortune earned across 10 lifetimes. Consider today's law manifestation demonstration your wages from emperor, and I'll not spend another coin. Yes, sovereign of Qingming Lake. Joyfully the crowd dispersed, only then realizing their powers had surged dramatically thanks to witnessing the unfolding laws before their eyes. Even Jiao Laogui had not only restored his 9th rank cultivation, but shattered through to 10th rank midstage level 29. Starlight swirled in his eyes. Then in an instant his entire being trembled with renewed might. Level 30. Through epiphany fused with his ability, he had mastered a law, specifically a low-tier astrological law. Once fully integrated into his soul, he would ascend as a new sovereign. Huh. Old Master Jiao, congratulations. Huh. Likewise. Jiao Laogui threw back his head and roared with laughter. System: place the rare level undead spring and the rare level building the lake, and plant the Qingming fruit tree in the orchard. Placement successful. Please proceed to the auxiliary carriage to check. The undead spring as a rare level item has its own small space with signage on the door, and the lake is placed next to the orchard's wooden gate, allowing players to switch freely. And Shun had just returned and set everything up. It was already 8 o'clock. Half an hour before returning, he had leveled the Yin Luan Flame Pig to level 20. Arriving at the lake's entrance, and Shun pushed open the door. Outside was a small island. System: checked the map of the lake. A 3-dimensional map appeared before him. As a rare level building, this lake was also quite large, covering a full range of 10 kilometers. The small island he was on was the largest island in the lake, about 1 kilometer in diameter, with various natural vegetation. Near the lake's edge there was a sandy beach about 1 to 200 meters wide, and Shun even saw a few excellent level coconut trees. The entire island resembled a small mountain, with the highest point being a lawn and a patch of excellent level wood around a dozen trees, called Shuiyun Willow. Shuiyun Willow excellent level, one of the 3 excellent level items carried by the rare level building, lake, a type of excellent wood suitable for crafting bows, staves, and ornaments. It is beneficial for water-type beings or players. Note: continuously watering the Shuiyun Willow every day has a small chance of yielding rare level Shuiyun Willow. In the middle of this Shuiyun Willow there was a rare level spring, and Shun tasted it, and a cool breath spread throughout his body, making him feel relaxed. Shuiyun Spring rare level, the only rare level item carried by the rare level lake building, which can greatly relieve physical fatigue, and can also be used to water the Shuiyun Willow with a small chance of cultivating rare level Shuiyun Willow. And Shun was quite satisfied. Although it had no other special effects, its grade was indeed rare level, containing a special energy that could relieve fatigue, making it excellent for brewing tea. And Shun casually bought a small wooden house and placed it beside the Shuiyun Spring. He walked to the beach of the small island and came under an excellent level coconut tree. Lingxi coconut tree excellent level can produce 3 to 5 excellent level Lingxi coconuts each month. Coconut juice is a great beverage containing various water-type energies from pure life forms. Plucking one to drink, and Chun squinted comfortably, feeling a bit cool, and it was very refreshing to drink. There was one last excellent level item that appeared randomly on the lake's surface and existed for a very short time. And Shin stepped on the water's surface, casually searching for that item, and quickly spotted it. Cloudy Bubble excellent level, born in the rare level lake building, lasting only 3 minutes from birth to demise. Once outside the water, it would solidify, becoming incredibly soft and difficult to destroy. After refinement, it would become a natural armor that enlarges upon receiving an attack, protecting its master. This was the item and Shun was most satisfied with, surpassing even the rare level Shuiyun Spring. It's a pity that it only lasts 3 minutes from birth to demise, making it too difficult to collect. And Shun shook his head, regretfully pondering for a moment. I could transfer some flower spirits over to help collect them. I could sell them in the shop, but where should I put that shop? His eyes suddenly lit up. Why not open a separate shop for these excellent level items? He had never sold those previous excellent level items, and now he was gradually becoming unable to use them, so he no longer needed to hoard them. With that thought, Shin directly purchased a shop scroll and established a new shop. Ding! Shop established successfully. Please name the shop. Chain and high-end shop. Ding. Chain and high-end shop named successfully. Glancing at the empty shop, Chun was not in a hurry to sell anything. Instead, he thought about the flower spirits. Most of the flower spirits are quite weak, but I could use the spirit spring water accumulated over the past few days to level some of them up to level 10. From level 1 to level 10, it only requires 550 experience points. Selecting 30 to level up to 10, and choosing 70 more, I could form a new clan on this central lake island. However, while the flower spirits are very clever and highly intelligent, their flying speed is somewhat slow. I could equip each flower spirit with a dream butterfly. The dream butterfly's speed is quite good and matches well with these flower spirits. Feeling this plan was feasible, and Chun immediately took action, quickly selecting a batch of experienced flower spirits, including 2 elder flower spirits. After instructing them on what to do, he went back to the spirit garden to choose a batch of dream butterflies for the flower spirits to tame. However, the pets hatched in the spirit garden already had a taming level above 70, so there was no need to worry much. Once everything was set up, he left it to the flower spirits on the lake island to develop freely. Chun only instructed them on 3 things: to water the Shueyun willow daily, to harvest the mature Lingxi coconuts monthly, and to send some clan members daily on dream butterflies to collect the cloudy bubbles. After giving his instructions, Chun left, organizing the excellent level items in the ice wall. From the earliest fire spirit mulberry to now the cloudy bubbles, there were actually dozens of types. Of course, most of them were obtained from hunting in the Dark City, and some have not even matured yet, so there aren't many that can be used right now. After sorting everything out, Chun casually checked today's earnings from the various shops and found they had all seen significant increases. Chain and Magic Cottage today's earnings 146 gold, 23 silver. Chain and Fruit Shop today's earnings 172 gold, 63 silver, 89 copper. Chain and Pet Store today's earnings 321 gold, 57 silver. Chain and Agricultural Store today's earnings 157 gold, 75 silver, 31 copper. Chun calculated excluding the income from the Star Alliance, he already had 800 gold in earnings. With the Star Alliance's share, it's about 200 gold daily, mostly from shop rent and task commissions. Plus, my personal sales in the Star Alliance also bring in about 200 gold each day. Now my daily income has already exceeded 1,000 gold. Hiss. This is still due to the fact that I have never sold any excellent level items. Once the high-end shop's earnings come in, it won't be impossible to break 2,000 a day. It's equivalent to producing a trace of any selectable low-level rule every 5 days. Cough, cough, cough. Chun was immediately choked by the coconut water, thinking, isn't this equivalent to giving birth to a monarch-level being every 5 days? He realized that he seemed to be more terrifying than that world. A golden title player, terrifying indeed. Chun took a big gulp of coconut juice. Then he prepared to head to the Star Alliance to find Murong Ninghua to purchase something, and also to check the trading market to see if he could buy some fish fry, shrimp, and crabs to stock in the lake. Star Alliance trading market. How much for these fish fry? Chun crouched in front of a stall where several pots of lively fish fry were displayed. These are all high-quality fish fry. I'm not making much profit off you 10 fish for 1 silver coin. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a cheerful smile like that of Methreya. Chun shook his head, saying, that's too expensive. I want them all. Give me a reasonable price, and if it's suitable, I'll take them all. The stall owner was astonished. Really want them all? All of them. All right, little brother, you're straightforward. There are 5 types of fry here, totaling over 11,000 fish fry. A flat price of 10 gold coins. 5. Take them, little brother. I'll even give you the pots. Collecting the fish fry, Chun was very satisfied with them. Placing them in a rare grade building's lake, it was estimated that within half a month these high-quality fish fry would be ready for sale. By then he might even need to open a shop. This stall market now seemed to be taking shape. Perhaps it was due to the players returning from today's adventure. There were many players here, with at least half of the Star Alliance players present. Various items were being sold. While browsing, Chun suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The golden title player Gui Bei Long Wang. Surprisingly, he was running a stall. Chun approached, and to his amazement, all the items were excellent quality. Hello, Gui Long Wang. Chun greeted with a smile. Gui Long Wang, the golden title player, had a group where everyone referred to him like this, but Chun had never participated in the discussions. It was Murong Ninghua who had pulled him into the group. Gui Bei Long Wang looked up in surprise and warmly greeted. It's Xing Shun. Here to browse the stalls. Come check out my goods, they're really good. Chun nodded. Yes, I want to sell some aquatic products. How come Gui Long Wang is running a stall? Gui Bei Long Wang waved his hand. How can that compare to Xing Shun? I'm just a lone wanderer. If I don't work hard, I might starve. Haha, that's true. Your body refining really consumes resources. Chun laughed, reaching for a clam. How much for this clam? Excellent grade clam. The meat is very chewy and delicious too, for 1 gold coin. If you're lucky, you might find a clam pearl, which is a fine item worth at least 2 gold coins. So how about buying a couple to try? Gui Bei Long Wang bare-chested casually opened a clam. Look, the meat is so fresh that it doesn't need any processing, it's fragrant. One bite leaves a lingering taste. If there's an excellent chef, it would be the best. A fragrant aroma wafted in, intoxicating anyone who caught a whiff. Rare-grade clam, an exquisite ingredient with an excellent taste, it has a small probability of producing a rare clam pearl. When ground into powder, it serves as a spice and a decent medicinal material. Note your rare-grade lake can increase the probability of clam pearls appearing, and the rare clam loves Yunqi bubbles. Clams that consume Yunqi bubbles will produce a magical clam pearl, which is a natural excellent grade item, granting a skill of water protection. Mass-producing excellent grade items. And Chun was shocked by this thought. Wow, such good fortune. It seems the system gives hints based on the player's conditions, which is not bad. How many of these clams do you have? They look tasty. Il asked Ji Xingshun to make something delicious, but I don't want any of poor quality. And Chun quietly picked and chose. Gui Bei Long Wang smiled brightly, saying, a total of 219, all freshly caught today. I'll round it down to 200 for you, 100 gold coins. What do you think? Rubbing his hands, Gui Bei Long Wang was worried about scaring off this god of wealth. 100 gold coins was not a small amount. And Chen feared unexpected complications like a sudden ambush from a competitor. After a brief negotiation, he decisively said, deal. 100 gold coins clinked down on the carpet as the box of rare clams instantly vanished. Gui Bei Long Wang stared blankly at the small pile of gold coins, suddenly coming to his senses. Hey, my box. Made of excellent grade C coral. Worth 2 gold coins. Unfortunately, Chun had already slipped away, teleporting back to the Star Palace. Arriving at the 5th floor of the Star Palace, he walked to Murong Ninghua's office. Every evening before 11 o'clock, Murong Ninghua would be here. Knock knock. Come in. Hello, brother Ninghua. Chun pushed the door open and entered. What brings you here in Xiaodi? Murong Ninghua said in surprise. Hey, I'm here to buy something. Chun said with a wink. Murong Ninghua's heart skipped a beat. What is it? Hey, the lighthouse. Chun rubbed his hands awkwardly. The lighthouse was a rare grade item belonging to Murong Ninghua, which had never been sold before. Murong Ninghua let out a sigh of relief, feeling that it was just this after all. These 2 excellent grade lighthouses are a gift for you, but they don't connect to a main station. They can only teleport items, not living beings, and each activation consumes 2 source gold coins. That's enough, thank you, brother Ninghua. By the way, how much? Chun inquired. Just take them and have fun. If you have spare money, bring me some fruits. I'm busy with Star Alliance matters every day, and of the 4 of you, only Yi Chi helps me a little. Murong Ninghua said unhappily. Got it, brother. He'll go gather some fruits now. Why not help me with some reviews before you leave? Huh. Fruits need to be fresh, of course. Bye. Chun dashed off. Before long, a large basket of fruits smashed down on the table, shaking Murong Ninghua's bottom. Looking at the fruits on the table, Murong Ninghua twitched at the corner of his mouth. What do you think this is, feeding pigs? In the rare grade lake, Chun marked each of the 200 rare clams, and then scattered them into the lake. He handed the map marking the clams' locations to the elder of the flower spirit, instructing them to check periodically. With over 10,000 fish fry and crabs, Chun took a small boat, drifting while scattering the fish fry. While also amusing 5 rare-grade potential pets, he was quite fond of these material pets. As soon as the fish fry and crabs entered the water, they were all very lively. Just as he had scattered half, the system suddenly issued a prompt. Current time is 9 o'clock, updating today's log. Ding. One of your highly motivated king carp has successfully evolved into a rare-grade potential blazing dragon after continuous effort. Ding. One of your nature-loving flower spirits, having consumed the life fruit, has successfully evolved into a rare-grade potential flower fairy. Ding. Your fire moth swarm has successfully birthed 132 new lives, among which one fire silkworm has successfully evolved into a rare-grade potential fire god silkworm under the influence of the spirit garden. Chun looked at the 5 rare-grade potential pets that were still only at level 20 and fell into silence. He suddenly felt that he didn't love them as much anymore. All Magikarp of level 3 or higher were placed under the supervision of Gyarados and relocated by Chun to the lake. Each Magikarp was tasked with carrying a fragrant pearl oyster while searching for Cloud-Tide bubbles. These simple commands fell precisely within the cognitive capacity of the rather sluggish Magikarp. Subsequent tasks were entrusted to the flower sprites, including monitoring the development of Cloud-Tide pearls, ensuring harvest only upon reaching excellent tier quality to avoid wasteful premature collection. Chun also brought the flower fairy from the dark farm to reside on the newly formed lake, where she would be mentored by 2 elder flower sprites. After all flower sprites were an intelligent race, a forced cram-style growth would risk developmental instability, much like what had occurred with the Red Dragon and others. The laws one comprehended arose solely from innate bloodline aptitude, without extraordinary fortune breaking through inherent limitations. To grasp higher-tier laws through self-cultivation alone was virtually impossible. As for the fire god, Silkworm, it remained in the Sprite Garden awaiting its own emergence before further arrangements were made. Recalling the fire spirit Silkworm, Enchun suddenly remembered two other excellent tier companions, originally acquired alongside the Yanluan Flame Boar, who had been inadvertently left behind in the Sprite Garden. System display all excellent tier potential companions currently in the Sprite Garden. Current excellent tier potential companions in the Sprite Garden: Kekalo Ling, Juvenile, level 7. A water affinity, celestial spirit, an innate healing mage. Her latent potential underwent refinement upon birth due to the Sprite Garden's influence. Mirage Butterfly, Juvenile, level 6. A phantasm affinity, demonic beast skilled in illusion crafting. Her latent potential likewise refined at birth under the Sprite Garden's influence. Lamenting Wraith, Juvenile, level 5. Evolved from a minor wraith under the influence of the Withering Bloom. Life Celestial Spirit, Juvenile, level 4. Evolved from a grass celestial spirit shaped by the ancient tree of life. Starry Peacock, Juvenile, level 3. Evolved from a luminescent peacock influenced by player presence. 3 more. I'm pleased. Enchun nodded in satisfaction and summoned Kekalo Ling, the Mirage Butterfly, and 3 others to his side. First placed them in the Bloodline Baptism Pool. Kekalo Ling and the Mirage Butterfly possess potential rivaling that of the Yanluan Flame Boar. Their metamorphosis should be profound. The remaining 3, having already undergone one postnatal evolution, held low probability for further transformation, so he left their fate to chance untroubled as rare-tier potentials were already abundant. After placing the 5 into the Bloodline Baptism Pool, they instantly fell into deep slumber, each gradually enveloped by gossamer-like crimson cocoons. Enchun swiftly placed 5 life fruits into the pool. With that done, he retired to rest, and reappeared in Qing'an City at 6 o'clock the next morning. Overnight, Qing'an City had undergone a dramatic transformation, prompting Enchun to marvel inwardly when awakened being's labored efficiency was truly unmatched. He located the Blazing Dragon Matriarch and entrusted her with a clutch of dragon hatchlings, instructing her to foster the dragon clan's prosperity in this world. As for the 3 rare-tier potential dragonettes, Enchun decided not to rush toward his next destination, the Likum Desert, to seek the Sand Acheron Scorpion just yet. Instead, he would first purge the high-tier mutated beasts and aberrations inhabiting Lake Balk and the Tears Mountains. His primary aim was to level up the 3 dragonettes and the Yanluan Flame Boar to level 30. Currently, all 5 stood at level 20, requiring 5,500 experience points apiece. A single level 20 mutated beast yielded only 100 experience points, meaning he needed to defeat no fewer than 550 such creatures. Calculating this, Enchun instinctively drew a sharp breath. This would demand several days of relentless effort. Yet this endeavor served a dual purpose, clearing threats for Qing'an City, thereby securing broader room for its expansion, and drawing more people safely and swiftly to fill the vast, still empty metropolis. Mu Jinhua sought out Enchun to consult on urban development plans. As Enchun listened to the monotonous recitation of regulatory frameworks, his head throbbed, until he finally intervened with decisive clarity. I have only 4 requirements. First, rapidly consolidate a population base to populate Qing'an City, transforming it into a sacred sanctuary, governing the city as a sovereign state, and establishing its renown across the land. Second, carve a passage through the Tears Mountains to establish a trade corridor with Daxia, importing foundational transcendent goods, supplied monthly via the Beacon Tower. Third, assert absolute dominion over Lake Balk, the Tears Mountains, and all territory between them. Fourth, the Blazing Dragon Matriarch would embody Enchun's will as his appointed overseer, monitoring Qing'an City and global developments, safeguarding the city, and commanding external military campaigns. Mu Jinhua, meanwhile, would serve as his proxy, responsible for Qing'an City's development, opening the Daxia market, forging diplomatic ties with Daxia, and ideally securing a territorial enclave within Daxia itself. All other matters were left entirely to Mu Jinhua's discretion. No need to consult Enchun on every detail. Having delivered these instructions, Enchun visited Shi Huang, informing her he would remain for several days before resuming his journey eastward to Europe in 3 days' time. Shi Huang expressed full understanding, and then departed alone to amuse herself elsewhere. Enchun wandered casually through Qing'an City. Its current developmental strategy was the Citawithina City plan. The city walls Enchun constructed spanned a colossal 100 kilometers in both length and width, far exceeding immediate construction capacity. Thus, Mu Jinhua began by erecting a 10-square inner city at the central core, expanding outward with additional inner cities as prosperity grew. The remaining expanse of land proved exceptionally fertile, ideal for agriculture. To optimize cultivation, Enshun deliberately extended the colossal organism's root system 100 meters downward, enabling it to absorb and process crops. In truth, the entire wall was a titanic vine plant, an artifact of Enshun's synthesis of the law of life, the law of myriad stars, and the law of eternal night. Should fortune grant it awakening, its consciousness would emerge, not before attaining at least level 31, requiring a law endowed, while capable of commanding such a monumental form. Yet Enshun had long prepared safeguards, and entrusted them to the blazing dragon matriarch, even accelerating the vine's nascent sentience. Once all preparations were complete, Enshun set off for Lake Bulk accompanied by his 5 companions, engaging enemies until half-dead, then allowing his companions to deliver the final strike for leveling. Enshun himself hunted selectively, converting slain mutated beasts and aberrations into monster cards, provided their intrinsic value fell below that of the cards themselves, even if excellent tier gear dropped. Only exceptional drops, such as excellent tier structures or resource artifacts, were considered for retention depending on utility. Most items, however, were discarded, offering little personal benefit, though gold coins were gathered diligently and listed for sale that very evening in high-end merchant stalls. By noon, the northern stretch of Lake Bulk had been cleared, and the Violet Flame Red Dragon formally ascended to level 30. Enshun deliberately withheld its advancement to level 31, sensing latent opportunities within this world, opportunities that might enable all 5 companions to shatter the constraints of mid-tier bloodline laws and even grasp superior-tier laws. With the Violet Flame Red Dragon recalled, the next candidate for ascension was the Heaven-Burning Red Dragon. That's enough for today. A colossal crimson dragon gently flicked its tail. A streak of fire descended. Flames instantly engulfed the water's surface. A massive indigo-black fish floated belly up. Through a hole in its skull, faint crimson flames still glowed. Congratulations. Player's pet, the Heaven-Burning Crimson Dragon, has slain a level 23 Azure Demon Catfish, granting 300 experience points. An ending. The Heaven-Burning Crimson Dragon has successfully ascended to level 30. Its spiritual sea now contains a sliver of the mid-tier flame-scorching Tao principle. By 6 p.m., the Heaven-Burning Crimson Dragon had reached level 30 under Enshun's training, and most of Bulky Lake had been cleared. Nearly all mutated beasts above level 20 had perished. Let's go, Heaven-Burning. Na crimson streak pierced the final glow of sunset, leaving behind a long fiery afterglow across the sky. Enshun planned to return first to Qing'an City, entrusting both Ziyin and Heaven-Burning to the Flame Dragon Matriarch. As for the Flame Thunder dual-headed dragon, it would reach level 30 by tomorrow. Moreover, Enshun specifically instructed the 3 dragons not to rush their breakthroughs. Instead, they should watch for auspicious opportunities and refine further Tao principles to deepen their foundations. Once Tao principles are forged into the soul, the structure becomes immutable. Thereafter, integrating additional principles grows astronomically difficult. Even players who could endlessly acquire origin coins would pay an exorbitant price. In this world, under the Flame Dragon Matriarch's protection and Enshun's overwhelming authority, no one dared threaten the 3 dragons, for now. Thus, they would face no real danger for at least several decades. Though the world evolved rapidly, producing a level 50 powerhouse would require no less than a century. Indeed, even ascending from level 31 to level 40, the threshold of true divinity in most realms, demanded centuries or millennia of cultivation for each incremental advance. This world possessed extraordinary auspicious potential, enabling such unprecedented evolution, but Enshun remained uncertain how far it might ultimately progress. Yet a level 50 ceiling was absolutely assured. Hence, Enshun regarded this world with profound significance, not to mention its abundance of supremely practical, transcendent artifacts. Qing'an City now effectively hosted 4 sovereign-tier beings. Though the 3 dragons stood at level 30, they could ascend at any moment. It was an extraordinary investment. His purpose in building such a vast power base was clear: to secure early access to any grand auspicious event that might emerge, thereby accumulating foundational strength for himself. As he journeyed back, Enshun's thoughts surged. Na's sudden ripple stirred his soul, as if something beneficial had drawn near. He halted immediately. At Enshun's level of cultivation, he could already sense and intuitively forecast certain events. Yet no explicit prompt manifested, indicating the omen held only minor relevance to his future path, falling short of a true auspicious opportunity, yet still offering some personal benefit, most likely tied to Qing'an City. After all, Enshun's current strength and resources had long surpassed his former self. Anything qualifying as a genuine auspicious opportunity for him would demand at minimum an upper-tier Tao principle, or an epic-tier artifact mount or companion. Hovering midair, Enshun conjured a sphere of starlight in his palm and began calculations. Moments later, he arrived before the ruins of a desolate village. His divination confirmed it: someone dwelled here, destined to forge an immense bond with Qing'an City, even rising to become its second pillar, a sovereign ruler. But Inchun harbored no intention of passively awaiting fate. Since I have found you, then you belong to Qing'an City now. Ni's psychic force expanded, enveloping the entire village. Soon he located them, in a cellar. And sister, I'm scared, whispered a boy, tears brimming as he clung to a young woman. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you always. And the young woman stroked his back, her gaze taut with tension fixed upon the oil lamp atop the table, its flame now reduced to a fragile, flickering ember. Clearly its light could no longer fully mask human presence. And so, the distortions, and thump, and in guttural breaths and heavy dragging footsteps echoed from the cellar's ceiling. And the young woman held her breath, clutching her brother tighter. As the last spark guttered out, despair flooded her gaze. Upward, toward the ceiling. And roar. And the floor shattered inward. A grotesque creature writhed through the narrow opening, forcing itself into the cellar. The young woman rose, shielding her brother behind her, trembling violently as she stared in terror at the abomination before her, her legs quaking so fiercely she could barely stand. Distortion essence dripped down from above, coalescing into a gaunt, faceless humanoid, its jaw stretched, ear lined with jagged fangs, gazing rapturously upon its prey. Roar. And the faceless wraith teleported behind the young woman, clearly preferring the tenderer morsel, her younger brother. And no, furious thunderous roar erupted as the young woman watched in horror, her brother's tiny body about to be torn apart. And the air shuddered violently. And boom. Piled debris within the cellar levitated instantaneously. And the young woman soared upward, her chestnut hair blazing silver in an instant. Fall back and crash. And the faceless wraith was hurled backward by an invisible force, its chaotic malign aura rapidly disintegrating. Thud. And the young woman collapsed, her skin withering visibly before her brother's eyes. And sister, what's happening to you? The boy lunged forward, panic-stricken. She gazed at him, offering a frail smile. Brother, be good. Promise me you'll live. Keep walking north. There's a town there, the safest place in all our land. No, sister. Don't die. We'll go together, both of us. Ni's face streaked with tears, eyes wide with primal terror. He clutched her tightly, afraid that if he blinked, she'd vanish forever. With a thought, she drew the Shi Huang lamp closer. Sister, we'll walk this final stretch with you. In whoosh. A brilliant flame leapt forth, flooding the cellar with radiant light. And her arm slipped lifelessly from his grasp. Vitality ebbed swiftly. And sister. Suddenly, countless emerald green blades of grass burst through the thick floorboards, filling the cellar with the exultant, verdant hymn of life. A jade-like fruit carved by nature itself slowly emerged, then dissolved seamlessly into her body. Nanshan materialized silently within the cellar. Rest easy. Your sister won't die. And staring at the young woman, whose destiny had eluded his divination, Inchun felt genuine astonishment. And clearly the boy was the one foretold to shape Qing'an City's fate. Yet this young woman's innate talent dwarfed his. Had Inchun not intervened, she would have perished here unnoticed. Such was the grim norm beyond the great Xia dominion. Countless prodigies, and even peerless geniuses, withered away before ever awakening their potential. Imia Level 1E pseudo-epic potential possesses exceptionally potent spiritual awareness, a born demon hunter, catastrophic to distortions. Imic Level 0, a rare medium potential who possesses strong spiritual awareness, a born demon hunter, natural bane of distortions. Half an hour later, Imia had fully recovered, save for her silvery hair, a testament to her narrow escape from death's embrace. And trembling slightly, Imia and Imic gazed at the enigmatic figure seated before them at the weathered wooden table. Would you be interested in becoming my attendant? An emperor's attendant? Yes. And Imia jerked upright, staring at Inchun in utter disbelief. Emperor's attendant. Outside the east gate of Qing'an City, 9 peacocks, their colorful radiance breaking through the night, rushed towards the city. A black-haired, blue-eyed man respectfully gazed at the woman at the forefront. Is that Qing'an City? What a grand city, he exclaimed in awe. Sister Zixuan, is it true what the empress said? Has a fourth emperor really appeared here? Next to the purple peacock stood a golden peacock atop, which was a boy with a doll-like face, sporting golden hair and black eyes. Young Master Jinyu, since the empress has mentioned it, it must be true. The fourth emperor is another unparalleled genius who comprehends high-level laws. Zixuan spoke with envy and reverence. Jinyu looked forward with anticipation. I wonder what this emperor looks like. The 9 were subordinates of the Golden Flame Empress, with Zixuan being an attendant, and Jinyu a favored junior, not her offspring, but the grandson of her uncle, having grown up alongside the Golden Flame Empress. The Golden Flame Empress is one of the 3 emperors of the current world, dividing the realm with the other 2. This realm includes not just the central plains and Daxia, but the entire world. It is indeed a true world. The western and northern parts of Asia, along with the western part of Daxia, are the territories of the Golden Flame Empress. However, the Golden Flame Empress is not a pure Daxia person, but rather a Sino-Soviet mixed heritage. Yet her father is Daxia, and she grew up on Daxia soil possessing a Daxia identity, thus qualifying her as an Empress of Daxia. Nevertheless, the Soviet Union is still the second largest country in the world today, with its own unique emperor and 2 monarchs. The 9 riding the peacocks are here on the orders of the Golden Flame Empress to pay a visit. After all, according to the current divisions, Anchun is on their territory. Of course, it may soon become Anchin's territory after this. In truth, the 3 emperors, or even 4 monarchs, do not care much about so-called territories. The so-called division of the world is merely due to their overwhelming strength, where the people within these territories have divided their lands to the 3 emperors in hope of seeking protection. Of course, they indeed receive some protection. For instance, in the western and northern parts of Asia, there is an imperial city guarded by a semi-monarch of level 30, causing countless mutated beasts to retreat. Moments later, the 9 colorful peacocks landed before the gates of Qingan City, as they dared not enter the city, for that would be an affront to an emperor. Sister Zixuan, this city is enormous. It's almost as big as our imperial city. Jinyu exclaimed, awestruck by the massive vine-wrapped city walls. Zixuan smiled and said, that's only natural. This time the Empress sent me to visit the new emperor, so you must behave yourself. Jinyu stuck out his tongue. Don't worry, Sister Zixuan. Also, I'm not a child, I'll be in middle school next year. Haha, alright, you've grown up. The 9 left the peacocks outside the city and walked towards the city. In a grand red palace, Mu Jinhua put down his pen and smiled. You've finally arrived. Everyone follow me to welcome our esteemed guests. We must not lose face before the emperor. Haha, that's only natural. The level 30 semi-monarch, the old wine ghost, radiated with stellar brilliance, illuminating the golden divine light from the crystal lamps along the path. Each brilliant star rose into the sky above Qingan City, lighting up the entire city. You don't need to say that, little boy. An elderly woman with silver hair chuckled lightly, and the city blossomed with flowers. Captain, don't worry. Kaya's eyes shimmered with golden light as a red carpet interwoven with red rays was directly rolled out from the Red Palace to the East Gate. 3 figures with unfathomable auras flew out from the stone tower. As Zixuan stepped out of the East Gate, her pupils constricted. 3 semi-monarchs. Jinyu's forehead had a hint of the Emperor's flame pattern flickering, and he laughed. Not just that, Sister Zixuan, the one at the forefront. A grand aura approached, faintly resonating with the sound of rising tides. It's a monarch. On Jinyu's doll-like face, his big eyes sparkled with brilliant flames. The Emperor's representative, Lord Qingming Lake, welcomes the esteemed guests from Jinyan City. A figure walked slowly from the sky, stepping on the waves. Zixuan's gaze sharpened, and she slightly knelt. Gold Flame Empress attendant Zixuan pays respects to Lord Qingming Lake, a representative of a monarch. Zixuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. This new emperor is extraordinary. Even their Golden Flame Empress representative has just entered seclusion, likely not to emerge for at least 3 years to become a genuine monarch. And she herself seems just one step away from becoming a monarch, yet her understanding of the laws was granted by the Empress, not her own comprehension, making her path to becoming a monarch a long and perhaps impossible journey. She has merely extended her lifespan significantly. And Chun gazed at the outsiders below the clouds, momentarily stunned. The Empress's attendant. They arrived so quickly. He then glanced at the group. Chu Zixuan, level 30, pseudo-rare potential, bearing a trace of low-level purple haze law in her spiritual sea, attendant of the Golden Flame Empress. Jinyu, level 15, a rare high potential, a descendant of the Golden Flame Empress, has comprehended a trace of medium-level blazing law currently sealed within his spiritual sea by the Golden Flame Empress. Yen Wei-san, level 27, excellent high potential, a guard of the Golden Flame Empress, captain of the 3rd team. And Shun looked in surprise at the boy, who resembled a porcelain doll, not expecting his talent to be so remarkable, having already comprehended a trace of a medium law. If it weren't for the Golden Flame Empress sealing it, he would probably be level 30 by now. Gazing at the group preparing to return to the Red Palace, and Shun stroked his chin. How about I put on a little show? With a smile, and Shun gently snapped his fingers. Boom. The heavens and earth suddenly trembled. Endless azure light swept across the night sky, cascading down an endless starry glow. The starlight, infused with emerald luster, fell within Qingan City. It was the source of stars condensed with boundless vitality. Even the residual power alone made the trees bloom and the birds and beasts evolve. Among them, 2 of the most dazzling droplets fell before Zixuan and Jinyu. A faint lazy voice drifted down from the clouds, a small token of appreciation, not a formal gift. Zixuan looked up in astonishment, then quickly lowered her head. Gold Flame Empress Attendant Chu Zixuan pays respects to your majesty in. The boy Jinyu looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with curiosity and longing. Then his aura surged. Level 16. Level 17. Level 21. Jinyu's eyes widened, and a profound aura surged forth. Even Zixuan took 3 steps back, looking at Jinyu in astonishment. Zixuan was about to express her gratitude, but saw that the majestic figure in the sky had already vanished, leaving her no choice but to bow in the direction where he had just been. Inside the stone tower, Inchun looked at Amaya and Amike. You will live here from now on. I will arrange teachers for you. Amaya's eyes were filled with fervor and anxiety. Your Majesty, what do my brother and I need to do? Inchun smiled. Once you grow up, just guard this place well. Amaya looked up with clear, determined eyes, then knelt on one leg. I obey your Majesty. Amike, confused, mimicked her. I obey your Majesty. After handing over Imea and Imik to Mu Jinhua, Inchun returned to the vehicle. As for establishing trade with the Daxia, he entrusted it to Mu Jinhua. After all, how could an emperor act like a mere vegetable seller? Inchun thought narcissistically. As for the lighthouse, Inchun placed it at the top of the stone tower, instructing Mu Jinhua to transport a batch of supplies each month. If anything arises, just communicate with the Flame Dragon Mother, who would convey the information. He also entrusted the Purple Flame Red Dragon and the Burning Heaven Red Dragon to the Flame Dragon Mother. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a day and a night had gone by. On the morning of the 4th day after establishing Qingan City, Inchun finally leveled the last of his 5 pets, the Flame Pig, to level 30. The Bulk Lake and the Telephones Mountains were thoroughly cleared. It was estimated that for the next 3 to 5 years, there would be little chance of encountering mutated beasts or aberrations above level 20. During the sweep, Inchun also discovered many humans and informed Mu Jinhua to send people to transport them with dragons. That's right, dragons. The Empress Jinyan had a peacock mount, so Inchun naturally acquired a dragon mount as well, and it was indeed quite majestic. Consequently, the dragon clan naturally became the guardian beasts of Qingan City. A plump little pig flew towards Inchun. It burrowed right into Inchun's thigh. Inchun's face darkened instantly, and with a kick, he sent the flame pig flying. Get lost, can a pig be a mount? Go play elsewhere. After saying this, he rode the Fire Phoenix towards Qingan City. The little flame pig followed behind pitifully, its large ears flapping rapidly, and its little tail spinning like a small motor. Looking at the grand city beneath him, Inchun felt immense satisfaction. With his substantial investment over the past few days, and their own backgrounds as elites who had survived for decades in the apocalypse, their strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. This means that Inchun's subordinates had already controlled an exceedingly vast force. Current subordinates include the royal-level flame dragon Mother Mu Jinhua of the Qingming Lake, one who controls a medium-level law and another who possesses 2 inferior-level laws. To both are strong figures at the pinnacle of the world. In addition, there are 3 30-level half-step monarch-level powerhouses. The wine-old ghost Zhang Erjiu, who controls the inferior-level astrology law, the flower granny Li Hohat, who controls the inferior-level flower law, and the holy light envoy Kaya, who controls the inferior-level light law, along with 3 30-level dragons. Below them are 5 subordinates at the 9th stage, 9 at the 8th stage, and 26 at the 7th stage. Additionally, there are the prodigy Imea with pseudo-epic potential and the rare-level talent Imik with medium potential. There is also the wine-old ghost grandson, the rare-level talent Zhang Qijiu with inferior potential, and 8 other geniuses with excellent potential. It can be said without modesty that Qingan City is undoubtedly an imperial-level force. Whether in top-tier combat strength or genius prodigies, it is not at all inferior to the other 3 imperial-level forces. In fact, its top-tier strengths are even much stronger. However, Inchun was not developing within the territory of Daxia. Although he appeared to be a Daxia person on the surface, the reality was more complicated, as he had suddenly emerged and established a base of power outside Daxia. Inchun had no doubt that if he were to come into conflict with Daxia, he would undoubtedly face a joint attack from the 3 emperors, 4 monarchs, and 20 monarchs. Therefore, the strategies Inchun formulated were incredibly cautious. Moreover, since he seemed to be a Daxia person, and with the Sanji Yen Wang and the endless Zhe Jun having received his favor, as long as he did not go too far, there should be no major issues. Looking at the flourishing Qingan City, Inchun turned to the West Emperor and said, "Let's go, it's time to head to the Likum Desert." The West Emperor smiled and said, "What? Does our Lord and still need me to lead the way?" Inchun rolled his eyes. "If I don't let you lead the way, are you not going?" "Of course not. No way." The West Emperor exuded an aura of authority, her attire resembling a celestial maiden from Dunhuang, now radiating power. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go." With a chirp, the fire phoenix cried out and countless flame-wrapped wings gently flapped, turning into a flash of light that swiftly vanished. The West Emperor was taken aback, her eyes widening in anger. Chase after her. Wait for me, you rascal. With a wave of her arm, she dashed off chasing after. The Licum Desert is known for its unbearably hot temperatures year-round, accompanied by swirling sandstorms. Moreover, it is home to a terrifying royal-level mutated beast, the sand-evil yellow spring scorpion. Despite this, it still cannot deter gold seekers from their love of wealth. Every year, people from the west or east of the Licum Desert head to the Jinyan Imperial City in West Asia to procure goods, which they then transport to Europe or Africa for sale, often raking in enough money to last them a lifetime of luxury. Among them, there is often a guide from a mysterious small town. This small town is said to have close ties with Daxia and serves as a transit point for all goods. Thus, its residents possess a high level of experience in recognizing products. Having seen much from a young age, and with guidance from parents and elders, their knowledge is quite rich, not inferior to Daxia's students. By the age of 20, they can spot most fakes with a single glance. Furthermore, due to the living environment of the small town, its people are even more eager for knowledge and have rich knowledge to learn, such as various mutated beast defects, astronomy and geography abilities, control rare flowers, alchemy for healing, and so forth, all studied very diligently. As a result, it became a sought-after name invited by various major powers. However, most invitations are aimed at identifying those extraordinary items imported from the distant east to avoid buying fakes and risking their lives in the process. Fakes are indeed numerous. Even the most common West Emperor lantern has an astonishing profit margin for counterfeit items. After all, a single West Emperor lantern costs nearly a decade's worth of savings for an ordinary family. Moreover, when the West Emperor lantern crosses the Licum Desert, its value multiplies 300 to 500 times, becoming something only abilities holders can afford. The profits are so great that there are always people risking their lives to traverse the Licum Desert. At this moment, a merchant convoy was slowly making its way through the desert with dozens of camels laden with various packages. Of course, these packages did not contain extraordinary items, but rather the merchant's personal belongings and food. As for the West Emperor lantern, or other more precious items, they were stored in spatial pockets carried separately by the strongest members of the group. Mr. Zhang, there's a sandstorm ahead. Should we continue? Asked a six-stage brown-haired strong man respectfully. This person, not only the strongest in the group named Zabuk, was also a renowned hunting team leader who had gathered some brothers for their 5th desert journey. Despite his rich experience, he still showed great respect for this seemingly inexperienced young man. Zhang Qijiu was dressed quite shabbily, but his face was exceptionally fair, wrapped in a thick piece of tattered cloth that only revealed the upper half of his face. He merely glanced casually and then replied, "No need, the sand eye is at least 100 miles away. It looks fierce, but it's just a facade. We can keep moving for the 3-stage sand camels, it's just a breeze." Zabuk chuckled, "Thanks for the trouble, Mr. Zhang." Then he shouted, "Brothers, keep charging." Wait. Suddenly Zhang Qijiu's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly dismounted from the camel and grabbed a handful of sand, licking it. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. A chill shot straight up to the crown of his head. Zabuk quickly called for a stop and rushed over to ask Mr. Zhang, "What's wrong?" Zhang Qijiu's voice trembled slightly. "Quick. Return the way we came. There's a swarm of sand-evil scorpions in the sandstorm." "What?" Zabuk's face turned pale with horror. That was the most terrifying disaster in the Licum Desert apart from the royal beast, the sand-evil yellow spring scorpion. This desert is vast. Right now, the distance we've covered in the desert almost rivals that from the Tails mountain range to Balky Lake. And Shun sighed in frustration, looking up at the sky where the sun was beginning to set, painting the horizon with hues of red. He had expected to defeat the Shay Huangquan scorpion today, but as of now, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of it. He had hoped to reach the city next to the Salt Sea by nightfall for some rest. The area near the Salt Sea was far more prosperous than the place where Qingan City was located. This was not only because there were 3 ancient cities established by 3 half-step monarch-level powerhouses near the Salt Sea, Wuska City, Dashaga City, and Ayalga City, but also because the Salt Sea was protected by a royal-grade Xianyu fish safeguarding the nearby humans, making it much more flourishing than the eastern region of the Licum Desert. And Shun frowned, likely influenced by the laws of life, feeling quite uncomfortable in this environment. Shi Huang squinted, enjoying lying on the back of Yan Wan, letting the hot desert winds blow over him lazily, turning over and saying, "It wasn't this vast decades ago. Ever since the changes in heaven and earth, it has only grown larger. No one is idle enough to measure it, so we don't know just how big this desert is now." And Shun questioned, "It seems that Daxia hasn't really expanded much, has it?" Shi Huang glanced at Shun and continued, "Of course it's due to the 3 emperors and 4 monarchs guarding the earth's veins. After all, there aren't that many people. Why create such a vast area if it's hard to manage?" Moreover, suppressing and refining the Earth's veins allows Xia to be better than other places, making it easier to give birth to those with extraordinary abilities. So they have been continuously suppressing and refining truly exhausting work. And Shen nodded, realizing the reason. He then felt a headache coming on, thinking that today he might not only fail to find the Shi Huangquan scorpion, but would also have to spend the night here. He couldn't just leave Shi Huang alone in the desert while he returned to the vehicle. Bringing Shi Huang along was never a thought that crossed in Shen's mind. We won't be able to leave the Likum Desert today. Do you know of any place we can stay? As soon as he said it, and Chun regretted it, realizing how foolish the question was. Where in the desert could there be a place to stay? Shi Huang nodded. Wait, Shi Huang nodded. And Chun stared at Shi Huang in astonishment. There really is. Of course, why wouldn't there be? Shi Huang tossed her hair back and said, quite a few actually, one of which is my inn. Yours? And Chun looked at Shi Huang in disbelief. Shi Huang explained, of course I manage this place. Sister Jinyan has been out of the world for over 20 years, focusing solely on reaching higher levels. And Chun was somewhat puzzled. Isn't there a royal grade Shi Huangquan scorpion here? How can you dare to build an inn here? Isn't that like throwing meat buns to dogs? Shi Huang sat up her back to the sunset, gazing at the endless sea of sand below, chuckling. Do you think it's us who are afraid? Or is it that the scorpion dares not? And Chun was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. I hadn't realized, having not left the village for decades, that I underestimated the imperial monarchs of Xia. Shi Huang covered her mouth and laughed. Only those who can survive to become emperors emerge. You are quite a character yourself. She then disdainfully looked at the sea of sand. I fear you still don't understand our 3 emperors, no 4 emperors, and 20 monarchs. The might they wield today. Even if a meat bun were thrown to a dog, if I don't nod, it wouldn't dare sniff it. I may not find it myself, but I can summon people. The 3 emperors and 4 monarchs will come together. Where can it hide? The sea of sand would be turned over. Over the decades, the 3 emperors, 4 monarchs, and 20 monarchs have teamed up to flatten forbidden zones and desolate lands. There are at least 80, if not 100. Let's go, it's getting late. My delicate self cannot stay up late. Let me take you to our Huangquan Inn for a room. And Chen's mouth twitched as he followed behind. This Huangquan Inn is one of the 7 major groups under Shi Huang, part of the Huangquan Group's business. It primarily operates in desolate areas like the desert and Gobi, but don't think there's no money to be made in such barren lands. In fact, the potential for profit is vast. The operation is just a facade. Behind it lies the exploration of treasures beneath the endless sea of sand. You must know that the materials for Shi Huang's lamps were discovered by the Huangquan Group. Not to mention other rare mineral veins, even mutated oil, which truly makes it feel like money is being squeezed into pockets every day. Currently, most of Xia has been explored, so the Huangquan Group has been investigating the Likum Desert for over 20 years. Establishing and serves not only to provide a comfortable place for the staff, but also to gather those prospectors and collect information. In fact, apart from the merchants traveling at both ends of the Likum Desert, there are quite a few who specifically mine gold in the sea of sand. Even finding the smallest vein can lead to selling the information to Huangquan Inn, although they only get a half share. It is enough to ensure 3 to 5 generations won't have to worry about anything and can cultivate extraordinary abilities to reach the 7th level. That truly is like flying up a branch to become a phoenix leaping into a prestigious family. Over these 20 years, quite a few have made a fortune this way, but most have moved to the Salt Sea after a big score. Getting a green card into Xia is extremely difficult, but the Salt Sea is also not bad, protected by a royal-grade Xinyu fish, deterring threats from all directions. Furthermore, the 3 cities maintain the law, making it one of the few good places in today's world. The prosperity of the 3 cities near the Salt Sea is also due to the blessings from Huangquan Inn. Currently, the 3 cities have 2 half-step monarchs, both of whom emerged from the Sea of Sand. Thus, although the 3 cities appear independent and free, those with clear eyes know that Shi Huang's control over there is stronger than that at the borders of Xia. In the midst of the Sea of Sand, a red inn stands tall, embodying the fiery essence of the western regions and the graceful charm of the central plains amidst the swirling winds and sands. Countless powers and nations stop here with a cacophony of languages, yet everyone can speak a few words of Xia language, treating the people of Xia as kin. Bang! The door was suddenly swung open. Outside, the sandstorm howled, yet not a single grain of sand entered. Zhang Qijiu lay stunned on the floor, surrounded by several brown-haired, blue-eyed men, all sprawled on the ground, gasping in fear. Dear guests who have come from afar, what happened to you? A blonde waiter hurried over. Zhang Qijiu sighed in relief. We encountered a swarm of Shi scorpions. Zabak stood up and patted his waist pouch. Fortunately, the goods are all intact, thank goodness. He then said with concern, can Huangquan Inn really withstand a swarm of Shi scorpions? The blonde waiter confidently replied, please rest assured Huangquan Inn is absolutely safe. Is it really safe? Zhang Qijiu frowned, feeling that things might not be as simple as they seemed. In the midst of the sandstorm, pairs of crimson eyes lit up around Huang Quan. No, little sand scorpions, how arrogant. A sudden roar ripped through the Huang Quan. Great wind calamity. With a thunderous roar, the heavens dimmed as darkness fell. Countless gales gathered, instantly enveloping the Huang Quan and sheltering it beneath the eye of the storm. Crackling sounds of shell and chitin were torn apart as the gale shredded them into sharper wind and sand, reaping scorpion after scorpion. An elderly woman in fluttering robes stood on the roof. Though she was level 29 mid-tenure, her whole body trembled as she fixed her stare on a single direction. There, a presence that chilled her to the bone awaited. A hiss, sand against sand, raised the hairs on every head within Huang Quan. The old woman's face drained white in an instant. You. How dare you? The raging great wind calamity, like a stalled propeller, abruptly halted, then dispersed. A colossal scorpion looked down at Huang Quan with a mocking, derisive leer. A whirlwind of sand swept across the sky. No. The old woman's eyes were red-rimmed with fury. Just as Huang Quan seemed about to be reduced to dust, an ancient bead loosened and fell from the inn signboard. A slender figure drifted out, pale fingers making a gentle, pushing motion toward the front. Bang! The endless sandstorm, like compressed cotton, was easily smitten aside. Yet the Shay Huang Quan showed no fear. Instead, it sneered with insolent arrogance. The pale figure slowly dissipated into a shield that protected the Huang Quan. Before vanishing, a voice answered the question that gripped the old woman and everyone inside. How dare it? Huh. No wonder that little scorpion seemed so bold. Freshly promoted, are you? Truly the naivete of the newborn calf, who fears no tiger. Little one, if you provoke me, you will not see tomorrow. The Shay Huang Quan looked at the fading apparition with contempt, then turned its gaze toward the Huang Quan. The northern reaches of the Likum Desert were its territory now. It would never be like that cowardly creature who clung to life and dared not stay in one place for more than half a day. Humph, such a craven thing clinging to life. From this moment, the northern desert is my domain. I decide all matters here. Insolent, insignificant humans dare act brazenly on my ground. The earth trembled with a deep rumble as a vast whirlpool of flowing sand formed beneath the Huang Quan. A strange fragrance suddenly arose. Across the boundless sand sea, crimson blossoms burst open, unfurling wantonly amidst the wind and grit. Dare touch what belongs to me. Bold indeed. A white silk ribbon cleaved the dim yellowed sky in two. The old woman on the inn's roof trembled with excitement. It is Shi Huang. Shi Huang in person. The sea of flowers swelled like a tide in the sand, instantly stabilizing, and the enormous sand vortex slowly came to rest. The innumerable swarms of sand scorpions became nourishment for the sea of flowers. Shi Huang stared coolly at the Shay Huang Quan, then flicked a hand toward the Huang Quan. The Huang Quan collapsed into a streak of light and vanished over the horizon. The Shay Huang Quan's eyes flared with violence as it uttered a savage roar. Beneath the desert bled a sodden yellow water heavy with the scent of death. Shi Huang let out a cold snort. The sea of otherworldly flowers rippled between the cycles of petals and leaves. Innumerable rivulets of yellow water vanished without trace. With a sweep of her long ribbon, scarlet blossoms lifted and coalesced into an even grander flower that descended to envelop the Shay Huang Quan. A dull splash echoed as 8 streams of water converged into a scorpion's tail and lunged toward the flowers. Enshin sat in a room of the Huang Quan and watching the clash between Shi Huang and the Shay Huang Quan in silence. Shay Huang Quan level 34 Huang rank rare tier with moderate potential, commands a trace of medium sand sea law and a trace of inferior sandstorm law. Clearly this Shay Huang Quan was no match for Shi Huang. Yet to defeat such a creature on its home ground would still be a feat not easily accomplished. And Shun glanced over, but did not hurry to intervene. His gaze shifted to the half-grown youth downstairs. He was familiar enough. After all, he was the third prodigy of Qing'an City. Zhou Laogui said the boy wandered outdoors constantly and often did not return for months at a time. Still, Zhou Laogui trusted his little grandson somewhat. After all, he possessed 7th tier advanced strength level 21. And Shun regarded Zhang Qijiu with quiet approval. A rare tier potential was no small thing. With a little fortune, perhaps he might even rise to become a lord. The Sandy era had just ended, the next era had already begun. Who knew how many monarchs and emperors would be born anew? Yet without great opportunities, the 3 emperors who led an era ahead of their time might remain unmatched. Even if later generations grasped superior laws, they could not catch up. A piercing screech came from the horizon. And Shun turned. The Shay Huang Quan had lost 2 of its 6 legs, 1 eye blinded, and more than half its tail severed. And Shin shook his head and let out a light, amused sigh. Truly the newborn calf fears no tiger. The sovereign of heaven and earth, Xiao Weifeng. Emperors and lords are the same in kind. Oh, perhaps they could not finish it off, but to wound it so grievously would leave it unable to rise and rampage again for 2 or 3 decades at least. In this great age of terrestrial revival, everything evolves swiftly. Failing to advance for 20 or 30 years leaves one far behind the times. To be as illustrious as before would be only a dream. The Shi Huangquan Xie roared in fury and rolled onto its back to burrow into the sand. Shi Huang flicked her ribbon. In an instant, one scorpion leg was yanked free. She frowned and snorted coldly. Since you came, why run now? Her languid voice pierced the desert. The fleeing Shi Huangquan Xie froze mid-escape. A tremendous force tugged it from the sand sea. On Enchen's fingertip, a black cluster of night stars condensed. With a gentle snap, it was released. PFT. The Shi Huangquan Xie watched in horror as its body shriveled little by little like yellow crystal dimming. Its eyes were full of unwillingness. It had only ruled for a day, just one day. Far to the south of the Likum Desert, a little scorpion in the Huangquan's kitchen trembled. First fear flashed across its eyes, then scorn and pride, and finally a dazed expression as it resumed pilfering food. Damn that Xiao Huang. My golden swallow's nest. Swish. The little scorpion vanished in an instant. Proudly slipping out the kitchen door with its tail cocked, it trotted in small, brisk steps. What a laughable age. Still playing at conquest. Wouldn't it be sweeter to live honestly? Look at me feasting every day, living so free and easy. Oh ho, Xiao Huang steals again. Come over here, I'll give you a roast goose leg. The little scorpion scampered over excitedly and clambered onto the table to gorge itself. Hey Xiao Huang, try this Dong Wang wine I imported from Xia. It's precious. At the mention of precious, Xiao Huang darted over. In its mind, precious meant delicious, and it thrust its small head toward the tiny wine cup. Its tail curled up high into a neat coil. Laughter filled the air. Congratulations. Player has slain a level 33 Shi Huangquan Scorpion, earning 300 experience points. Dropped 1 Shi Huangquan Scorpion Spirit Core, a trace of mid-tier Shi Law, a trace of low-tier Huangshui Law, and the rare-tier structure Yellow Sand Dune. Additionally, an incompletely digested fragment of Transcendence Stone dropped. And retrieve it. Nanshin's fingers paused. Something extraordinary had just appeared. Retrieve it. In system display details of the Transcendence Stone fragment. In Transcendence Stone fragment, an artifact beyond conventional level classification. It may be directly utilized by the player to enhance or fuse laws. A sufficient quantity of Transcendence Stones can elevate a height-tier law to the threshold of a quasi-transcendent law. Note 1. This single fragment alone grants a trace of height-tier law. It may be cultivated independently or fused with others. The more laws fused, the higher the quality of the resulting height-tier law. Note 2. Mastery of a complete transcendent-tier law is impossible without attaining a specific cultivation threshold. In Note 3, this is the primordial source of evolution within this world. Most of it has been refined by the world, while only scattered fragments remain across the realm. Transcendence Stone. Nanshin stared in awe at the fragment. Could this truly be the greatest opportunity this world holds? His mouth went dry. The very existence of such an object defied belief. And without hesitation, Enchun rushed back to his vehicle and hastily retrieved every law he had accumulated. Low-tier Devouring Law 2. Low-tier Night Law, Low-tier Dark Abyss Law, Low-tier Darkness Law, Low-tier Undead Law, Low-tier Tidal Law, Low-tier Huangshui Law. Mid-tier Qingming Law, Mid-tier Water Law, Chapter of the Sea, Mid-tier Shay Law. NAS for the rest, and Enchun chose not to retrieve them. Their intrinsic value far surpassed that of mere laws. Surveying his hard-won harvest, Enchun felt deeply satisfied. System used the Transcendence Stone to fuse laws. Ending. Confirm usage of the Transcendence Stone to fuse all laws currently stored in the player's personal space. Yes. Ending. System initiating Transcendence Stone fusion. Fusion progress 1. Fusion progress 99. Ending. Fusion successful. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a trace of height-tier law, the Netherworld Law. A slender thread of dark violet law unfurled before Enchen's eyes. Yet within his gaze, faint visions shimmered. Upon a desolate bone-strewn desert, a river teeming with endless spirits surged forward, while above the eternal night hung a cerulean full moon. Its immense, eerie aura radiated grandeur, rivaling even the indestructible and eternal night laws. Nanshin sucked in a sharp breath. This was no ordinary breakthrough. He had just forged a trace of the Apex Tier High Law. He immediately sat cross-legged. System absorbed the Netherworld Law. Ending. Absorbing Netherworld Law. In Huangshuan Inn. Shi Huang returned to the inn. Shaoan, come here. I'll get you a room. In Shaoan, where'd he go? In Emperorin. Lordin. Brotherin. Gone already. In Shi Huang arched a delicate brow and shook her head. What an enigmatic fellow. She then withdrew a smartphone, tapped several keys, and infused it with a wisp of law energy. The screen instantly sharpened, revealing a clear image. A towering figure gradually materialized. The woman possessed golden hair and emerald eyes adorned with a phoenix crown and embroidered bridal robes. Yet her features embodied the gentle grace of a Central Plains noblewoman overlaid with sovereign majesty. She sat suspended in deep space, her back framed by countless galaxies. And that was outer space. And, Sister Jean, that person has vanished again. Shi Huang spoke gravely. Jean Yin, Empress, nodded. Then cease further contact for now. He likely senses our scrutiny. Return at once. The Devil's City grows restless once more. You must investigate it again. Shi Huang pouted, muttering under her breath. I've barely been out 2 days, and already I'm being called back. And Jean Yin, Empress, smiled. Little one, 2 days isn't enough playtime. I'd love to play too. Why don't you help me suppress the moon instead? Shi Huang waved her hands frantically. Fine, fine. I'm going back. Damn Devil's City. Those undead are revolting, utterly unteachable. This time I'll hunt them down to their ancestral graves, or perform a handstand striptease. Jia Bajuo. Damn it all. And Jean Yin, Empress, chuckled softly and terminated the call. Her gaze turned profound, first downward upon the moon beneath her, then outward beyond the solar system. Viewed from space, one would be stunned to discover the moon now rivaled the sun in size. Moreover, both the sun and moon had shifted dramatically, now stationed at the solar system's outermost periphery, subtly warding against some unseen threat. Meanwhile, Earth had swollen beyond measure, occupying the sun's former position. Upon its surface, a colossal figure sat in solemn meditation, suppressing an infinite sea of flames, the Ninth Heaven Emperor, a terrifying sovereign who attained divinity through sheer physical might. Jean Yin, what on earth is Chongqing doing? Why hasn't he driven out Yu Tianquan yet? Jean Yin, Empress, shook her head. Who knows what mischief he's brewing, but perhaps it's for the best he remains hidden. Let him observe the new emperor first, assess his caliber. If worthy, we may grant him access to the boundary steel baptism to accelerate his growth. We 3 alone are insufficient. Xian Emperor sighed, gazing upon the alien starfields beyond. No one knows where our homeworld intends to carry us. I suspect we're no longer even within the Milky Way. Jean Yin, Empress, sighed in turn. Indeed, who can say? Still, cultivating more sovereigns remains imperative. According to Shi Huang, Emperor, and appears especially keen on hunting down overlords and apocalyptic deities. Xian Emperor nodded. Regardless, having him cleanse the realm once more is no small feat. Perhaps we should summon him only after he completes the task. Jean Yin, Empress, smiled. Naturally, we're stretched thin ourselves. Once Chongqing Ling Emperor drives Yu Tianquan to another planet, he'll still need to monitor countless apocalyptic deities. A 4th sovereign arriving now is nothing short of divine providence. Xian Emperor mused. Indeed. We assumed it would take 30 or 50 years before a 4th sovereign mastered a high-tier law. Na Deep Blue Leviathan, nearly 10,000 meters long, suddenly erupted from before Xian Emperor. Upon its back stood a young man in a white lab coat and casual trousers. What slanderous nonsense are you two whispering about me now? Whispering? You spend all day playing. This time you carelessly let Yu Tianquan escape. Next, are you planning to unleash the great old one himself? Xian Emperor retorted, exasperated. Impossible. I merely dozed off for a moment. That's hardly indulgence. Ling Emperor protested, then slumped dejectedly. I've drawn the worst lot in 10,000 lifetimes, stuck with this duty. At least 007 workers get to sleep. I haven't closed my eyes in a year. Jean Yin, Empress, sighed. Enough. There's a new sovereign now. Once he matures, assign him your watch. Then you can finally take leave, yes. Ling Emperor rolled his eyes. By the time he reaches level 40, I'll be dead, and then don't live. Jean Yin and I each guard a furnace and an ice vault without complaint. Yet you assign the most mobile post, complain endlessly. Just slit your throat now. Xian Emperor snapped. Ling Emperor pursed his lips, mounted Yu Tianquan, and drifted toward another planet. Return to the homeworld and monitor the new sovereign. Got it. So annoying. Ding. Law absorption successful. System display my character panel. Player 99999, Sector 13. Level 30 Zero Constitution. Sum of level 30 Experience Spirit 701583. The Path of Evolution. Spiritual Psionicist Path, Superior Tier, Level 30 Myriad Phenomena Stellar Source Art, Superior Tier, Level 30 Perfected Grand Stellar Master Omniversal Magic Mid-Tier, Level 30 Demigod 10,000 Sword Decree, Superior Tier, Level 30 Perfected Nascent Soul. Laws acquired 710, a sliver of the Superior Tier Eternal Night Law, the Superior Tier Indestructible Law, the Superior Tier Netherworld Law, the Superior Tier 10,000 Spirit Law, the Superior Tier Soul Command Law, the Superior Tier Myriad Phenomena Stellar Law, the Superior Tier Law of Life. I still need 3000 more spirit points to acquire another sliver of the superior tier soul law. But what in the world is this 710? System, speak up. What's going on? Is there some hidden restriction? Indeed, it is exceptionally rare for a level 30 player to master 10 superior tier laws, so rare that the system itself momentarily faltered in response. Note mastery of 10 superior tier laws is a hidden level 30 condition embedded within the system, only activated upon attaining 7 such laws. However, any player who fulfills this condition by acquiring all 10 superior tier laws before reaching level 30 will be granted a complete Transcendence Stone, capable of elevating any single law to the threshold of Transcendence. A Transcendence Stone, complete and unrefined. Is that truly possible? Ding. Affirmative. And Shun dismissed the system's odd behavior, thoroughly satisfied with this extraordinary condition. He then withdrew a luminous orb, within which a faint dune shimmered. System analyzed the rare tier resource structure Yellow Sands Dune. Yellow Sands Dune rare tier resource structure. Produces rare tier Huangquan Sand, a substance capable of grinding souls, inflicting immense damage upon soul-based or dark-aligned undead creatures. It is also a rare material used to enchant dark or undead-aligned equipment, enhancing their tier, or to refine various artifacts and gear. Note produces 10 kilograms daily. After placing the Yellow Sands, Dune and Shun contemplated its potential applications. For artifact refinement materials, I recall the Trading Bazaar offers dedicated schematics for crafting rare artifacts. Perhaps I should purchase one to test. Having decided, Shin opened the Trading Bazaar and searched specifically for rare ear artifact schematics, filtering results accordingly. Instantly, only a handful of shops remained, but one listing stood out conspicuously, not as a shop inventory item, but as a standalone offering. Selling a rare tier item worth thousands of gold coins while hesitating over 10, its owner, unable to afford it themselves, was frantically refreshing the bazaar. Timestamp 633, just 1 minute elapsed. Rare ear artifact vial schematic 1010 price. 1000 gold coins. Usable 10 times. Requires self-supplied rare tier materials. A vial functionality varies by material selection. Note only 2 materials permitted. Both must contain a spiritual essence, and each essence must be level 30 or higher, enabling spontaneous derivation of inferior tier laws. And Shun stared in astonishment. It can spontaneously derive inferior tier laws, and costs only 1000 gold, likely due to the level 30 essence requirement. Fortunately, I possess quite a few suitable essences. Even if the resulting vials prove unsatisfactory, I can always extract the derived law. Seizing the opportunity before most players returned, and Shun immediately purchased it, though even among those who did return, fewer than 20 could likely afford 1000 gold. He then selected additional materials required for vial crafting. First came spiritual essences, a highly refined resource employed widely in enchantment, alchemy, talismanic arts, and formation arrays. For instance, Yi Qi's latest creation, the transformation elixir, was a quintessential essence-dependent formula. And Shun gathered all qualifying essences from his reserves: a level 31 Ocean Commanding Demon Shark essence, a level 33 Geo Tiger King essence, a level 35 Qingming Heavenly Serpent essence, a level 34 Shai Huangquan Scorpion essence, a level 30 Shirshan Demon essence, a level 30 Dark Abyss Giant essence, a level 30 Nightshade Shadow essence, and a level 30 Dark Enchantress essence. He next assembled 8 complementary materials: the corporeal form of the sea chapter, petals of the withering bloom, 10 units of Qingming fruitwood, 10 units of lifewood, 10 units of demon spirit wood, 10 kilograms of Huangquan sand, 10 liters of cloudwater spring, and a feather from the Night God Eagle. Night God Eagle consumed the level 31 Ocean Commanding Demon Shark essence and the sea chapter's corporeal form to craft an artifact vial. Ding! Congratulations! Player has successfully crafted the rare tier Ocean Command Vial. Ocean Command Vial rare tier. Grants dominion over boundless waters and stores an entire lake, 100 kilometers in diameter, 1 kilometer deep. Acceptable. When encountering high-purity water sources, lakes or rivers, I may simply pack them away. Consume the level 33 Geo Tiger King essence and withering bloom petals to craft an artifact vial. Ding! Congratulations. Player has successfully crafted the rare tier Geo Bloom Vial. Geo Bloom Vial rare tier. Generates a Geo Bloom Sea and possesses the power to summon and soothe departed souls. Somewhat useful, though its application remains unclear. For now, I'll retain it. Consume the level 35 Qingming Heavenly Serpent essence and 10 units of Qingming fruitwood to craft an artifact vial. Ding! Congratulations. Player has successfully crafted the rare tier Qingming Ancient Serpent Vial. Qingming Ancient Serpent Vial rare tier. summons countless Qingming ancient serpents and one level 35 Qingming heavenly serpent imbued with an inferior tier law. This one proves genuinely functional. Its effects are immediately apparent. Consume the level 34 Shai Huangquan Scorpion Essence and 10 kilograms of Huangquan Sand to craft an artifact vial. Ding! Congratulations! Player has successfully crafted the rare tier Soul Refining Sand Vial. Soul Refining Sand Vial rare tier. Releases Soul Refining Bone Shredding Quicksand, refining souls and shredding bones alike. Hiss! Ruthless and invaluable. The more the better. Shirshan Demon Vial rare tier. Possesses the awe-inspiring power to devour heaven and earth, containing a vast internal space capable of digesting any item below rare tier. Eternal Night Vial rare tier. Unleashes an eternal night domain, capable of stealing heaven and replacing day with night, while enabling concealment and spatial transference. Enchantress Water Demon Vial rare tier. Generates bewitching water that induces passion and continuously restores physical vitality. Demon Tree Vial rare tier. Generates demon tree spores for biological control and releases vine-like tentacles, offering myriad applications. And Chun stroked his chin. Something peculiar seemed to have slipped in. The vehicle glided forward, smoothly traversing space-time. Barring unforeseen incidents, it would arrive at the Huangquan Inn tomorrow, having departed from Qing'an City. Of course, an incident occurred. 74709 p.m. Yiqi urgent. Immediate priority. Teleport here at once. A 5-star mist ruin has been discovered. And Chun, a 5-star mist relic. It's real. Yiqi. Hurry. Entry permits are only granted during the first hour before the relic manifests. We still have a dozen minutes left. Move quickly. Slots are limited and other factions have already arrived. Murong Ninghua, on our way. And Chun, watch me blink. Zhu, I'm blinking too. G-time a beep. Within the dense mist of the mist relic stood an ancient weathered stone gate, solitary and stark, surrounded by no ruins whatsoever, as if it had materialized out of thin air. The 5-star mist relic offers supreme rewards, including top-tier Dao laws, and even other enigmatic, unknown treasures. Yet it is perilous beyond measure. Even with Recall Scroll's death remains a grim possibility. Are we going in? Yiqi spoke plainly, and Chun exchanged glances with the others, and nodded decisively yes. Yiqi nodded good. Let's enter swiftly. Other mist zones also possess gates, but this is the first time a 5-star mist relic has ever appeared. We must go in now. And Chun, let's secure a position first. As for exploring the relic itself, we'll return fully prepared tomorrow. Murong Ninghua, I wonder what special restrictions this relic imposes. And Chun, there will certainly be severe suppression of external cultivation power, brutal, unrelenting. Summoning storms or commanding winds as we do outside will be utterly impossible here. Still, each of us wields Dao laws. Our transcendent power will vastly surpass that of ordinary cultivators. Individually, our combat assessment surely exceeds 3 stars. Murong Ninghua nodded. Once we've secured entry slots, let's return to prepare gear and artifacts thoroughly. The relic suppresses equipment far less than it does personal strength. Moreover, personal spatial storage, rings, bracelets, pockets, will be completely unusable. So everything we bring must be carried on our persons. If something breaks or is lost, it's merely a low-tier Dao law. Its exchange value pales beside that of a top-tier law. Our priority must remain raw combat potency. Those lacking premium gear but possessing stored Dao laws may instead purchase blueprints and craft their own artifacts. Zhu, living companions, pets, servants, or any sentient beings cannot accompany us. My transformer can enter, though its transformed form will likely lack true combat efficacy, offering little aid. Still, it'll serve well as transport. With suppression in effect, our speed won't improve much. Tomorrow I'll prepare 5 vehicles, 1 for each of us. And Chun, Keek's reliability never falters. My monster cards remain usable too. I'll gift you each a stack. Most are level 10-20, yielding 1 or 2-star combat potential. More than adequate. The 5 dashed through the stone gate and vanished. Beside it, a stone tablet flashed. 58 instantly changed to 53. The mist relic has long existed in Sector 13. Many players have encountered it before, though none exceeded 3 stars. Yet every such relic brims with astonishingly rich resources. Take the previous 3-star mist relic, the Storm Citadel, where slaying the storm spirit yielded storm crystals. These crystals could be exchanged within the relic for rare and valuable supplies. Even for the highest reward available, they're a low-tier Storm Dao law. Players erupted into frenzy, yet at that time the Stellar Alliance was conducting its Dark Hunt operation. Compared to that grand endeavor, the 3-star Storm Citadel seemed trivial, further constrained by a mere 300 entry slots and mandatory entry within 3 days. Thus the Stellar Alliance paid it scant attention. This 5-star Mist Relic, however, enforces 500 slots and mandates entry within 5 days. Its danger escalates exponentially. Yet so too does its peak reward, a top-tier Dao Law. Before them stretched a vast stone plaza, the Sacred Soul Plaza, crowded with 300 to 400 players. No, not just players. And Shun stared in astonishment. Over 100 beastkin stood among them. Do other races gain access to the Mist Relic too? Yi Chi gestured toward the beastkin. They're native to the Mist Mountains and permitted entry. They know this place intimately. Much of our intelligence comes from trading with them. And Shun nodded, then tapped a hexagram mark on his wrist. A holographic interface shimmered into view. Ding. Unknown intelligent terminal detected. System attempting connection. Ding. Connection established. Welcome player to the 5-star Mist Relic, Sacred Soul Citadel. Relic combat assessment, 3 stars 9 segments. A row of gleaming hexagrams shone prominently above, 3 fully illuminated, the 4th 9/10 lit. And Shun glanced at his interface, then turned to the others. What are your combat assessments? Mine reads 3 stars 9 segments. Murong Ninghua exclaimed, no wonder you're hailed across the Stellar Alliance as an undisputed powerhouse. Mine reads 3 stars 6 segments. Yi Chi 3 stars 6 segments. Zhu Kiki 3 stars 4 segments. Ji Tai Mei pouted 3 stars 3 segments. And Shun, then let's withdraw for now. Tomorrow we'll pack artifacts and gear, especially rare grade items. Though suppressed, their potency still outweighs that of our diminished personal strength. Yi Chi, I'll alert some Alliance members. Murong Ninghua, this time participation is entirely voluntary. Everyone acts independently. And Shun, this place is treacherous, yet rich with opportunity. Few possess the strength to enter. We won't charge fees, nor do we have time to shepherd others, or offer protection. Let each gauge their own capacity. Murong Ninghua, well said, clarity is essential. Yi Chi, see you all tomorrow. Back in his vehicle, and Shun retrieved his newly acquired 8 demon vials, the most luxurious artifacts he possessed. I need a belt to hold them all. He purchased a blueprint for an exceptional grade belt, customizable in design, requiring 3 materials, at least one of which must be exceptional grade. And Shun selected exceptional grade Fire Spirit Silkworm Silk, rare grade derivative Life Ancient Tree Bark, and rare grade derivative Night God Eagle Feather. Night God Eagle, truly, I am speechless. On the belt he designed 8 precisely fitted pouches, elastic and adjustable, for swift insertion and retrieval of the vials. Each demon vial stood exactly 3 inches tall, tightly nestled in the belt. Though they could expand in size, becoming mountainous within the Mist Relic would be impossible. Next, Shun began organizing his remaining gear, and froze. It seemed he truly had no other rare grade artifacts or equipment. Worse still, his stored Dao laws had already been fused into top-tier laws. Stunned, Shun felt profoundly unsettled. Since acquiring Dao laws, he'd grown nearly indifferent to gear. The overwhelming might of 7 top-tier laws rendered rare-grade artifacts nearly irrelevant. Thus, he'd made no special preparations. Even the 8 demon vials were acquired almost incidentally, intended merely to avoid wasting Huangquan sand. Yet he'd struck gold. Had he not, his plight would have been dire. After upgrading his vehicle and purchasing the rare-grade vial blueprint, he retained only a few thousand gold coins. He couldn't afford even the weakest rare-grade artifact imbued with a low-tier Dao law. As for blueprints, most demanded either Dao laws or essence spirits from level 30 creatures, neither of which he possessed. With no choice, he rummaged through his dusty storage and selected an exceptional grade set, the Nightwalker Cloak Shadow Boots and the Dark Enchantress set, adequate if unexceptional. All these exceptional grade items originated from the Dark Metropolis, a realm whose sovereign will proved remarkably generous, showering him with silver and golden treasure chests without pause. He then crafted an exceptional grade backpack, not a spatial one but purely robust and durable. Inside he packed a generous supply of life fruits, capable of curing any debuff, even starvation. He also stowed recall scrolls enabling swift escape should danger arise. No need to flee back to the Sacred Soul Plaza first. He added a large quantity of exceptional grade Cloud-Tide Clam Pearls. Though modest in grade, they offered automatic defense. At full resistance, they could likely withstand a 3-star cultivator's assault for 3 seconds. He unearthed a cherished mineral water bottle and filled it with several liters of rare-grade Cloud Vapor Spring Water, excellent for restoring vitality and dispelling fatigue. Initially, he considered packing his monster compendium, until realizing that even after exchanging it for a top-tier Dao law, its worth would pale beside the compendium's intrinsic value. Losing it would be catastrophic, worse than death. Fortunately, monster cards could substitute. In the end, he chose to carry a stack of advanced-grade monster cards. As for the crystal coffin, he decided to carry it personally. What if he perished before he even had the chance to dash his head against a wall? He shrunk it to thumb length, uprooted the withering flower, and strung the crystal coffin around his neck. With preparations complete, Chun collapsed onto his bed, eyes closed, legs crossed, utterly spent. In the Shenghan Square, 5 striking sports cars appeared on one side of the plaza. Nearby there were 20 to 30 individuals wearing starry badges, each mounted on formidable rides. Some rode creatures summoned from monster cards, others rode ghostly motorcycles, some were carried by tall teddy bears, while others lay on flying beds. There were those wedged in books, and even better those suspended by kites carrying flamethrowers or riding skateboards clad in bouncy shoes. Yet without exception, all these mounts were of superior quality. Perhaps there was no choice, and Chun covered his face. Moreover, none of the gear worn by the Star Alliance members was rated below good, but what exactly it was remains a mystery. Only what you cannot imagine. While those with real strength were all members of the Star Alliance above level 20. Those below level 20, after a detailed explanation from Yi Chi, most gave up the idea of coming. Of course, there were still stubborn players from District 13 asking, are those people from the Star Alliance? Wow, that gear could blind me. A player from District 13 remarked, who else could it be, if not the Star Alliance? Did you see those 5 sports cars? The ones seated in them are the 5-star gods of the Star Alliance. Those 5 players with golden titles. A player from District 13 chimed in. Exactly. Hiss. I heard they are already level 30 and possess laws. And not just ordinary laws. I heard from inside sources that merely holding the position of Star God allows one to obtain a superior law from the Star Palace. Superior law? Wow, I haven't even touched a low-grade law yet. I'm just hoping to exchange for a law this time. I'd be satisfied with a low-grade one. Ugh, it's tough. I've only just reached level 20, and my relic combat assessment is only 2 stars. I heard that 5-star relics are everywhere at this level, not to mention you're even weaker than I am. You've crossed the line. Look at those Halferks. They look strange. What species are they? What's wrong, Brother Sway? I heard that players who have been to the Misty Mountains have encountered them. These are the native species living in the Misty Mountains, and they are very powerful. How powerful? Those who have been recommended by the tribes to come here have combat assessments no lower than 3 stars. What? That's so strong. Doesn't that mean they can control laws? Of course, but fortunately they mostly do not belong to the same tribe. Most are even lone wanderers, with few having 2 or 3 from the same tribe. But you need to be cautious of them, and we must also be wary of other players. Should we go back? Ru Laosen swallowed. Wu Lauda replied leisurely, are you going back? Ru Laosen exclaimed, no way. Suddenly an announcement from the relic appeared above Shenghan Square. Welcome to all elite races to the Shenghan Ancient City. It will open in 3 minutes. Inside Shenghan Ancient City, all adventurers from various races must abide by the following relic rules. First, do not leave within 5 days. Second, no spatial storage items may be used. Third, any pets or servants with life signs are not allowed. Fourth, races exceeding the 3rd evolution stage will be kicked out. Fifth, items of the 5th tier epic grade and above are not allowed. Shenghan Ancient City notifications expand. First, the combat power of all races has been suppressed to star level with a maximum of 4 stars at 0 rank. Second, equipment carried cannot exceed the 4th tier. 4th tier equipment relics will suppress their power but will still be assessed as 4 stars. Third, killing Shenghan will result in the Shenghan crystal automatically being stored as data, which can be claimed at the totem pillar in Shenghan Square. Fourth, each Shenghan crystal can enhance data spiritual power by 10 points. Fifth, the totem pillar offers various exchangeable goods requiring Shenghan crystals. Sixth, yellow Shenghan will not actively offend adventurers during the day unless provoked. If attacked or their order is violated, they will enter attack mode with a minimum combat power of 1 star, mostly 2 stars, and a maximum of 4 stars. Seventh, yellow Shenghan will enter a bloodthirsty state at night, attacking all life forms in sight, with a minimum combat power of 2 stars, mostly 3 stars, and a maximum of 5 stars. Eighth, white Shenghan are orderly Xinghuan capable of communication. Special location orderly Shenghan can trade supplies. Ninth, hunting high-level Shenghan will yield unexpected benefits. 10th, various special information must be explored by adventurers from all races. Finally, the Misty Relic and Shenghan Ancient City welcome you. Ding. The system detected special rules for players. Do not leave within 5 days. Rule assessment in progress. 5-star Misty Relic rules are low-level. Insufficient to provide protection. Misty World rules interfere. Misty World rules are high-level. Sufficient to provide protection. Ding. Assessment successful. The rule is sufficient to protect players at night. Players can stay during the night. Vehicles can enter autopilot mode. Players need not worry about unknown disturbances. Ding. A rule loophole has been detected. The system is placing a bug for players. Ding. Placement successful. Players can use return scrolls and other items. Upon return, the system will disguise the player as dead. After returning players cannot re-enter during this session of Shanghan Ancient City. Note return scrolls automatically upgrade, and the process is under absolute protection. Players cherish your lives and recognize yourselves. Those below level 20 should leave quickly as you may not have time to react to use return scrolls and other items. All players present were dumbfounded and exchanged glances. They internally exclaimed how impressive the system was. And Shun looked at the other four in the virtual screen on the sports car's glass, clearly astonished as well. And Shin asked, what does everyone think? Yi Chi paused before replying, the Misty Mountains are not simple. Mu Rong, Ninghua marveled, the system is truly impressive. Oh, no need to worry about dying. Ji Tai Mei patted her chest. Zhu Kuku drooled, the wolf ears are so cool. Ugh, right, the system is amazing, and Shun remarked. It feels like they said something, yet it seems like they said nothing at all. The Shanghan Ancient City is about to open, and the shield of Shanghan Square will be lifted soon. Please prepare elite members of all races. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The 12 totem pillars in Shanghan Square suddenly trembled. 12 totem sacred beasts soared into the air, bringing a terrifying pressure that descended upon every race's heart. It felt as though a world was watching them. And Shen's gaze sharpened, feeling alarmed at what might be. Level 50. Bang. The light curtain enveloping Shanghan Square suddenly exploded. Before Shen's eyes, the true appearance of Shanghan Ancient City emerged. Floating sacred beasts, yellowing remnants of walls in the sunset, yellow-white ground, overall withered grass, and trees, swirling yellow sand, suspended yellow droplets, falling, half a bowl of soup that had solidified midair spilling down. Time and space seemed frozen. But what about the blowing wind? A player suddenly excitedly rushed out, charging into a gust of sandbang. A light sound turned into a puddle of yellow sand. And Shun felt his calves wanting to go to TV, otherwise why would they keep shaking? Ji Tai Mei stiffly turned her head. Should we go back?